Chapter 1: The Mysterious Luminescent Mass. Theskai was rowdy din rolling clouds, akin to the Amanoftworldsend. Amidst the tumultuous louds, thunder and lightning see meant to intertwine you with the clang and goth metal equipans. Vaguely, the fire sakrisoft batly chode through the air. San yuan il seatagain hand over them orphisteth. Batian thadatem belongstod holy lord. You shall never obtain it. Id prefer death over jivin jitoyu. Stubborn fool. Die. Thes laughter continued within Thes whirling clouds. The thunder and lightning resembling Theendoft world persisted for an unknown duration. Droplets of blood scattered upon earth while hunks of flesh flew fizzardly into the heavens. The blood, upon touching the ground, formed energy pools, while it have flesh merged into the earth, creating lush mountains. The clang and goth metal against metal weighs incessant. Ba Tian. The sword heart is the embodiment of Holy Lord Sol. Attempting torfinite defies the heavens, and a shall sure limitagram fate. Irgi auto desist immediately. San Yuan, you wretched old man, dare to obstruct my cultivation, and I shall slay you. Unrepentant fiend. Ill fight ye out of my last breath. Soon after, Thetwo engaged in battle Iensmari. These twa transcendent beings clashed from Estost, from Westost, from heaven torth, and from earth to the void. Suddenly, they embraced tightly, each with S-word piercing through their chest. Their figures plummeted rapidly from the void, uncontrollable. In a time, their physical forms disintegrated, and their spirits float out. Astonishingly, two spirits emerged from Sun Yuan's body, one emitting a green glow several times larger than his own spirit. This green glowing spirit circled around the spirits of Sun Yuan and Batian, sudden limit and got powerful suction engulfing both spirits. The green glowing spirit seemed to grow a virile fold and continued its descent. Atop a mountain, a 16 or 17-year-old off gazed upward into the void. He had arrived at his mountain peak inexplicably. 4 years he had been a days unaware of his identity, his origin, or even if his parents were still alive. Perhaps she was eventless fortuna tethane beggar, for at least a beggar's mind was clear. Hebegilai remembered being overwhelmed by official troops on the main road, yet miraculously he survived. At times, he was inexplicably pushed into water by Simeonian abrigio times, he foolishly watched people fight and was inexplicably be a tenbathelloser. Theonly Solace was that, despite his frequent injuries, he had somehow survived until now. His name was launch yenning, Theon lighting hinu for certain. At this moment, he stared blankly into the void when suddenly, a blue glowing energy mass, resembling Theendoft world, approached from afar. Before he could react, it entered his consciousness. Soon after, a plethora of information flooded Longkianing's consciousness. The magnitude of these information caused a dasher pain and lost consciousness. After rain indeterminate period, Longkianing wokato thichiloft huwind. Heffelton unprecedented clarity in his mind, fully restored to normal. Moreover, he discovered that they could introspect, explore a consciousness, and observe even and blood vessel within him. Could they have been that blue glowing energy mass? Though puzzled, Longkianing surmised that they might have encountered an extraordinary opportunity. There is Somioni over there. Let's go check it out. Lost in thought, Longkianing suddenly heard voices. To avoid trouble, he decided to leave. However, before he could make a move, two figures appeared before him. Kid. Asilis Jelena Mully has occurred. Tell us, did you obtain any treasures, hand them over, and perhaps we'll grant you a quick death. One of them I authoroundisage starred at him with malice in his eyes. What celestial anomaly, what treasures, Longkianing feigned ignorance. He couldn't admit of such a significant matter. Deny it, and the alb killed. Akko ran through Longkianing shirt. 4 years he had been a days, youth wasn't foolish. Now, with his mind restored, he recognized these individuals as arrogant so-called doomasters, accustomed to looking down on others. He had suffered here bullying far too often. Ivy already said I don't understand what our retal can gabu. It was wise to avoid confrontation. Longkianing intended to leave. Ash turned. Thrust. A sword pierced through Long Qianying's back. He could even see the bloody tip off the sword through his eyes. Why is this happening? Long Qianying repeated these words. Is the little financial so worthless? Must an ordinary person perish? At this moment, Long Qianying vowed that if he survived, he would seek revenge, repaying them hundredfold, thousandfold. He turned the shaden so a dragon embroidered on the Utsitarathis washes last memora before felt himself being kicked off the cliff. Theronin persisted. The heavens and earth wept. Amid the Isarain, Long Qianying go penitas. He found himself on a stone platform midway down a mountain shrouded in mist above and abyss below. This situation filled Long Qianying with despair. Duth sat across worthless, piercing him with a sword and inflicting severe internal injuries. If it weren't for the light within his consciousness protecting his vital veins, he would not have survived even with 9 lives. Long Qianying sees almost blazed with fire. Habad that only day he would make this person and their sect pay. The world wassalant, within Li Long Qianying Li engullen the stone platform. Blood trickled from his mouth. No. I can't be here. Long Qianying is at the ski, his mandracing. He had to find a way to serve. However, at this moment, he was not only wounded with a sword and hishest butyl so had several broken bones from falling off the mountain. He didn't even have the strength to move his body. Will he be pathetic death like Hethies? What have I done wrong to deserve such humiliation? Tolerance. What can tolerance solve? No. My name is Long Qianying. I am human, and I have a dignity. He must survive. With a loud shout, Long Qianying is a distancio of strength to roll off the stone platform into the abyss. Splash! Long Qianying landed on a blood pool. This pool contained the blood and urge of the trois transcendent beings, Sun Yuan and Batian. Immersed in the bloody water, Long Qianying swooned shielded rapidly. Within 3 hours, happily recovered. Standing beside the pool, Long Qianying bowed deeply. Headed no hosavedim, so he couldn't express his gratitude to his pool of blood. After a long while, Long Qianying gritted his teeth and walked determinedly towards the valley's exit. More than 10 days later, in Ermoto town, Long Qianying walked alone. Get to top the way, you stinky beggar. Damn it, what a bad omen. Long Qianying thought te readdressing him but looked up to find it wasn't so. Following the sound, he saw a chubby shopkeeper dragging Gaffrel Bajarut off Hestor. Thud. The beggar landed on the ground, unmoving. Long Qianying was surprised. Earlier, when his motions fluctuated, his introspective ability activated, revealing that the beggar was a woman. A femula beggar was rare. The people on the street tingered it, as if such ones were an otincommon. Long Qianying approached and the beggar but found she was indeed unconscious, perhaps from the fall or starvation. Feeling sorry for her, Long Qianying Picadera stumbled towards the outskirts. Near the town's edge, has one abandoned templine decided to leave the beggar there. After laying her down, he found some clean water for her to drink. Then, Hugh waited beside her. Around midnight, the beggar awoke. Seeing Long Qianying, she wasn't afraid. After thanking him, she passed out again. This time, from starvation. Long Qianying left the Dilapadata temple. He decided to get some food from the town otherwise. Chapter 3: The old beggar's breakthrough. Just as Long Qianying and his companions were preparing to cultivate diligently in the dilapidated temple on the outskirts, circumstances took an unexpected turn. One day, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the courtyard of the broken temple. Upon stepping outside to investigate, Long Qianying and his companions discovered the individual was grievously injured, teetering on the brink of death. Long Qianying carried the person inside the temple and activated his inner vision, revealing that the individual's heart's blood vessels had been severed, yet the heart itself remained intact, offering a glimmer of hope. He promptly pressed his hand against the torn vessel, channeling his internal energy to seal the major meridians, temporarily halting the flow of life. Before long, the individual gradually regained consciousness, glancing at the three beggars with a shake of his head. "What does this mean?" he questioned. "We have saved you, and yet you shake your head and sigh. If you continue this way, we shall simply toss you out." Chu Xian'er reprimanded him loudly. Long Qianying wished to intervene but was at a loss for words. The man seemed to realize his attitude was amiss, coughing lightly as he offered his apologies. "I am grateful for your rescue, however. Despite your efforts, I am still destined to perish, and I may even drag you down with me. So spare me the banter." A grown man should not indulge in such futile thoughts. "Pray tell, what is the situation?" The man struggled slightly, stating, "I am a guard from Ninglan Prefecture. The envoy Chu came here and was ambushed. The rest of my comrades perished, and I barely escaped with my life. I have lost a significant amount of blood on my way here, and they will undoubtedly track me down, given your low cultivation levels. You are certainly no match for them." Hence I sighed and shook my head. "You should flee at once, or you may all face death." The guard conveyed the gravity of the situation, plunging the atmosphere into silence. Indeed, both Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er were merely at the qi condensation stage, and they were unlikely to prevail against such foes, although the old beggar was at the peak of the gathering essence stage. His frail body limited his combat prowess. If they fled, the guard would undoubtedly meet his demise. "How can we possibly contend with them?" Long Qianying inquired, "unless one among you possesses the prowess of the spirit void stage." "There is no chance of victory," the guard replied. Long Qianying pondered for a moment before asking again, "When do you estimate your enemies will arrive? If they are swift, within half a day; if slow, then at most a day." "Very well, we shall take a gamble." Long Qianying then turned to the old beggar. "Elder, if I recall correctly, you mentioned you are at the peak of the gathering essence stage." "Correct, indeed," the old beggar confirmed. "Excellent. I intend to elevate your cultivation to the spirit void stage immediately," Long Qianying declared with conviction. "Young friend Long, I am aware you possess certain abilities. However, I am already in my twilight years and cannot hope to break through to the spirit void stage. It is beyond my reach. How can one know what is impossible without trying?" Long Qianying countered. "Do you truly have a method?" The old beggar regarded him with skepticism. "It is worth a try. Besides, should we fail, we can always retreat. You will not suffer any loss," Long Qianying encouraged. The old beggar contemplated this and nodded deeply. "Very well, as long as we can survive this ordeal, I shall follow your lead." Without further hesitation, Long Qianying instructed the old beggar to sit cross-legged and slowly extended his palm. His reasoning was sound. He had already observed the old beggar's condition and noted that multiple meridians were obstructed. Once he cleared these blockages, breaking through to the spirit void stage would be a mere trifle. The subsequent major realms might also be within the old beggar's grasp. For Long Qianying, this was not a daunting task, as he could visualize every meridian within the human body and focus on unblocking them one by one. However, without the inner vision, such an endeavor would be exceedingly challenging, if not utterly impossible. Before long, wisps of white smoke began to emanate from the old beggar's head, while beads of sweat poured down Long Qianying's forehead. Chu Xian'er produced a handkerchief, tirelessly wiping away the perspiration from his brow. The sight left the guard, who lay on the ground, utterly astounded. He could discern that Long Qianying was merely a qi condensation stage martial artist, yet such a low cultivation level could assist a practitioner a full realm above him. It was a revelation that would be met with disbelief, fundamentally overturning the conventions of the martial world. This was also why the old beggar had cautioned Long Qianying against revealing their cultivation practices. Had it not been for the urgency of their situation, Long Qianying would have preferred to keep his abilities hidden. 2 hours passed, and the second meridian was finally cleared by Long Qianying. At this point, he was on the verge of collapse. Noticing Long Qianying's fatigue, the guard's eyes flashed with determination. He retrieved a medicinal pill from his possession and handed it to Chu Xian'er, urging her to administer it to Long Qianying. Shortly thereafter, Long Qianying ceased his efforts to unblock the old beggar's meridians, focusing solely on his own cultivation. He sensed that the pill offered by the guard was of considerable quality, capable of aiding him in breaking through to the 7th layer of the qi condensation stage. Indeed, within the span of an hour, Long Qianying's body trembled as he experienced a breakthrough, his cultivation ascending to the high tier of the qi condensation stage, significantly enhancing his strength. He nodded gratefully at the guard, expressing his gratitude before resuming his efforts to assist the old beggar in clearing the remaining blocked meridians. Fortuitously, during this time, the group of pursuers mentioned by the guard failed to locate their hiding place. Just as the last meridian of the old beggar was about to be unblocked, several figures appeared outside the dilapidated temple. "This is the spot. Be cautious. They must be inside," one of them whispered. Within the temple, only Chu Xian'er was able to act. Her eyes flashed as she swiftly darted out the door. "Who are you? How dare you trespass in another's abode?" she demanded loudly. "Little girl, we are in pursuit of our enemies. This does not concern you. If you wish to live, step aside." One of the men, brandishing a large blade with a menacing expression, replied. Unfortunately, this was the critical moment for the old beggar's breakthrough, and Chu Xian'er could not allow them to enter. "It is only I here. Your adversaries are not present. You must leave." "Are you not in league with the guards of Ninglan Prefecture? You certainly do not appear to be," one of them sneered. "Be a good girl and step aside, lest you invite disaster upon yourself, you bullies," Chu Xian'er exclaimed, bursting into tears, hoping to buy time with this tactic. Yet, these men were not easily swayed. Such a ploy, whether genuine or feigned, had little effect on them. With a resounding crash, one of the men struck out, sending the feeble Chu Xian'er flying. She nearly lost her life in the process, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Nevertheless, her gaze remained resolute as she struggled to rise. "Damn it, this wretched beggar truly has the luck of the devil. He still lives after such a blow," one martial artist exclaimed, unsheathing his long sword and slowly advancing toward Chu Xian'er. He then swung the sword with intention. Should that blade fall, it would spell certain doom for Chu Xian'er. Chapter 4. The seventh layer of swordsmanship. In the critical moment, a large hand reached out, pinching the sword between two fingers, snapping it with a crisp crack. An old beggar appeared before Chu Xian'er. "Elder, please rest. I shall handle this," she urged, nodding as she retreated back into the temple. The old beggar regarded the group of martial artists with an icy demeanor. "One should show mercy when able. If you withdraw now, perhaps you might preserve your lives." "How dare you, old wretch? You would thwart our grand design. Kill them." Before long, the old beggar engaged in battle with the martial artists. Long Qianying understood that the old beggar was no ordinary individual and that dealing with these foes would likely not pose a challenge for him. Thus, he stepped forward with confidence. Such a level of combat was a rare opportunity for him. Although he had reached the seventh layer of the Qi condensation stage, he possessed no actual combat experience. In a genuine confrontation against someone of equal standing, he would undoubtedly be defeated. The old beggar seemed to grasp Long Qianying's intentions, refraining from hastily eliminating his opponents. Just as the injured guard had mentioned, these individuals were at most in the late stages of the gathering essence realm. While numerous, they were no match for the old beggar, who had broken through to the spirit void stage. Long Qianying observed intently as the old beggar clashed with the martial artists. Gradually, the old beggar's figure appeared in his sea of consciousness, not as a mere image, but as a glowing orb of light. Long Qianying realized that the number of figures within the orb was steadily increasing. Furthermore, he could clearly discern the pathways of energy each individual employed in their techniques. Witnessing the muscular transformations accompanying the execution of their moves, naturally, he could fully comprehend the intricacies of each maneuver. Long Qianying was taken aback. If this were the case, he could potentially learn any technique simply by observing a practitioner in action. Moreover, by activating his inner vision, he could uncover the secrets of each individual. What sort of extraordinary encounter had he experienced? With such abilities, how could he possibly fail to establish a foothold in this world? Overwhelmed with excitement, Long Qianying began to tremble. Drawing a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure. He settled into a cross-legged position, his eyes fixated on the fierce clash unfolding before him. In his sea of consciousness, he committed to memory the myriad sword techniques, saber arts, and fist styles of the dozens engaged in battle. The techniques of the sword, saber, and fist continuously evolved, each drawing strengths from the other, ultimately converging into distinct sword forms. This was the result of Long Qianying's subconscious urging, as he had always favored the sword. He believed swordsmanship to be at once gentle and fierce, unmatched in its elegance, precisely the kind of style he admired. The swordplay within his sea of consciousness continued to evolve, for the battle before him was far from over. At a certain moment, Long Qianying rose to his feet, casually picking up a piece of wood from the ground to begin his practice. The old beggar understood intuitively that Long Qianying must have gained some insight, and thus decided to lend him a helping hand. Without any weapons, the old beggar relied solely on his pure fist techniques. He single-handedly faced dozens of opponents, astonishingly holding his ground without any sign of defeat. In front of the dilapidated temple, shadows flitted about, and the sounds of battle echoed. Such a scene persisted for the better part of the day. Long Qianying alternated between swordplay and meditative contemplation. When the old beggar sensed it was time, he swiftly dispatched his opponents, knocking them down one by one without causing any fatalities. These individuals had come to pursue the guard. How to deal with them specifically was left to the guard himself. After more than a day of recuperation, the guard's injuries had improved significantly upon witnessing the complete subjugation of his pursuers. He promptly retrieved a communication stone from his bosom and spoke into it. The following day, a contingent arrived at the ruined temple, taking away the bound criminals. A soldier approached the old beggar, remarking, "Your strength is impressive, how about joining the imperial army to seek opportunities in Ninglan County?" The old beggar pondered for a moment before replying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I am of advanced age and truly lack the energy for such endeavors. I must decline your offer." The soldier bore no offense and, seeing the old beggar's polite refusal, said, "Very well, you have saved my subordinate, which earns you a favor in Ninglan County, since you are not interested in serving in the government. Allow me to guide you to a place of cultivation. Thousands of miles from here lies the Qingling sect. I have some connections with their sect leader. You might consider seeking refuge there. I believe securing a stable life should not pose a problem." After saying this, the soldier handed the old beggar a token before departing with the injured guard. At this moment, Long Qianying was still engrossed in his fervent training. Occasionally, a glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes as he wielded a long sword, practicing tirelessly, repeating his movements hundreds, even thousands of times. His sword techniques became increasingly simplified yet more powerful. The old beggar exhibited remarkable patience, remaining steadfastly by Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er's side. Thus, a month passed. One day, the long sword in Long Qianying's hand suddenly transformed, manifesting 7 radiant arcs. "Seventh realm of sword apprentice?" the old beggar exclaimed in astonishment. Long Qianying truly was a prodigy. Within a month, he had cultivated his swordsmanship to a level comparable to his martial prowess. This was nearly a myth. Long Qianying slowly opened his eyes. "Old senior, what is the 7th realm of sword apprentice?" he inquired. "This is merely what I have heard," the old beggar replied. "Just like martial arts, swordsmanship has several major realms. The sword realms I am aware of are sword apprentice, sword practitioner, sword master, grand sword master, and sword king. Your current realm is that of a sword apprentice, and moreover, you have attained the 7th realm, which is on par with your martial realm. Each sword realm can also be subdivided into upper, middle, and lower divisions, with each division containing 3 minor realms." Long Qianying's eyes lit up. With the old beggar's explanation, his path of cultivation became significantly clearer. Subsequently, the old beggar produced the token given by the soldier and recounted the events that had transpired, leaving the remaining decisions to Long Qianying. Although he was the oldest in the group, he naturally recognized that in terms of future accomplishments, he might not measure up to Long Qianying in the slightest. Thus, he was willing to follow Long Qianying's lead. Long Qianying contemplated for a while and felt that aligning with a sect would indeed be much more convenient. To ponder alone would be time-consuming and laborious and could easily lead one astray. At that moment, Chu Xian'er also awakened from her meditation. The trio no longer hesitated and immediately set off on their journey. The soldier from Ninglan County had mentioned that the Qingling sect lay to the west, approximately 10,000 miles from their current location. If they traveled without pause, given Long Qianying's pace, it would take them nearly a month to arrive. Long Qianying had initially thought that since Chu Xian'er was a woman, she would likely struggle with the hardships of traveling day and night. However, he had misjudged her. Chu Xian'er made no complaints and was even quite excited. Thus, the 3 traveled for about 10 days. Covering several thousand miles. As they journeyed, they also engaged in experiential training. One day, they ventured deep into a dense forest. The old beggar led the way, remaining vigilant against unforeseen dangers. Long Qianying similarly drew his long sword, positioning himself protectively beside Chu Xian'er. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, a creature lunged forth, startling Chu Xian'er and causing her to instinctively draw closer to Long Qianying. Chapter 5. A fortuitous encounter in the deep mountains. Long Qianying took a step forward, shielding Chu Xian'er behind him. A warmth spread through her heart as countless little stars sparkled in her eyes. Upon closer inspection, Long Qianying realized it was a massive python. Sensing its formidable presence, which seemed to match his own strength, he signaled the old beggar to step aside, preparing to test his skills against the giant serpent. The old beggar deemed it necessary for the young man to hone his abilities and swiftly grasped Chu Xian'er, both leaping onto a large rock to provide support for Long Qianying. The python fixed its gaze on Long Qianying and suddenly swiped its tail towards him. This was Long Qianying's first solo confrontation, and he was clearly inexperienced. Caught off guard, he was sent flying. Fortunately, he managed to perform a somersault in midair, landing steadily on his feet. At that moment, the python launched a second sweeping attack, drawing from his previous experience. Long Qianying steadied himself, directing his long sword inward and flicking his wrist. He twisted his body just enough to narrowly evade the python's fierce strike, simultaneously making contact between his sword and the python's body. A jarring force reverberated through him, causing his arm to go numb, and he nearly lost his grip on the sword. This long sword, seized by the old beggar during his confrontation with the criminals, Was not a treasured blade, yet it was sufficiently sharp. To his surprise, it held its ground against the python. No good. A direct confrontation is not in my favor, perhaps I should consider targeting the python's head? Long Qianying knew that such beasts could not be subdued unless their heads sustained a significant blow. However, attacking the head also posed considerable risks, as the python's venom was expelled from its mouth. Fortunately, Long Qianying possessed the ability of clear sight and acted before the python could unleash its venom. He leapt into the air, sweeping his sword in a bid to force the python back. Then swiftly maneuvered around to its front. This movement caused Chu Xian'er, perched on the large rock, to feel a surge of anxiety. However, the old beggar, standing proudly, nodded in approval. It was not easy to think of a strategy to counter an enemy so swiftly. Most individuals, after a few failed attempts, would become flustered, yet Long Qianying exhibited none of this impatience. Instead, he continued to experiment, daring to take unconventional paths. This was an essential psychological quality for any swordsman. The python seemed taken aback by Long Qianying's audacity to confront it directly. Upon noticing him defiantly standing before it, it grew enraged. It intended to spray venom but hesitated. Spraying venom would inflict significant harm upon itself, resulting in a mutually destructive outcome. Reluctantly, it preferred to avoid such a fate. This momentary hesitation was noticed by Long Qianying's clear sight. Long Qianying swung his sword, and in a flash, 7 colored sword shadows enveloped the python's head. This was his most potent killing move, the culmination of several months of arduous training. The sword light struck the python's head, catching it unprepared. In an instant, its head was severed from its body. The lengthy serpent writhed in a frenzy, its massive form crashing through surrounding trees as it flailed. Long Qianying quickly leaped onto a boulder to evade the chaos. Before long, the python's body gradually coiled. Coming to a standstill, Qianying, check if there is a demon core in its belly, that would be a valuable prize. Upon hearing this, Long Qianying jumped down from the rock and used his long sword to pry open the python's abdomen. Indeed, discovering a smooth demon core. Old senior, how should this demon core be used? Simply consume it. The first absorption of such energy should allow you to break through a layer of cultivation. Oh, how remarkable. Then let's give it to Xian'er first. Long Qianying extended the demon core to Chu Xian'er. She shook her head, saying, Brother Qianying, you should take it first. Once your cultivation improves, you will be better able to protect me. Long Qianying contemplated for a moment before passing the demon core to the old beggar. The old beggar replied, unless it is a demon core from a spirit void realm beast, its effects on me will be minimal. Hearing this, Long Qianying no longer insisted, settling down to sit cross-legged on the ground and swallowing the demon core in one gulp. Moments later, a tremor coursed through his body, and a white mist wafted from the top of his head. He had successfully broken through to the 8th layer of the condensation realm almost instantaneously. The immediate efficacy of this breakthrough sparked an idea in Long Qianying's mind. These unclaimed demonic beasts in the deep mountains could serve to enhance both his cultivation and practical combat abilities. Why not thoroughly train in this vast wilderness? Relying on others without sufficient strength would not earn him respect. While human connections could sometimes be indispensable, why not strive for self-improvement through one's own efforts? Long Qianying shared this thought with the old beggar. The old beggar reflected for a moment and replied, demon cores cannot be consumed indefinitely. At a certain point, their side effects will manifest. You must gauge this for yourselves. Long Qianying nodded. Should he feel any discomfort, he could make adjustments. For now, breaking through his cultivation and enhancing his strength took precedence over all else. Thus, the trio embarked on their journey of hunting demonic beasts. The old beggar continued to provide support from the sidelines, only engaging in combat when they encountered beasts comparable to those of the spirit void realm. In less than half a month, Chu Xian'er had hunted dozens of low-level demonic beasts, acquiring over 10 demon cores. Meanwhile, Long Qianying grew increasingly bold, managing to slay over 1,000 demonic beasts and acquiring several hundred demon cores. In a concealed cavern, 3 individuals sat cross-legged, commencing the refinement of demon pills. For a full 3 months, they remained utterly motionless. The elderly beggar successfully refined 5 demon pills, elevating his cultivation by 2 minor realms. Chu Xian'er, on the other hand, refined over 10 demon pills, achieving an advancement of 3 levels, reaching the 9th layer of the Qi condensation stage, merely a step away from breaking into the gathering essence stage. Although Long Qianying had refined hundreds of demon pills, he suddenly realized that his dantian resembled an abyss. Initially, dozens of demon pills could elevate him by a minor realm, yet after absorbing hundreds, he found himself unable to break through. It was the elderly beggar who reminded him that mere quantity would not suffice to elevate one's cultivation. One must hunt beasts of corresponding levels to obtain the requisite energy for a breakthrough. Nonetheless, with the vast accumulation of demon pills, Long Qianying ultimately broke through to the first layer of the gathering essence stage. He bestowed the remaining 100+ demon pills upon Chu Xian'er, and with Long Qianying's assistance, she too successfully advanced to the first layer of the gathering essence stage. Upon sensing himself, Long Qianying found no discomfort. Rather, Chu Xian'er appeared flushed, her gaze peculiar, aware that she was under the influence of the demon pills. He refrained from allowing her to hunt or consume more pills, opting instead for secluded cultivation within the cavern to dispel the side effects. Long Qianying and the elderly beggar continued their search for demon beasts in the mountains. This time, they abandoned hunting lower-level beasts, focusing solely on those suitable for their own cultivation. Another 3 months passed, and the elderly beggar's cultivation rose by 2 more levels, while Long Qianying ascended directly to the 8th layer of the gathering essence stage. A breakthrough that could only be described as astonishing. On one particular day, the two arrived at a gorge where Long Qianying's spirit suddenly experienced a fluctuation. This occurrence was unprecedented for him. Chapter 6: The Mysterious Blood Lake. As Long Qianying's cultivation advanced and his strength increased, he gradually discerned that the mysterious light cluster within his sea of consciousness appeared to be transforming. Increasingly resembling a long sword, its tip pointing in a specific direction. Seizing an epiphany, Long Qianying immediately dashed towards the direction indicated by the sword tip, with his cultivation now at the gathering essence stage. His leaps and bounds had significantly improved, allowing him to traverse the rugged mountain paths with remarkable agility. After scaling several mountains, Long Qianying beheld a lake, its waters a deep crimson hue, reflecting on the events that had unfolded within him. He pondered deeply. Without hesitation, he leaped into the lake, employing the energy absorption technique imparted by the elderly beggar. Before long, he shattered the barrier of the 9th layer of the gathering essence stage. Experiencing yet another surge in power, however, despite continued absorption of the Bloodwater's energy over the course of 1 day and then 2, he found himself unable to break through further. After some contemplation, Long Qianying resolved to abandon the attempt. His rapid advancements had occurred too swiftly. Such haste was not beneficial, and he needed to consolidate his gains over time. Long Qianying sought out the elderly beggar, suggesting he begin his own cultivation in the Blood Lake while he went to fetch Chu Xian'er. Shortly thereafter, Chu Xian'er arrived, her eyes widening at the sight of the lake filled with blood. Feeling her inner energy begin to churn, without hesitation, she jumped into the lake to cultivate. For safety's sake, Long Qianying sat cross-legged on the shore to protect them both. During this time, Long Qianying had encountered an overwhelming number of experiences, providing him with the opportunity to quiet his mind and reflect. From his current perspective, joining the Qingling sect seemed imperative, although their fortuitous encounters in the mountains had greatly enhanced their strength. Such opportunities were likely not readily available. To achieve stable and sustained growth and power, joining a sect was undoubtedly a wise course of action. The enigmatic light cluster in his sea of consciousness was too mysterious for him to comprehend with his current level of cultivation. Thus he decided to set it aside for the moment. As for the awakened clairvoyance, it might possess numerous uses. However, for now, he could only employ it to examine his cultivation status. Currently, this ability proved advantageous, and he needed to continue researching and utilizing it. The only regret was that the cultivation method imparted by the elderly beggar was of a relatively low grade, resulting in his practical combat abilities remaining rather ordinary despite his cultivation breakthrough. Long Qianying concluded that he required both a suitable sword and a higher-grade cultivation technique, as well as a sword technique, the enigmatic light cluster in his sea of consciousness, capable of evolving martial skills, remained an ongoing subject of his research, with its mysteries yet to be unraveled. However, he was not overly anxious. He believed that as long as he continued to enhance his strength and break through in cultivation, a day would come when he could fully understand it. This line of thought occupied several days. During this period, the elderly beggar achieved another layer of cultivation, while Chu Xian'er continued to absorb energy from the Blood Lake, likely yielding further gains. Long Qianying closed his eyes, beginning to distill and summarize the sword techniques evolved from the mysterious light cluster. A month later, Long Qianying rose to his feet, wielding his long sword in a decisive strike. Devoid of any superfluous movements, the blade's light slicing towards the distant mountains of the earth trembled, and stones tumbled down in a cacophony. What name should this technique bear? It was a move birthed from his own understanding, or perhaps, from the mysterious entity within his sea of consciousness. Thus it could be regarded as his creation. Therefore, it necessitated an appropriate name, for this was merely the beginning, not the end. Simplifying complexity, adhering to the principles of the universe, he decided to call it Dao Yuan Yi Jian, the Sword of Dao Source. For a swordsman of his realm to create a sword technique was beyond ordinary comprehension. A unique characteristic of sword cultivators is that whenever their martial arts cultivation breaks through, their swordsmanship invariably follows suit. However, the reverse is not necessarily true. This is a fundamental principle. While Long Qianying immersed himself in thought, he noticed the elderly beggar approaching him after completing his own cultivation. Observing Long Qianying in deep contemplation, the elderly beggar felt a swell of emotion. He had once been a mere commoner, but since encountering Long Qianying, the trajectory of his fate had irrevocably altered. He had aided Long Qianying, yet in comparison to the assistance he had received from him, his contributions seemed almost trivial. In his heart, he felt that Long Qianying was perhaps a favored son of heaven, destined to soar through the skies one day. Though he longed to remain by Long Qianying's side, he felt unworthy of such a position. Old senior, we have been together for quite some time. May I ask you a question? Long Qianying inquired earnestly. Young friend Long, feel free to ask, the elderly beggar replied. What can you tell me about your circumstances? Certainly. My surname is D, and I bear the single character Hui as my given name. I have no remaining family. I can barely be considered a solitary cultivator, yet my innate talents are limited, resulting in my low cultivation level. That is essentially all there is to it. Long Qianying pondered for a moment. Sensing that Di Hua might have numerous reservations in many matters he preferred not to disclose, so he refrained from pressing further. Casting a glance at Di Hua, he said, Elder Di, to be frank, your stagnation in cultivation is partly due to the obstruction of your meridians. However, there is another reason you may not have considered. What reason is that? Di Hua asked. Your cultivation technique is of insufficient quality. Di Hua contemplated this for a while before responding. In the current era of the Honghuan continent, high-grade cultivation techniques are found solely within a few major sacred places and martial clans. Ordinary warriors have no opportunity to access them. I understand, but please rest assured, Elder, I will acquire a high-grade technique. Di Hua immediately bowed in deference. I am willing to follow you, young master. Elder Di, you flatter me. Our fates have intertwined. It is only natural that we support one another. Indeed, young master. Seeing Di Hua's unwavering determination, Long Qianying sighed, recognizing that this change was ultimately for the best. This could not solely be attributed to Di Hua, as the acquisition of high-grade techniques was stringently controlled by the upper echelons. Securing one was inherently challenging, and moreover, without a familial bond, why would anyone bestow such a treasure upon him? Thus Di Hua had effectively pledged his allegiance to Long Qianying. The more decisively he took this step, the greater the benefit to himself. This was Di Hua's realization during this period. As the two conversed, Chu Xian'er completed her cultivation. Long Qianying turned to her, his eyes lighting up with surprise, for she had managed to reach the same cultivation level as him, both now at the 9th layer of the Gathering Essence stage. It was astonishing that such results could be achieved in a relatively brief time within the Blood Lake. That's quite normal, he remarked. However, Chu Xian'er evidently misinterpreted Long Qianying's gaze. Believing he was admiring her figure, her face flushed, and she feigned indignation. How did you cultivate so quickly? It's impossible. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xian'er blushed even further. Realizing that Long Qianying had merely been observing their cultivation levels, she felt a sudden wave of disappointment and retorted, You think you're the only genius here? Chapter 7, Tua Bajiaing. Long Qianying, caught off guard by Chu Xian'er's retort, felt a bit embarrassed and chose to remain silent. Women are truly fickle. It's difficult to comprehend, he muttered to himself. Di Hua, wise beyond his years, pretended not to notice the exchange. Long Qianying regained his composure and broached the topic of seeking refuge in the Qingling sect. Both Chu Xian'er and Di Hua, already aligned with Long Qianying, expressed no dissent. Di Hua determined their direction and led the way, with Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er following closely behind. After more than 10 days, the trio found themselves nearing the Qingling sect. One day, they arrived at a small town. While resting in a tea house, they were suddenly approached by a group of ruffians who confronted Chu Xian'er. Hey, pretty girl, you look delightful. Come over and have a chat with us, one of them said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Chu Xian'er's eyes narrowed as she glanced at Long Qianying. Suddenly she smiled and said, Sure, I was just feeling a bit bored sipping tea by myself. The ruffians were taken aback for a moment. Then their faces brightened with glee, clearly pleased with her response. Long Qianying was aware that he was still sulking, yet he chose not to intervene, remaining silently vigilant, ready to take action against these ruffians if necessary. Chu Xian'er weaved through the crowd of thugs, taking advantage of their inattention, and with a flick of her fingers she discreetly released a powder into their tea. Unbeknownst to the thugs, they raised their cups to toast with Chu Xian'er. laughing and engaging in cheerful banter. At one point, Chu Xianer even performed a dance, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Suddenly, several thugs, attempting to join her in the dance, stumbled and fell to the ground. Utterly oblivious to their surroundings, Chu Xianer swiftly reached out, collecting their storage bags without a trace, pulling Long Qianying along. The three vanished from the small town in an instant. Long Qianying shook his head repeatedly. Recognizing Chu Xianer's penchant for mischief, such pranks on these ruffians could easily lead to trouble. Indeed, as Long Qianying had predicted, scarcely had they fled a few dozen miles when they were pursued. The strength of their pursuers was markedly superior to that of the thugs, akin to the heavens above and the earth below. Halt, you have slain our young master, and there is no escape for you. Whether in heaven or on earth, one of the elderly pursuers barked. Slain the young master, Long Qianying asked, bewildered. He had just inquired about the nature of the drug from Chu Xianer, who had assured him it was merely a common sedative, and that the victims would awaken after a few hours. And now, however, there were reports of a fatality. Hey, old man, what nonsense are you spouting? I only administered some ordinary hallucinogenic powder. Maximum they would do is faint. How could anyone possibly die? Chu Xianer exclaimed, equally taken aback by the claim of death, and immediately began to argue her case. Is there really a death? Why not return and see for yourself? Would I lie about such a thing? The elder scoffed dismissively. Long Qianying turned to Dihua, noticing his grave expression, which indicated the formidable strength of the elder before them, so much so that Dihua lacked confidence in defeating him. Chu Xianer began to panic. After all, she was just a girl, and if someone truly had died, it would be difficult to explain. Out, we did not kill anyone. You may return. Dihua finally spoke. Did not kill anyone? The shop assistants and many others around saw this girl dancing without drinking tea with the young master. Now that the young master is dead, yet she remains unharmed, who would believe that she is unrelated? Enough, come with me, and see how the master will deal with you, otherwise you shall all perish here. The elder seemed to have lost his patience, and if we refuse to return, Dihua stepped forward. Suddenly channeling his energy in preparation for battle. Refuse to return? That is not up to you. Why waste words with them? Just attack, roared several warriors who stood beside the elder. If that is the case, let us engage in combat. I am curious to see how you intend to capture us, Dihua replied, resigned to the confrontation. Among the three, only he possessed the highest cultivation level. Even if he could not win, he had to step forward. Prepare yourself. The elder, having reached his limit, swung his sword with little effort. Dihua formed his fingers into a claw. Boom! In an instant, Dihua was sent flying. He quickly discerned the disparity in strength. The elder was at the late stage of Spirit Void Realm, likely at the 7th or 8th level. The gap in power was immense, and Dihua was injured after a single exchange. Young master, quickly, you must flee. I will hold them off. Dihua struggled to instruct Long Qianying. Go, no one is leaving now, commanded the elder, as his followers swiftly surrounded the trio, with swords drawn. Long Qianying spoke up. Elder, we are willing to accompany you, but I have a condition that I hope you will consider. What condition could you possibly have? We are going. No need for excessive chatter. The elder was visibly impatient. If it is indeed we who killed your young master, capturing us would allow you to exact your revenge. However, if we are innocent, your young master will undoubtedly rest uneasily in death. The hidden dangers buried within your family will persist. Are you sure you wish to disregard my words? Long Qianying asserted confidently. The elder, a seasoned veteran, recognized the weight of this statement. Could it be that they truly were not the culprits? After a moment of contemplation, the elder replied, I am not afraid of you escaping. Speak, what is your condition? I wish to partake in the investigation of this matter, Long Qianying stated. That is not for me to decide, you must discuss it with the director upon our return. Very well, Long Qianying conceded, realizing that since they could not win, they needed a strategy to buy time, otherwise, they might be killed on the spot. The trio was escorted by the elder to a grand structure within the town. The so-called master, as he referred to him, was a wealthy individual named Tuoba Tian Dai. In the hall, a corpse lay prominently in the center. It was that arrogant thug, Tuoba Jiaying. Upon seeing Long Qianying and the others, Tuoba Tian immediately prepared for bloodshed, but the elder intervened, whispering something to him. Tuoba Tian's expression shifted between anger and contemplation. Ultimately, he begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Boy, you claim to know who killed him. If you want to take the lead, I will grant you one chance. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer within a day, the three of you will meet a most gruesome fate. This was Tuoba Tian's ultimatum. Had it not been for the delicate situation in the town, he would not have bothered with Long Qianying at all. Just as Chu Xianer was about to speak, Long Qianying interjected, very well. Perhaps it will not even take a day. How may we assist you? Tuoba Tian, already skeptical, decided to humor Long Qianying, eager to see how this young upstart planned to explain himself. No need for assistance. I merely wish to examine your young master's injuries. This statement left Tuoba Tian notably taken aback. You believe that by examining the wound, you will discern the cause of death and identify the murderer of Tuoba Jiaying? Who would believe such a thing? Nevertheless, Tuoba Tian did not press the matter further. He waved his hand, permitting Long Qianying to proceed with his examination. His compliance stemmed from the elder's unique status and the precarious situation within the town. He was preoccupied with resolving the matters at hand before addressing other concerns. Chapter 8. Steward Gu Jian. Long Qianying approached Tuoba Jiaying's corpse with an air of authority, feigning scrutiny. In reality, he had already utilized his clairvoyance upon entering, thoroughly assessing the body and understanding the particulars of the situation. His pretense was merely to avoid raising suspicion. After inspecting for a time, Long Qianying stood and addressed the warriors surrounding Tuoba Tian. He noticed a seemingly amiable steward exhibiting peculiar behavior. Using his clairvoyance once more, he discerned that, despite the steward's attempts to conceal it, his heartbeat had significantly quickened. Long Qianying understood. He approached Tuoba Tian and inquired, "Lord Tuoba, do you trust those around you?" "What do you mean? These household servants have been with me for many years and are always loyal. I trust them," Tuoba Tian replied. "Oh, but it seems your trust may not be reciprocated. I can tell you unequivocally that your son, Tuoba Jiaying, was killed by someone you hold in high regard." "What?" The moment these words escaped his lips, the servants surrounding Tuoba Jiaying erupted in outrage. "Nonsense, you're spouting lies. What evidence do you have?" Tuoba Tian struggled to suppress his fury. "Who was the first to arrive at the scene of Tuoba's death?" "It was Steward Mo. I sent him there. At the time, I merely stated that Jiaying had fainted due to a hallucinogenic drug, yet, upon his return, he was in this state." Long Qianying surveyed the area, then let Steward Mo step forward. As expected, the very individual Long Qianying had suspected, the seemingly affable steward, emerged. "I am here. What do you wish to prove?" The steward's demeanor was arrogant. "Please show us your concealed weapons." "Very well." The steward produced a row of flying daggers. "That is not what I meant." Long Qianying's gaze remained fixed upon Steward Mo. At that moment, the steward visibly trembled before regaining his composure. "I only used flying daggers. There are no other concealed weapons. Everyone here knows that. Surely you are not attempting to stall for time." Long Qianying pressed. "Steward Mo possesses another set of concealed weapons, yet he refuses to present them. I cannot make my case without them." Tuoba Tian appeared perplexed. "Young friend, he has been in my service for many years. He indeed only possesses flying daggers. I am well aware of this. Could you be mistaken, Lord Tuoba? I wager my life that he possesses another set of concealed weapons. I implore you to have him produce them." Seeing Long Qianying's unwavering confidence, Tuoba Tian began to take the matter seriously. "Steward Mo, is this true?" "Master, I do not have any," the steward insisted vehemently. Tuoba Tian reached toward the steward's left waist pocket and retrieved a cloth bag containing numerous steel balls. "What is this? Did you not claim to have none? Explain yourself." "This, Master, we servants have various means of self-defense. This is nothing unusual." Steward Mo continued to feign innocence. Tuoba Tian found himself in a quandary. Indeed, everyone has their secrets. A person will not reveal all their hidden cards. "Lord Tuoba, let me speak plainly. Your son's head bears steel balls identical to those in Steward Mo's possession. The true cause of your son's death is this very steel ball." "What?" Tuoba Tian exclaimed in shock, while Steward Mo's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Tuoba Tian cast a glance towards his son's head, momentarily uncertain whether to take action. It was the venerable elder who, with a leap, approached Tuoba Jiaying, discreetly exerting pressure with his hand. With a sharp sound, a steel ball shot forth from Tuoba Jiaying's skull. Indeed, it resembled the concealed weapon used by Mo Guanjia. "What do you have to say?" Tuoba Tian trembled, his voice hoarse. He could hardly fathom that his son had been murdered by the very person he trusted the most. "Why? Tell me, why?" Tuoba Tian advanced step by step towards Mo Guanjia, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. At this juncture, Long Qianying sensed that his involvement was no longer necessary. He promptly exited with Di Huo and Chu Xianair. Soon after, the building reverberated with roars, followed by Mo Guanzhou's anguished cries. The elder who led the pursuit of Long Qianying and the others seemed aware of their intent to depart and was the first to step outside to block their path. "The head of the Tuoba family is still in a fit of anger. You may stay at the residence for a few days until he concludes his matters, and he will surely express his gratitude." "Thank you. Please convey to the head of the Tuoba family that we have pressing matters and must hasten to Qinglingzong. Until we meet again." Long Qianying politely declined. You intend to go to Qinglingzong? Indeed, why not wait a few days? I am a steward of Qinglingzong named Gu Jiyan, due to some peculiar incidents in this town. The sect dispatched me to handle them. Once I conclude my tasks here, I too shall return to the sect. Long Qianing truly wished to avoid excessive entanglements with Tuoba Tian. However, with Gu Jiyan's words laid bare, refusal seemed inappropriate. Then I shall trouble Elder Gu. Long Qianing resolved to accompany Elder Gu to Qinglingzong. Days later, Tuoba Tian had nearly resolved matters within the clan and came to meet Long Qianing. Young hero Long, I am grateful for your assistance in eliminating the traitor. Had it not been for your intervention, matters would have been dire, Tuoba Tian said, rubbing his hands together, somewhat abashed. Head of the Tuoba family? I merely acted in accordance with the situation. As long as you do not hold Chu Xian'er accountable for drugging your son, all is well. This matter, it is entirely my son's folly. And I must also bear the blame for my lack of guidance. Alas, I never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. Tuoba Tian lamented, this town seems rather tumultuous. Can you elucidate the situation? Head of the Tuoba family, this is no secret. It is merely a struggle for interests. We were almost ensnared. Fortunately, with young hero Long uncovering the traitor, we managed to mitigate our losses, and the matter has now been resolved. Observing Tuoba Tian's reluctance to elaborate further, Long Qianing tactfully refrained from pressing for more information. After a moment's thought, Tuoba Tian produced a storage bag. This is a small token from the Tuoba family. I hope young hero Long will not disdain it. Long Qianing, lacking resources for cultivation, naturally accepted it. After all, they too were victims, and some compensation was only fitting. A few days later, Elder Gu Jiyan arrived. Under his guidance, the group set forth towards Qinglingzong. Along the way, Elder Gu Jiyan remarked, to join Qinglingzong, one must possess a minimum cultivation of Ling Su Jing or achieve Jin Shirin swordsmanship. I observed that both young Long and Miss Chu still have some distance to cover. It may be necessary to find a place to cultivate for a while. We also have a recommendation token. With that, Long Qianing handed the token given by the Ninglan County soldiers to Gu Jiyan. With this token, entry into the sect is permitted, starting from the position of a miscellaneous disciple. However, such a path makes it difficult to gain prominence. If one can pass the sect's examination for entry, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ups, along with differing resources and treatment. Chapter 9, The Misty Mountain Range. Long Qianing pondered before stating, Chu Xian'er and I choose to enter Qinglingzong through the examination. As for Senior Dihua, do you think it possible for him to be specially recruited or perhaps obtain a position as a steward? Gu Jiyan reflected for a moment before replying, to become a steward, one must at least attain the Huajing Jing level of cultivation. My position as a steward was granted through a fortunate coincidence. Having accomplished a feat, I made a minor contribution to the sect, and thus the higher-ups permitted it. This cannot be rushed. Gu Jiyan's words were still quite tactful, yet Long Qianing readily discerned the difficulties implied. Young master, I require no position as a steward. I merely wish to accompany you. Dihua candidly expressed, I harbor no doubts regarding your loyalty. However, at present, we must focus on enhancing our cultivation. Should we establish our own faction one day, we can return. Hearing Long Qianing's resolute words, Dihua understood his decision was final and chose not to press further. At this juncture, parting temporarily seemed the wisest course of action. Ultimately, Gu Jiyan led Dihua into Qinglingzong. While Long Qianing and Chu Xian'er sought a secluded cave outside the sect to attempt a breakthrough to Ling Su Jing, however, after nearly a month, they exhausted the cultivation resources provided by Tuoba Tian, yet remained unable to ascend to Ling Su Jing. Long Qianing gazed skyward, perplexed. Gu Jiyan had mentioned that once their cultivation reached Ling Su Jing, they could participate in the sect's examination at any time. Alternatively, they could await the triennial recruitment examination for disciples. Although both paths required the same level of cultivation, the implications of the sect's daily assessments and the grand examination differed significantly. The prodigies who emerged during the sect's grand examination were more likely to capture the attention of formidable sect experts, and some could even ascend to become inner disciples, core disciples, or even direct disciples. With half a year remaining until the grand examination, Long Qianing wrestled with the decision of whether to wait and compete against the world's youthful talents. It now appeared that regardless of his choice, waiting was inevitable. Long Qianing shared his thoughts with Chu Xian'er, who readily agreed. It was unclear what thoughts occupied her mind. She seemed disinterested in entering any sect for cultivation, merely wishing to be with Long Qianing. Long Qianing chose not to delve deeper into the matter and promptly departed the sphere of Qinglingzong's influence with Chu Xian'er. They resolved to journey and explore for a time, planning to return after 6 months. Long Qianing had long since devised a plan. he sought a location rich in spiritual energy, where he could cultivate while experiencing the worldly trials. He realized that over the past year, his rapid advancement in cultivation was perhaps too swift. Even with the suppression of the mysterious cloud deep within his consciousness, it remained an external force. In terms of his understanding of worldly experiences, he was still woefully inadequate, even lagging behind Chu Xian'er. Long Qianing traveled westward, where the towering mountains provided an ideal environment for martial practitioners to refine both body and mind. After more than 10 days, they arrived at a misty mountain range. Long Qianing attuned himself to the surroundings and discerned that the spiritual energy here was indeed more concentrated than in other locales. Moreover, the deeper one ventured, the more abundant the energy became. Situated not far from Qinglingzong, this cultivation paradise might well be the secluded abode of a great power. Taking this into account, Long Qianing refrained from recklessly delving deeper. The two settled at the periphery of the misty mountain range to meditate and cultivate. A day later, a figure landed before them, a young man of no more than 20 years. "You too, this is my master's cultivation ground. Please leave at once." Long Qianing and Chu Xian'er opened their eyes and exchanged glances, preparing to depart. "I meant you, she must stay," the young man spoke haughtily. His gaze fixated on Chu Xian'er, unabashedly filled with avarice. "Have you lost your mind?" Long Qianing retorted, showing no mercy. Over the past year, though he and Chu Xian'er had not explicitly acknowledged their feelings, they had faced life and death together, their hearts intertwined beyond the need for words. The youth's statement was tantamount to a death sentence. "What did you say? If you have the guts, repeat that." The young man seemed oblivious to the gravity of his words, continuing to provoke Long Qianing. "I said, are you out of your mind? Damn it, you're asking for death." Without further ado, he unleashed a punch towards Long Qianing. Touching upon a sensitive nerve, Long Qianing did not hold back, immediately employing his self-created sword technique, Daoyuan Yi Jian. With his recent cultivation breakthrough, its power was markedly enhanced. Bang! With a resounding thud, Long Qianing was struck in the chest by the young man's punch, sending him flying several dozen meters. Yet in that instant, Daoyuan Yi Jian miraculously struck the young man's arm, severing it cleanly and sending it flying further than Long Qianing. A piercing scream echoed through the valley. The young man, blinded by pain, felt his vision blur, his face contorted in agony. That he realized his family was doomed. Even if he were to shatter Long Qianing's body into a myriad of pieces, his own life would still be forfeit. Losing an arm, no matter how talented he was, he would ultimately be rendered a cripple. A cripple, this was something he could never have envisioned. One day, he would become a despised invalid, all stemming from his own foolish actions. "You are as good as dead." The young man's words seemed to emerge one by one, almost syllable by syllable. Such a tone might terrify others, but it held no sway over Long Qianing. Ever since he had been pierced through the chest and kicked into a bottomless abyss atop a high mountain, he had shed the notion of fear. In this world, there was not so much to be afraid of. As long as one was unafraid of death, it was others who should fear. "You should be grateful that you merely insulted my friend verbally. Should you take any further actions, it will not merely be a matter of losing an arm. I will end your life on the spot." Long Qianing's voice was icy, sending a shiver through Chu Xian'er, who stood beside him. The tremor she experienced was not only due to her deep appreciation for Long Qianing's protection but also the unexpected sight of her dragon brother in such a furious state. His imposing aura effectively subdued the young man, who clutched his bleeding arm, too intimidated to confront Long Qianing further. With a cold snort, Long Qianing led Chu Xian'er away from the misty mountain range. However, scarcely had they traveled a few hundred meters when Long Qianing suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion paling significantly. That last strike had come at a grave cost. He had exchanged his life force for that of his opponent, his cultivation level paled in comparison to his adversaries, and the only reason he had managed to sever the young man's arm was due to sheer surprise. Of course, the Daosource sword was indeed powerful enough. Chu Xian'er, alarmed, promptly supported Long Qianing and hurried away. Chapter 10. The Boundless Sword Technique. As Chu Xian'er and Long Qianing fled, they found themselves unwittingly heading toward the heart of the misty mountain range. Fortunately, the vast expanse of the mountains provided them with a temporary sanctuary. As night fell, the duo finally discovered a cave. Long Qianing, feeling somewhat weak, sat quietly to recuperate, while Chu Xian'er stood guard outside, vigilant against any disturbances. After circulating his energy for several cycles, Long Qianing felt his condition improve significantly. He then retrieved a diamond ring from his pocket, a prize taken from the severed arm of that arrogant young man. During their confrontation, in the blink of an eye, he had managed to seize the ring while severing the opponent's arm. Long Qianing understood that this was a storage ring, likely containing all of the young man's savings. He immediately focused his consciousness, attempting to dispel the mental restrictions placed upon it. Unfortunately, after much effort, he found himself unable to break through. Long Qianying had only recently embarked on his cultivation journey. Although he had heard of storage rings, he was unaware that his spiritual power was insufficient to dismantle the restrictions set by the young man. The thought of having risked his injuries to obtain a storage ring, only to be unable to access it, left him feeling a tinge of melancholy. After a long period of contemplation with no solution in sight, he gazed affectionately at Chu Xian'er outside the cave. If only he were stronger, how could he allow Xian'er to endure such hardships alongside him? With a resolute heart, he cast the storage ring into the mysterious sphere of light within his sea of consciousness. With a resonant hum, not only did the restrictions on the storage ring vanish, but the ring itself disintegrated into nothingness under the influence of this enigmatic orb. The cultivation stones and crystals within were instantly consumed by the light. However, this mysterious sphere seemed to possess a certain sentience. Recognizing Long Qianying's earnest desire to unravel the secrets of the ring, after a brief moment of discernment, it transmitted a piece of information to him. As if discarding trash, the boundless sword technique. Was it truly a sword technique? Long Qianying was taken aback. He indeed needed a sword technique, yet his current dilemma was not one of sword skills but of cultivation methods. Nevertheless, the sword technique was better than nothing. He steadied his mind and began to study the boundless sword technique meticulously. Initially, he was indifferent, but the more he read, the more astonished he became. Of this technique comprised only 3 forms. First form, Chaos Awakening. Second form, Boundless Light Shadow. Third form, Ethereal Annihilation. Yet the content within was exceedingly obscure and difficult to comprehend. Many of the energy manipulation methods and sword theories were entirely new to Long Qianying. The 3 sword forms were fundamentally different from the Daosource sword he had created. The Daosource sword was a product of synthesizing various techniques, somewhat aligning with Long Qianying's own style. In contrast, the boundless sword technique appeared to be a creation of a sword master. Infused with all of the creator's philosophies, it was entirely natural that Long Qianying struggled to grasp it at first. Observing Long Qianying in a daze, the mysterious orb in his sea of consciousness seemed unable to bear it any longer. With another flash of golden light, the boundless sword technique began to evolve. Within the orb, a blurry figure emerged, demonstrating the sword forms. Long Qianying watched closely, realizing that it was indeed the boundless sword technique he found difficult to understand. The indistinct figure moved gracefully with the sword, executing each form with precision and fluidity. In no time, it had performed the technique hundreds of times. At a certain moment, Long Qianying drew his own sword and began to mimic the blurred figure's movements. In that moment, he lost track of time. Perhaps it was tens of thousands of repetitions, or perhaps it spanned 3 days or a month. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Long Qianying. His body and the sword light fused into one. At that moment, he experienced a double delight. His cultivation not only broke through to the first layer of the spirit void realm, but his swordsmanship also advanced to the sword master level. Long Qianying's power had increased tremendously, and his entire demeanor transformed drastically. The resounding commotion caused the surrounding mountains to tremble. Chu Xian'er, awakened by the disturbance, rushed back into the cave and was filled with excitement upon witnessing Long Qianying's successful breakthrough. Long Qianying, brimming with vitality, realized that achieving a state of unity between body and sword indicated a profound connection with this technique. With a mere thought, he could unleash this move, harnessing all of his strength in a single stroke. At this point, the Chaos Heavenly Origin surpassed the Daosource sword, becoming yet another trump card for Long Qianying. Previously, he had exerted all his energy to unleash the Daosource sword, depleting his vital energy and leaving himself injured. Now, with the Chaos Heavenly Origin at his disposal, he had more options in battle. The tremendous noise, however, might attract unforeseen enemies. Both Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er sensed this danger and prepared to depart. Yet, they were a moment too late. Searching everywhere for you too, only to find you willingly walking into a trap. Outside the cave appeared the young man with the severed arm and an elder with flowing hair. Long Qianying stepped forward, emerging from the cave. Last time I spared your life. What, do you not wish to keep your other arm? Shut your mouth. If it weren't for your sneak attack, would I have lost to you? Very well then. Do you dare to have another duel? Long Qianying observed the elder standing motionless, his aura steady and profound, and realized there was no escape. He decided to confront them instead. Master, it is this brat who ambushed me, causing me to lose an arm. I want him dead. Very well, I shall rectify this injustice for you. The young man beamed with joy at the elder's words and turned to Long Qianying. With my master intervening, let us see how you die. Long Qianying understood that explanations would be futile, so he simply prepared for a fight. Suddenly, Chu Xian'er interjected. Are you Nangong Jin? The elder paused, scrutinizing Chu Xian'er closely. Forgive this old man for my lack of discernment. Who are you? Who I am is of no concern to you. Do I ask you, have you heard of Mingyue Palace, Tianwen? The elder pondered for a moment. Then his eyes widened in shock. Miss, I already said, you are not qualified to know. Yes, I was rude. I did not realize the esteemed lady had come. What brings you here? Nangong Jin's demeanor shifted dramatically. Losing all semblance of a formidable figure, master, this woman is not a good person either. Back then, smack, the young man was sent flying with a slap from Nangong Jin. Damn it, you foolish brat. Can't you see I'm bowing my head? Why are you still babbling? Truly seeking an early demise. Nangong Jin's expression reflected his frustration. Miss, this wayward disciple has spoken inappropriately. How shall we deal with him? Nangong Jin's posture had bent to a near 90-degree angle. This is no jest. Mingyue Palace, Tianwen is a taboo in the martial world. Whether I can preserve my life depends on this young lady's mood. A fool without insight is truly courting death. I'm merely spending time here with friends, and your disciple seeks to take me away upon first meeting. What do you think should be done? Chu Xian'er regarded Nangong Jin with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Chapter 11. Breaking through the spirit void realm, Nangong Jin was drenched in cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward to the young man. Do not blame your master. In your next life, strive to be a good person. With a decisive strike, Nangong Jin's palm landed on the young man's head. The youth barely had time to scream before collapsing limply to the ground. Long Qianying watched this unfold with astonishment. Who exactly was Xian'er? Why did Nangong Jin fear her so? Yet he refrained from voicing these questions. Everyone harbored their own secrets. As long as Xian'er was sincere with him, he cared little for such matters. Having dealt with the arrogant young man, Nangong Jin returned to stand before Chu Xian'er, remaining deferential and awaiting her judgment. Indeed, it was a matter of judgment that he dared not show even the slightest hint of offense. For her background was far too formidable. Very well, there is nothing else to discuss. The Misty Mountain range seems suitable. My friend and I will stay here for a while. You may go about your business. At last, Chu Xian'er spoke. Yes, Mississippi, I shall take my leave. Nangong Jin had intended to depart immediately, unwilling to remain in the presence of this enchantress. Senior Nangong, do not leave. At that moment, Long Qianying, having regained his composure, called out to Nangong Jin. Yes, there's something else, young master. Nangong Jin regarded Long Qianying with confusion. Senior Nangong, you misunderstand. You need not leave. We are merely utilizing the spiritual energy here for cultivation. We will depart shortly. Moreover, I have matters regarding cultivation that require your guidance. Long Qianying spoke politely, yet unfortunately Nangong Jin remained unappreciative. I have my own affairs. This place is merely somewhat tranquil. It hardly qualifies as a cultivation paradise. If you require it, consider it a gift to farewell. Though Nangong Jin politely declined Long Qianying's offer, he cast a glance at Chu Xian'er, his intentions clear. The decision to stay or leave rested solely with her. Long Qianying turned to look at Chu Xian'er as well. He sought to inquire about the Wuji sword technique from Nangong Jin, yet if Xian'er harbored any disdain for Nangong Jin, he would naturally not insist on retaining him. Nangong Jin, your manners are increasingly lacking. The matters concerning brother Qianying are indeed my own. Henceforth, you shall accompany him. Understood. However, given the lady's instructions, I must emphasize that this fellow's cultivation level is rather low. If he cannot withstand a single strike from me within 3 years, I shall not serve him. Very well, Xian'er replied with a sense of ease. 3 years? What 3 years? Her brother Qianying might very well be capable of battling him in just half a year. Why even discuss enduring a strike? Long Qianying had never before been looked down upon, and he found himself momentarily disheartened. Nangong Jin led the two of them, making several leaps, and they arrived at the heart of the Misty Mountain range, where a few simple wooden cabins stood, serving as Nangong Jin's training quarters. Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er shared one cabin. Initially, Long Qianying had intended for Nangong Jin to have his own cabin, but inexplicably Nangong Jin chose to fly up to a mountaintop, unwilling to stay too close to them. Xian'er, now is the time for you to break through to the spirit void realm. I shall guard you. Chu Xian'er nodded and immediately immersed herself in her training. Long Qianying then stepped outside the wooden cabin, sitting cross-legged in meditation as he began to practice the second form of the Wuji sword technique, Wuji Light Shadow. After Long Qianying left, Chu Xian'er opened her eyes within the cabin. Brother Qianying, I hope you do not betray my trust. Ultimately, my identity must be revealed. With a long sigh, she resumed her meditation. Long Qianying sat cross-legged outside the wooden cabin, closely observing the evolution of the Wuji sword technique's Wuji Light Shadow within his mind's eye. This technique was characterized by its swiftness. To achieve speed, the method of wielding the sword was one aspect, while refining the technique by eliminating the superfluous and simplifying the complex was another. The mysterious luminous sphere within his mind served to continuously repeat the movements of the sword technique. Merging it with intent, cultivation methods, and other elements to attain a state of perfection, time passed swiftly, and after 3 months of such training, the moment for Long Qianying's return to the Qingling sect drew near. It was during this time that Chu Xian'er, having undergone repeated refinement, finally achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation. Furthermore, it was not merely 1 or 2 levels, but a remarkable 3 levels. Long Qianying was astonished. Why was her cultivation speed faster than his? Could there be some secret? Concurrently, Long Qianying's Woji light shadow was also successfully refined. Gazing at Chu Xian'er, who radiated an extraordinary aura, Long Qianying was momentarily entranced. Xian'er, with your breakthrough in cultivation, have you considered which martial techniques to pursue? Chu Xian'er replied, I see that you have a fondness for swords, and I too share that passion, so let us focus on swordsmanship. Coincidentally, I have recently gleaned some insights and learned a few sword techniques. I shall impart them to you very well, Chu Xian'er responded. Though she harbored some doubt, Long Qianying was somewhat mysterious, yet ultimately, his time in the cultivation world was still too brief. What formidable sword techniques could a newcomer possess? Observing her expression, Long Qianying understood her skepticism. Originally intending to teach her 3 techniques, he merely pointed to her brow and imparted the Daosource sword. At first, Chu Xian'er was indeed unconvinced. However, upon careful study she was greatly surprised. The Daosource sword had long surpassed the realm of spirit void. It was a genuine swordsmanship masterpiece. Overjoyed, she insisted on Long Qianying imparting the remaining sword techniques to her. Brother Qianying, with such excellent sword techniques, you will certainly pass them on to Xian'er, won't you? Otherwise, if I am bullied outside, you will surely be saddened. Long Qianying had never intended to keep it from her. And under Chu Xian'er's earnest pleas, he naturally shared all he knew. With the sword techniques acquired, Chu Xian'er re-entered the wooden cabin for intensive training. It took nearly 2 months for her to master the Daosource sword. Chaos Open Origin, and the Wuji Light Shadow. At that time, Long Qianying was still engaged in learning the 3rd form of the Wuji sword technique, Ethereal Obliteration. Regrettably, after 2 months, he had only grasped some insights but had yet to fully refine this final move. As the time for the Qingling sect's assessment approached, Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er prepared to depart. Where are you two headed? Nangong Jin appeared. Senior, we are going to participate in the Qingling sect's disciple assessment. We must take our leave. Long Qianying stepped forward and respectfully cupped his fists in greeting. I say, you needn't be so formal. What, senior and junior? Did you not hear Miss Chu say that I am to accompany you? That was merely a suggestion. You have been training here in the Misty Mountain Range. How could you possibly have the time to stay by my side? Nonsense, Miss Chu's arrangements are not to be taken lightly. Truly ignorant, Long Qianying found himself at a loss against the old man's relentless remarks. Chapter 12, Sect Assessment. After half a year of external training, Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er had amassed considerable gains. Their cultivation had advanced, and their combat strength had significantly increased. However, apart from hunting demonic beasts, they had not accrued much practical combat experience. Perhaps in actual confrontation, there was still much for them to learn. Nevertheless, they possessed certain advantages, namely their training in the Wuji sword technique, which was of no low grade and could perhaps compensate for their lack of combat experience. More than 10 days later, the 3 entered the core area of the Qingling sect, where the magnificent palace structures were now clearly visible. At this point, Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er began to feel troubled. Nangong Jin was a formidable expert and could not possibly accompany them into the Qingling sect. Yet Nangong Jin was rather obstinate. When Chu Xian'er instructed him to stay close to Long Qianying and provide assistance as needed, he complied without question. After a moment's thought, Chu Xian'er said to Nangong Jin, you may cultivate freely on the nearby mountaintop of the Qingling sect. We shall contact you when needed. Nangong Jin readily agreed and departed. The two continued towards the gates of the Qingling sect. At this time, the Qingling sect was bustling with activity. Not only were many elders and deacons busy with the triennial disciple assessment, but numerous disciples were also preparing, as their relatives and friends were coming to participate in this assessment. With less than 2 days until the assessment, tens of thousands of outstanding young talents from all directions had gathered outside the Qingling sect's gates. Being of youthful exuberance, friction was inevitable. Fortunately, killing was strictly prohibited within the Qingling sect. So while conflicts arose daily, there was a degree of restraint. Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er, wishing to avoid unnecessary troubles, chose to wait in a relatively secluded area. However, some matters were ultimately unavoidable. Chu Xian'er, strikingly beautiful even without adornment, inevitably attracted the attention of numerous young talents. Damn, this fellow is quite fortunate in love. Indeed, it resembles flowers placed in cow dung. If killing were permitted within the Qingling sect, this fellow might not survive. The various voices echoed in Long Qianying's ears. He remained indifferent. as long as they did not mention names, what could he do? It was better to feign ignorance, while Long Qianying could endure. Chu Xian'er could not. She discreetly transmitted a message to Nangong Jin instructing him to silence these nuisances. Consequently, peculiar occurrences began to unfold before the gates of the Qingling sect, just after someone spoke ill of Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er. They suddenly found themselves unable to speak, their faces contorted. Some esteemed disciples, having just had their say, unexpectedly stumbled and fell, suffering broken limbs or momentarily losing their senses. Many young talents were left speechless in astonishment. As these incidents continued to occur around Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er, and particularly to those who had spoken ill of them, the atmosphere gradually quieted around them, with many realizing that the two were not to be trifled with. 2 days later, a powerful voice resonated from within the Qingling sect. Those under the age of 18 with cultivation at the spirit void realm or above may enter the Qingling sect for the assessment. Those who do not meet the requirements, please leave immediately. Any who attempt to enter forcefully will bear the consequences. As the voice fell, countless figures surged towards the gates. Bang! The sound of bodies exploding and anguished cries echoed. Once more, those who do not meet the requirements should refrain from entering the gates. The voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The crowd continued to surge in, yet occasionally some dared to take risks. Bang! Amidst the rushing throng, bodies exploded with alarming frequency. This scene left Long Qianying incredulous. Having issued a warning, why would they still dare to take such risks? Such a death was simply not worth it. What he did not know was that the cultivation world had always been fiercely competitive. Many lacked resources, connections, or guidance, and for them to break through their cultivation barriers was exceedingly difficult. Someone with his extraordinary talent and fortuitous fate was indeed a rarity. Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er were nearly the last to enter the Qingling sect. Looking around, they saw that at least 200,000 young talents had gathered to participate in the assessment. All were concentrated in a spacious area within the sect. No one spoke. Those who had come here immediately sat cross-legged, seemingly meditating. The spiritual energy here is quite abundant. It allows for some cultivation. Serving as a reward for the participants, Chu Xian'er remarked, "Let us also take the opportunity to cultivate." Long Qianying nodded, and he and Chu Xian'er began to cultivate on the spot. The Wuji sword technique was not only a martial skill but also a cultivation method. An intriguing discovery Long Qianying made after his breakthrough. Even more astonishing was that, as a cultivation method, the Wuji sword technique was of no low rank. As Long Qianying activated the Wuji sword technique, his mind entered a state of ethereality. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy converged towards him. This state persisted for half a day, during which many participants experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation. Long Qianying initially found it challenging to break through. But at the moment his training was about to conclude, a gentle force enveloped him, and with a resonant hum, the somewhat thick barriers of his realm shattered instantaneously. His cultivation ascended to the second layer of the Lingshu realm. Realizing that a powerful entity from the Qingling sect was assisting him, Long Qianying felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Raising his gaze, he saw before him a silver-haired elder among the more than 10 assessment elders on the arena. Watching him with a smile that seemed to hold a hint of amusement, Long Qianying nodded in gratitude. Although the mighty beings on the arena had aided more than just him, this was his first breakthrough achieved with external assistance. And the experience felt distinctly different. Now let us commence the first round of the assessment. The task is quite simple. It is a test of comprehension. Only those who pass this first round will be eligible to know the content of the second round of assessment. Do you all see the stone door to the left ahead? Those who pass through it will enter the venue for the second round of assessment. Those who do not meet the standards will be automatically transported outside the mountain gate. Let us begin immediately. Some individuals rose and walked towards the stone door. What lay within remained a mystery. As soon as one entered, they vanished in an instant. Among the 200,000 participants, it took just a few hours for them to complete this phase. Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er chose to enter last. Upon stepping inside, Long Qianying felt his body lighten, as if all his powers were rendered impotent. He floated weightlessly in the dark void of the stone door. Inside, it was utterly pitch black. His body moved, albeit at a slow pace. However, when Long Qianying utilized his clairvoyant abilities, he found that they remained unaffected. In this dark passageway, he could perceive what others could not, clusters of green light traversing through his sea of consciousness. What was the purpose of this? Could these green lights measure a warrior's innate talent for cultivation? A wave of confusion washed over Long Qianying. The green light seeped into his sea of consciousness, initially eliciting no response. It was only when these green lights made contact with a mysterious golden glow within his sea of consciousness that a reaction occurred. Suddenly, Long Qianying felt his body propelled forward at great speed. With a whoosh, he emerged from the testing passage, landing in an environment rich with spiritual energy. This was not outside the mountain gate. A glance reassured him that he had not been eliminated. In fact, he might have been the first to pass the first round of assessment, for there was not a single figure in sight. Chapter 13, Ethereal Annihilation. What Long Qianying was unaware of was that at this moment, dozens of elders, including the Vice Sect Master Qi Heng, were intently observing the assessment site atop a high mountain in the Qingling Sect. Sect Master Qi, I believe you mentioned that if someone were to emerge from the stone passage within a day, they would break the record for the first round of assessment. An elder inquired. Indeed, this stone passage is quite mysterious. It is unclear where the first sect master acquired it. It is remarkably accurate in testing a warrior's cultivation talent, replied Vice Sect Master Qi Heng. Then, by this logic, those with low cultivation talent would find it exceedingly difficult to emerge from the stone passage. Theoretically, yes. However, to prevent such occurrences, previous sect masters convened the sect's formidable beings to adjust the stone passage. Anyone who has not emerged after a month will be automatically eliminated. If someone truly can emerge within a day, would that secret mission mentioned by the sect master be activated? Indeed, the sect master has awaited this for many years. Yet the person he spoke of has yet to appear. Alas, I wonder how many more years we must wait. As they conversed, a flash of blue light flickered before them, and a figure materialized. How could someone have passed the first round of assessment in less than half a day? Vice Sect Master Qi Heng and the group of elders were perplexed, suspecting their eyes were deceiving them. Upon closer inspection, they found a silhouette appearing in the venue for the second round of assessment. They're a mistake. In less than half a day, someone has passed the first round. The senior members of the sect released their spiritual senses, scrutinizing the situation carefully. After a considerable time, an elder, his voice trembling, spoke. Sect Master Qi, there is no issue with the assessment. The person you awaited has appeared. What? Everyone stood in astonishment. They needed to verify this thoroughly. No care could be taken lightly. After some time, the elder returned to Qi Heng's side. Vice Sect Master Qi, I have conducted a complete review, and the assessment is flawless. This individual truly took only half a day. Oh, all present, including Qi Heng, fell into a stunned silence. Should we report this to the sect master? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Heng replied, this is a matter of great significance. I suggest we isolate him for observation. Once he completes all assessments, we shall make our decision. With a wave of his hand, Long Qianying was transferred to another area. Upon arriving, Long Qianying noticed that the spiritual energy here was even more abundant than in the previous location, prompting him to settle down and cultivate. Unbeknownst to him, over 20 days elapsed. With a hum, Long Qianying's body trembled as he broke through the barrier of the third layer of the Lingshu realm. Spiritual energy surged around him like a tidal wave, and in less than a day, his cultivation was firmly established. Still, he found himself utterly alone. While Long Qianying felt perplexed, he pushed aside his concerns about Chu Xian'er. Being unable to attend to everything was no reason to torment himself. He resolved to focus on his own path. 10 days later, he felt a lightness in his body, as though he had been moved once again. Before him now stood fewer than 20,000 prodigies. Congratulations to all of you, you have passed the first round of assessment. As you can see, our sect's elimination rate is quite high. While it is commendable that you remain, unfortunately, the sect can only accept 200 disciples, thus, we must extend our apologies to those who will be eliminated. Now, let us commence the second round of testing. One elder spoke, casting a meaningful glance towards Long Qianying. As everyone waited, they did not find themselves transported to any secret realm or testing ground. All remained motionless. What were they doing? With no testing items presented, would they simply remain here? Many talented youths began to grow restless. Days passed without the assessment elders reappearing. 5 days later, the increasingly agitated prodigies began to vanish one by one. Long Qianying, unable to comprehend the situation, chose to sit down with Chu Xian'er to absorb the abundant spiritual energy around them. Gradually, he realized that the spiritual energy here was becoming even denser. A thought struck him. Logically, with 20,000 people absorbing spiritual energy, it should thin out, not become more concentrated. Seemingly grasping something, Long Qianying ceased his concerns and immersed himself in his cultivation. When he reached a state of ethereal clarity, his primordial spirit began to drift. Eventually, Long Qianying found himself in a battlefield devoid of any sense of time, where warriors clashed incessantly, and cries of agony filled the air without pause. Initially, he felt agitated. In such an environment, cultivation seemed nearly impossible. For most, it would be a source of distraction, leading to potential peril. Yet, Long Qianying persevered, practicing the Wuji Jianzhu amidst the piles of corpses, striving to master the third sword. Ethereal annihilation. This technique was profound and intricate. Despite his insights, he struggled to master it. Determined to push through this mountain of corpses and blood, he sought a breakthrough. As he glimpsed the light of success, severed heads began to roll before him, their contorted faces eliciting a wave of revulsion that caused his true energy to dissipate, and he spat blood in shock. How could this happen? Long Qianying pondered deeply. After a period of meditation, he took up his long sword once more, swinging it relentlessly. Gradually, he lost all sense of self, forgetting the battlefield, the blood, and the sword. The moment his mind reached a state of ethereal clarity, the long sword finally harmonized with him. A flash of golden light signified the successful mastery of ethereal annihilation. With a single strike, the heavens and earth trembled, and even the battlefield around him shattered completely. Simultaneously, Long Qianying's true form vanished from his seated position. Upon the unification of his spirit and body, Long Qianying entered an entirely new realm. Here, he found himself alone once more, with only gentle energies cascading from the sky, enveloping him like a spring breeze. Under the influence of this soothing energy, in less than an hour, he experienced yet another breakthrough, ascending to the fourth layer of the Lingshu realm. However, Long Qianying sensed that this gentle energy felt unique, as if it were a gift not meant for this world. In truth, the elders and powerful beings atop the mountain who observed Long Qianying's passage through the second round were oblivious to this extraordinary energy, attributing his prowess solely to his exceptional talent and the vast amounts of spiritual energy he absorbed. Vice Sect Master Qi, what are your thoughts? An astonished elder inquired. Indeed, he is remarkably talented. The second round assesses a person's willpower, and the best recorded time is 10 days. Who would have thought this young man accomplished it in merely 2 days? Although Vice Sect Master Qi Hong endeavored to contain his emotions, the excitement was palpable. Chapter 14. The Assessment's Secret Realm. Long Qianying's performance was exceedingly extraordinary, prompting Deputy Sect Master Qi Hong to wave his hand and isolate him once more. Long Qianying felt a shift in the scenery. Finding himself in a relatively tranquil location, the landscape was splendid, adorned with mountains and waters, flowers and trees. Naturally, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was more abundant here, although Long Qianying was unaware of why the other candidates had not appeared. For him, as long as he and Xu Xian'er had not been eliminated, everything else was inconsequential. He had never been one to worry about others. Long Qianying immersed himself in cultivation, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy of this realm. He had a premonition that this sect examination would be fiercely competitive. Out of 200,000 participants, only 200 spots were available. He seemed to recall Gu Jian mentioning that in the past, thousands of disciples were recruited at once. With such a significant reduction this time, the competition would undoubtedly be intense. Thus, he resolved to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. After more than 20 days, a strange sound emanated from within Long Qianying. He had successfully broken through to the 5th level of the Lingshu realm. He continued to cultivate until a few days later, when he reappeared before the others. At that time, the remaining candidates had dwindled to fewer than 2,000. Xu Xian'er had also successfully passed the second round of assessments. Congratulations, little ones, for overcoming the second challenge. To be honest, reaching this stage signifies your exceptional capabilities. I hope you continue to excel in the next phase. The third round would determine the final 200 disciples, as well as the top 10 among the newly admitted. It was necessary to inform you in advance that your souls would manifest in a secret realm. Although you would not face true death during the struggle within the secret realm, repeated defeats would cause your strength to diminish. It could even shatter your resolve, leaving you despondent. Is there anyone wishing to withdraw? Silence enveloped the crowd. Withdraw? How absurd! Having come this far, with success in sight, who would choose to retreat? No one stepped back. Excellent. Long Qianying and Xu Xian'er understood that this final round was of great significance. Unconsciously, their hands clasped together, marking their true connection. Perhaps they were undaunted, yet this time was different from the previous two. Should they be defeated multiple times, their strength would wane, leading to elimination or even potential demise. Both were merely youths under 20, and a sense of tension lingered. Brother Qianying, your Wuji sword technique is remarkable. Perhaps you can contend for a spot in the top 10. The rewards for the top 10 could be quite substantial. You must strive for it. Alright, I shall do my best. As they spoke, a cloud enveloped them, and they vanished in an instant. After a brief displacement, they found themselves in an isolated space. The elder overseeing the assessment had disappeared. A voice resonated in their ears. In this secret realm, there are 200 sect tokens. To find a token is to become an official disciple of Qingling's sect, once the 200 tokens are discovered. The remaining participants will be teleported out of the sect. The final 200 may freely compete for the tokens. After 1 month, your rankings among the newly admitted disciples will be determined based on the number of tokens acquired. Good luck with the examination. With that, the voice faded away. Within the secret realm, the atmosphere grew eerie. No one knew where the enemies lurked, nor the whereabouts of the tokens. The elder's words did not imply that killing was prohibited during the search for tokens. In fact, it suggested the opposite. This was indeed a harsh reality. No one knew when the tokens would be claimed. To ensure their passage through the assessment, one could only continue to struggle and seize opportunities. Fortunately for Long Qianying, Chu Xian'er had not separated from him this time. As long as they maintained their strategies, they might endure until the end. This space lacked celestial bodies. The faint light emanated from various luminous entities. While not overly bright, it was sufficient to illuminate the secret realm. Such an environment seemed tailored for Long Qianying. After his breakthrough, his clairvoyance appeared to have intensified, allowing him to perceive distances of several kilometers. In other words, as long as Long Qianying wished, he could detect every movement within a few kilometers around him. Of course, the world was vast, filled with numerous talented individuals, each possessing their own methods. Thus, nothing was absolute. To ensure Chu Xian'er's safety, Long Qianying began to scout the area. Before long, they stumbled upon a concealed cave. Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er delved into cultivation. The spiritual energy in this secret realm was rich, and they decided to enhance their strength before proceeding. Exiting now would not only expose them to others but also entail risks. Furthermore, even if they acquired a token, it might not be secure. Long Qianying observed repeatedly, noticing that many prodigies here were at the later stages of the Lingshu realm. If it came to a one-on-one confrontation, he lacked confidence in securing a victory. Moreover, while he could join forces with Chu Xian'er, the same could not be said for others. It was possible that these individuals were prodigies from various major factions, likely familiar with one another, making temporary alliances all too easy. Therefore, improving their cultivation and strength was of the utmost urgency. Having gained some opportunities during the first 2 assessments, Chu Xian'er was now at a higher level than Long Qianying, having reached the 5th layer of the Lingshu realm. After some contemplation, Long Qianying pointed his finger to Chu Xian'er's brow, imparting the void annihilation technique to her. He dedicated a day to help her master this formidable technique. Subsequently, they continued their cultivation until half a month had passed, at which point they awakened. Their cultivation naturally progressed to a new realm. Half the time had elapsed. They needed to venture out in search of the sect tokens. The space of this secret realm was vast, and the tokens would not be easily found. They circled around, discovering nothing. In fact, they had yet to encounter any of the other candidates, which left Long Qianying puzzled. With nearly 2,000 participants, it was improbable that everyone had concealed themselves, activating his clairvoyance. He expanded his consciousness over several kilometers. Indeed, Long Qianying discovered that many individuals had taken refuge. It appeared that everyone was astute enough to know that revealing themselves would lead to pursuit. Thus, they awaited the final opportunity. If they were all lying in wait, then he would take the opposite approach. Long Qianying devised a plan. With his clairvoyance, he could avoid many dangers. The duo navigated through the secret realm, scouting for opportunities. One day, atop a mountain by a small lake, Long Qianying detected with his spiritual sense that amidst the cracks in the rocks lay 2 objects, neither gold nor jade, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Upon inspecting the crevice, he indeed found the sect tokens, clearly inscribed with the character for Qing. This must be the sect's tokens for this assessment. Long Qianying was elated and promptly handed 1 token to Chu Xian'er. She did not refuse. After all, with Long Qianying's capabilities, finding another token would not pose a challenge. However, what transpired next left Long Qianying astonished and even enraged. Chapter 15. Spiritual crystals. Ha ha. Suddenly, a chorus of laughter echoed around them. These 2 truly are remarkable. They managed to uncover the last 2 tokens. We have searched for so long without any success. It seems that young Master Lu has keen insight. Long Qianying looked up to see that over 100 people had inexplicably gathered around him. Not just over 100, but including themselves, there were precisely 200 individuals. Undoubtedly, at the moment Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er obtained the tokens, the remaining candidates had been teleported out. This meant that Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er had officially become disciples of Qingling's sect. Now, what remained was the contest for the top 10 positions. Suddenly, Chu Xian'er shattered the token in her hand, and she was enveloped by a beam of white light that whisked her away. Brother Qianying, I will wait for you outside. Long Qianying immediately understood. Xian'er feared he might hesitate and hold him back. He resolved to prepare diligently to secure a favorable ranking. Long Qianying pondered this. But before he could finalize his next plan, an adversary struck. Bang! A swift punch collided with Long Qianying's sword. This marked Long Qianying's true battle against an expert of the Lingshu realm. The outcome was not as favorable as he had hoped. He was sent flying, tasting blood in his mouth. This authentic confrontation was indeed unlike anything he had envisioned. Long Qianying had fought countless beasts in the past, having slain at least tens of thousands. Yet, beasts were not humans. The agility of a person was simply unparalleled. Even the slightest difference could lead to vastly different outcomes. The opposing side, outnumbering him, meant Long Qianying should not engage, but he desired to spar with them. To gauge his true combat prowess, this exchange, although he suffered a setback, also settled his mind. The Lingshu realm was not so daunting after all. Of the nearly 200 individuals before him were all rallying around a certain Lu. They believed that Long Qianying, being alone, would not pose a significant threat, thus, they chose to stand back and observe. Regaining his composure, Long Qianying resolved to fight again. If it came to it, he would devise an escape plan. Drawing his sword, his aura surged. Long Qianying initiated the assault, employing the chaotic opening technique. Bang! The opponent quickly rallied, throwing a punch in response. The two soon found themselves locked in combat. Long Qianying persistently utilized the chaotic opening technique to counterattack. After dozens of exchanges, he began to acclimate to the rhythm of battle. The opposing prodigy grew increasingly agitated. Having failed to subdue Long Qianying for so long was already embarrassing enough. A defeat would make it even harder for him to lift his head in the future. With a moment's lapse in attention, Long Qianying's long sword pierced through his arm. The excruciating pain ignited a furious wrath within him. I will have your life. He unleashed a punch imbued with all his might. Directed at Long Qianying. Come on! Long Qianying deftly altered the momentum of his sword, augmenting the force in his grip. Bang! His opponent was sent flying by a single strike, leaving a gaping wound on his chest that exposed bone. His breath faltered instantly. Though he yearned to continue the fight, he was intercepted by the young prodigy surnamed Lu. Who else dares to challenge? Long Qianying eagerly sought to accumulate practical combat experience. After all, these individuals would not relent, so he might as well be audacious and issue a direct challenge. I shall give it a try. A young man clad in blue robes leapt forward. Neither side seemed inclined to inquire about the other's name, for this was the realm of assessment. Everyone's objective was merely to seize the opponent's sect token, not to engage in friendly sparring. After 2 hours of fierce combat, having mastered the second move of the infinite light shadow, Long Qianying wounded the blue-robed youth with a single stroke, seizing the moment while his opponent was momentarily stunned. Long Qianying swiftly darted into the nearby dense forest. There was no other choice. His aim was to gauge his true combat prowess. At this juncture, it was clear that as long as he was of the same level, Long Qianying was virtually unbeatable. He could sense the buildup of his opponent's power. Each feint and true strike was laid bare before his perceptive abilities. In a few swift movements, Long Qianying vanished from sight. Pursue him, this lad was cunning. All that had transpired was merely a performance aimed at creating this very moment of escape. However, the situation had since shifted. When there were 2,000 individuals in the secret realm, they could momentarily unite. Now, each person was focused solely on the tokens of others, who would heed the commands of another. Indeed, many remained rooted to the spot. The young man surnamed Lu wore a look of embarrassment. In this delay, Long Qianying's figure had already disappeared. This outcome had been calculated by Long Qianying. What he did not anticipate was that even the so-called leader did not pursue him. Long Qianying was acutely aware that from this moment forth, the ensuing days in the secret realm would be fraught with peril. While death was not guaranteed, the likelihood of severe injury loomed large. He must find a way to elevate his cultivation. 10 days' time might not yield nothing. At present, Long Qianying could only be considered moderately skilled. Should he directly vie for a spot in the top 10, it seemed beyond his reach. He understood that soon the tokens would undoubtedly concentrate in the hands of a select few. Many would continue to bide their time, adopting a steady approach to seize tokens from others. Should individuals band together to form teams, the odds would shift further against him alone. Unless he possessed overwhelming strength, achieving success would be arduous. Long Qianying began to hasten toward the more remote areas of the secret realm. His sole desire was to find a place to cultivate and strive for a breakthrough to a higher realm. A day later, Long Qianying found himself before a great mountain. He had come here drawn by the allure of a mysterious light in his sea of consciousness. Activating his perceptive abilities, he discovered a concealed door set in a sheer cliff. Within, something seemed to beckon the enigmatic light. After considerable effort, Long Qianying stood before the hidden door. Examining it closely, he summoned all his strength and pushed it with force. The door began to turn. Revealing a long passageway. Entering the passage, he deftly avoided traps and pressed deeper. After traversing several thousand meters, the cave widened significantly, and he eventually beheld several stone chambers. Long Qianying explored each in turn. Within the first 2 chambers, he uncovered a storage ring. This ring was of higher quality, boasting a capacity far exceeding that of any he had previously encountered. Cautiously, he cast the storage ring into the mysterious light within his sea of consciousness. Using its power to dispel the restrictions, indeed, the contents of the storage ring were commendable. Dozens of cultivation techniques and martial skills lay within. These items held little immediate value. Long Qianying could only stow them away for now. It was only upon examining the final 6 stone chambers that he discovered a cache of spirit crystals. Spirit crystals were vastly superior to spirit energy. Even the most concentrated spirit energy could not compare. Long Qianying was elated. He promptly settled into a meditative position to commence his cultivation. Time was of the essence, and Long Qianying felt a growing urgency. He unleashed numerous spirit crystals, activating the infinite sword technique. And countless pure energies flooded into his dantian, causing his aura to surge. After expending tens of thousands of crystals, a soft sound emanated from Long Qianying. He successfully broke through to the 6th layer of the spiritual void realm. Remarkably, this breakthrough had only taken 2 days. Furthermore, due to the exceptionally pure energy of the spirit crystals, he felt no sense of instability following his advancement. 3 days later, he achieved another breakthrough. This time, however, he consumed a staggering 100,000 spirit crystals. The stone chambers contained an estimated 500,000 crystals. Long Qianying had initially intended to reserve some for Chu Xian'er, but now he was uncertain if any would remain. 5 days later, Long Qianying successfully advanced to the 8th layer of the spiritual void realm, yet he still had over 100,000 spirit crystals remaining, which were insufficient for a breakthrough to the 9th layer. Long Qianying shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. The resources he required for advancement were indeed immense, increasing exponentially each time. He was left pondering where he might procure further cultivation resources. Calculating the time, the assessment would conclude in less than 2 days. He could not afford to wait any longer. He swiftly exited the cave, heading toward the core of the secret realm. He's here. We must eliminate him. As Long Qianying made his way, he suddenly sensed an ambush waiting for him. With a cold smirk, he mused, I do not seek you out, yet you come to me. In that case, why should I hold back? With his sword drawn, he unleashed an overwhelming force. The hidden prodigies were left bewildered, sustaining grave injuries before they could comprehend the situation. These individuals were all at the 6th or 7th layer of the spiritual void realm. And under Long Qianying's formidable assault, they quickly lost their capacity to resist. With a flick of his hand, he added more than 10 tokens to his storage ring. He continued onward toward the core region. Along the way, Long Qianying encountered several scattered ambushes, but they proved futile. Not only did the ambushes fail, but they were also robbed by Long Qianying. A day later, he had amassed nearly 30 tokens within his storage ring. Many had already been teleported out of the secret realm. With less than half a day remaining, the assessment would soon conclude. Long Qianying estimated that these 30 tokens might secure him a place in the top 10. However, the top 10 was not his ultimate goal. He needed to seize at least 80 or 90 tokens to have a chance. He resolved to take action, for no real harm would come to him. He might not care to resort to such measures, but if he did not seize from others, they would surely take from him. The outcome was all about ranking, since it was a competitive scenario. He would indeed take what he could. Nonetheless, Long Qianying harbored a flicker of compassion. While making his way to the core region, he spotted 2 young women. After some contemplation, he ultimately refrained from acting against them. The 2 women noticed Long Qianying, but, sensing they lacked assurance of victory, they merely exchanged glances before parting ways. In a secluded valley, Long Qianying finally encountered the formidable opponent of the secret realm, the young prodigy surnamed Lu. Kid, this time, let us see where you will flee. Hand over your tokens first. His tone was brash, as though he were the kingpin of this domain. If you want the tokens, you may come and take them. The Lu surname prodigy seemed entirely dismissive of Long Qianying boldly approaching to claim his tokens. Calculating the perfect distance for an attack, Long Qianying wasted no time in executing his void annihilation technique. Caught completely off guard, the Lu surname youth had no time to react and was instantly overwhelmed, vanishing from the secret realm. The tokens on his person swiftly flew into Long Qianying's possession. Upon counting, he discovered he had acquired over 30 tokens. If even he possessed only 30, it was likely that the others had not fared any better. Thus, there seemed little point in continuing to seize tokens. Standing in the core region of the secret realm, Long Qianying awaited the conclusion of the assessment in silence. The others, observing Long Qianying's demeanor of a seasoned expert, felt a chill in their hearts and refrained from confronting him. Suddenly, all participants in the assessment were whisked away by a surge of power, returning to their original forms. 200 individuals stood up, and the elder overseeing the assessment also rose to his feet. One elder stepped forward. Congratulations to all of you, you have officially become disciples of the Qingling sect. Please look above your heads. The number of sect tokens is clearly visible. Long Qianying glanced upward and indeed saw dozens of glowing points above him. In contrast, others had at most around 20, including the 2 women he had encountered, each bore over 10 points. It seemed entering the top 10 was assured. Suddenly, an idea struck Long Qianying that he focused his consciousness. And 20 glowing points began to drift toward Chu Xian'er. Long Qianying exerted his willpower to firmly hold the points in place above her head. It was indeed feasible. Long Qianying felt a wave of relief. Xian'er had chosen to withdraw early to avoid burdening him. Had she failed to enter the top 10 and thus missed out on the sect's rewards, he would have felt guilty. An elder cast a glance at Long Qianying but did not intervene, indicating that such direct gifting was permissible. After the tally was complete, Long Qianying had 42 tokens, ranking first. Chu Xian'er had 20 tokens, placing her sixth. The young prodigy surnamed Lu shot a venomous glare at Long Qianying. He originally had the opportunity to secure a position among the top 3, but provoked Long Qianying and was defeated in a single strike. Now, he holds no rank. Long Qianying paid him no mind. Surely one cannot expect to seize from others while forbidding others from taking from oneself. Moreover, given Long Qianying's pace of cultivation, anyone who has been defeated by him is unlikely to have a second chance at victory. The remaining disciples dispersed. Those who placed in the top 10 were led by an elder before the deputy sect leader, Qi Hong. I am Qi Hong, the deputy sect leader. You are the victors of this sect's grand examination. Naturally, the sect shall reward you handsomely. In addition to a chance for the sacred bath and the heavenly pool, the top 3 in the first place will receive distinct rewards. With that, Qi Hong departed swiftly, leaving Elder Luo Tianen to guide them into the heavenly pool for the sacred bath. Follow me, said Luo Tianen. The group hastened to keep up. After half an hour of brisk walking, they arrived at a valley behind the sect. Climbing to the summit of a large mountain, they indeed beheld a pond measuring several feet in circumference. Curiously, the water within was a vibrant green. What kind of water could possibly be green? Eyes widened in bewilderment, the group gazed in confusion. This is a precious green spiritual liquid formed through the convergence of the essence of heaven and earth and the environment of this valley. Each absorption requires 3 years for restoration, making it a treasured possession of our Qingling sect. This is also why we recruit disciples every 3 years. Luo Tianen explained slowly. Chapter 17. Master of the Qingling sect. This examination is unique in its circumstances. The specific reasons are known only to the deputy sect leader and the sect master. Your task is to diligently cultivate. There will be opportunities for contribution. Remember, you have only 1 day to relish the sacred bath in the heavenly pool. With that, Elder Luo Tianen gracefully took his leave. The 10 victors entered the pool in turn, each finding their own space as they sat cross-legged in the green spiritual liquid. Long Qianying beckoned to Chu Xian'er, who obediently settled beside him. Before long, all were immersed in their cultivation. Long Qianying activated the Wajijian technique, and wisps of white smoke began to rise from above his head. The sacred bath in the heavenly pool was indeed extraordinary. After merely a brief period of cultivation, Long Qianying sensed the barriers of the 9th layer of the spiritual void realm beginning to loosen. 2 hours later, his body experienced a slight tremor. And under the influence of the green spiritual liquid, the 9th layer of the spiritual void realm shattered effortlessly. He then fell into a state of tranquility, a deliberate control on his part. For should he not manage it, the tremor from his breakthrough could potentially harm others. As he continued to cultivate, the white smoke above Long Qianying's head swelled increasingly. Meanwhile, Chu Xian'er, unbeknownst to him, astonishingly broke through from the 6th layer of the spiritual void realm to the 9th layer. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Just as the sacred bath was about to conclude, both Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er simultaneously advanced to the crystal transformation realm, a height unattained even by the esteemed Dihuo and the elder Gu Jiyan. Perhaps Nangong Jin had long surpassed this level, but without his own words, none could ascertain the specifics. The breakthrough to the crystal transformation realm was an unforeseen achievement for both Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er. They found the speed of their cultivation akin to a dream. In just over a year, from being a mere mortal with no understanding of cultivation, they had ascended to the ranks of mid-level martial artists in this world. Who would believe such a tale? Typically, reaching their level would take at least 30 to 50 years. With this breakthrough, Long Qianying felt his power had increased tremendously, at least tenfold compared to his time in the spiritual void realm. Additionally, he sensed a subtle change. The mysterious light cluster within his sea of consciousness began to compress, resembling an immense golden sword. The 10 individuals rose, and 7 of them were escorted away by an elder. Long Qianying and 2 other prodigies were brought before Deputy Sect Leader Qi Heng. You 3 are the top 3 in this sect's grand examination. You have the opportunity to become the sect's direct disciples. It is up to you how you choose to proceed. Before that, allow me to outline the rewards for the top 3. There is some flexibility in the rewards. You may propose a request, and if it is reasonable and feasible for the sect, it shall be granted. The second-place winner, Lu Changfeng, requested a pill to break through to the star fragmentation realm, while the third-place winner, Ji Wuye, sought a sword comparable to a magic weapon. Both requests were easily accommodated, and the 2 left in high spirits with their respective treasures. When it came to Long Qianying's turn, he stated, having participated in the examination at the Qingling sect, I have already gained much. My cultivation has nearly advanced by a significant realm. Such a tremendous opportunity is reward enough to I shall defer any further requests until I have made some contributions. Long Qianying spoke earnestly, genuinely feeling gratitude. While others had managed only to advance 1 or 2 minor realms, he had made a substantial leap. Qi Heng scrutinized Long Qianying for an extended period, hoping to detect even a hint of insincerity. However, his hopes were dashed. Long Qianying's demeanor radiated sincerity. Indeed, he displayed remarkable character. This was Qi Heng's sole assessment, yet anyone could discern that such a remark held value beyond any rare treasure. Let us proceed. The sect master wishes to see you. Long Qianying followed Qi Heng to a magnificent palace, resplendent and imposing. However, upon a cursory examination, Long Qianying sensed something amiss about the palace, though he could not pinpoint what exactly felt off. After navigating a series of left and right turns, he arrived at a secluded chamber. Enter. The sect master awaits within. A wave of suspicion washed over Long Qianying, yet standing before the door, he had no choice but to steel himself and push it open. You have arrived. A woman's voice resonated. Long Qianying looked up to see a strikingly beautiful woman seated in a chair, with some pills laid out before her. Madam, I seek the sect master. I am the sect master. Did they not inform you? What? Long Qianying's jaw dropped in astonishment. Indeed, no one had mentioned that the sect master of Qingling's sect was a woman. A wry smile crossed his face as he began to understand why the palace felt peculiar. The entire layout lacked the masculine essence typical of a male's abode. Disciple Long Qianying pays respects to the sect master. Regaining his composure, Long Qianying hurriedly bowed. There's no need for formalities. Qi Heng has already briefed me on your examination process. Initially, I was skeptical, so I personally observed your assessment from the second round onward. To be frank, it was quite impressive. Do you know what record you have broken? I do not know. I merely felt that every moment over the past few months was filled with opportunities. Since entering Qingling sect, I have been in a state of continuous breakthrough, as if living a dream. Such feelings are indeed normal. After all, you have made significant gains. Let me be frank with you, for many years. You may very well be the person I have been waiting for. Ahem. To clarify, your qualifications align with the requirements of a top-secret mission for the sect. However, this task carries certain risks. Once I finish explaining, you may decide whether to accept it or not. What mission? Long Qianying inquired. Patience. The first phase of our sect's examination primarily assesses a martial artist's comprehension. Previously, the most successful candidates took around 10 days to be recognized. Yet you accomplished this in merely 1 day. The second task evaluates the martial artist's resolve. Many lose themselves in this phase, with some even descending into madness. The third phase tests a martial artist's ability to adapt and find a way out in complex situations. On the surface, these 3 phases appear to evaluate a martial artist's overall capability, but they also serve to identify candidates suitable for undertaking top-secret missions. Previous exceptional talents have failed to complete this mission, with some being ambushed upon their emergence. Consequently, I have continuously raised the difficulty over the years, aiming for a selection of the elite. It was only with your appearance that I realized a crucial point: not every large pool of candidates proves useful. To discover a truly exceptional talent, one must rely on luck. Thus, I drastically reduced the recruitment numbers from 1,000 to 200. Long Qianying listened attentively as the sect master spoke. Chapter 18. By Yanfeng's decision. When the sect master paused, he slowly replied, Sect Master, perhaps my successful navigation of the examination and subsequent achievements were merely coincidental. No. Be it coincidence or inevitability, even luck is a reflection of your strength. Moreover, true coincidences are quite rare. So what exactly is this mission? Do you know? I have not made a public appearance for many years. To the outside world, I claim to be in seclusion, seeking deeper insights to elevate my cultivation further. Yet in truth, that is not the case. The truth is that you were injured and your strength has diminished. Long Qianying interjected. What? You can discern that? The sect master momentarily struggled to comprehend. I not only know that the sect master's strength has declined, but I also have a general idea of where the injury lies. You, sect master, do not be alarmed. The reason I can perceive this is due to my cultivation of a unique technique. As you are aware, the vast world is filled with wonders. Just because you have not encountered something before does not mean it does not exist. The sect master took a long breath. Striving to calm herself. Then, do enlighten me about my condition. Well, sect master, it is likely that during combat, you were subjected to some form of treachery, leading to at least 5 blocked meridians. Moreover, there are several matters that are profoundly concealed, which even the experts you summoned could not uncover. Is there anything more? The leader of the Qingling sect has transitioned from shock to numbness. She is intensely curious about how Long Qianying came to know all of this. However, everyone harbors secrets, and probing too hastily is a grave taboo in the realm of cultivation. The sect leader has consumed a considerable amount of medicinal substances over the years. Regrettably, those who employed such measures possess formidable strength. And not only have you failed to open your meridians, but you have also exacerbated some of your injuries. To speak candidly, should no measures be taken soon, the sect leader risks succumbing to demonic deviation and facing imminent demise. Long Qianying articulated all of this in one breath, calmly gazing at the stunning sect leader before him. The beautiful sect leader's palms grew clammy with sweat, her astonishment reaching unparalleled heights. She is utterly convinced that this Long Qianying is indeed seeing her for the first time and could not possibly have heard about her affairs from anyone else. After all, her physical ailment is known to no more than 3 individuals. Having ruled out the possibility that Long Qianying was previously aware of this, the only explanation for his knowledge is that Long Qianying is extraordinary and possesses unique abilities. Such a person is exceedingly formidable. Fortunately, by a twist of fate, he has arrived at the Qingling sect. Had he aligned with adversaries, it could have brought calamity to the sect. The beautiful sect leader believes that such a person, even if they cannot become allies, must never be allowed to become an enemy. Unbeknownst to her, the beautiful sect leader has begun to regard Long Qianying not as a subordinate but as someone worthy of peer-level camaraderie. After regaining her composure, she inquired further, "Is there a solution?" "There is," Long Qianying replied. "However, given my current level of cultivation, it may demand considerable time and effort. My concern is whether you can afford to wait." "That is not an issue. Over these decades, I have endured much suffering and am more than willing to wait a bit longer." "Very well, then I shall return and contemplate a comprehensive and detailed treatment plan." Upon saying this, Long Qianying prepared to take his leave. "Wait a moment. I have heard that your girlfriend has also entered the top 10. Please summon her to meet me. I have matters to discuss with her." As Long Qianying exited the main hall, he happened upon Chu Xian'er waiting outside. Upon hearing that the sect leader wished to see her, Chu Xian'er felt a twinge of confusion. Nevertheless, despite her uncertainty, she knew she must heed the sect leader's summons. Chu Xian'er entered the hall to meet the sect leader, while Long Qianying waited outside for quite a while, yet she did not emerge. He was compelled to sit cross-legged outside the hall, practicing his cultivation while he waited. To his surprise, this wait extended until the following day. Observing that there were no signs of Chu Xian'er's return, Long Qianying began to feel anxious. He had observed the sect leader and sensed that she did not seem to be a wicked person, yet, why had Xian'er been summoned without reappearing? With his heart racing, Long Qianying could no longer afford to hesitate and promptly stood up, making his way directly to the sect leader's quarters. 3 guards stepped forward, stating, "Young Master Long, you cannot enter without the sect leader's consent." Irritated, Long Qianying paid no heed to their words. Drawing his sword, he immediately engaged the guards in combat. To his astonishment, these sect guards exhibited strength that matched his own. Long Qianying faced 3 opponents, battling for hundreds of rounds with no clear victor. Having secured the top spot in the recent disciple assessment and undergone a baptism in the heavenly pool, his power had significantly increased. Had this encounter occurred before entering the heavenly pool, he might not have been able to contend with these 3 guards, and now, in order to rescue Chu Xian'er, he resolved to unleash his most formidable techniques. As he prepared to execute the Chaos Primordial opening, just as he was about to unleash it, the palace doors swung open. To his astonishment, Chu Xian'er emerged alongside the sect leader, both appearing as if they were close sisters. Engaged in light-hearted conversation, Long Qianying was momentarily taken aback. This scenario was utterly unexpected. the sect leader waved her hand, signaling the guards to retreat. Brother Qianying, Chu Xian'er greeted, I have developed a good rapport with the sect leader. And we have formed a sisterly bond. I will be residing here for the time being. You all, Long Qianying stammered, struggling to find words. Brother Long, Chu Xian'er interrupted, let me formally introduce myself. I am Bai Yanfeng. You shall henceforth call me Sister Feng. With that, her eyes twinkled mischievously. In an instant, Long Qianying understood that the sect leader, Bai Yanfeng, clearly intended to bind him and Chu Xian'er together, even extending this connection to the Qingling sect. He sighed inwardly, feeling a surge of admiration for Bai Yanfeng's cleverness. He knew that given the unparalleled cultivation speed he and Xian'er exhibited, establishing their presence in the vast wilderness continent was merely a matter of time. Fortunately, this development bore only benefits for Long Qianying and no drawbacks. Should Bai Yanfeng treat him with respect and affectionately call him brother, it was hardly an issue. He promptly clasped his hands and bowed. Sister Feng, Bai Yanfeng chuckled lightly and summoned an elder to arrange a cultivation space for Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er adjacent to the main hall. Subsequently, she took Chu Xian'er away, leaving Long Qianying alone in the cultivation chamber for a while. Feeling assured that Xian'er was not in danger, he settled down to practice. Long Qianying retrieved all his collected resources from his storage ring. He began categorizing all the martial skills and cultivation techniques. Upon reviewing this batch, he found that the quality of these techniques was indeed impressive and of high rank. He had promised Senior Dihua to seek out a high-level cultivation technique for him. But he was unsure how these techniques would compare to those of the Qingling sect. Initially intending to notify Dihua to come and collect them, he reconsidered, feeling uncertain. His understanding of the cultivation world was not as astute as Bai Yanfeng's, nor even as proficient as Chu Xian'er's. Long Qianying decided to wait for the two to return before consulting with Bai Yanfeng. He immersed himself in cultivation, and it was not until 3 days later that Bai Yanfeng returned Chu Xian'er to him. Long Qianying recounted the events to Bai Yanfeng, who pondered for a moment before replying. Dihua is of advanced age. To achieve success in cultivation, he must first improve his physique before we can consider the martial skills and techniques. With that, she produced a communication stone and sent a message. Shortly thereafter, the deputy sect leader, Qi Heng, arrived with Dihua and Gu Jian in tow. Chapter 19, Heart of Heaven Technique. Upon seeing Long Qianying, both Dihua and Gu Jian expressed their delight, engaging in pleasantries. Bai Yanfeng addressed Qi Heng, saying, Sect leader Qi Dihua is my brother Long Qianying's benefactor. Please arrange for him to partake in the holy bath of the heavenly pool for half a day, and subsequently find a suitable cultivation technique for him. As for Elder Gu Jian, due to his significant contributions to the sect, he shall be immediately promoted to elder and provided with certain resources for cultivation. These two matters must be expedited. Qi Heng took Dihua and Gu Jian away. In the end, only the three of them remained. Long Qianying waved his hand, revealing thousands of martial techniques and skills before him. Sister Feng, these techniques and skills are of little use to me. Please advise on how to handle them. Initially, Bai Yanfeng dismissed the notion, believing that someone of Long Qianying's status could not possibly possess anything of value. However, after examining the martial skills and techniques for a while, she began to tremble. More than half of these techniques surpassed the current collection of the Qingling sect. If Long Qianying were willing, these martial skills and techniques would be sufficient to establish a sect of their own. Are you truly willing to part with these? Bai Yanfeng asked, her voice quivering. Of course, since you are my sister. What is there to hesitate about? Good brother, thank you. It was no wonder Bai Yanfeng was so moved. With these resources, the future of the Qingling sect would be transformed. In the wilderness continent, there were countless forces akin to the Qingling sect. Should they study this batch of martial skills and techniques, it would not be long before the Qingling sect distinguished itself among its peers. Afterward, Bai Yanfeng selected a few higher-ranked techniques and skills, instructing Qi Heng to arrange the rest for the sect's senior members to study, aiming for swift dissemination among the various levels of martial artists to enhance the overall strength of the Qingling sect. Brother Qianying, you have truly assisted me immensely. How about I accompany you to meet the sect's ancestral master? Perhaps he can offer you some insights on cultivation. The ancestral master, indeed. He has not emerged from seclusion for many years. Given your significant contributions to the sect, it is only fitting that you seek his guidance. The three of them promptly flew toward the back mountain of the sect. Before long, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, where only a few simple wooden huts stood. Bai Yanfeng approached one of the huts and bowed, stating, Ancestral Master, Feng'er seeks an audience. After a moment, a frail voice emerged from within one of the huts. Come in. The three entered, pushing open the door to find a silver-haired elder seated on a mat. Child Feng, what brings you here? Bai Yanfeng recounted Long Qianying's situation in detail. You mean to say that he ranked first in all 3 trials? Indeed, moreover, he has presented the sect with thousands of martial skills and techniques. Here are a few of them. Bai Yanfeng handed over the martial texts she was holding. The silver-haired elder examined them closely before closing the books and stating, "These martial texts are indeed remarkable. They may even rival the top-tier sect's collections. Very well, you two may withdraw for now. Let this young man stay here and cultivate with me for a time." Bai Yanfeng and Xu Xianer did not dare to defy him and promptly took their leave. "Young man, I observe that your techniques are ordinary, yet your internal energy is remarkably potent. This is indeed due to the lack of high-level techniques. Show me your strongest attack. Ancestor, I fear I might injure you. Young man, even 10 of you could not harm me in the slightest. Do not hold back. Come now, do not hesitate." After considering for a moment, Long Qianying had no choice but to comply. He activated the Wuji Jianju and, with sword in hand, launched a chaos primordial opening toward the elder. Bang! With a mere wave of his hand, the elder sent Long Qianying flying, landing 10 zhang away. "I told you to go all out, yet you refuse to believe me." "Understood," Long Qianying declared, immediately shifting his technique to unleash the Wuji Gangying. With a thunderous roar, Long Qianying was once again sent flying. This move had a certain degree of merit. Is there another? If so, unleash it quickly. There is one more move. Behold the sword, Void Annihilation. This time, the figure of the old man vanished from sight. Long Qianying stood his ground, his long hair billowing in the wind. The elder floated in the void, his expression serene. "This technique is quite commendable indeed. Heroes emerge from youth. Compared to my predecessors, my proficiency is still lacking," Long Qianying humbly remarked. Unbeknownst to him, the corners of the old man's mouth twitched repeatedly. On the elder's long robe, a mark of the void sword appeared. It was only upon sensing the immense power of void annihilation that the elder had timely adapted. Leaping into the void, once he landed, he resumed his seated meditation on the mat. "Not bad, you should meditate and cultivate for a while. I will then devise a martial technique suited to your physique based on my observations." Heeding the elder's words, Long Qianying sat down and soon fell into a profound state of cultivation. The silver-haired elder, with his eyes slightly closed, gazed at the young man before him, his eyes filled with astonishment. Where did this individual emerge from? A practitioner of the crystal transformation realm can possess such strength. I have not traversed the martial world for many years. Has the outside world undergone a transformation? This young man has rendered great service to our sect. Alas, I shall take a gamble. If he can cultivate, it would indeed be a meritorious deed. With that thought, he summoned a tome into his hand, named the Heart of Heaven Sutra. Days later, Long Qianying awoke from his meditation, feeling invigorated and radiant. "Young man, this technique is one I acquired from an ancient relic. At the time, it was a harrowing experience to obtain it. Regrettably, I have possessed it for centuries but have been unable to cultivate or even comprehend it. Now, I bestow it upon you. If you are able to cultivate it, I hope you will look after the Qingling sect in the future." "It is not easy for Phone Girl, thank you, Elder." Long Qianying accepted the Heart of Heaven Sutra and began to peruse it page by page within the elder's wooden dwelling. Indeed, it was a tome from ancient times. Yet, Long Qianying found it incomprehensible. However, he possessed a mysterious light orb. As he opened the first page, the orb in his sea of consciousness began to stir, characters began to emerge within Long Qianying's consciousness. Entering the mysterious orb, in less than an hour, he finished reading, and simultaneously, the tome in his hands turned to ashes. The elder gazed in astonishment at the disintegrated ancient book, feeling both a pang of regret and a flicker of hope. Long Qianying closed his eyes, only to discover that the myriad characters within the mysterious orb began to rearrange and evolve. Before long, a reorganized and evolved Heart of Heaven Sutra manifested within his sea of consciousness. Moreover, within Long Qianying's mysterious orb, the Heart of Heaven Sutra began to operate autonomously, gradually replacing the foundational techniques imparted by the esteemed Dihua. Even the techniques inherent to the Wujian sword art were slowly supplanted by the Heart of Heaven Sutra. Long Qianying immediately understood that the Heart of Heaven Sutra was a genuine martial technique, exceptionally powerful. He recalled that during his exploration of various martial arts, the mysterious orb had shown disdain. Yet, with this Heart of Heaven Sutra, the orb exhibited an unusual eagerness to engage. This clearly indicated its significance. Chapter 20, The Mysterious Town. As the mysterious orb autonomously analyzed and evolved the Heart of Heaven Sutra, Long Qianying need not worry. He transmitted the reorganized Heart of Heaven Sutra to the elder of the Qingling sect. Initially skeptical, the elder became exhilarated upon careful inspection, soon immersing himself in cultivation. Seeing the elder close his eyes, Long Qianying felt a lack of purpose and exited the wooden dwelling, returning to his own cultivation chamber. He similarly shared the Heart of Heaven Sutra with Xu Xianer. Subsequently, he sought out by Yanfeng, Sister Feng, in order to heal the hidden ailment plaguing you. I require continuous breakthroughs. Do you possess any means for cultivation resources? I do have resources to support your breakthroughs for several minor realms. However, achieving consecutive breakthroughs to reach the star-shattering realm may prove challenging. Sister Feng, what lies beyond the star-shattering realm? In the Honghuang continent, the lowest tier of martial practitioners are only familiar with the star-shattering realm. Which is a fact, yet there are indeed realms beyond it, the Nine-Yang realm, the Xianyin realm, the Void Spirit realm, and the Unmatched realm. Each realm consists of 9 levels, and what are the corresponding swordsmanship levels? Long Qianying inquired further. If you were to ask others, they might not know. I too heard a swordsmanship elder mention it during a sword discussion conference. The corresponding swordsmanship levels are Sword Emperor realm, Sword Sovereign realm, Sword Saint realm, and Sword God realm. However, since sword cultivators are scarce in the Honghuang continent, it is uncertain whether anyone has reached the Sword God realm. You are currently at the Crystal Transformation realm, corresponding to the Great Sword Master in swordsmanship. Long Qianying nodded, gaining greater clarity on his cultivation path. If you wish to enhance your cultivation, I can recommend 2 locations. Point 1 is the Immortal Demon Cave located thousands of miles to the north. The other is the Demon Wind Ridge in the far west. I cannot venture out, but if I could, I would accompany you to avoid unnecessary detours. Long Qianying understood and entrusted by Yanfeng with the care of Chu Xianer before quietly departing the Qingling sect. This time, he intended to first visit the Immortal Demon Cave to the north. Thousands of miles was not too far. With his current pace, he could arrive within 10 days to half a month. After several days of travel, Long Qianying stumbled upon a small town that appeared quite prosperous. He found it peculiar that, with no village in sight, nor any shops nearby, it was bustling with activity. Upon entering the town, he discovered that various trades thrived. Alchemy shops, weapon forges, and taverns were lined up in an orderly fashion. Strange, how does this place maintain such a harmonious order of life? Long Qianying, having witnessed many things over the years, still found himself unable to fathom the intricacies of this place. He wandered into a secluded alley and entered a relatively clean tea house. The proprietor was a short, bearded middle-aged man. Long Qianying ordered a pot of tea and deliberately gave him extra gold coins. In the Honghuang continent, transactions among ordinary people primarily utilized gold coins, while the cultivation realm predominantly relied on spirit stones and spirit crystals. 1 spirit crystal could roughly be exchanged for 1,000 spirit stones, though this also depended on their quality. Young master, you need not offer such a sum, please accept it. I wish to inquire about certain matters. Thank you, young master. What would you like to know? Little Lao will certainly tell you everything. Having received the gold coins, the proprietor became much more accommodating. What is the name of this place? Dulong Town. Oh, I see this town is quite large. It must have a population of several tens of thousands. Indeed, official statistics indicate a permanent population of over 600,000, with an additional 100,000 transient residents. However, I walked around and saw no government officials. How is it managed so orderly? This is not something I can discuss. Of course, you may remain silent if it is too difficult. Thank you, young master. However, considering the gold coins, I can only say that this small town exhibits a stark contrast between day and night. Let it suffice to say that, after speaking, the proprietor's expression shifted, and he immediately moved aside, refusing to engage further with Long Qianying. A contrast between day and night? What could that mean? Long Qianying felt a wave of confusion. However, the proprietor clearly feared repercussions, thus refrained from elaborating. In that case, he would investigate at night. After hastily sipping a few more cups of tea, Long Qianying departed. He was not one to meddle, yet the peculiarities of this place gnawed him, leaving him unsettled until he unraveled the mystery. Though the streets were bustling with people during the day, there was little interaction, and transactions seemed to conclude in haste. Exiting the town, Long Qianying climbed to the summit of a nearby mountain. Sitting cross-legged to await the arrival of nightfall. As the sky gradually darkened, he closed his eyes, carefully observing his surroundings. Apart from the tranquility, he found nothing amiss. As Long Qianying ventured onto the streets, he was struck by the stark contrast. The lively marketplace of the day was now deserted, with every household's door firmly shut. Something was amiss. This was Long Qianying's first instinct. Suddenly recalling something, he swiftly made his way back to the tea house he had visited earlier. The scene was identical. The door was once again tightly closed. The only difference was that, using his clairvoyant ability, he discerned that the proprietor inside had succumbed to a fatal wound to his neck. A chill ran down Long Qianying's spine. What on earth is happening? The death of the teahouse proprietor seemed to tangentially relate to him. Could it be that his vague insinuation about the town's issues warranted such a dire consequence? Long Qianying's grip tightened. The streets remained empty, yet, to Long Qianying, every corner exuded an air of mystery. After some contemplation, he decided it best to vacate the area to prevent bringing disaster upon the surrounding innocent citizens. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to uncover the truth behind these events. The old proprietor could not die in vain. Activating his clairvoyant ability, he scanned the area for dozens of miles. At last, Long Qianying detected an anomaly within an abandoned mine located to the north of the town. While the rest of the surroundings lay enveloped in silence, this mining area was bustling with activity. Long Qianying leaped closer. Just as he was about to slip inside to investigate, a hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. "Brother, do not act recklessly." Long Qianying was taken aback. With his strength, it was astonishing that someone could approach him so silently without his awareness. How formidable must this individual be? Turning around, he saw a slightly older young warrior. "Let's go. We shall speak elsewhere." The two vanished in an instant. Just as they departed, a shadow descended to the ground. "Strange, I distinctly felt someone approaching just now, yet they have vanished," the individual murmured for a moment, failing to detect any anomalies, and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Long Qianying and the martial artist raced onward, arriving several dozen kilometers away. "Might I inquire as to your identity?" Long Qianying asked the young man. "I am Jiang Feng. You should be aware that just moments ago, you were spotted. Had you delayed even a moment longer, you would have fallen into an ambush," Jiang Feng replied, "but I did not notice anyone nearing me." Long Qianying encountered Dai in that abandoned mine. "There are at least 10 high-tier martial artists of the crystal transformation realm. Do you truly believe you can contend with a peak expert of that level? Chapter 21, The Abandoned Mine. Crystal transformation experts. Long Qianying fell into silence. If there truly were crystal transformation experts, he would indeed struggle to cope. However, the vendetta for the slain middle-aged shopkeeper could not remain unaddressed. "Thank you, young Master Jiang, for your candid warning. Nevertheless, I must uncover the secrets of this town, and I must exact my revenge," Long Qianying declared resolutely. "I am privy to the secrets of this town. They have suppressed the powerful within the town, collecting protection fees from every household. This has been the status quo for many years, and many have grown accustomed to it. The death of the tea shop owner today was indeed a consequence of his hinting at information regarding the town. Such occurrences are quite common. We have been monitoring these individuals for quite some time. This investigation is also under the directive of our master. To speak frankly, given our combined capabilities, seeking vengeance and eliminating them would be exceedingly challenging, if not entirely unfeasible," Jiang Feng bluntly remarked. Long Qianying recognized the truth in Jiang Feng's words and refrained from rebutting. However, there are certain matters that, despite their futility, one must pursue, otherwise, he would not be able to reconcile with himself. "Thank you, Brother Jiang, yet, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. I shall proceed with caution," Long Qianying said with a bow and departed, his destination still the mine. Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback, observing Long Qianying's demeanor, and felt a surge of anger. After a moment's contemplation, he followed in Long Qianying's footsteps. Upon reaching the outskirts of the mine once more, Long Qianying activated his perception abilities, extending his awareness over several dozen miles. The guards to the east appeared to be somewhat weaker. "These beasts," Long Qianying gritted his teeth, but he circled to the east, drawing his sword. With a swift strike, several guards fell, their heads severed without a sound. Utilizing the cover of night, Long Qianying deftly maneuvered to various positions, deploying his techniques repeatedly. By the early hours of the morning, he had already claimed the lives of dozens. Long Qianying exhaled deeply, intending to withdraw while the situation remained favorable. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming pressure approaching rapidly. Not good. A late-stage crystal transformation expert is coming. Retreat. He desperately evaded while employing the void annihilation technique. The clash of sword energy against the opponent's palm resonated momentarily before disintegrating. In that fleeting instant, Long Qianying retreated several thousand meters and turned a few corners, vanishing into the night, within a secluded cave. As soon as Long Qianying stepped inside, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt himself on the verge of collapse, struggling to support his body until he managed to sit on a stone. Regrettably, his injuries were severe, and despite several attempts to channel his true qi through the heavenly heart technique, he could not gather any energy. A truly remarkable Jiang Feng appeared, placing a hand on Long Qianying's back to aid in his recovery and to coalesce his true qi. With Jiang Feng's assistance, Long Qianying finally succeeded in condensing his true qi. After several cycles of the heavenly star technique, his internal injuries healed significantly. "Thank you," Long Qianying expressed his sincere gratitude. "Were it not for our shared objective, I would have been reluctant to intervene." Jiang Feng was a forthright individual. Speaking plainly, Long Qianying found this character refreshing. He had no interest in those who spoke in veiled terms. "You are correct. with crystal transformation experts present, we cannot confront them head-on. This time, we have already stirred the hornet's nest, and they will likely bolster their defenses. Our opportunity has vanished, Long Qianying remarked to Jiang Feng. Killing a few insignificant pests yields little benefit, however, your courage is commendable. Now that we have acted, lamenting is futile. We must consider our next steps. Jiang Feng, despite his youth, understood the gravity of the situation. His hesitance to act stemmed from the warnings of the forces behind him. Now, witnessing Long Qianying vanquish so many villains, he felt an itch to take action himself at collecting protection fees. Long Qianying mulled over Jiang Feng's information. How much profit can be garnered from such fees? Do high-tier crystal transformation martial artists need to guard the collection of these fees? I suspect that if I were to attain such a level, it would be improbable for me to engage in such practices. Therefore, this matter may not be as simple as it appears. After meditating throughout the night, Long Qianying's injuries had fully healed. Brother Jiang, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Long Qianying. Long brother, Jiang Feng replied. Referring to each other as brothers was a customary courtesy in the martial world. I believe that the gathering of these individuals is likely not merely for the collection of protection fees. Something about this situation seems quite irregular, Long Qianying stated. Oh, pray tell, Jiang Feng urged. First, as you mentioned, among these villains are several high-tier crystal transformation martial artists. If you were of such caliber, would you go to great lengths for a mere protection fee? Second, if ordinary citizens pay protection fees, do they still need to lock their doors at night? Third, if one merely divulges a bit of information, is it necessary to resort to murder to silence them? Any one of these points raises significant doubts. Jiang Feng fell into contemplation upon hearing this. I intend to further investigate the mine. What, are you courting death? It was already a stroke of luck that you escaped last time. To return now is to invite disaster. No, I have considered it. This time, I must employ some cunning. What cunning? In the face of overwhelming strength, all strategies are futile. I hope you do not seek your own demise. Jiang Feng was immensely frustrated, having never encountered such folly. If you are afraid, do not go, simply await my news. With that, Long Qianying ceased further discussion, entering a meditative state until nightfall. He then rose, vanishing into the darkness with a few swift movements. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth in frustration but ultimately followed suit. He recognized that Long Qianying was at the initial stage of crystal transformation, while he himself was at the late stage. Alone, he would be no match for the villains, but he could still assist Long Qianying in clandestine action. Long Qianying stealthily approached the mine, revealing his perception abilities in a concealed location, surveying cautiously. To his astonishment, despite having eliminated 50 or 60 individuals the previous day, the total number of people at the abandoned mine had not diminished, rather, it had increased by over 100. Upon reaching the core area of the mine, Long Qianying distinctly sensed a flurry of activity. What on earth are they doing at this hour? Long Qianying pondered, his gaze sharp. Keep watch here. I'll step away for a moment. Be quick about it. These goods must be transported tonight. If anything goes awry, we'll both lose our heads. No need to be alarmed. We've been mining spirit crystals here for years without incident. Nearby, two guards whispered to each other. Spirit crystals, and they've been mining for several years. Long Qianying's eyes gleamed with insight. These were resources for cultivation. No wonder so many experts were stationed here. Chapter 22, The Celestial Demon Cave. Transporting spirit crystals would undoubtedly require expert escorts. Long Qianying realized that attempting to seize them would be quite challenging. However, he could leak this information, and the situation would change dramatically. This task could be entrusted to Jiang Feng. Did he not claim to have backing? Once the escort departed, the defenses here would be significantly weakened. Perhaps he could infiltrate their ranks, just as Long Qianying intended to return to find Jiang Feng. He noticed Jiang Feng standing behind him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Long Qianying felt a surge of gratitude. Despite his hard exterior, this individual was worth befriending if circumstances allowed. Long Qianying shared his findings with Jiang Feng and offered his recommendations. Jiang Feng's mouth dropped open in astonishment at the news. A crystal mine. This is a treasure for cultivation. This venture is worth pursuing. He promptly retrieved a communication stone and sent a message. The two retreated several miles, awaiting reinforcements. 2 hours later, more than 10 figures swiftly approached Long Qianying and Jiang Feng. Leading them was a nascent stellar fragmentation realm expert. Long Qianying relayed the information he had gathered. The stellar fragmentation expert pondered for a moment before stating, "This matter cannot be approached overtly. We must ensure they suffer in silence, unable to voice their grievances." With that, he gestured, and the group vanished from sight. Jiang Feng included. With the intervention of a stellar fragmentation expert, Long Qianying felt relieved of his responsibilities and returned to the cave to continue his cultivation. A day later, Jiang Feng returned, tossing Long Qianying a storage pouch filled with spirit crystals. Scanning with his consciousness, Long Qianying estimated there were over 100,000 crystals inside. This is for you. As per the wishes of the elders in our sect, they advise you to leave this place and avoid the turmoil. Long Qianying glanced at Jiang Feng and gently shook his head. I wish to witness their eradication with my own eyes. The old shopkeeper's death must not be in vain. Then he added, "You are injured. What happened?" "It's nothing, just sustained a few hits during the fight." "The assailants were allies, correct?" "How would I know?" "Right, let me tell you, since ancient times, fine wine has adorned the faces of beautiful people. And wealth stirs the hearts of men. That is the essence of cultivating spiritual crystals, a resource essential for everyone's advancement. You have exerted great effort to seize it. How could you possibly share a portion with me? I suspect that not only do they intend to withhold it from me, but some may even propose my demise." Long Qianying spoke calmly, sighing. Jiang Feng responded, "Your thoughts are truly uncharacteristic of a youth. You resemble an antique that has endured countless ages. Indeed, this is the portion they provided me. Someone did indeed suggest eliminating you to silence you, but I intervened and clashed with them. You should focus on healing for now. I must venture out. This spiritual crystal, I cannot accept. Keep it for yourself." Long Qianying tossed the storage pouch to Jiang Feng. "No, if you refuse, it implies you do not regard me as a friend, rendering all my efforts meaningless." After a moment's contemplation, Long Qianying declared, "Then let us split it equally." With that, he extracted half of the spiritual crystal and retained the other half before swiftly exiting the cave. Long Qianying sought out another cave to calm his restless heart. He activated the spiritual crystal and began to break through his cultivation. The quality of this batch of spiritual crystals was exceptionally high. Within less than an hour, Long Qianying advanced to the second level of the crystal transformation realm, making significant strides in strength. 2 hours later, he broke through once more, reaching the third level of the crystal transformation realm. At this moment, the 50,000 high-grade spiritual crystals had been completely consumed. Long Qianying emerged from the cave into the inky darkness, determined to explore the abandoned mine under the cover of night. From his observations, it appeared that the mine was not abandoned but rather operating at a rapid pace. However, after the commotion caused by Jiang Feng's backing, he was uncertain of the current situation. Rushing forward, Long Qianying soon arrived at the mine area. His divine sense swept across, revealing an eerily quiet mine. Employing his penetrating vision, he discerned that the number of warriors guarding the mining area was merely a handful. Long Qianying surmised that this situation was temporary. Once forces from various factions arrived, this place would undoubtedly transform into a hell on earth. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and soared into the mine, swiftly turning dozens of men into mere shadows of his swordsmanship. Following a long passageway at the center of the mine, Long Qianying delved deep into the heart of the crystal mine. Surrounded by crystals radiating rich spiritual energy, a mysterious light in his sea of consciousness trembled before darting out, circling the veins of ore and gathering piles of crystals into Long Qianying's storage ring. Within less than an hour, his storage ring brimmed with countless crystals, signifying that he had completely harvested the mine's resources. Having accomplished this, Long Qianying swiftly exited the mine and hastened away, fortuitously just as he departed. A large group of people arrived, clashing fiercely with one another. Upon returning to the cave where Jiang Feng had been, Long Qianying found that Jiang Feng had already left, leaving only a few words etched on the stone wall: "Fate may bring us together again." Long Qianying sighed inwardly. He could imagine that Jiang Feng's future would be fraught with difficulties, and he might even be expelled from his sect. With matters here nearly resolved, Long Qianying decided to depart immediately. Should he linger any longer, he anticipated that he might never escape. Days later, Long Qianying found himself on the path leading to the immortal demon cave. He journeyed with urgency, having traveled thousands of miles away from the perilous town and the abandoned mine. And he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, this time had been fraught with danger. His relentless pursuit had been entirely for the sake of that batch of cultivation resources. He had long contemplated utilizing the mysterious light within his sea of consciousness to absorb the veins of ore. He held considerable confidence in this plan. After all, the mysterious light had proven its worth multiple times. And it had not disappointed him this time either. With the acquisition of these billions of crystals, he might even break through to the star-shattering realm. The reason he had not done so immediately was that he needed time to consolidate his gains. Rapid breakthroughs in cultivation could sometimes yield adverse effects. After a few more days, he finally arrived at the entrance of the Immortal Demon Cave, as described by Bai Yinfeng. According to her, this cave had once been an ancient battleground nestled within treacherous mountains. Long Qianying felt a wave of trepidation even before entering. This inexplicable unease was palpable, yet he could not discern its origin. Having arrived, he chose not to rush in. Instead, he planned to investigate the periphery first. Climbing a lofty mountain, he surveyed the surroundings. Ancient battlegrounds often harbored numerous opportunities, yet years of continuous exploration had likely depleted the obvious ones. Any remaining treasures were likely hidden in obscurity. Following this line of thought, Long Qianying meticulously examined each area, marking potential spots for hidden treasures. In ancient times, martial artists possessed extraordinary strength, capable of reshaping mountains and rivers with ease, making those formations that were not of natural origin prime targets for Long Qianying's investigation. With this strategy in mind, he conducted his explorations over several days and focused on 3 key locations: a high-altitude lake area, a dark river valley, and the central region of the Immortal Demon Cave, which was teeming with high-level beasts. The rationale behind selecting these 3 locales was that Long Qianying believed the other areas had likely been thoroughly scoured by numerous martial artists, leaving little of value behind. Only these 3 places might still hold undiscovered treasures. Upon arriving at the high-altitude lake area, he quickly realized that this lake was indeed peculiar. In the depths of this mountain, devoid of any water source. How could such a lake exist? Moreover, with no spiritual vein mines nearby, where did this lake's spiritual energy originate? Admittedly, recognizing this peculiarity was not overly difficult, but deciphering the secret behind it might only be within Long Qianying's capability. The reason was simple: his penetrating vision. He referred to this extraordinary skill as a divine ability, as he could not conceive a more fitting term. It transcended his understanding of martial arts, allowing him to see beyond the surface and grasp the essential nature of things. This skill was beyond imagination. Furthermore, as Long Qianying's cultivation continued to rise, he noticed subtle changes in his penetrating vision. Although these changes were not overt, he could certainly perceive them. Activating his penetrating vision, Long Qianying's divine sense pierced through the lake's surface. Reaching its depths, everything appeared normal, save for one curious detail: at the bottom of the lake, there seemed to be a small fissure. The area surrounding this fissure emanated a significantly stronger spiritual energy than the rest. Perhaps therein lay the crux of the matter. Long Qianying pondered silently, without further hesitation. He plunged into the lake, following the source of the spiritual energy as he descended. After diving several thousand meters, he finally reached the bottom and began to clear away the debris with his hands, revealing the neck of a jade bottle. Continuing to excavate, he discovered that buried beneath the lake's floor was indeed a jade bottle. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the seal had weakened, allowing the spiritual energy once contained within the bottle to leak out and form the liquid lake before him. The jade bottle was not large, measuring just about a foot square, and the inscriptions on it were intricate and unfamiliar to Long Qianying. To prevent further leakage of the spiritual energy, he promptly treated the jade bottle and placed it in his storage ring. After completing this task, the lake inexplicably shrank considerably in size, transforming into a mere pond. Consequently, the spiritual energy within the lake was compressed, becoming refined spiritual liquid. This was a treasure of heaven and earth, and Long Qianying was not inclined to let it slip away. He seated himself within the pool and began his cultivation. This spiritual liquid pool was no smaller than the heavenly pool of the Qingling sect. Back then, Long Qianying and Chu Xianer, along with 10 others, had failed to completely absorb the heavenly pool. Now, enjoying this concentrated spiritual liquid pool alone was an unparalleled delight. The Heart of Heaven technique operated at high speed, and within half a day, Long Qianying had completely absorbed the liquid within the pool. His cultivation successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the crystal transformation realm. Since achieving this breakthrough, the resources required for his advancement had skyrocketed to hundreds of times that of others. Such a colossal demand for resources was daunting even for Long Qianying himself. Previously, a whole pool of spiritual liquid would suffice for a major breakthrough, yet now, it barely permitted a minor one. Each time he contemplated this, he could only shake his head in disbelief. Finding no further treasures to unearth in this location, Long Qianying promptly departed. His next destination, the deep mountain valley. The valley was perilous, characterized by steep cliffs and complex terrain. After considerable effort, Long Qianying finally discovered an entrance. Having utilized his penetrating vision to locate it, regrettably, after exploring inside, he found nothing of value. Instead, he narrowly escaped harm from venomous snakes and scorpions lurking within. Left with a sense of defeat, Long Qianying stood atop a high mountain, his face etched with confusion. Could it be that his deductions were flawed? The valley's formation was not natural, it bore signs of having been overturned by a superpower. If that were the case, it was highly likely that valuable artifacts lay buried beneath. Otherwise, why would such a mighty being have overturned this place? Perhaps I have overlooked something. Long Qianying sat cross-legged atop the mountain, repeatedly reconstructing the scene in his mind. Typically, when powerful foes clash, it is rare for one to be slain in a single strike. Even if one party is grievously wounded, it remains improbable to end the conflict with a single move. Thus, one could envision the trajectory of the retreating figure after being repelled. Perhaps this ravaged valley is merely the site of the most ferocious assaults, yet it may not necessarily be the place where masters meet their demise. Long Qianying's gaze flickered momentarily, and he immediately turned his attention to the opposite side of the valley. Upon inspection, he indeed made a discovery. Several thousand meters away stood a small hill with a remarkably smooth surface, clearly marked by the scars of divine weapons. He decided to investigate further. Long Qianying dashed forward, and upon reaching the hill, the mysterious cloud in his sea of consciousness quivered slightly. Indeed, there was a response. Long Qianying commenced a thorough search. Guided by the enigmatic light, he ventured into a cave. Using both hands and feet, he unearthed a rusted yet exceedingly heavy sword. The sword was far too cumbersome for him to wield. At least, with his current strength, it was beyond his capability to swing. To Long Qianying's astonishment, this blade was named the Heavenly Heartsword. He already possessed the Heavenly Heartsword technique, and now acquiring another Heavenly Heartsword seemed like an uncanny coincidence. Long Qianying stowed the Heavenly Heartsword into his storage ring, a sense of indescribable satisfaction washing over him. He was certain that this sword was an ancient divine weapon. With this sword in his possession, the assistance in pushing the tower would be unimaginable. Although he could not utilize it yet, he believed that upon breaking through to the star-shattering realm, he might be able to wield it. Long Qianying continued his exploration in the vicinity, and indeed found more scattered treasures. While he had little use for these items, they could be exchanged for more cultivation resources. Among them was an alchemy furnace, deeply buried over 10 meters underground, which he managed to excavate. The furnace emanated a golden light, unmistakably a rare artifact. Chapter 24, The Cloud Ladder Assessment. Although Long Qianying had not yet contemplated alchemy, his increasing cultivation demands necessitated a growing supply of resources. Eventually, crafting pills to enhance his cultivation would become inevitable. Thus, he resolved to preserve the alchemy furnace with great care. At present, his experience in the Immortal Demon Cave was progressing smoothly. Long Qianying pondered whether to venture into the core area to hunt some beasts and procure monster cores to elevate his cultivation. Given his current strength, hunting these beasts was not particularly challenging. The crucial factor was how significantly the monster cores would aid in his cultivation. After some deliberation, he decided to embark on this venture, with only one point of exploration remaining in the Immortal Demon Cave. There was no reason to abstain. The presence of weaker beasts must be linked to the ancient war, and he was eager to uncover the reasons behind the emergence of these creatures in such numbers and their increasing levels. After a short while, Long Qianying arrived at the central region of the Immortal Demon Cave. The roars of numerous beasts echoed deafeningly. Creatures soared above and scurried below, weaving in and out from the sound of the beasts' growls. Long Qianying discerned that some of them were likely comparable to the star-shattering realm. No wonder Yanfeng warned against venturing into the core area of the Immortal Demon Cave. He feared Long Qianying might encounter insurmountable beasts and lose his life here. Suddenly, a mutated wild boar charged towards Long Qianying at high speed. Caught off guard, he was unexpectedly knocked back several zhang. Fortunately, he managed to react in time, twisting in the air and landing lightly. "You brute, behold my blade." Long Qianying felt a surge of anger. It was indeed absurd to be struck down by a mere beast. With a flurry of strikes, he left deep gashes on the boar's back, exposing bone. The creature's movements began to slow, creating an increasingly advantageous situation for Long Qianying, while proving fatal for the boar as its blood continued to flow. The mutated wild boar seemed to realize its impending doom and began to flee. Unfortunately for it, Long Qianying pursued relentlessly, occasionally striking. The boar's frantic escape through the valley stirred numerous other beasts, some of which surpassed Long Qianying's control. "This is unacceptable. It's just a wild boar. If I can't subdue it after all this effort, what have my years of cultivation amounted to?" Long Qianying's determination surged. His sword struck repeatedly against the boar. He lost track of time during the chase, but at last, beneath a high cliff, he managed to slay the massive beast. The monster core was lustrous and of exceptionally high quality. Long Qianying sat on the ground, breathless, only to suddenly sense danger approaching from all sides. A python swept towards him. Long Qianying casually slashed with his sword, then seized the opportunity to ascend into the air. Landing atop the cliff, looking down, he saw various tigers, leopards, and pythons encircling him. Had he not flown up, he would likely have faced a swarm of attacks. Cold sweat trickled down Long Qianying's forehead, while he had temporarily evaded danger. He remained in a precarious position atop the cliff, surrounded by beasts. It seemed he had no choice but to elevate his cultivation once more. Without hesitation, he consumed the wild boar's monster core, which erupted into countless spirit crystals. As he activated the Heavenly Heart technique, white smoke began to emanate from above Long Qianying's head. After 2 hours, having expended hundreds of thousands of crystal stones, his cultivation broke through to the 4th layer of the crystal transformation realm. Long Qianying had now entered the intermediate crystal transformation stage, significantly enhancing his strength. Curious to test whether he could wield the Heavenly Heart sword, he found it remained impossibly heavy and utterly unusable, forcing him to abandon the attempt. What to do? Having just broken through, it was unlikely he could push for another advancement without risking instability in his foundation, a troublesome predicament to remedy later. However, without further enhancing his cultivation, he could not contend with the current circumstances. Just as he felt at a loss, he noticed the stone beneath him shift slightly. Testing it once more, he discovered that the stone he stood upon was indeed movable. With newfound hope, Long Qianying pushed the stone repeatedly. Suddenly, it slid aside, revealing a large hole. He leaped into the opening, and the stone closed behind him. Darkness enveloped him, but thankfully, his ability to see through darkness allowed him to navigate without impediment. The tunnel was long and deep, with no visible end from above, and the passage widened as he ventured deeper. After what felt like several dozen li, he finally emerged into a more spacious stone chamber. Sparse furnishings, merely a few simple mats, hinted that someone had once cultivated here many years ago. Surveying the surroundings, Long Qianying found no signs of danger, allowing his heart to settle slightly. As he examined the mats, an impulse overcame him, and he inexplicably sat down upon one. In an instant, Long Qianying vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he stood before a towering cloud ladder. You have arrived here, young one, which is a form of destiny. Ascending the cloud ladder will yield unexpected rewards. A voice resonated. Cloud ladder assessment. Long Qianying's immediate impression was that this was a reward-based challenge. With nothing else to occupy his time, he resolved to participate. Stepping onto the ladder, a tremendous pressure suddenly bore down upon him, causing his body to sway precariously. This was a gravity ladder. Long Qianying felt a surge of joy. During this period, he had refrained from further breakthroughs due to rapid cultivation without gravitational compression to refine his true energy. With this ladder, his situation would change dramatically. Perhaps he could ascend to higher levels of the crystal transformation realm by utilizing this ladder. Taking a moment to adjust, Long Qianying activated the Heavenly Heart technique and began his ascent. This ladder appeared to stretch for thousands of layers, and he could not see the end from below. He climbed for a while and then rested intermittently. After several hours, he reached over 3,000 layers. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and sweat cascaded down his forehead. The Heavenly Heart technique was operating at its peak efficiency. It was time to break through. Long Qianying sat cross-legged on the ladder, unleashing tens of thousands of spirit crystals. In an instant, a torrent of chaotic spiritual energy was absorbed. He continued to explode spirit crystals, consuming at least 2 million in total. The barrier to the 5th layer of the crystal transformation realm shattered instantly. Long Qianying's true energy surged forth, his complexion growing increasingly flushed. Rising to his feet, he pressed onward. Days passed, and Long Qianying found himself halted at the 7,000th level. This time, it felt as though he had reached his limit. Chapter 25. The Sword-Burying Pavilion. Long Qianying operated the Heavenly Heart technique and spent several days adjusting his condition to its optimal state. He unleashed hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals, greedily absorbing the tumultuous energy. This time, he detonated over 10 million spirit crystals, pushing his cultivation to the 6th layer of the crystal transformation realm. This breakthrough only allowed him to ascend a little over 2,000 levels before he had to pause. After a month of arduous training on the cloud ladder, Long Qianying finally refined the true energy within him. At this moment, he exuded an air of mystery and antiquity. From a distance, he appeared to embody the essence of a sage. Indeed, one step further would elevate him to the high tier of the crystal transformation realm. Concurrently, Long Qianying experienced a notable transformation. His body began to feel light and agile. Bai Yanfeng had once mentioned that upon breaking through to the star-shattering realm, One could begin to fly, however. This was merely the initial stage of aerial flight, with height and speed varying according to individual strength. Long Qianying's current state suggested he was on the verge of unlocking aerial flight ahead of schedule. After consuming tens of millions of spirit crystals, Long Qianying successfully broke through to the 7th layer of the crystal transformation realm. He had undeniably reached the high tier of the crystal transformation realm. Long Qianying's current cultivation level can barely be considered that of a master within the vast expanse of the Honghuan continent. After years of relentless training, he is finally on the verge of entering an entirely new realm of martial arts, a prospect he eagerly anticipates. Without any unforeseen setbacks, upon his breakthrough, Long Qianying effortlessly ascends to the pinnacle of the celestial ladder. A gentle radiance envelopes him, instantly replenishing the vital energy he expended while ascending. Long Qianying appears invigorated and radiant. Notably, the mysterious orb of light within his consciousness continues to condense, taking on the nascent form of a longsword. Moreover, he senses a newfound precision in his control over this embryonic sword, as if he could summon it to combat external foes. Indeed, with a mere thought, a stream of golden sword energy bursts forth from within him, poised to strike wherever he directs. Long Qianying is thoroughly satisfied. His expedition to the immortal demon cavern has yielded bountiful rewards. Perhaps there are further opportunities awaiting him among the other mats, yet he feels it is time to depart. Just as he prepares to leave, he notices a moving palace rushing towards the golden sword energy. In an instant, the palace vanishes into the golden light, leaving Long Qianying momentarily stunned. What could this possibly mean? How did the palace merge into the golden brilliance? Could it be that he is experiencing an illusion? Haha, young one, your fortune is quite remarkable. I mentioned that ascending the celestial ladder would bring unexpected surprises. Who would have thought that this surprise would be the Palace Master's hall? It seems your potential has garnered the Palace Master's recognition. The ancient voice reverberates once more. The Palace Master's hall, recognition? Could you be a tad more explicit? Haha, in any case, you have stumbled upon an immense opportunity. You are to become the new Palace Master of the Hidden Dragon Hall. In time, you shall come to understand it. For now, you have gained the qualification to enter the first level of the Hidden Dragon Hall. As the voice concludes, a passage of text manifests within Long Qianying's consciousness. After reciting it several times, he finds himself within a resplendent palace, filled to the brim with countless cultivation resources. Long Qianying is at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. His crystals were nearly depleted, and now he finds himself the recipient of such a magnificent palace, not to mention the title of the new Palace Master of the Hidden Dragon Hall. It is truly surreal. The palace serves as the treasure trove of the Hidden Dragon Hall. What heights of cultivation might these resources enable him to reach? It is impossible to gauge. Exiting the palace and reclaiming the golden longsword, Long Qianying flies out of the cave. The horde of demonic beasts that had besieged him seems to have vanished without a trace. In any case, he feels no sense of threat in his surroundings. Even if those beasts were still present, he would not be intimidated. He is confident in his ability to vanquish any beast that crosses his path. Having acquired such abundant opportunities, if he cannot handle a mere beast, he might as well abandon his quest for cultivation. Though he has yet to explore the demonic Wind Ridge, Long Qianying feels he has been away from the Qingling sect for quite some time. On one hand, Bai Yanfeng awaits his assistance to remedy her hidden ailment. On the other, he is somewhat worried about leaving Chu Xian'er for too long, thus, he resolves to return for a visit. The demonic Wind Ridge can wait for another opportunity to be explored. With swift leaps, Long Qianying travels at an impressive speed. What took him nearly half a month to reach, he returns in just a few days. Standing before the gates of the Qingling sect, however, upon arriving at the mountain gate, he senses an unusual atmosphere. The Qingling sect seems eerily silent. Soaring into the sect, he heads straight for the palace where Bai Yanfeng resides, only to find the doors firmly shut, with no signs of activity. Just as he is about to push the door open, the deputy sect master, Qi Heng, appears. Young friend, circumstances have changed. The sect has wronged you. What on earth is happening? Where are Xian'er and sect master Bai? Long Qianying inquires urgently. Do not panic, young friend. There has been a traitor within the sect. Xian'er has been abducted. The sect master went to rescue her, but he has also been captured, and his fate remains uncertain. Before he departed, the sect master instructed me to prevent you from seeking revenge at all costs. What? Long Qianying's expression shifts to one of horror. He had anticipated that the sect might have encountered trouble, but he never imagined that Xian'er would be kidnapped and the sect master missing. Who are the assailants? It seems they are from the Burial Sword Pavilion, based on their tone. It appears they harbor a grudge against you. Burial Sword Pavilion, Burial Sword Pavilion. Long Qianying repeats the name, yet it elicits no recollection. Suddenly, a thought crosses his mind. Zhang Feng. If there is a vendetta involved, it must be tied to the forces behind Zhang Feng, the Burial Sword Pavilion. Haha, you are courting death. If a single hair is harmed on Xianer, I will annihilate your Burial Sword Pavilion. Long Qianying bows silently. After obtaining the address of the Burial Sword Pavilion from Qi Heng, he wastes no time and swiftly makes his way there. The Burial Sword Pavilion is merely a second-rate sect within the Hongwang continent. Yet not a single first-rate sect dares to underestimate them. It is said that the Burial Sword Pavilion has a mysterious origin. In the past, they seldom made appearances in the martial world and conducted themselves discreetly, resulting in low notoriety. However, for reasons unknown, in recent years, they have become increasingly brazen in their actions. The disciples Long Qianying encounters from the Burial Sword Pavilion all exhibit a similar demeanor. The Burial Sword Pavilion is located at Wuxing Mountain, to the east of the Qingling sect, less than 100,000 miles away. Long Qianying presses on relentlessly, and within 10 days, he finds himself in the vicinity of Wuxing Mountain. A casual inquiry leads him to the headquarters of the Burial Sword Pavilion. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Qianying directs a strike at the gates of the Burial Sword Pavilion with an ethereal sword strike. Boom! The gates collapse in response. Shortly thereafter, numerous figures emerge from the Burial Sword Pavilion. Without any questions, since he dares to attack the Burial Sword Pavilion, he is undoubtedly an enemy. The pavilion's approach to enemies is simple: annihilate them. This is the Burial Sword Pavilion's modus operandi. Drawing his sword, the figures soar into action. In no time, several of the pavilion's elite are cut down by Long Qianying's overwhelming might. Damn it, where did this little brat come from? Kill him! The warriors of the Burial Sword Pavilion are enraged. For many years, no one has dared to treat the Burial Sword Pavilion in such a manner. As more and more join the fray, Long Qianying's aura intensifies. Kill! Long Qianying is indeed blinded by rage. Before long, the ground is littered with over 100 corpses. The weaker opponents begin to retreat. To them, Long Qianying appears as a demon. This encounter has not only humiliated the Burial Sword Pavilion but has also inflicted severe losses upon them. Many are already considering Long Qianying as a target for elimination. A single person dares to invade their Burial Sword Pavilion. It seems that death is merely a matter of time. Suddenly, the disciples of the Burial Sword Pavilion part to the sides, allowing a group of 2 to 3 dozen elders to approach. Long Qianying, do you still dare to come and seek your own death? An elder calls out, directly addressing Long Qianying by name. This is hardly surprising. Ever since Long Qianying assisted them in obtaining crystals from the mine, they have naturally conducted an investigation into his background to eliminate the threat. Release Xianer, and you might spare yourselves. Long Qianying states with a voice filled with resentment. Haha, you are blissfully ignorant. The moment you uttered those words, you signed your own death warrant. Kill! With no common ground for dialogue, Long Qianying charges into the enemy ranks, sword raised for battle. Unfortunately, he has underestimated the strength of these adversaries. To attain the rank of elder, they must be at least stellar fragmentation realm experts. In one-on-one combat, Long Qianying can manage a few exchanges, but once surrounded, he stands no chance. Positioned before the gates, Long Qianying has been biding his time. When half of the elders mobilize, he unleashes a desperate strike of ethereal obliteration. In that fleeting moment when he forces back the elders of the Burial Sword Pavilion, the golden energy sword within his consciousness manifests, slicing through the air. Unaware of the impending danger, the elders charge toward the energy sword. Sizzle, sizzle. As their bodies make contact with the energy sword, they explode in a shower of blood. In no time, half of the 2 to 3 dozen elders have been lost. Retreat. The remaining elders, barely escaping with their lives, scatter in all directions. At this moment, the assault from the golden energy sword reaches its zenith. It is not that the energy sword is ineffective, rather Long Qianying's strength is limited, and he can only harness its power to this extent. He calls back the energy sword, his heart in turmoil. He struggles to suppress the urge to vomit blood. Retreat. The warriors of the Burial Sword Pavilion flee in haste. Long Qianying sways, nearly losing his balance as well. Retreat. The thought crosses Long Qianying's mind. Ultimately, he withdraws. Days later, several thousand miles away from the Burial Sword Pavilion, within a cave, Long Qianying exhales deeply. Sigh, that was truly perilous. I nearly met my end. It seems I must continue to strive for breakthroughs in my cultivation. Otherwise, if I fail to rescue them, I might just succumb first. With a firm resolve, Long Qianying enters the hidden Dragon Hall, gazing at the mountain of cultivation resources before him. Gradually, he finds peace within. Sitting cross-legged in the Grand Hall, the surrounding spirit crystals, spirit stones, and medicinal pills explode into a rich aura that envelopes him completely. 3 days later, he successfully breaks through to the 8th layer of the crystal transformation realm. Half a month later, Long Qianying ascends to the 9th layer of the crystal transformation realm. 3 months later, boom, Long Qianying successfully breaks through to the stellar fragmentation realm. The once towering pile of cultivation resources has now dwindled by more than half. Long Qianying had not anticipated that in the later stages, the resources he required would surpass those needed by others by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. These resources were initially sufficient for a martial artist to reach an exceedingly high level of cultivation. Alas, in Long Qianying's case, they have only allowed him to break through 3 realms, leaving little remaining. Long Qianying felt a sharp pain in the center of his brow. The flesh there was as if sliced by a keen blade. Muscles tore and reformed, repeating this agonizing cycle for 3 full hours, enduring excruciating pain. Long Qianying steadfastly persevered. Finally, just as he was on the brink of fainting, the agony vanished. A pair of eyes had manifested at his brow. Simultaneously, he sensed that all the functions of his clairvoyance had shifted to this peculiar eye. After several attempts, he focused his thoughts, opening the eye at his brow, revealing the divine sight, with another thought. The eye closed, and his brow returned to normal. Remarkable, the capabilities of this divine eye far surpassed those of his previous clairvoyance. If the clairvoyance allowed one to see everything within the human body and perceive movements within dozens of kilometers, then this divine eye encompassed all that, while also possessing the ability to see through illusions and discern reality. It could sense the slightest disturbances within a certain range given the current circumstances. This divine eye was undeniably powerful. Long Qianying pondered silently. It was time to bestow upon it an appropriate name. What should it be? After a moment of contemplation, he decided on Tianqin Shenyan, which seemed quite fitting. Tianqin Zhu, Tianqin Zhen, Tianqin Shenyan, everything seemed to be a coincidence, yet somehow also within reason. Long Qianying had entered seclusion with the singular purpose of annihilating the Zhangjin Pavilion. The audacity to capture Chu Xiang'er had thoroughly provoked his wrath. Regardless of who it was, they must pay the price. Once again standing before the gate of the Zhangjin Pavilion, he noticed it had been restored, appearing even more magnificent than before. What good is this? Long Qianying unsheathed his longsword, unleashing a move of boundless light and shadow. Boom! The newly constructed gate crumbled once more. Long Qianying, you seek death, a furious voice called out, followed by countless figures rushing to surround him. Long Qianying's sword danced through the air, and soon several elders were reduced to mere fragments by his sword light. The opposition was utterly enraged. After repeated incursions into their sect, anyone would find it intolerable. The keen-eyed Long Qianying noticed that this time, not only were there elders from Zhangjin Pavilion, but also a contingent of external reinforcements. However, external aid remained just that, aid. They intentionally lingered at the back and mingled among the disciples, obscuring the situation in an attempt to take advantage of the chaos. Unfortunately, in the presence of Long Qianying's Tianqin Shenyan, all was an illusion. Long Qianying fought with fervor this time. No matter what, he had to rescue Chu Xiang'er. Within less than an hour, the elders capable of standing and speaking had all been eliminated, including more than a dozen who attempted to exploit the confusion, all falling beneath Long Qianying's blade. The young man is indeed ruthless. A voice whispered in his ear, as a dark figure descended before Long Qianying. Who are you? I am Zhang Beihong, the sect leader of Zhangjin Pavilion. Release Chu Xiang'er, and you may yet have a sliver of mercy, otherwise you shall undoubtedly perish. You young whippersnapper, when I roamed the martial world, you weren't even born yet. What nonsense! The ethereal void engulfed them. Long Qianying felt that engaging in further conversation with such a person was a waste of breath. Chapter 27, Qianlong Palace. Zhang Beihong scoffed softly, drawing his sword. He merely waved it lightly. The sword light that Long Qianying had exerted immediately dissipated. Moreover, a powerful backlash surged toward Long Qianying. Danger! Long Qianying swiftly unleashed another move, barely blocking the opponent's sword energy. Utilizing this sword energy, Long Qianying soared back several dozen meters. Remarkable, he thought to himself. To become the leader of Zhangjin Pavilion was indeed no ordinary feat. However, it was still just that. Long Qianying sheathed his longsword, and with a thought, an ancient, rusted longsword appeared in his hand. Chaos unleashed. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of metallic clashes, both sides retreated a short distance. Zhang Beihong's heart sank in astonishment. What sword is this? The sword in his hand was the treasured weapon of Zhangjin Pavilion, typically difficult to match, yet this time, it had fought evenly against the opponent's iron sword. This was unacceptable to him. Once more, they clashed with boundless light and shadow. Both soared into the sky, unleashing fierce sword strikes. Boom! An endless storm brewed as two unparalleled swords clashed, dark clouds swirling, threatening to annihilate the world. Bang! This time, Long Qianying remained unyielding while Jiang Beihong was forced back several steps, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Release her, or die. Long Qianying had lost all patience. Dream on, you think you can destroy my Zhangjian pavilion? You're still too green. Jiang Beihong's sword energy gradually escalated. Stubborn fool. Long Qianying held the Tianqin sword horizontally across his chest. Go. The golden sword energy from his sea of consciousness enveloped the Tianqin sword. Hurtling toward Jiang Beihong raised his sword to block, seemingly unleashing his most powerful strike. Unfortunately, under the combined might of Long Qianying's golden sword energy and the Tianqin sword, he was instantly repelled. Swoosh! A sword pierced through Jiang Beihong's right shoulder, pinning the once mighty leader of Zhangjian Pavilion in place. Long Qianying did not kill him. At the moment he struck, his Tianqin Xingyan seemed to sense something. Long brother, show mercy. Indeed, a voice rang out. Long Qianying looked up to see none other than Zhang Feng. Accompanying him was the frail-looking Chu Xianer. Zhang brother, is he truly your father? I am ashamed to admit. I ultimately could not prioritize matters. I owe you, Long brother, this has nothing to do with you. For your sake, I spared his life, but he is nearly finished. From now on, the Zhangjian Pavilion shall be entrusted to you. Long brother, I have no intention of leading Zhangjian Pavilion. It has already fallen under the control of other forces, and I do not share their sentiments. I merely wish to follow you. I anticipated as much. In that case, I shall temporarily oversee Zhangjian Pavilion until a suitable successor is found. To follow me is no problem, but you must first persuade your father. Such actions that violate the code of the martial world cannot be tolerated. Understood, Long brother. Qianying brother. Chu Xianer gazed at Long Qianying, tears of grievance streaming down her face for the first time. Do not cry, it is all in the past. Yes, Zhang Feng has been taking care of me. Otherwise, I might already be dead. After speaking, tears flowed once more. Long Qianying consoled her for quite some time before she was finally calmed. Didn't Sister Feng come to rescue you? Did you see her? I saw her injured and fleeing from Zhangjian Pavilion's people, and after that, I never saw her again. Zhang Feng, did you hear that? Send people to search for her. We must find Bai Yanfeng. Understood, sect leader. Zhang Feng reacted swiftly, addressing Long Qianying as the sect leader of Zhangjian Pavilion and placing himself in a subordinate position. As they departed, he rescued his father and promptly dispatched several teams to search for Bai Yanfeng. With a wave of his hand, a figure appeared before Long Qianying. It was Nangong Jin, who had been all but forgotten by everyone. You are responsible for arranging and reorganizing Zhangjian Pavilion. Nangong Jin glanced at Long Qianying. Then at Chu Xianer, seemingly in contemplation. This time, he did not defy Long Qianying's orders. Chu Xianer nodded at him, and surprisingly, Nangong Jin complied without question. In truth, he had been shadowing Long Qianying, his directive being to protect him. He had never anticipated that Long Qianying would not require his protection. Currently, the balance of power was still uncertain. He had agreed to spar with Long Qianying a few times within 2 years. Yet only a little over a year had passed. He had no idea how many moves he could withstand from Long Qianying now. The changes had come too swiftly. Long Qianying and Chu Xianer ascended to the summit of Zhangjian Pavilion. Brother Qianying, how has your cultivation improved so much? I have encountered fortuitous events. What fortuitous events? Why have I not experienced them? You have as well. Long Qianying smiled enigmatically with a thought. They found themselves in a grand palace. What is this place? Chu Xianer exclaimed with delight as she surveyed her surroundings. This is the fortuitous event. I am now the master of the Qianlong Palace. Are you saying this palace is called Qianlong Palace? Indeed, Long Qianying replied with a smile. You should come and cultivate for a while. There are ample resources for cultivation here. Long Qianying beckoned to Chu Xianer. She obediently sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Having been imprisoned by Zhangjian Pavilion, her practice had stagnated for some time. Currently, she was merely at the 7th layer of the crystal transformation stage. Observing Chu Xianer immersed in her cultivation, Long Qianying exited the Qianlong Palace. Since he had temporarily taken charge of Zhangjian Pavilion, he could not remain uninvolved. He instructed Nangong Jin to gather the remaining experts of the sect. Long Qianying ascended a high platform and proclaimed loudly, "The Zhangjian Pavilion has been obliterated. I shall henceforth rename it Qianlong Palace. Are there any objections?" Thousands below remained silent. Since you have yet to leave, it seems you do not intend to. I respect your choice. In Qianlong Palace, you may come and go as you please. I have but one request of you, loyalty. Yet if you cannot fulfill this, you may depart. Now, I appoint Nangong Jin as the vice master of Qianlong Palace, overseeing its daily affairs. Should you have any matters, you may address them directly to him. With that, he departed. Only Nangong Jin behind him twitched his mouth slightly. This was a classic example of a hands-off manager. Look at how smug you are. Long Qianying's departure was to seek Bai Yanfeng. He could hardly believe that Zhang Feng and his companions would be able to locate Bai Yanfeng, for their strengths were not on par. The lair of a master can only be discovered by another master. The primary reason for arranging Zhang Feng's involvement was to ascertain whether he would be obedient. Now it appears that Zhang Feng can indeed be trusted. As the Tianqin Divine Eye activated, Long Qianying began to investigate. Remarkably, through the ethereal realm, Long Qianying could sense a faint trace of Bai Yanfeng's aura within the Tianqin Divine Eye following this delicate thread. Long Qianying pursued northward. Chapter 28, diagnosing Bai Yanfeng. Bai Yanfeng, being a master, possessed numerous hidden techniques, so Long Qianying was not overly concerned. His apprehension stemmed from the possibility that she might forcibly channel her internal energy, which could provoke latent ailments, leading to dire consequences. Deep within a vast mountain range, Bai Yanfeng concealed herself in a secluded cave, situated thousands of miles away from the Zhangjin pavilion where she had been attacked. At this moment, her condition was far from favorable. She was unable to mobilize her internal energy, and had it not been for the need to rescue Xian Er, she would have preferred to remain within the Qingling sect. This forced exertion of her true qi had inflicted severe damage upon her internal body. Her limbs and hands had begun to grow numb, gradually losing sensation. Was she destined to perish here? Sighing, she thought of Chu Xian'er and the elders of her sect. Ultimately, a handsome and resolute face emerged in her consciousness. He, Qianying, perhaps I will not be able to accompany you any longer. After a bitter smile, silence enveloped her. A strange sound echoed within the cave. Bai Yanfeng pricked up her ears, her expression shifting drastically. It was a python. She could accept her demise, but to perish in the jaws of a serpent was beyond her tolerance. Any woman would dread a death so unsightly. This was the final dignity of a woman, yet it seemed that Bai Yanfeng was on the verge of losing even that dignity. Why was the heaven so unjust? What had Bai Yanfeng done to deserve such treatment? A tear rolled down her cheek as she closed her eyes in anguish. The python appeared to have sensed her presence, lunging forward without hesitation to strike. In that critical moment, Bai Yanfeng felt a rush of sword energy sweep past. Thud, something fell to the ground. After a brief wait, as she did not feel the python's gaping maw descend upon her, Bai Yanfeng opened her eyes in confusion. She saw that the giant python had been cleaved in two. Lifeless, beside her stood a proud figure, gazing at her with a bemused expression. Qianying, I never expected you would find this place. Had you arrived a moment later, I would have been nothing but a pile of bones. You startled me. Long Qianying crouched beside Bai Yanfeng. If you come a bit closer, I can see if you've lost weight, he remarked, inching closer. Suddenly, catching him off guard, Bai Yanfeng planted a kiss on his cheek. The warmth left him momentarily stunned, unable to react. Don't overthink it, this is a reward for you. Don't just stand there. Help me check, for I can no longer move my limbs. Long Qianying snapped back to reality, activating the Tianqin Divine Eye to meticulously examine Bai Yanfeng's condition. It was indeed grave, having reached a critical juncture. He swiftly positioned himself behind her, placing a palm on her back. The warmth radiating through his hand sent a ripple of emotions through him. Focus your mind. Having lived for centuries, Bai Yanfeng was acutely aware of Long Qianying's emotional fluctuations. He dared not respond, concentrating instead as he activated the Tianqin art to clear her meridians. The Tianqin Divine Eye was extraordinary. Once activated, it revealed every detail of Bai Yanfeng's body. However, Long Qianying refrained from gazing indiscriminately, for such a powerful ability was something he had never disclosed to anyone. Even if questioned, he merely stated that he practiced a unique technique. After a day, Long Qianying finally cleared a meridian. Bai Yanfeng proved to be a martial arts prodigy. The unblocking of a single meridian altered her aura significantly. Long Qianying, already a skilled practitioner at the fragmented star realm, was no ordinary adept. He seamlessly unblocked 5 primary meridians within Bai Yanfeng's body. At this stage, she could rely on her own abilities to clear the remaining branches, though this might take a year or more. Concerned for the Qianlong Palace, he took a brief respite before continuing to assist Bai Yanfeng in unblocking all her meridians. Once the meridians were cleared, Bai Yanfeng's aura surged, allowing her to break through to a new minor realm. Long Qianying remained unaware of Bai Yanfeng's exact cultivation level, but he estimated it to be comparable to Jiang Beiheng's. Bai Yanfeng's aura continued to rise, as various cultivation resources periodically emerged from her storage ring. Observing her formidable breakthrough, Long Qianying decided to lend her further assistance. Countless crystals and elixirs flew forth from the Qianlong Palace, compensating for her insufficient cultivation resources. Months passed. One day, Bai Yanfeng slowly opened her eyes. Brother, thank you. Her voice was sweet, causing Long Qianying's face to flush slightly. Oh, still feeling bashful, I can hardly imagine how you converse with Xian Er. Bai Yanfeng was candid, while Long Qianying hesitated to respond. He knew that Chu Xian'er was cultivating within the Qianlong Palace in his consciousness, and she could not possibly know of their conversation. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to broach such topics. Well, brother, it appears you've made significant gains in the past couple of years. Having broken through to the fragmented star realm. Fengjie, you have recovered, so let us depart. This cave is dark and oppressive. Very well. Bai Yanfeng refrained from teasing Long Qianying further, who sighed in relief. They soared out of the cave, heading directly toward the Zhangjian Pavilion, now en route to the Qianlong Palace. Are you saying you destroyed the Zhangjian Pavilion? Along the way, Long Qianying spoke to Bai Yanfeng about the events concerning the Zhangjian Pavilion. Yes, they captured Xian'er, and I had no intention of letting them off. Bai Yanfeng exhaled deeply, stating, over the years, the Zhangjian Pavilion has committed numerous transgressions against the chivalric code of the martial world. Eradicating them is not unjust. However, I have heard rumors that they are connected to the Wuji Academy, one of the three great sacred places of cultivation in the Honghuang continent. This matter requires careful investigation. If it is indeed the case, you will have to contend with an exceptionally formidable force. Fengjie, is the situation truly that dire? Certainly. To speak candidly, sects like my Qingling sect are nearly inconsequential in the eyes of the three great sacred places. A mere breath from them could obliterate us. Her words weighed heavily on Long Qianying's heart. He felt that his journey of cultivation had afforded him some fortune and insight. However, after all he had endured, he still appeared insignificant, even less than an ant in the eyes of others. At that moment, he felt somewhat disheartened. Brother, do not dwell on it too much. You were already quite exceptional when I was your age. I lacked your skills. Do not give up. Long Qianying mechanically nodded. Soon after, they arrived at the Qianlong Palace. As Long Qianying made his entrance, Nangong Jin approached, lamenting, Palace Master, I am solely responsible for managing all affairs of the sect. I would like to inquire how you envision this. Do you think I am old and wish to see me worn out? Let me tell you, this is personal vendetta. Long Qianying rolled his eyes at the old man, who had been granted supreme authority yet dared to complain. Chapter 29. The stingy Long Qianying. Long Qianying felt a sense of helplessness. Glancing at Bai Yanfeng, he suggested, perhaps we should allocate some additional personnel to assist him? Who is he? Bai Yanfeng inquired. White Sect Master. I am Nangong Jin. I presume no introduction is necessary. Nangong Jin introduced himself. Bai Yanfeng was taken aback. It's you. I never anticipated that the genius of the Nangong family would end up here as a mere deputy master. Bai Yanfeng's statement carried significant implications. Long Qianying listened intently, absorbing the nuances. White Sect Master, you jest. I am merely an unpopular individual. That young Master Long can trust me is already quite remarkable. Cough, cough. Nangong Jin appeared reluctant to divulge too much in Long Qianying's presence, deliberately clearing his throat to signal Bai Yanfeng to cease. None of this escaped Long Qianying's keen observation, yet he chose not to expose it. He turned to Bai Yanfeng and asked, Fengjie, should we transfer a few individuals from your side to assist? Certainly, just let me know whom you have in mind, and I will inform them. How about Senior Dihuo and Gu Jiyan? The rest, you may handle as you see fit. Alright. Bai Yanfeng took out a communication stone and relayed a message to Deputy Sect Master Qi Hang. Done. I will provide you with 10 individuals. If they wish to return after 2 years, you must release them. Naturally, having resolved Nangong Jin's matter, Long Qianying escorted Bai Yanfeng to the main hall of the palace. Sister Bai, is Nangong Jin truly from a prominent family? Of course. In his day, he was indeed a remarkable figure in the Honghuang continent. That he listens to you is rather surprising. Long Qianying mused inwardly, wondering if it was indeed his influence that compelled Nangong Jin to heed him, or if it was merely due to his connection with Chu Xian'er. If Nangong Jin had such a background, then surely Chu Xian'er's origins were even more impressive. However, Long Qianying chose not to speculate excessively about Chu Xian'er. As long as she was devoted to him, her identity was inconsequential. Where is Xian'er? Why haven't I seen her? She is currently in seclusion, at a critical juncture. Oh, where is she? I might be able to assist. Long Qianying considered for a moment, deeming Bai Yanfeng trustworthy, and replied, very well. I will take you there, but you must not use your powers to resist. In a moment of tumult, the defenses were released. With a mere thought, Long Qianying and the other individual materialized before Chu Xian'er. At that moment, Chu Xian'er was indeed at a critical juncture in her breakthrough, beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks. Before Long Qianying could take action, Bai Yanfeng's palm had already pressed against Xian'er's back. Shortly thereafter, Xian'er fell into a tranquil state. Moments later, a resounding boom echoed as Xian'er's body trembled, a unique aura belonging to the broken star realm emanating from her. As her true energy circulated through a complete cycle, Sienna slowly opened her eyes upon seeing Bai Yanfeng. Her joy was boundless, and the two clasped hands, engaged in fervent conversation. Long Qianying found himself at a loss for words and stepped aside, although the hidden dragon palace was his possession. He remained unfamiliar with it. Taking this opportunity, he decided to explore thoroughly. The palace was indeed vast, with hundreds of cultivation rooms on the first floor alone. Furthermore, Long Qianying spotted a primary cultivation chamber. Spacious and seemingly reinforced, exuding a sense of stability. Just as he was about to enter, he was pushed aside by the arriving Chu Xian'er and Bai Yanfeng. "This will be our cultivation room from now on," they declared, leaving Long Qianying once again on the periphery. Shaking his head, he resolved to investigate other areas, only to be startled by a sudden scream that caught his attention. Looking up, he saw Xian'er and Bai Yanfeng soaring out of the enormous cultivation chamber. Long Qianying swiftly moved forward to catch them. "What happened?" he inquired. Greedy, there are restrictions inside that ejected us. Go check and break the restrictions. We want this room," they urged. With no other choice, Long Qianying cautiously stepped into the cultivation chamber. However, he was not ejected. After a quick glance around, he found no restrictions. "What is going on?" The two women beside him were equally perplexed. Seeing that Long Qianying was unharmed, they ventured in, and this time they were not expelled. "Oh, I understand. This is the cultivation room of the palace's master. As long as the master is present, we gain recognition," Long Qianying mused, intrigued. This was indeed a protective measure for the palace's owner. Without their consent, no one could enter this chamber. This is splendid. In that case, I wonder who among you will dare to disregard me in the future, Long Qianying thought to himself, reveling in his newfound sense of importance. In truth, it was not just this cultivation room but the entire palace that was under his authority. The setup by the palace's owner was primarily for convenience in cultivation, to avoid disturbances. Without overthinking the implications, after exiting the cultivation room, Long Qianying had no choice but to follow the two women out. They wandered around, settling on a cultivation room on either side of Long Qianying's chamber. Upon entering, they closed the stone doors, once again disregarding Long Qianying's presence. Even when he suggested they step outside for fresh air, they offered no response, seemingly prepared to reside there long-term, left with nothing but disappointment. Long Qianying exited the palace. At that moment, Shi Hong arrived with over a dozen elder-level figures, including Di Huo and Gu Jian. After entrusting them to Nangong Jin, Long Qianying vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he departed, Nangong Jin and Shi Hong ascended into the void. Engaging in a grand sparring session, they exchanged thousands of blows, with no one knowing the outcome, before dispersing. Long Qianying soared to the peak of a mountain, gazing into the infinite void, and now, in the western part of this primordial continent, he could be said to possess some influence, yet, he still felt a sense of bewilderment. Cultivation was arduous, fraught with peril, yet he pondered the purpose of his endeavors. What kind of faction had once struck him down with a single sword? Who were they, and where did they reside? Was it still worthwhile to seek vengeance? Moreover, one could not simply emerge from the depths of the earth. Who was Long Qianying? Who were his parents? Surely Brother Long ought to understand all of this. Reflecting on these matters, Long Qianying reached for a jade token around his neck. The token bore the name Long Qianying etched clearly upon its surface. It was through the frequent caress of these three characters that he recognized this as his name. Perhaps it was the sole remnant left for him by his parents or family. If he were to seek his roots, this jade token would be his only guide. Fixating upon the token in his hand and then surveying the boundless void, he fell into a state of contemplation. After a period of calm reflection, a sudden clarity washed over him. He recalled 4 words: "Let nature take its course." Chapter 30, Demon Wind Ridge. As Long Qianying was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed a distortion in the void, and an elderly figure clad in gray appeared before him. "You brat, did you annihilate the burial sword pavilion? Who are you?" Long Qianying inquired calmly. "I am the one asking you," the old man retorted, his tone sharp. "Indeed, and I am the one questioning you," Long Qianying shot back. Truly arrogant. "Let me inform you, the burial sword pavilion is far from simple. If you wish to control it, you must earn our recognition, otherwise, we shall have no choice but to extinguish you. I have no interest in following anyone's commands. Kindly leave, and do not return," Long Qianying replied with restrained patience. "Very well. Then I shall have to extinguish you." The old man's words hung in the air as a colossal palm descended towards Long Qianying's face. Anticipating this, Long Qianying activated his heavenly heart divine eye, unleashing a surge of formidable soul power as he simultaneously wielded the heavenly heart sword imbued with mysterious sword energy to strike at his adversary. This was Long Qianying's most powerful attack, encapsulating his will from the Sword King realm. The rules of the mysterious sword energy within his sea of consciousness, and the immense soul force derived from the heavenly heart divine eye of the opponent, formidable and high in cultivation, could only barely deflect the will of the Sword King realm and was forced to contend with the oppressive might of the heavenly heart divine eye. Yet was ultimately unable to withstand the mysterious golden sword energy emanating from the sea of consciousness. In an instant, the opponent's palm was shattered, followed by a scream as they fled in panic. Long Qianying's face flushed crimson as he struggled to suppress the turmoil within. After a moment of calming his breath, he regained composure. It seemed the enemy was more powerful than he had anticipated. The soul attack from the heavenly heart divine eye was a divine ability he had acquired upon its manifestation. He hadn't even utilized it against Jiang Beiheng, the master of the burial sword pavilion. Now, after unleashing his full strength, he had merely startled the opponent into retreat without achieving a kill. If this was the case, the next adversary to arrive would undoubtedly be even stronger. How would he confront them then? Clearly, he needed to continue gathering cultivation resources and break through his own realm. With a soft sigh, Long Qianying descended from the mountain peak. Bai Yanfeng and Chu Xian'er remained engrossed in cultivation within the palace, prompting Long Qianying to embark on a journey to the Demon Wind Ridge. As suggested by Bai Yanfeng, the Demon Wind Ridge lay in the far west, approximately 20 to 30,000 miles from the Hidden Dragon Palace. Long Qianying soared through the skies, traveling day and night, and within 10 days, he arrived at the vicinity of the Demon Wind Ridge. Circling the ridge several times, he scrutinized the geographical structure of the area. He observed that unlike the immortal demon cavern, this region seemed to emanate a peculiar gas from the depths of the earth. Long Qianying's true energy could not discern the uniqueness of this gas. However, the mysterious sword energy in his sea of consciousness exhibited a strong affinity towards it. Seated cross-legged atop a mountain peak, Long Qianying activated the heavenly heart art at high speed, and in no time, he absorbed all the enigmatic gas enveloping the Demon Wind Ridge. The purpose of this was to locate the source of the gas. Indeed, after the gaseous aura dissipated, Long Qianying discovered a stone cliff within a mysterious canyon, still emitting wisps of white smoke. He hurriedly made his way there. Just as he was about to reach the cliff, he suddenly sensed an impending danger. What could it be that radiated such a formidable aura? Long Qianying remained suspended in the void, refraining from landing on the cliff. As he activated the heavenly heart divine eye, he uncovered a wetland flying dragon concealed deep within the dense forest. Unlike other dragons, this particular breed was fierce and specialized in devouring humans and livestock. Of course, they did not shy away from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, thus, their modus operandi involved lingering near the spiritual energies of the earth, simultaneously absorbing it while preying upon the living. A surge of killing intent welled up within Long Qianying. This wetland flying dragon had likely claimed countless lives. Its encounter with Long Qianying might well be its misfortune. With the heavenly heart sword in hand, he unleashed a chaotic opening move, channeling a surge of soul power from the heavenly heart divine eye. Before the wetland flying dragon could react, the sword struck its head, sending blood splattering. However, this dragon proved resilient, sustaining only moderate injury as it soared into the sky to engage Long Qianying in combat. Having accumulated extensive battle experience, Long Qianying was no longer the same as before. With sword energy enveloping him, he frequently executed his three self-created sword techniques: chaotic opening, boundless light and shadow, and ethereal annihilation. In no time, numerous wounds had been inflicted upon the flying dragon. Its momentum began to wane, and sensing defeat, it contemplated retreat. Unfortunately for it, Long Qianying denied it the opportunity to escape. The mysterious sword energy from his sea of consciousness surged forth, cleaving the wetland flying dragon into several pieces. Long Qianying ascended into the air, slicing open the dragon's abdomen to retrieve the dragon pill, swallowing it whole. In truth, every part of the dragon bore great utility. However, Long Qianying lacked the means to process the dragon's body at that moment, so he could only secure the dragon pill for now. After some contemplation, he deemed it sufficient to store the severed dragon remains within the palace of his sea of consciousness. As for whether Xian'er and Fengjie would require it, that would be their concern. Long Dan's energy was tumultuous. As soon as it was ingested, a wave of scorching heat erupted within Long Qianying's dantian, prompting him to sit down immediately and channel the Tianqin Ju, guiding this immense energy to surge through his cultivation realm. Before long, the barrier of the second layer of the broken star realm was effortlessly shattered. After stabilizing his cultivation, Long Qianying slowly opened his eyes and began to explore the source of the mysterious energy emanating from a crevice in the stone cliff. Descending several thousand meters, the gas grew increasingly dense. Thud, Long Qianying landed in a fissure, emerging into a vast ocean of spiritual energy. This was a world enveloped in a white mist, where the rich and mysterious spiritual energy invigorated both body and mind. Filling Long Qianying with unparalleled exhilaration, without hesitation, he activated the Tianqing Ju at high speed, drawing the surrounding mystical energy towards him in a whirlwind. As he honed his cultivation, he fervently absorbed the spiritual energy present in this realm. This state persisted for an entire month. Boom! He broke through to the third layer of the Broken Star realm, significantly enhancing his power. Upon assessing the situation, he realized that half of the mysterious spiritual energy in this space had been consumed. It was impossible to break through to the next realm with the remaining energy. Helpless, Long Qianying opted to store the remaining spiritual energy within the palace of his consciousness. This process took several more days. As the mysterious energy dissipated, Long Qianying beheld a world filled entirely with raw stones. It turned out that the source of the mysterious spiritual energy came from these raw stones, which were of a higher grade than crystal stones. One raw stone was equivalent to at least 1,000 crystal stones. Driven nearly mad by the scarcity of cultivation resources, Long Qianying immediately transported all the raw stones into the palace. Once the raw stones were removed, a massive pit revealed itself at the center of the mysterious world, emanating a faint light from below. Long Qianying soared into it. This expedition to Yaofeng Ridge aimed to uncover its secrets, and he could not possibly abandon the chance to glimpse the unknown world. Chapter 31, Flying Sword Manor. Upon entering the pit, Long Qianying discovered an underground palace that was even larger and more expansive than above. Apart from a few enormous tombs, there was little of value here. However, the tombs might contain treasures, yet, given Long Qianying's nature, he would never stoop to grave robbing. Sitting on a jade stone bench beside one of the tombs, he fell into contemplation, sensing something peculiar about these tombs. It seemed that their placements formed a formation, projecting these tombs into his consciousness. The mysterious sword aura began to decode. Buzz, after the tombs, positioned differently, were projected into his consciousness. They began to rotate and indeed formed a formation. Above the formation, the word Celestial Star Map appeared prominently. At the southernmost point of this celestial star map, there was a small red dot. Long Qianying scrutinized it carefully and realized that the small red dot represented his current location. This revelation filled him with astonishment. If this were true, he could thereafter ascertain his position and that of others. Moreover, as long as someone mentioned a geographical name, he would be able to locate them. Long Qianying also discovered that this vast land of the primordial era was merely a minuscule fraction of the celestial star map. This underscored the immense scale of the universe. Furthermore, this was only the range he could currently explore. As his power increased, he could potentially perceive even broader realms. The celestial star map was truly invaluable. Buzz, with the formation of the celestial star map, the 7 tombs before him vanished, transforming into a stream of clear light that merged into the celestial star map, creating 7 bright points, each occupying a distinct position. At this moment, Long Qianying was unaware that within his consciousness, 7 stars were shining brightly, and that certain parts of his physical body intermittently emitted flickering lights. The celestial star map seemed to resonate with the endless mysteries of the human body. If this were indeed the case, Long Qianying might be considered the first individual in the world to unify the human organization with the divine mysteries of the universe. Such a person is destined to be undying and eternal. A timeless entity. Could Long Qianying be that person? Sensing subtle changes within his body, he dismissed them, attributing them to the sensations brought about by the celestial star map. Reflecting on his expedition to Yaofeng Ridge, he deemed it a success. Long Qianying decided it was time to leave. With a leap, he soared out of the pit, out of the world of raw stones, out of the crevice in the cliff, and out of Yaofeng Ridge. He flew in the direction of the Qianlong Palace. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance within the palace of his consciousness and halted. Entering his consciousness, he saw Bai Yanfeng attempting to emerge, prompting him to inquire, "What is it? Did you go to Yaofeng Ridge?" "Yes, I obtained some things. I saw you slay the marsh dragon. I presume you ventured deep into the core of Yaofeng Ridge." To be honest, others have entered the core region before, but they either perished or returned empty-handed. Your success speaks volumes about your wisdom and fortune. Fengjie, my intent was to enhance my strength, but this journey to Yaofeng Ridge did not yield the desired results. Long Qianying refrained from mentioning the celestial star map of the 7 stars to Bai Yanfeng. It was not due to concealment, but rather, he genuinely did not know how to articulate it. The celestial star map of the 7 stars might prove useful in the future, but for now, it had little impact on his power. I understand, brother, the area we are in is a barren land of the primordial era. If you seek cultivation resources, you must gravitate towards the three sacred grounds. The majority of the world's heavenly materials and earthly treasures are concentrated in the hands of these three martial arts sacred grounds. Feng Jie, in your view, which of these three sacred grounds is the best? The cultivation world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. There is no absolute good or bad. What matters most is your personal value. If you possess value, resources will follow. Long Qianying fell silent, contemplating the truth in her words. Everything is reciprocal. Without value, why would others invest in you? Feng Jie, there are rumors that the past Sword Burial Pavilion had connections with the Wujidao Academy of the three sacred cultivation grounds. If I wish to join one of the three low-level sacred grounds, can I still go to the Wujidao Academy? Actually, as long as you pass the assessment, it should not be affected, however, since you severed the Wujidao Academy's financial lifeline. There will undoubtedly be those who make things difficult for you, but if you are unafraid, you may join. One last question. Is the family of Nangong Jin one of the three sacred grounds? Indeed, you have already guessed this in your heart. Not only is Nangong Jin's family involved, but also Chu Xian'er's family. Of course, Chu Xian'er's family is somewhat unique. I know little about it, so you will have to learn more in time. In any case, if you wish to be with Chu Xian'er, the difficulty is immense. The reason she is hiding in your consciousness palace to cultivate is that she fears her family will discover her whereabouts and take her away. I have communicated with her a lot these days, and I hope you will not let her down. Alright, I have said all I needed to say. I must return to the Qingling sect. Take care of yourself. For with that, Bai Yan Feng departed. Long Qianying felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He did not return to the Qianlong Palace, now that he knew Nangong Jin belonged to the Nangong family. He had little to worry about. He believed that the Wujidao Academy would undoubtedly inquire about Nangong Jin's situation if it sought to deal with the Qianlong Palace. He could not imagine that two of the three sacred cultivation grounds of the primordial era would engage in conflict over a mere secondary force. Additionally, if Chu Xian'er and Nangong Jin's family were of the same standing, why was Nangong Jin so fearful of Chu Xian'er? What hidden truths lay behind this? The most dangerous place is often the most secure. Long Qianying resolved to join the family of Chu Xian'er directly. Bai Yan Feng had mentioned that Chu Xian'er's family was overseas. If there was a force overseas that could rival the Wujidao Academy, it would be the Flying Sword Manor. Long Qianying opened the celestial star map of the 7 stars in his consciousness and effortlessly located the Flying Sword Manor. However, the distance from his current location to the Flying Sword Manor was exceedingly vast. According to the celestial star map, it was at least several 100,000 miles away. Given Long Qianying's current speed, it would take at least 3 months to reach, not including the time spent crossing the sea. Faced with such a daunting journey, Long Qianying felt a sense of trepidation. He was not afraid of the travel itself. He was concerned that if something were to happen at the Qianlong Palace, he would not be able to return in time. It was impossible for him to abandon the Qianlong Palace entirely. The reason he had established the Qianlong Palace in the secular world was to express his gratitude for the ancient opportunity it had provided him. Having invested so much effort into building this force, it was only natural for him to see it thrive. This was indeed a conundrum. Long Qianying's forehead furrowed deeply in thought. Chapter 32, The Young White-Haired Man. If worst comes to worst, he could only divide his forces, temporarily hiding some of the Qianlong Palace's personnel. A portion could be placed under the Qingling sect, another part could be taken with him, and perhaps a fraction could be temporarily disbanded. However, dispersing the sect's members was a last resort, meant solely for moments of life and death. Clearly, the situation had not yet reached such a critical juncture. In fact, it was uncertain whether the events Long Qianying envisioned would even occur. It was better to let the Qianlong Palace grow, just as Long Qianying needed to grow, and Nangong Jin needed to grow as well. Let the Qianlong Palace drift through the storms of the primordial era for now. With a long sigh, Long Qianying acknowledged that he could only offer temporary assistance. Ultimately, these matters required collective effort. Nonetheless, before leaving, there were tasks he needed to accomplish. He selected a portion of cultivation techniques and martial skills from his consciousness palace and entrusted them to Nangong Jin for her discretion. Once again, a portion of the original stone was left at the Qianlong Palace. Thus, he departed quietly and unobtrusively, without taking anyone with him, including Di Huo and Zhang Feng. The only exception was Chu Xian'er, who remained in the Sea of Consciousness Palace, diligently cultivating. As it was impossible to gauge when he might return, or whether he could return at all. Long Qianying's mood was, on the whole, quite heavy. Journeying to Feijian Mountain Manor, one of the three great powers, could be a fortuitous opportunity, allowing him to ascend to great heights, or it could spell disaster, with the slightest misstep leading to irretrievable ruin. Chu Xian'er could be a significant asset, or perhaps not, for she herself was unwilling to remain in the sect and had to flee, revealing the intricate power dynamics within. It would not be easy for Long Qianying to carve a path for Chu Xian'er to follow. Feijian Mountain Manor lay upon an eastern island. Thanks to the 7 stars celestial map, Long Qianying had no cause for concern regarding losing his way. What he needed to contemplate was how to gain entry into Feijian Mountain Manor. With his Stardust Realm strength, he was not particularly formidable within this primal continent, yet he was also not weak to in any case. He surpassed the average disciples of any faction, therefore entering as a common disciple would inevitably attract the attention of the sect's powerful figures, who might even suspect him of harboring ulterior motives. Should that happen, he would find himself with no opportunity to carry out his plans. Unbeknownst to Long Qianying, although he departed in silence, he was ultimately discovered. Shortly after his departure, an elder with starry brows and a sword-like gaze produced a communication stone and transmitted a message. After flying through the void for several days, Long Qianying suddenly sensed a fluctuation in the surrounding air. Countless palm strikes and sword lights appeared, prompting him to instinctively evade, yet his adversaries were both prepared and cunning. This time, Long Qianying found himself ensnared in a heavy encirclement, with scarcely any chance of escape. Bang! Long Qianying suffered a fatal blow, almost instantaneously losing all capacity to resist. He plummeted from the void, his mind racing with thoughts of who might have betrayed his whereabouts. Shadows appeared in the sea of consciousness, ultimately crystallizing into the figure of Jiang Beiheng. Indeed, some individuals must not be spared. It was true that showing mercy to others could be a form of cruelty to oneself. As Long Qianying's consciousness began to dissipate, he clung desperately to life, for should he perish, it was uncertain whether Chu Xian'er could survive. She had placed her trust in him, and trusting her life and fate to his hands, he could not bear to let her down. Yet, surrounded by formidable foes, it seemed he had no chance to turn the tide. No, I cannot die. I have never even met my parents. There is still much I must accomplish. Drawing upon the last remnants of his divine will, Long Qianying summoned the mysterious sword energy from his sea of consciousness, propelling it outward with the heavenly heartsword, targeting an enemy in a specific direction. Sizzle! The sword energy surged forth, severing limbs and sending heads tumbling. At the moment the sword energy was expended, Long Qianying finally broke free from the encirclement. He found himself amidst a vast expanse of mountains, seizing the opportunity before his enemies could fully react. He immediately entered the Sea of Consciousness Palace. From the outside, he appeared as but a light cloud, slowly dissipating among the other clouds and dust. After a tumultuous uproar, countless martial artists gradually vanished into the void. This time, Long Qianying's injuries were grievous. He collapsed within the Sea of Consciousness Palace, the tremendous noise startling the meditating Chu Xian'er. Upon seeing Long Qianying drenched in blood, her heart twisted in agony, nearly destabilizing her Dao heart. She rushed to support him, placing her hands on his back and channeling her vital energy to aid his recovery. However, Long Qianying had nearly lost consciousness and could not cooperate with her healing efforts. After several futile attempts, Chu Xian'er burst into tears. After a moment, as if recalling something, she retrieved a small dagger, aimed it at her own heart, and plunged it in. A stream of blood surged forth, entering Long Qianying's mouth. Suddenly the drifting Long Qianying felt an extraordinary power emanating from his own heart. His wounds began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. In no time, he regained his strength. Gradually opening his eyes, the first sight that met him was Chu Xian'er collapsed beside him, her lips pale, breath non-existent. Xian'er, Long Qianying could no longer contain his emotions, his voice hoarse and desperate as he pounded his chest in despair. The usually composed Long Qianying had truly lost control this time. He had envisioned countless scenarios in which they might perish, yet he had never imagined this outcome. He survived, but Xian'er lay dead. In that case, what was the meaning of his survival? How could he face the people of Feijian Mountain Manor? Long Qianying's heart ached, cradling Chu Xian'er as strands of his hair began to turn white. In less than an hour, he had transformed from a youthful figure into a white-haired elder. A frail voice echoed in Long Qianying's ear, "Palace Master, Miss Xian'er is not dead. Entrust her to me." What? Long Qianying looked bewildered. He was still conscious. "Entrust her to me, and in a few years, she can be revived." "Who are you?" "I am the guardian of this Qianlong Palace. It is not the first time you have heard my voice. Xian'er truly is not dead. Of course, however, she must be nurtured by me personally to have a sliver of hope. During these years, I will not be able to assist you very well, though I entrust her to you. You must save her, Senior." Rest assured. After their conversation concluded, the Chu Xian'er and Long Qianying's embrace drifted away. His head of white hair began to sway without wind. "They are gone, they have all left." Long Qianying murmured to himself after a long while. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Long Qianying's eyes. Wuji Dao Academy, you shall pay. Long Qianying spoke each word with deliberate intensity. He immediately plunged into cultivation. At this moment, he could not venture outside. He was oblivious to the circumstances beyond. Even the duration of his slumber eluded him. Pieces of original stone transformed into dust within the operation of the Heavenly Heart technique. For an entire year, Long Qianying devoted himself to cultivation. After exhausting all original stones, his cultivation astonishingly broke through to the advanced level of the Stardust Realm, reaching the 7th layer. In just 1 year. His cultivation surged through 5 minor realms, culminating in a monumental transformation of Long Qianying's strength. Chapter 33, Miscellaneous Disciples. Long Qianying settled his mind and engaged in deep contemplation. This encounter with the Wuji Dao Academy had not only been unexpected but had also revealed a failure in his swordsmanship, which lacked the necessary overwhelming force. In other words, his once proud techniques, the chaos opening, Wuji Light Shadow, and ethereal annihilation, could no longer meet his needs. He must continue to create sword techniques that belonged solely to him. Long Qianying reviewed all the martial arts and techniques he had collected, after which all information was automatically projected into the mysterious sword energy within his sea of consciousness. Before long, the mysterious sword energy began to evolve. Thousands of martial arts and techniques continuously transformed and reorganized within the sword energy. Long Qianying needed only to calm himself and slowly comprehend the process. A month later, Long Qianying had created the 4th technique of the Heavenly Heart Sword, Heavenly Heart Rift. This technique amalgamated the essence of thousands of sword arts, emphasizing simplicity over complexity. Once unleashed, it radiated brilliance, its power vastly surpassing the previous 3 techniques he had devised. 2 months later, the 5th technique emerged. Long Qianying named it Heavenly Heart Mirage. 3 months later, he crafted the 6th technique, Heavenly Heart Soul Devourer. Thus, Long Qianying had created a total of 6 techniques for the Heavenly Heart Sword, significantly enhancing his offensive capabilities and undoubtedly elevating his strength. It was time to settle accounts with the Wuji Dao Academy. Long Qianying had endured nearly 2 years of arduous training for this very day. Activating the 7 stars celestial map, Long Qianying discovered that he was growing increasingly distant from Feijian Mountain Manor, yet drawing ever closer to the Wuji Dao Academy. This was fate, Long Qianying mused. After nearly 2 years of drifting through the void, he pondered the well-being of Fengjia and Nangong Jin. With a thought, Long Qianying materialized in the void before even nearing the Wuji Dao Academy. The rusted Heavenly Heart Sword was tightly gripped in his hand. He must make the Wuji Dao Academy pay dearly. Were it not for them, he would not have been grievously injured, and Xian'er would not have nearly perished while attempting to save him. If he did not avenge this grievance, he could not stand in the world. Half a day later, Long Qianying soared above the Wuji Dao Academy. Chaos opening, Wuji Light Shadow, ethereal annihilation, 3 techniques unleashed simultaneously. The ferocious sword energy surged toward the Wuji Dao Academy with unparalleled speed. Boom, crack. Countless structures collapsed in an instant. Long Qianying vanished in a flash, and soon after, Heavenly Heart Rift, Heavenly Heart Mirage, and Heavenly Heart Soul Devourer enveloped the Wuji Dao Academy. The level of destruction this time far surpassed the previous encounter. Not only did buildings crumble, but countless martial artists also met with untimely deaths. Having completed this devastation, Long Qianying swiftly departed. His current abilities were insufficient to confront one of the 3 sacred cultivation sites of the primal continent, so he could only reclaim a measure of interest for now. Countless experts pursued Long Qianying. However, with the unmatched prowess of his Heavenly Heart Divine Eye, he was always able to discern their pursuit routes at the first opportunity. Before long, Long Qianying had completely eluded the tracking of the Wuji Dao Academy's powerful figures. After 2 years of hiding, he had finally relieved the pent-up resentment in his heart. Long Qianying felt much better. Even as some of his white hair began to regain its original color, aiming to recalibrate his direction, Long Qianying continued toward Feijian Mountain Manor, believing that this act would cause the hidden Jiang Beihan to exercise caution. With the headquarters of the Wuji Dao Academy suffering a heavy blow, what further schemes could he devise? As for whether to kill Jiang Beihan, Long Qianying has yet to come to a decision. It is evident that if he were to take Jiang Beihan's life, he could never again befriend Zhang Feng. At times, he finds it necessary to keep the two apart. Jiang Beihan is indignant, believing that Long Qianying lacks the potential for greatness, especially considering the backing of the Wuji Dao Academy behind him. However, Zhang Feng has always been dissatisfied with his father's actions, regarding Long Qianying as a rare talent worthy of following. Ultimately, a balance needs to be struck between them. After flying for more than half a month, Long Qianying finally arrived at the territory of Feijian Mountain Manor. The dilemma he faced remained unchanged. under what identity should he enter the manor? Having wandered around the manor for several days, he still had not discovered any effective means to gain entry. Feeling dejected, Long Qianying sat alone in a tavern, seeking solace in drink. He typically abstains from alcohol. Yet this time, he yearned for a drunken escape from his troubles. "A friend, might you join me for a drink?" Lost in his gloom, Long Qianying suddenly heard a voice. Looking up, he saw a strikingly handsome young man before him. The young man's gaze was exceptionally clear, and at first glance, he exuded an aura of comfort. "Please have a seat." Long Qianying poured a drink for him and raised his own cup, downing it in one go. It seems you have encountered some troubles. If you wish to share, I would be more than willing to assist if I can." The young man was direct, not shying away from the matter. Let's not dwell on it, let's drink first." They exchanged pleasantries and drank for a good while, soon becoming somewhat inebriated. "Brother, I noticed you have been wandering about Feijian Mountain Manor for several days. Are you hoping to enter the manor?" Long Qianying was taken aback, surprised that someone had been discreetly following him without his knowledge. The young man's cultivation was indeed impressive. "Yes, I have long admired Feijian Mountain Manor. But without an acquaintance to recommend me, I cannot gain entry." "What difficulty is there in that? If you wish to join Feijian Mountain Manor, I can assist you. However, given your profound cultivation, you cannot merely be an ordinary disciple. Yet obtaining a position without merit may prove challenging. I seek no position, as long as I can enter Feijian Mountain Manor to cultivate, even as a menial disciple, it suffices. In that case, it is quite simple. I am a core disciple of Feijian Mountain Manor. Bringing one person into the manor poses no issue. May I ask how to address you?" "I am Ji Wuya." Long Qianying. The two exchanged respectful bows. "Let us go." Long Qianying and Ji Wuya immediately took to the skies, heading toward Feijian Mountain Manor. Before long, Ji Wuya landed within the manor and handed Long Qianying over to a steward. Casually issuing a few instructions before parting ways, the steward provided Long Qianying with a set of menial disciples' robes and escorted him to the area designated for menial disciples, where he was handed over to an elderly man. "Come here." Though the status of a menial disciple is lowly, since you are a friend of Ji Wuya, it is naturally different. "From today onward, you will be responsible for chopping firewood." The elderly man seemed to hold Ji Wuya in high regard, thus assigning Long Qianying the simplest of tasks. "Thank you, senior." Long Qianying bowed respectfully. The elderly man shook his head and sighed before walking away, for in his eyes, menial disciples seldom had the opportunity to rise above their station. Even though Long Qianying was a friend of Ji Wuya, without the support of the sect, he would still remain in the menial area for his entire life. Long Qianying extended his consciousness. Covering thousands of miles. He discovered that Feijian Mountain Manor was indeed vast. Even the area designated for menial disciples was exceedingly spacious, likely housing tens of thousands of them. Chapter 34, Healing Shanjie within the depths of a palace in Feijian Mountain Manor. "Wuya, during this recent excursion, did you garner any insights?" In the main hall, a gentleman exuding an air of refinement inquired. In response to the manor master, "I have roamed about and made some observations. However, my attempts to discreetly gather information on Xian'er yielded little success." "This girl is quite enigmatic. The fact that you could uncover any trace of her is commendable." Speak on. I in the southwestern region of the Honghuang continent. There have been sightings of Xian'er. It was later reported that she was seen in the company of an individual named Long Qianying, though I cannot vouch for its authenticity. "The person you brought back is also named Long Qianying?" Indeed, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. With hundreds of billions of people on the Honghuang continent, it is common for names to recur. I assessed his cultivation and found it far superior to the Long Qianying I heard of in the southwestern border. The likelihood of them being the same person is slim. Continue to observe. The matters concerning Xian'er are of utmost importance. We must conduct investigations discreetly and avoid drawing attention. Understood. Ji Wuya took his leave. The manor master stroked his beard, pondering. Long Qianying, I hope you are merely ordinary friends. Should your relationship evolve into something more, I would have no choice but to ensure your quiet disappearance. Long Qianying concealed his true abilities. Settling as a mere menial disciple within Feijian Mountain Manor, his purpose, on one hand, was to strengthen himself, on the other, he sought to investigate what had compelled Chu Xian'er to flee to distant lands and end up destitute. After spending some time in Feijian Mountain Manor, he had not made any significant discoveries, as his lowly status prevented him from accessing upper-level secrets. Long Qianying, though disheartened, felt powerless. One day, an opportunity finally arose. The sect's elder Dan Changwu issued a proclamation, stating that whoever could cure his son's peculiar ailment would receive generous rewards. Long Qianying, not fully understanding the situation, inquired further and found the rumors to be true. Elder Dan Changwu's only son had inexplicably fallen ill a decade prior, leaving him bedridden ever since. Despite seeking out renowned physicians for treatment, none had succeeded. As his son Sean J's condition worsened, Elder Dan Changwu had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, perhaps as a means of psychological comfort for himself. Unfamiliar with Sean J's specific condition, Long Qianying refrained from taking rash action. Deciding to wait and observe in the following days, numerous individuals ventured to treat Sean Jie, yet all ultimately failed. In his desperation, Elder Dan Changwu even resorted to killing several martial artists who had attempted to cure his son. Consequently, those willing to offer treatment dwindled significantly. Even after Elder Dan Changwu promised various rewards, few dared to approach Sean Jie. Elder Dan Changwu was gaunt and weary, living each day as if it were a year. At this juncture, Long Qianying sensed the timing was right. He contacted Ji Wuye, requesting an introduction. Brother Long, can you truly cure him? I hope you won't involve me in this mess. It's not that serious. If I fail, he may only kill me, but he wouldn't make things difficult for you. If I succeed, your relationship with him will certainly change. Long Qianying spoke with conviction. Ji Wuye perceived that Long Qianying was no ordinary individual. However, Elder Dan Changwu was like a powder keg, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, Long Qianying was not wrong. Should they assist Elder Dan Changwu now, their relationship would indeed transform. I hope you won't get us both killed. Ji Wuye sighed, leading Long Qianying to Elder Dan Changwu's palace. Wuye, I am in a foul mood today and have no time for guests. What brings you here? The haggard Elder Dan Changwu did not afford Ji Wuye much courtesy. Although Elder Dan Changwu held the title of elder within the sect, Ji Wuye's status as a core disciple was equally significant. However, the timing was unfortunate, as Elder Dan Changwu was currently in a state of agitation. Ji Wuye, feeling helpless, suppressed his displeasure and mustered the courage to say, Elder Dan, this young brother beside me possesses some ancestral secret methods for healing. I brought him to examine young Jie. Elder Dan Changwu glanced up and saw that although Long Qianying exuded a certain air of heroism, he ultimately appeared to be an inexperienced youth. Noticing the menial disciple robes Long Qianying wore only added to his displeasure. Wuye, what do you mean by this? You dare bring such a beggar-like person to my home? Are you intentionally insulting me? Just as Ji Wuye was about to explain, Long Qianying stepped forward and spoke. In your youth, it seems you were attacked by a beast like a rhinoceros, leading to issues with your lungs. Over the years, though you have suppressed it with medicine, it should soon become unmanageable. Approximately 10 years ago, you likely ventured into some secret realm. Upon returning, your health deteriorated. In the past decade, your cultivation has made no progress. In fact, it has slightly declined. To speak frankly, your son's affliction is related to your own condition. As Long Qianying spoke eloquently, Ji Wuye remained skeptical. However, Long Qianying's audacity left Ji Wuye deeply impressed. Ji Wuye observed Elder Dan Changwu's expressions closely, hoping to glean some insight. Initially, Elder Dan Changwu wore a mocking expression, but as he listened, shock took over. The matters Long Qianying raised were ones he had seldom shared with anyone for many years. He had silently borne this burden. The decline in his strength was not something he could admit. If it were known, enemies would seek revenge, and how could he ensure his standing within Feijian Mountain Manor? In this world, strength reigns supreme. Without power, one possesses no value. Elder Dan Changwu's countenance shifted between various emotions. Ji Wuye noted this detail and silently praised Long Qianying's prowess. The atmosphere grew quiet and somewhat eerie. After a moment, Elder Dan Changwu exhaled deeply. Young friend, do you truly have a method to treat Jie? Without a thorough examination, it is difficult to say that if you can cure Jie, the promised rewards will remain unchanged. Elder, I could not bear to see my senior brother endure such suffering, which is why I sought you out. However, to be honest, I currently lack the inclination to treat my senior brother. Elder Dan Changwu was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the issue lay with his own attitude, anyone faced with such circumstances would naturally be in low spirits. Apologies for my previous demeanor. I humbly request your assistance in treating Jared given your status as a father. Willing to humble yourself for your son's ailment, I shall take a look. Sean Changwu led the way, and the three of them proceeded directly into the palace. Entering a dimly lit chamber, upon a large bed lay a youth. Gaunt and with a feeble breath, Long Qianying activated the heavenly heart divine, allowing his consciousness to encompass Sean Jie's entire body, revealing the condition of his bones, veins, and even the state of his dantian. The situation was more dire than anticipated. However, there remained a way forward. Long Qianying had formulated a plan in his mind. Chapter 35, Refining Elixirs. What do you think, my young friend? Sean Elder inquired softly. It is indeed more severe than expected, yet, it is not without remedy. I implore you to exert your utmost effort. I beseech you. Do not mention it, Elder Shan, having pledged to heal Brother Shan Jie. I shall certainly strive with all my might. From this moment forth, let us avoid all disturbances. In 3 days, we should have results. Shan Changwu immediately set about implementing Long Qianying's instructions, ensuring that no other visitors would be received during this period. Meanwhile, Ji Woye also found an excuse to depart, believing it best to leave, as treating a patient often involves numerous secrets. Long Qianying, what shall we do now? I need to refine several elixirs. Please prepare the necessary herbs according to this formula. He then handed Shan Changwu a note. As soon as Shan Changwu departed, Long Qianying seated himself upon the ground, closing his eyes to enter the hall of the hidden dragon within his consciousness. He had once come across a tome on alchemy within the ancient texts, titled The Divine Path of Alchemy. After several readings, he discerned that the content was exceptionally advanced, so he projected the text into the mysterious sword energy. This enigmatic energy was capable of analyzing martial techniques, alchemical recipes, and formations alike. Having completed this, Long Qianying exited the Palace of Consciousness, allowing the mysterious sword energy to autonomously deconstruct the knowledge of alchemy. All he needed to do was sit in stillness and await the outcome. Several hours later, Shan Changwu returned, a storage bag in hand. Upon inspecting its contents, Long Qianying noted the impressive nature of the items within. For an ordinary person, locating such items would take at least 10 to 15 days. Shan Changwu indeed possessed some skill. Before Elder Shan, Long Qianying produced an ancient-looking alchemical furnace, and with a flick of his consciousness, the furnace levitated into the air. Subsequently, a wisp of ethereal flame burst forth from Long Qianying's palm, enveloping the furnace. Although he had never refined elixirs before, the results from the sword energy's analysis had already provided him with clarity on the fundamental steps and methods. As for the ethereal flame, it was even simpler. One merely needed to silently invoke a certain technique to activate it. Herbs, according to specific time intervals, flew into the furnace. This spectacle once again astonished Shan Changwu. In all his countless years, he had never witnessed such an unconventional method of elixir refinement. Observing Long Qianying's confident demeanor, Shan Changwu dared not voice his doubts. Not long after, the furnace quaked, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. With a gesture, Long Qianying summoned over a dozen glistening pills, each crystalline and swirling with purple energy. He retrieved a jade vial to contain the elixirs. What are these elixirs, my young friend? These are called golden body restoration pills, the most potent elixirs for enhancing one's constitution and warding off evil. Administer 3 pills daily to Brother Shan Jie, 1 each morning, noon, and night. In 3 days, he shall surely recover. Having spoken, he handed the elixirs to Shan Changwu and returned to the area designated for the menial disciples. As for whether Shan Jie would recover as promised, Long Qianying harbored no concerns. He had observed that Shan Jie had been afflicted by malevolent energy, with his meridians and bones eroded, leading to his collapse. The elixirs prepared for Shan Jie were merely to induce a state of confusion. The herbs he had used were top-tier materials for enhancing cultivation. Using them for healing would be an utter waste. Long Qianying had only utilized a selection of various spiritual herbs and elixirs to concoct the golden body restoration pills, infusing them with a trace of mysterious sword energy. The remaining materials would assist Shan Jie in restoring his bodily functions. The mysterious sword energy, of course, was adept at repelling malevolent spirits. This elixir was something only he could concoct. Others would find it impossible to replicate, which is why Long Qianying had the confidence to refine it in front of Shan Changwu. Upon returning to the menial disciples' quarters, Long Qianying immediately entered the Hall of Consciousness once more, preparing to refine a new elixir known as the Ultimate Primordial Pill, although he had never heard of this elixir before. It was thoroughly detailed in the Divine Path of Alchemy. Should he succeed in refining it, Long Qianying's cultivation would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. However, there was a limitation. The materials required for this elixir were exceedingly rare in this world. After 2 hours of relentless practice, Long Qianying successfully refined his first ultimate primordial pill, considering that he required energy for his breakthroughs that was more than tenfold that of an average person. He did not cease his efforts. Instead, he refined a total of 20 pills in one go. Coincidentally, he had exhausted the spiritual herbs provided by Shan Changwu. Eager to enhance his cultivation, Long Qianying disregarded all else and directly sat cross-legged within the Hall of Consciousness to consume the pills. Unfortunately, to his embarrassment, after swallowing 20 ultimate primordial pills, his body exhibited no signs of change whatsoever. It dawned on Long Qianying that the energy required for his breakthroughs was not merely 10 or 20 times that of others. But perhaps 50 or 100 times more. This posed a significant challenge. Where could he obtain such a vast quantity of spiritual herbs? Long Qianying's attention turned once more to Shan Changwu, who himself harbored hidden ailments. 3 days later, Shan Changwu visited the menial disciples area and informed Long Qianying that Shan Jie was nearing recovery. He tentatively inquired if Long Qianying could address his own hidden malady. Long Qianying feigned difficulty as he responded, "Elder Shan, your profound abilities suggest that ordinary spiritual herbs may not suffice to resolve your issue." Before Shan Changwu could express his gratitude, Long Qianying produced a prescription, listing several rare and precious herbs. He then handed it to Shan Changwu. "If you can procure these items, perhaps we might have a chance to try." Just as Shan Changwu was about to express his thanks, Long Qianying raised a hand to halt him. "If Elder Shan could attract some clients for me, it would serve us both well. At that time, I could discuss the herbs you were unable to gather." Shan Changwu's eyes brightened. Having reviewed the list, he recognized several items would indeed be difficult to find. Following Long Qianying's suggestion, he could potentially prepare these materials in advance. Shan Changwu was remarkably efficient. Within a few days, numerous enigmatic figures began to appear in Long Qianying's menial disciples' quarters. Seizing this opportunity, Long Qianying skillfully navigated the situation, quickly acquiring a wealth of valuable items. As a result of this fortunate turn of events, he inadvertently forged connections with several influential individuals, including several elders from the Flying Sword Manor and numerous skilled disciples among the core members. Among martial artists, injuries were an inevitable reality. With his deft hands, Long Qianying found that there was nearly no ailment he could not remedy with his elixirs. However, as his relationships with these influential figures were still tenuous, he refrained from inquiring about Xianer. Furthermore, Xianer had been taken away by the guards of the Hidden Dragon Hall for treatment, and the current status was unclear. Should the sect inquire, he would find it difficult to explain. One day, while Long Qianying was engaged in his training, a shadow appeared like a phantom. The overwhelming aura instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Chapter 36. Ling Yulan. Despite sensing the pressure, Long Qianying remained composed. Within the Flying Sword Manor, unless it was the sect leader, no one else dared to kill it. Will the individual before him, unafraid to exude killing intent, led him to suspect an identity, clad in a black cloak and veiled. The only person in the Flying Sword Manor requiring such discretion was the lord of the manor, Chu Yuntian. However, knowing that the other party preferred to remain incognito, Long Qianying chose not to expose him. Moreover, as the father of Chu Xianer, Long Qianying was ultimately a junior. Many matters would inevitably fall into the hands of Chu Yuntian for resolution. "Young hero, I require a pill to ascend to the unparalleled realm. Could you refine one for me?" Long Qianying lowered his head in contemplation. The unparalleled realm, that was the highest realm in the vast wilderness, though the lord of the Flying Sword Manor held significant power. He had yet to reach this level. If that were the case, there was indeed potential for collaboration in refining pills for breakthroughs in cultivation. I currently lack the strength to refine such a pill, but in 2 to 3 years, I should be able to attempt it. Long Qianying specified 2 to 3 years primarily to allow himself ample time to investigate the circumstances surrounding Chu Xianer. Additionally, he estimated that this timeframe would suffice for him to advance his own cultivation to a level where he could contend with Chu Yuntian. "Very well, I grant you 3 years. What must I do?" Long Qianying produced paper and ink, drafting a list of rare herbs. These materials were exceedingly precious and difficult to procure, requiring considerable time and effort. To be prudent, 3 sets would need to be prepared. "In 3 years, I shall certainly be able to refine it for you," the other party responded succinctly, seizing the list before vanishing in an instant. Long Qianying watched the direction in which Chu Yuntian had disappeared. Falling into a deep reverie, after a prolonged moment, he entered the Hall of Consciousness. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had collected during this time were sufficient to elevate his minor realm. In one go, he refined over 100 ultimate primordial pills, and after consuming them, Long Qianying successfully broke through to the 8th layer of the Shattered Star Realm. Upon exiting the Hall of Consciousness, a handsome young man appeared before him. "Long, I am Shan Jie. I have come today specifically to express my gratitude for the gift of life you have bestowed upon me." With that, he bowed deeply in thanks. Long Qianying helped up Shan Jie. "There is no need for formalities, senior brother Shan. To be honest, my actions were motivated by the need for cultivation resources. We are even now." Long Qianying's candor elicited a measure of goodwill from Shan Jie. "After all, one must express gratitude for the favor of saving a life. My father asked me to inquire if you wish to leave the servant-disciple area. With your capabilities, it seems rather awkward for you to remain here." Long Qianying pondered for a moment before responding, "It matters not where one is, It is merely a title. The true path lies in enhancing one's strength. Shan Jie understood immediately and ceased his persuasion. He produced a storage bag and handed it to Long Qianying. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Senior brother Long, seeing the sincerity on Shan Jie's face, Long Qianying did not decline. They exchanged a few casual remarks, and Shan Jie invited Long Qianying to attend a gathering, claiming it would be a good opportunity for mutual learning, though Long Qianying was inclined to refuse. Shan Jie insisted and practically dragged him out of Feijian Mountain Manor. The two arrived at a tavern located several dozen kilometers away from the manor, where numerous wealthy second-generation heirs had already gathered. Upon seeing Shan Jie accompanied by a servant disciple, some began to showcase their arrogance. Shan Jie, have you been ill for years that your choice of friends has sunk to such depths? Ha, a serious illness must have muddled your mind. These individuals were quite familiar with Shan Jie, and their words were blunt. However, to Long Qianying, the remarks resonated differently. Shan Jie was unaware of Long Qianying's temperament but knew that such comments would likely displease him. Be cautious with your words, everyone. Please give me some face, he urged. The group of wealthy heirs fell silent but continued to cast mocking glances at Long Qianying. He remained expressionless, attending only to Shan Jie's request. As the group engaged in idle chatter, the tavern owner soon brought out a jug of aged wine, and the atmosphere grew lively with toasts exchanged among the wealthy heirs. However, this convivial scene was soon disrupted. Miss Ling Yolan's arrival drew everyone's gaze to the entrance, where an extraordinarily captivating woman appeared. A swarm of infatuated admirers quickly surrounded Miss Yolan, including Shan Jie. Only Long Qianying remained unmoved, standing out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Observers whispered among themselves, indeed, just a country bumpkin. Ling Yulan, frosty and aloof, seemed less than enthusiastic towards these elite scions. After exchanging brief greetings, she walked directly to Long Qianying's side. Hello, I am Ling Yulan, may I ask your esteemed name? With someone initiating conversation, Long Qianying could not maintain his aloof demeanor. Greetings, Miss Ling, I am Long Qianying. Oh, I don't believe we've met before. Are you a newly admitted disciple? As Ling Yulan drew nearer to Long Qianying, one individual could no longer contain himself. He's just a country bumpkin, still a servant disciple of Feijian Mountain Manor. Ignore him, Yulan. Come and drink. At these words, a chill flashed in Long Qianying's eyes, but he ultimately restrained himself. Miss Ling, if they call for you, you should go. I am perfectly fine here. Do not mind them, I shall remain by your side, Ling Yulan replied dismissively. Seeing her steadfastness, the group of wealthy heirs grew increasingly awkward. Their expressions shifting from embarrassment to anger, they were not enraged at Ling Yulan but turned their ire towards Long Qianying. How dare a mere bumpkin get so close to our goddess? Exchanging glances, the group's faces darkened with malice. One young master stepped forward to confront Long Qianying. Junior brother Long, since we are all gathered here, would you care to exchange a few moves for entertainment? I have no interest, Long Qianying replied curtly. Do not respond so decisively, since you are familiar with young Master Shan, you are naturally our good friend. A friendly sparring session is only fitting. Long Qianying remained silent. It was Shan Jie who intervened. Senior brother Long, perhaps you should show us some of your skills, or these individuals may not let this go. Long Qianying glanced at Shan Jie, then slowly rose. If we are to spar, there must be some stakes involved. A contest without stakes lacks meaning. What do you propose? At least 10,000 raw stones. What, such a large sum? 10,000 raw stones equated to 1,000,000 crystal stones. Or 100 million spirit stones. This wager was formidable even for Shan Jie, a scion of a prominent sect, to gather. Isn't that an excessive amount? Who can afford that? That is my only condition. If we are to spar, it must be 10,000 raw stones, or the matter is off. Long Qianying's voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. 10,000 raw stones, we can manage that. But can a mere servant disciple like you provide such a sum? Do not worry, I will cover Long brother's raw stones, Shan Jie offered confidently. Long Qianying regarded him with a flicker of appreciation. Though they were not particularly close, Shan Jie's willingness to stand up for him was commendable. Thank you, senior brother Shan, but there is no need. I possess a small amount of raw stones myself. With a flick of his hand, several tens of thousands of raw stones appeared. With another flick, they vanished. Long Qianying had originally possessed several million raw stones, and although he had spent much on cultivation, a few tens of thousands were trivial for him. Very well, if that is the case, I shall wager the 10,000 raw stones. Remember, the one who defeats you is sure Guanyiao. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than a flash of swordlight surged toward Long Qianying's face. Long Qianying swiftly evaded, soaring into the sky to avoid collapsing the tavern. Shi Guanyiao and the group of wealthy heirs followed suit, rising into the air. Observe, Long Qianying was unyielding, shaking his sword and directing its light toward Shi Guanyiao. The two exchanged blows, and before long, they had engaged in dozens of exchanges. With a thought, Long Qianying activated the Heavenly Heart Divine Eye, perceiving Shi Guanyao's sword techniques as if they were in slow motion. He could even discern the flow of the opponent's true energy and the buildup of power, all within his grasp, although Shi Guanyao was at the 9th layer of the star-shattering realm. Placing him above Long Qianying in terms of cultivation level, the actual combat demonstrated that he could not gain the upper hand. As time passed and his true energy waned, signs of defeat began to surface. It was worth noting that Long Qianying's true energy was several dozens to hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. This is not good. Brother Shi seems to be at a disadvantage. The group of wealthy heirs noted with dismay. They considered themselves prodigies, acclaimed talents within their families and sections. The sparring session, initially intended to humiliate Long Qianying, now risked their own humiliation. This reality was unacceptable to them, and their expressions turned increasingly hostile. How dare you? Shi Guanyao, filled with indignation, intensified his sword strikes. What had begun as a sparring match had escalated into a fight to determine victory or death. Chaos opens the primordial, boundless light and shadow. As Shi Guanyao pressed forward relentlessly, Long Qianying no longer held back. The Heavenly Heart Sword technique was unleashed with frequency. In an unexpected moment, Shi Guanyao was struck by a sword and fell from the sky. Thud, his body crashed to the ground like a dead dog. The group of wealthy heirs exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Once they collected themselves, one individual leaped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Long Qianying. How dare you? A worthless bump can injure Brother Shi. I will kill you. As he charged forward, he was halted by the sight of Long Qianying's icy demeanor and bloodied sword, causing him to falter, realizing that his own strength was on par with Shi Guanyao's, and that Long Qianying had bested Shi. He understood that defeat awaited him as well. With this realization, he ground to a halt, leaving the atmosphere thick with tension. After a prolonged silence, one person finally broke it. Let us take Shi Gongzi back for treatment. Everyone nodded in agreement. A large group suddenly found an excuse to leave, hastily lifting Shi Guanyao and preparing to depart. Stop! Long Qianying's voice cut through the air once more, interrupting the retreat. What do you want now? Indeed, you have already injured someone. What more do you desire? Huh? As if I am the villain here. Have you all forgotten something? What? The wager point 10,000 raw stones. Ling Youlan's voice chimed in from behind Long Qianying. 10,000 raw stones? What nonsense! We are friends. It was merely a casual remark. Surely you cannot expect us to honor it. Friends, I must ask, when have you ever regarded me as a friend? You have called me a country bumpkin and worthless peasant, and your eyes are filled with contempt for servant disciples. Is this how you treat your friends? Enough of this nonsense. Without 10,000 raw stones, he cannot leave. Long Qianying's tone had turned resolute, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. The group of wealthy heirs, unaccustomed to such threats and insults, summoned their weapons in response. It was agreed. Should you strike, it will cost you 10,000 raw stones. Without the stones, do not blame me for taking lives. Long Qianying was no fool. Having been subjected to contempt and provocation, he felt no obligation to maintain a facade of friendship. Attack, disable him. Relying on their numbers, they attempted to swarm Long Qianying, yet he remained unperturbed. With a swift motion, the Heavenly Heart Sword technique was unleashed. Void Annihilation, Heavenly Heart Rift, Heavenly Heart Mirage. Long Qianying weaved among a throng of youthful martial artists, the golden sword energy within his consciousness manifesting various sword techniques and blade arts. These techniques gradually converged, on the verge of forming a new sword maneuver. After engaging in a fierce battle with over 10 talented individuals for thousands of exchanges, Long Qianying showed no signs of defeat. This left the arrogant young masters both astonished and infuriated. They simply could not fathom how this mere servant disciple could possess such formidable strength. Their families had invested vast resources to elevate their cultivation to this level. Yet how had this servant disciple trained to achieve such prowess? The clash of blades and fists reverberated through the air. Long Qianying deftly maneuvered amidst the throng of shouting warriors, effortlessly evading their attacks. As time wore on, the group began to tire severely, their stamina waning. In contrast, Long Qianying grew ever more vigorous as the battle progressed. Sensing the moment was ripe, he altered his technique, executing the ultimate offensive move, Heavenly Heart Devourer. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as over 10 individuals sustained injuries and collapsed, unable to rise. A total of 16 people were incapacitated, summoning forth a staggering sum of 160,000 original stones. At this juncture, Long Qianying remained mindful of the original stones. The incapacitated group exchanged glances. Speechless. I shall continue until you speak, he proclaimed, the bloodied sword gleaming with renewed brilliance. At last, one of the young masters, Unable to withstand the impending doom, learn to bow his head, speak quickly, and do not hesitate. Dragon brother, we do not possess such an abundance of original stones, could we be granted a few days' grace? That is acceptable, but a promissory note is required. Thus, the once haughty and disdainful talents now appeared as compliant as infants. Ling Yulan gazed at the striking Long Qianying, her eyes sparkling, momentarily lost in thought. Before long, Long Qianying had thoroughly searched through the storage bags of all present, collecting nearly 60,000 original stones, while compelling this assembly of young masters to write promissory notes for 100,000 stones. Promising to settle the debt within a month, only then did he cast a glance at the bewildered Shan Jie before turning to depart. He believed it unlikely that he and Shan Jie would become close friends. Not due to Shan Jie's failure to assist him this time, but rather because Long Qianying found such social circles too foul for his liking. As Long Qianying's figure vanished, Ling Yulan pondered for a moment before pursuing the direction he had taken. Chapter 38, The Mysterious Underground Palace. The fallen young masters supported each other as they departed, nursing their grievous injuries. Without at least 10 days to recuperate, their ailments would likely linger in each of their eyes. A cold light flickered, their expressions betraying a fierce determination. They had never endured such humiliation within the confines of Feijian Mountain Manor. If they did not avenge this grievance, they could not face the world. Upon returning to Feijian Mountain Manor, Long Qianying resumed his place in the area designated for servant disciples. At that moment, individuals began to seek him out for the treatment of hidden ailments. Over the following days, numerous groups arrived. Feijian Mountain Manor was vast, with nearly 500,000 disciples residing in the core area alone. When including affiliated forces, the total population exceeded 1 million. These individuals faced countless dangers daily, and injuries were commonplace. Long Qianying transitioned from a mere physician to a renowned alchemist. Eventually, many came to know him solely as alchemist Long Qianying, unaware of his identity as a martial artist. 10 days later, Long Qianying had gathered sufficient rare materials and concocted thousands of Wujihongming pills. Coupled with the 100,000 original stones gifted by the wealthy young masters, he boldly advanced and successfully broke through to the 9th layer of the Broken Star Realm. Only one step remained before he could attempt to ascend to the Nine Suns Realm. However, breaking into the Nine Suns Realm was no trivial matter. It required ample resources, along with tempered resolve and a solid foundation of true energy. Long Qianying was prepared for a protracted battle. As he circulated the heavenly heart, he swiftly entered a state of cultivation. Time became meaningless as he immersed himself in his training until a voice roused him from his trance. Upon opening his eyes, he found the steward responsible for managing the servant disciples before him. Elder, what brings you here? There is someone who wishes to invite you on an expedition to seek treasures. Do you have any interest? Who is it? It is Wu Tian, a core disciple of the sect. He has previously sought your assistance in refining pills. He awaits you outside. Very well, you may attend to your duties. I shall meet with him. After speaking, Long Qianying tossed a few original stones to the steward. The aged steward, with cloudy eyes, contemplated for a moment before tugging at Long Qianying's sleeve, saying, Young Master Long, you must exercise caution with Wu Tian. In the past, he led many expeditions to explore secret realms, resulting in a high casualty rate among his team members. There are many speculations within the sect, but no concrete evidence. With that, the steward offered no further words and quickly departed. Long Qianying fell deep in thought. Upon stepping outside, he indeed spotted a handsome and poised young man standing in the courtyard. Dragon brother, Wu brother, what brings you to me? Long Qianying feigned ignorance. It is thus. I have heard that a secret realm is about to emerge, located 10,000 miles to the east of the sect. I wish to explore it with Dragon brother. A secret realm? What kind of secret realm? The details are unclear. It is rumored to be a cultivation site left behind by an ancient powerhouse, containing restrictions that prevent anyone above the Nine Suns realm from entering, as they would be immediately obliterated. Oh, but my standing is low. I fear I may hold you back. Dragon brother is too modest. Your exploits against numerous talents have already spread throughout the sect. Many are aware of your prowess. If you were truly of low standing, then who could be deemed a master, since Wu brother thinks highly of me? I shall not decline this opportunity. Long Qianying refrained from probing too deeply, lest Wu Tian grow suspicious. When shall we depart? The sooner, the better. Long Qianying wasted no time and was prepared to soar into the sky alongside Wu Tian. However, just as they were about to take flight, another figure materialized from the void. Ling Yulan, I overheard your conversation. I wish to join as well. Brother Qianying, will you take me along? The typically frosty Ling Yulan now began to act coyly before Long Qianying. Although he held a modicum of affection for her, it had not yet reached the level of friendship. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "You may join, but I cannot guarantee your safety. Do not worry. I will stick close to you, nothing will happen to me." Glancing at Wu Tian, he appeared to be deep in thought, staring into the void. The three exchanged glances, and in a flash, they soared beyond the sect. Vanishing into the horizon, the journey of 10,000 miles was not far. Within a day, the trio descended into a range of towering mountains, where billowing white mist intermittently rose from the peaks. Long Qianying activated his heavenly heart divine eye, instantly enveloping the area with his consciousness. He discerned that at least several thousand individuals lay in ambush nearby, including the wealthy young masters he had previously dealt with. Long Qianying understood their intentions. Although he lacked evidence linking these individuals to Wu Tian, their objectives were still predictable. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he inquired, "Wu brother, what shall we do now?" "Wait." Long Qianying nodded in comprehension. However, unlike Wu Tian, he could ascertain that the mist billowing from the depths of the mountains contained rare and precious spiritual energy, which could be absorbed and refined through the mysterious sword energy in his consciousness. Wu Tian and his ilk, however, could not achieve this. "I will scout the surroundings. If the secret realm opens, we shall enter separately." Very well. Wu Tian appeared disinclined to accompany them. "Brother Qianying, I will go with you," Ling Yulan declared without waiting for Long Qianying's approval. The two advanced deeper into the spiritual energy, with Long Qianying landing atop a mountain peak once he sensed the energy was sufficiently dense. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, beginning to absorb the enigmatic spiritual energy. Ling Yulan attempted to do the same but found herself unable. She did not question Long Qianying's ability to absorb it but instead sat quietly beside him, protecting him. After a day, a vapor began to swirl above Long Qianying's head. The heavenly heart art operated at an accelerated pace, intensifying the mist around him. At a certain moment, a soft sound resonated within Long Qianying's body. To his astonishment, he experienced an inexplicable breakthrough, not to the Nine Suns realm, but rather a significant step toward it. Unlike previous breakthroughs, this one required shattering 9 inner seals. Long Qianying had successfully breached the first seal, making a crucial stride toward the Nine Suns realm. Just then, the area trembled, and a massive vortex of energy appeared before Long Qianying, drawing in countless figures. With his consciousness extended, he noted that Wu Tian and the 10 or so wealthy young masters had also entered the vortex. Without hesitation, he grasped Ling Yulan's hand and dove into the swirling energies. Ling Yulan felt a jolt, a blush spreading across her cheeks. However, they were caught in the vortex, and the immense pressure left her little time for contemplation. Concerned that Ling Yulan might be swept away by the whirlpool, Long Qianying instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. The pressure was formidable, and it took considerable effort for Long Qianying to shield them both from the onslaught. After a considerable struggle, they finally landed on solid ground, only to find themselves engulfed in darkness. It was evident that they had entered a secret realm within an underground palace. Thousands had ventured here, yet not a single soul was in sight. Long Qianying activated his heavenly heart divine eye, swiftly soaring toward a particular direction. Just because others could not see did not mean he was similarly blind. Most individuals rushed eastward, while Long Qianying headed north, guided by the mysterious sword energy residing in his consciousness. Chapter 39. The original stone vein. After flying northward for some time, the mysterious sword energy within Long Qianying's consciousness vibrated with increasing intensity, signaling that he was drawing closer to a treasure. "Let go of me, your grip is hurting my hand," the voice of Ling Yulan echoed nearby. "Oh, I apologize, I was preoccupied with my journey and completely overlooked this matter." Long Qianying hurriedly expressed his regret. "It's quite alright, your intentions were good, I wouldn't truly hold it against you," Ling Yulan replied, pausing, unsure of what to say next, with Long Qianying leading the way and Ling Yulan following closely behind. The two soared swiftly towards the north. The underground secret realm was vast, and it took the pair nearly a day of flight before they finally came to a halt. The mysterious sword energy within their consciousness ceased its trembling. Beneath their feet lay an abundance of raw stones, clearly indicating they had stumbled upon a raw stone vein. With a flicker of his mind, Long Qianying gathered a considerable amount of the raw stone into the hidden dragon palace within his consciousness. Even after the dragon palace was filled to capacity, almost half of the raw stone vein remained untouched. Though Long Qianying felt a twinge of regret, he had no choice but to accept the situation. He gestured for Ling Yulan to collect as much as she could. Unfortunately, her storage ring had limited space, and after gathering several million stones, she could hold no more. The two of them sat cross-legged atop the raw stone vein and began to cultivate fervently. 3 days later, Long Qianying successfully overcame the second tribulation of the transitional period of the Nine Suns realm. Subsequently, every 3 days, he experienced a transformation. A month later, he completed the 9 tribulations of the transitional phase. Long Qianying steadied his mind, preparing to break through to the Nine Suns realm. He instructed Ling Yulan to pause her cultivation and serve as his guardian, aware of the gravity of the situation. Ling Yulan immediately positioned herself at Long Qianying's side, ready for any eventuality. The Heavenly Heart secret art operated at high speed, and Long Qianying entered a profound state of cultivation, seemingly severed from the outside world. "Look, there are 2 people over there. It seems they have acquired some significant fortune. Let's go and take a look," Ling Yulan whispered, her keen ears catching the sound of 2 individuals approaching, drawing her long sword. She prepared for a life-or-death struggle. As the 2 warriors neared Ling Yulan, one reached out to seal her ACU points. In a flash, the gleam of her sword severed his head from his body. The other warrior reacted swiftly, tilting his head just in time to avoid losing more than a few strands of hair. Terrified, he trembled. Ling Yulan pressed her attack relentlessly, focusing solely on offense without any regard for defense. Her fighting style utterly reckless. Ultimately, in this desperate state, the adversary could only withstand a little over 10 exchanges before being vanquished by Ling Yulan. After dispatching the 2, she meticulously cleaned up the bodies and bloodstains. She understood that if others could find this place, it was likely that more would follow. She had to hold out until Long Qianying broke through to the Nine Suns realm. At that moment, a radiant multicolored light enveloped Long Qianying, signaling his imminent success. This dazzling display caught the attention of many who assumed a precious treasure had appeared and rushed towards this direction. For 3 consecutive days, Ling Yulan fought for her life, killing over 10 adversaries. She found herself in a dire state, injured, as the number of martial artists gathering in the area began to swell. "Qianying, perhaps I might meet my end before you? Will you forget me?" At that moment, 5 individuals appeared, armed with blades and swords, severing Ling Yulan's last flicker of hope. After slaying the 3rd adversary, she too was pierced by a sword, blood gushing forth. This scene was witnessed by Long Qianying, who had just completed his breakthrough. Tears streamed down his face as he brandished a blood-soaked long sword, instantly obliterating the remaining 2 foes. Without hesitation, he transported Ling Yulan into the palace of his consciousness. Like a madman, he unleashed a massacre within a radius of several thousand miles. The number of martial artists who perished at his hands reached 400 to 500. At this point, no one dared to approach this area again. Upon entering the palace of his consciousness and seeing Ling Yulan in a precarious state, his heart ached. Although he had only encountered her twice, he realized that her decision to follow him into this secret realm indicated her awareness of Wu Tian's schemes against him. This foolish girl must have feared for his safety, which was why she had accompanied him. Recognizing this, Long Qianying had always kept her close, worried she might face misfortune in the secret realm. She had valiantly fought to protect him, killing many, all of which Long Qianying was aware of. However, at that critical moment of his breakthrough, he was unable to assist her now, seeing Ling Yulan grievously injured. How could he not feel anguish? He employed his methods to seal her vital points, tears in his eyes as he extracted the sword from her body. Subsequently, he frantically infused his true energy into her. Fortunately, having broken through to the Nine Suns realm, his strength had increased tremendously. Had he still possessed the cultivation level of Chu Xian'er during her injury, he would have been utterly powerless. This state persisted for 5 days and nights. With a soft groan, Ling Yulan awakened. Long Qianying let out a long breath of relief. "Qianying," she exclaimed, throwing her arms around him, tears streaming down her face as she cried for a long time. She had been gripped by fear, not for her own life, but for the safety of Long Qianying's cultivation. "It's alright, everything is behind us now. It was my fault for not ensuring proper defenses before attempting a breakthrough. I nearly put you in danger." Long Qianying felt a wave of emotion wash over him, realizing that this experience had imparted a significant lesson. He could no longer afford to be so reckless during breakthroughs in the future. A few days later, Ling Yulan fully recovered. Long Qianying led her out of the palace of his consciousness, allowing her to cultivate peacefully atop the raw stone vein while he stood guard nearby. A month later, Ling Yulan successfully advanced to the Nine Suns realm as well. The strength of both had undergone a remarkable transformation. In Long Qianying's consciousness, the mysterious sword energy had become more solidified, and he could now discern the sharpness of its tip. Furthermore, the second level of the palace of his consciousness had been unlocked. Upon witnessing Ling Yulan's successful breakthrough, Long Qianying promptly gathered all remaining raw stones into the second level of the palace. Just as they were about to depart, they noticed a deep pool emerging beneath the raw stone vein. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the pool contained primordial purple energy capable of enhancing human meridians. The pair rejoiced. Improving one's meridians was akin to clearing a blocked drain. Once the process was complete, the body's functions would grow extraordinarily powerful, facilitating smoother cultivation. This was no mere opportunity, it was a rare and extraordinary fortune. The primordial purple energy, when mixed with the raw stones, formed the mysterious mist that Long Qianying had been absorbing outside. He had long wondered why he had not sensed the presence of this mysterious gas upon arriving here. It turned out that the two had combined and undergone a special purification process through the mountain. Long Qianying instructed Ling Yulan to descend into the deep pool first for cleansing and transformation while he guarded her from the side. Ling Yulan did not hesitate, jumping directly into the pool. Chapter 40, Primordial Purple Energy. The baptism in the deep pool took a considerable amount of time. Ling Yulan required half a month, while Long Qianying needed a full month. When they emerged once more, their spiritual presence and demeanor had transformed entirely through introspection. Long Qianying discovered that his bones had begun to transition from white to a golden hue after a month of transformation. His meridians had been reformed and reinforced, and his blood vessels had grown considerably thicker. In summary, his physique had ascended to an entirely new level. Ling Yulan experienced similar changes, though her bones shifted from white to a jade-like color rather than golden. Ultimately, this expedition into the secret realm had yielded bountiful rewards for both. Upon calculating the time, they realized that nearly half a year had passed. It was time to leave. Long Qianying activated the Heavenly Heart Celestial Diagram to discern their direction and retrace their steps back to the exit. Upon arrival, he sensed countless martial artists lurking in the vicinity. Before Long Qianying could react, a barrage of arrows, blades, and sword lights rained down upon them. In a bid to kill Long Qianying and avenge the tavern. Over a dozen factions had converged with thousands of warriors, vowing to slay him within the secret realm. These factions harbored grand illusions. Who could object to them taking action in the secret realm? If one were to die, so be it. Unfortunately, they were gravely mistaken. Long Qianying's power had reached unprecedented heights. It would not be an exaggeration to declare him invincible among those of the same realm. As the martial artists launched their assault, Long Qianying's expression remained calm as he grasped the blood-stained long sword in his hand. If a battle was inevitable, he would certainly fulfill their expectations. Ling Yulan, still seething from the previous attack that had nearly cost her life, had already struck down several foes before Long Qianying even had a chance to speak. Long Qianying wasted no time. Chaos unleashed, infinite shadow, ethereal annihilation. The Heavenly Heart Sword Art unleashed in succession, and those in the front lines were almost instantly obliterated. The martial artists entering the secret realm were predominantly at the 8th and 9th levels of the Shattered Star Realm. Utterly inconsequential in the face of Long Qianying and Ling Yulan's 9 Sons realm prowess. In less than half an hour, the battlefield was left with fewer than 10 survivors among the over 1,000 attackers. Regardless of whether they succeeded in killing Long Qianying, the losses incurred by the major factions were devastating. Among those present was Wu Tian, who surprisingly had not yet departed, an unexpected turn of events. According to Long Qianying's estimate, Wu Tian should have merely facilitated his entry into the secret realm, allowing him to remain uninvolved thereafter. His willingness to expose himself now suggested a desire for bloodshed. Or perhaps he was confident in his ability to eliminate Long Qianying and Ling Yulan without risking the information leaking. Wu Tian, justice will eventually be served, Long Qianying thought, for your selfish gain. So many have perished. Are you satisfied now? Ling Yulan appeared to possess some understanding of Wu Tian. Ling Saintus, had it not been for you, I would have had several opportunities to strike. Now, even if you kill so many, you cannot escape death. Are you prepared? Wu Tian's expression remained calm, as if the loss of life was an exceedingly mundane affair to him. Inglan, do not speak to beasts with human words, Long Qianying interjected, unleashing words that pierced the heart. Indeed, upon hearing Long Qianying's words, the veins on Wu Tian's forehead began to protrude, a clear indication of his inner fury. I shall take charge of Wu Tian. The rest is up to you, Long Qianying declared. Ling Yulan did not offer a rebuttal but instead nodded in agreement. Frankly speaking, despite Wu Tian's contemptible nature, his cultivation and combat prowess were unparalleled among the soldiers. In the face of life and death struggles, Ling Yulan felt uncertain. The rusted sword Tianqin Laikong lunged directly at Wu Tian. This time, Long Qianying intended to eradicate this scoundrel for the sake of the sect. Wu Tian's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as he raised his sword to meet the challenge. With a resounding boom, both combatants were sent flying backward. Indeed formidable. Long Qianying could not help but exclaim. His attack, Tianqin Laikong, had unleashed at least 70% of his power, yet it had only resulted in a stalemate with his opponent. Once more, he called executing Tianqin Huanying, followed by Tianqin Shihun. Long Qianying's most potent moves had been unleashed, yet they merely succeeded in pushing Wu Tian back a few meters. Is this all you can do? A mere trifle, Wu Tian taunted. Tianqin Shenyan, activate. Wu Tian began his counterattack, while Long Qianying found himself retreating step by step. However, before the Tianqin Shenyan, every move Wu Tian made, no matter how subtle, was laid bare to Long Qianying's keen perception. The energy sword within his sea of consciousness began to evolve, analyzing every sword technique Wu Tian employed, having gained substantial insights from his previous sparring with a group of affluent youths at the tavern. Long Qianying found this encounter with Wu Tian to be an exceptional opportunity for practice. 100 moves, 1,000 moves, 5,000 moves, 10,000 moves. Buzz, a flash of golden light enveloped Long Qianying as he mastered the 7 techniques of Tianqin Jian. Reaching the pinnacle of Tianqin Wujie. Wu Tian suddenly felt a chilling sensation creeping up his neck before his head was severed from his body, plunging him into unconsciousness. At this moment, Ling Yulan had already dispatched the remaining 8 foes. Witnessing Long Qianying's display of prowess as he effortlessly eliminated Wu Tian, her eyes sparkled with admiration. A man of such caliber, possessing the strength of a core disciple, willingly remained in the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples. Such a disposition was indeed rare. With a flick of his wrist, Long Qianying collected thousands of storage bags and rings before unleashing a few strikes towards the underground secret realm. The mountains trembled and collapsed. In an instant, Long Qianying and Ling Yulan soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. Shortly thereafter, they returned to Feijin Villa. Long Qianying headed directly to the miscellaneous disciples area, while Ling Yulan took a series of turns. Her destination unknown. Once in his room, Long Qianying began to sort through the treasures within the storage rings and bags, but the sheer volume of items was overwhelming, deciding against the tedious task. He simply cast them into the palace of his sea of consciousness, as the second layer had already opened and offered ample space. Having completed these tasks, Long Qianying fell into deep contemplation. It had been over a year since he arrived at Feijin Villa. His strength had grown somewhat, and it was time to take action in his quest to uncover the truth about Chu Xian'er. He considered 2 potential candidates, Shan Changwu and Ling Yulan. Shan Changwu was cunning and shrewd, often leaving Long Qianying perplexed. Ling Yulan, being a woman, seemed to harbor a particular interest in him. If he were to disclose matters concerning Xian'er, he pondered how Ling Yulan would react. This was a question that warranted further investigation. Moreover, the guards of the Qianlong Palace had stated that Chu Xian'er would require 3 to 5 years to fully recover. At present, time was in Long Qianying's favor. Thus, there was no need for haste. Long Qianying had been searching for the faction marked by a dragon emblem on the garments of those who had wronged him years ago. But to no avail. He had formulated some conjectures but dared not confirm them entirely. Perhaps those individuals were not of this world at all. Their strength was terrifying, capable of causing cataclysmic destruction with a mere flick of their wrist. Long Qianying estimated that even if he were to attain the highest realm of cultivation, the Wushuang realm, on this primordial continent, he would still lack such formidable power. Lost in thought, Long Qianying closed his eyes and, before he knew it, fell into a state of cultivation. Chapter 41, 9 Transformations of Visualization Technique. Days later, Long Qianying awakened from his meditative state. After several days of refinement and adjustment, his cultivation at the first layer of the Jiuyang realm had stabilized. With a flicker of his consciousness, he detected the old steward of the miscellaneous disciples waiting outside his door and summoned him in. May I ask your esteemed surname, senior? Long Qianying inquired. I am Qin Jin. At your service, young master, replied the old man, bowing deeply. Although Long Qianying resided in the miscellaneous disciples area, Qin Jin was acutely aware that prominent figures frequently visited to pay their respects to him. A myriad of emotions swirled within him. The cultivation world was indeed replete with extraordinary individuals. How could one comprehend a great figure who chose to dwell among the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples? Have you been hovering at my door for a particular reason? Long Qianying asked. I am somewhat hesitant to say. Are you seeking to enhance your cultivation? Long Qianying cut straight to the point. Does the young master possess any methods? The old man steeled himself, no longer wavering. Well, you are of advanced years, and with my current cultivation, I fear I may not be of much assistance to you. I am willing to serve under the young master, hoping for your guidance. This elder was no fool. He understood that if someone possessed the ability, there was no reason for them to assist him without expectation. You flatter me, Senior Qin. Since you place your trust in me, I shall make an attempt. With that, he led Qin Jin into his quarters. Activating the Tianqin Shenyan revealed that Qin Jin's meridians had indeed withered. indicating he had missed the optimal period for cultivation. However, within his dantian, a mass of black energy lay dormant, and when Long Qianying's consciousness brushed against it, the energy dared to resist. What on earth is this? How could it be so formidable? Long Qianying marveled. It was his first encounter with an energy mass that dared to challenge his sea of consciousness. Senior Qin, what transpired 20 years ago? Please share your tale with me. Ah, young master, how could you possibly? How would I know, right? I can tell you this, if the issue with your dantian is resolved, your accomplishments will surely be remarkable. As for the details, you may decide how to proceed. Sighing deeply, Qinjin began recounting his past. 20 years ago, I was handling affairs for a prominent figure within the sect. We were ambushed by an unknown force deep within a mountain forest, leading to the demise of the esteemed leader. I was then cast into a deep valley. At that time, I was considered a rising star within the sect. After falling into the valley, I endured a harrowing adventure, encountering many strange occurrences. Ultimately, I sustained grave injuries, and when I awoke, I found myself outside the valley. I have pondered endlessly, why did I survive against all odds, only to be rescued? Why have I made no progress in cultivation over these past 20 years? Experts within the sect have examined me, yet the cause remains elusive. With a heavy heart, Qinjin expressed his helplessness. Long Qianying contemplated deeply. The black energy mass was of an exceptionally high grade, likely on par with the mysterious energy sword residing in his sea of consciousness, possibly originating from the same realm. How could he reclaim it? Long Qianying found himself in a quandary. If Qinjin could control it, it would benefit him as well. Unfortunately, given Qinjin's advanced age and his current cultivation level, which was merely at the initial stage of the shattered star realm, subduing the black energy mass seemed implausible. However, if he were to refine it himself, the effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish, leading to a waste of such high-grade energy. After contemplating, Long Qianying devised a plan. He decided to allow his golden energy sword to make contact once more. With a flick of his consciousness, the golden energy sword surged forth, inching closer to the black energy mass within Qinjin's dantian. As soon as they made contact, the black energy mass retaliated fiercely. Alas, the golden energy sword proved more substantial, gradually gaining the upper hand, ultimately swallowing the black energy mass whole. The energy sword returned to Long Qianying's sea of consciousness. This time, Long Qianying discerned that the black energy mass was, in fact, a soul spirit that had been feeding off Qinjin's energy. Had he discovered this any later, the spirit would have grown powerful enough to seize control of Qinjin's body, transforming him into a completely different individual. Long Qianying, unwilling to deceive Qinjin, laid bare the truth of the situation, leaving the elder trembling in shock. After a long moment, he knelt in gratitude. Your issue has been resolved. Now, I shall provide you with a sum of primal stones. If you can break through to the Jiuyang realm within a year, seek me out then. With that, he handed Qinjin several tens of thousands of primal stones. The elder accepted the stones and bowed deeply as he departed. Once Qinjin had left, Long Qianying concentrated, controlling the golden energy sword to dismantle and refine the black energy mass. This process consumed nearly another month. Upon absorbing the soul spirit, Long Qianying's own soul power ascended several realms. However, as he was not a soul cultivator, he remained unaware of the exact level of his soul power. In refining this soul spirit, Long Qianying also acquired a technique for soul cultivation known as the 9 transformations of visualization technique. This technique was a method for cultivating the soul. According to the text, one needed to visualize repeatedly, and upon reaching the 9th transformation, they would ascend to the next level of soul realm. Long Qianying found this method of soul cultivation appealing, as it bore similarities to the cultivation of other martial arts techniques. After immersing himself in cultivation for several more days, Long Qianying was awakened by the sound of air being sliced. It was indeed Ling Yulan and Elder Shan Changwu arriving. Young friend Long, there is a matter I must discuss with you. The top 10 core disciple, Wu Tian, has been absent during his training, and the sect suspects he may have perished. The sect has decided to appoint a replacement. Do you have any interest? Long Qianying stood with his hands clasped behind his back, lost in contemplation. Logically, given his current level of cultivation, he had primarily relied on personal exploration for his growth, and the resources for cultivation had been earned through his own efforts. He had no need for the sect's support. However, the situation has changed. It is no longer a secret that he secretly treats people's hidden ailments. Furthermore, a series of events have gradually brought him into the limelight for many. If a genius were to remain in the area designated for menial disciples, the ordinary disciples would surely gossip and feel disheartened. Thus, Long Qianying's situation is rather unique. Overall, it is simply not suitable for him to stay in the menial disciple area. If he is to leave the menial disciple area, where should he go? Frankly speaking, he has no interest in the title of one of the top 10 core disciples. His aim is to wait for the right moment to resolve matters concerning Xian'er, ultimately to resolve these issues. One must rely on formidable strength. Elder Dan, I can leave the menial disciple area, but I still have no interest in being a core disciple. Might it be possible to find a tranquil place that is not easily noticed? Elder Dan Wu understands that Long Qianying is the type of person who is not particularly interested in fame and fortune, so he can comprehend this. However, Ling Yulan is somewhat astonished, having witnessed Long Qianying's overwhelming defeat of Wu Tian. She had assumed he harbored ambitions of usurping power. It now appears that this man before her is indeed beyond her comprehension. With this thought, the sparkles in Ling Yulan's eyes began to shine brightly once more. Chapter 42, Guarding the Sword Tower. Upon hearing Long Qianying's words, Dan Wu fell silent for a moment before responding. The type of place you described does exist, however, it may be somewhat of a compromise. I am untroubled by that. The simplest life is the most genuine existence. Deep within the sect, there stands another sword tower. Recently, the steward guarding the sword tower unexpectedly passed away. Now, the sword tower is without a keeper. Very well, let us proceed to the sword tower. Long Qianying made his decision. The three of them immediately flew towards the sword tower. In no time, the sword tower deep within the dense forest appeared before them. They pushed the door open, and countless swords flashed with glimmers of cold light. Long Qianying activated the Heavenly Heart technique to fend off the chilling rays. Young friend Long, according to sect requirements, you must polish at least 100 swords each day. As his internal sword energy swirled, he could only ascend to a higher level based on his own capacity for resistance. The specifics would depend on your adaptability. Aside from this, individuals from the sect will occasionally come to exchange or collect swords, but all transactions require a note as proof. The sword tower comprises 9 levels, the highest level contains but a single sword. If you can gain its approval and reach the highest level, it is indeed possible. Beyond that, there is nothing else to be particularly cautious about. Long Qianying nodded, indicating his understanding. Dan Wu then took his leave. Ling Yulan stayed behind to converse with Long Qianying. Brother Long, I have a persistent feeling that you have matters to attend to at the Flying Sword Mountain Manor. Might you share what these matters are? Yulan, you are a saintess. It would be best for us to maintain some distance. What saintess? It's merely a title. Anyone can be one if they wished. I simply desire to cultivate in peace. Indeed, I do have certain matters I wish to inquire about. Yet I am at a loss as to how to initiate the conversation. You wish to understand the situation regarding Chu Xian'er, do you not? Long Qianying did not respond. This matter is of significant consequence, and he truly did not wish for Ling Yulan to become entangled in it. However, should Ling Yulan wish to speak of something herself, he would not refuse. I am acquainted with Xian'er. In fact, we are quite good friends. Yet one day, when representatives from the Nangong family visited for discussions, a young talent named Nangong Hao took a liking to Xian'er and requested the family to propose marriage. The manor lord Chu Yuntian did not consult Xian'er at all, and directly agreed to the union. Xian'er became despondent, contemplating running away from home. However, the sect maintained strict oversight, and Xian'er found no opportunity. Later, that Nangong Hao was killed during an outing. Upon hearing the news, Xian'er was filled with joy, believing that heaven was aiding her. Yet, the manor lord Chu Yuntian, for reasons unknown, unexpectedly agreed to marry Xian'er to another young man from the Nangong family named Nangong Chang. The continuous blows finally drove Xian'er to madness, rendering her in a daze for quite some time. Because she had become insane, the sect's scrutiny of her relaxed considerably. Eventually, one day, Xian'er disappeared, and despite extensive searches, there was no news. Many within the sect are aware of this matter. However, considering Xian'er's state when she left, no one dared to speak further. Strangely, even after Xian'er's descent into madness, the Nangong family did not send anyone to annul the engagement. These occurrences are riddled with anomalies, making it impossible for anyone to clarify. Ling Yulan spoke to herself, and after finishing, she drifted away. Only Long Qianying looked up, his mood heavy. From Ling Yulan's account, it appears to be a typical marriage linked by interests. Both parties have their own motives, merely using the union as a faade. However, what remains to be understood is what precisely each party seeks. This should be the sect's highest secret, accessible only to those of significant standing. Subsequently, Long Qianying, like an ordinary disciple, diligently polished thousands of swords on the first level each day. The requirement was to polish at least 100, yet each time he grasped a sword, he felt an extraordinary sensation. Thus, at times, he would spend the entire day polishing, managing to polish several thousand swords in a single day. After he polished all the swords, the sword energy that had crisscrossed the first level completely dissipated. With a mere thought, the sword he desired would materialize in his hand. At this point, Long Qianying ascended to the second level. The second level contained only a few thousand swords, yet the quality was vastly different. Crafted with a focus on the preferences of sword practitioners, the 3rd to 6th levels had only a few hundred swords each. Of these swords were either exceptionally sharp or exceedingly heavy, rendering them unsuitable for most individuals. On the 7th level, the sword energy was far too sharp. Long Qianying attempted to approach, but he was repeatedly repelled by the onslaught of sword energy. Day after day, Long Qianying polished the swords of the 1st to 6th levels. Gradually gaining a newfound understanding of swords, swords possess a certain spirit. They are the second life of the sword practitioner. Swords require the practitioner's dedicated nurturing after a period of tranquil living. Long Qianying had completely adapted to residing in the sword tower, accustomed to the daily handling of various swords. Occasionally, martial artists or sword practitioners would come to exchange swords, but they would leave promptly after their transactions. Showing no desire to engage in conversation. One day, Long Qianying set down the sword in his hand and spoke to the void. Since you have come, you may enter. A shadow emerged, cloaked in black and obscured by a hood. I have gathered the materials for the elixir to break through to the duality realm. When will you begin refining it? The cloaked figure inquired. I can start today, however. The process of refining the nurturing elixir will take approximately 7 days. Very well, I shall return 7 days hence to collect the elixir. With that, he tossed a storage bag to Long Qianying and departed swiftly. Long Qianying gazed into the void, murmuring, before me, whether masked or unmasked. It matters not, why go to such lengths? Upon inspecting the storage bag, he found indeed 3 portions. Long Qianying's brow relaxed considerably at this moment. He had long since investigated that the elixir required by Chu Yuntian was known as the Yuan Enhancement and Sky Restoration Elixir. With an ancient superior-grade alchemical furnace left behind, refining this elixir posed no significant challenge. With a thought, Long Qianying found himself within the palace of his Sea of Consciousness, summoned the alchemical furnace, and began refining the elixir. Having reached the Nine Suns realm, Long Qianying's control over the heat was even more precise. In less than a day, a glimmering purple elixir appeared in his hand. He retrieved a jade vial to contain the elixir and then proceeded to refine the 2nd and 3rd elixirs. In the eyes of others, the Yuan Enhancement and Sky Restoration Elixir is exceedingly precious, nearly impossible to acquire. Many would exhaust their fortunes in pursuit of a single elixir. This is also the reason why Chu Yuntian, as the sect leader, did not hesitate to approach Long Qianying without a mask. 3 days later, the cloaked figure returned, and Long Qianying presented the elixirs to him. The cloaked figure uncorked the vial and inhaled the scent, his brow relaxing in delight as he departed. Once the cloaked figure left, Long Qianying re-entered the palace of his Sea of Consciousness. The cloaked figure was none other than Chu Yuntian. With the elixirs he required in hand, he would undoubtedly break through to the duality realm within half a year. At that time, he would surely take action. During this period, Long Qianying had been honing and solidifying his cultivation, and now, as circumstances began to shift, it was time for him to attempt a breakthrough in his own cultivation. Chapter 43, The Mystery of the Sword Tower. Long Qianying was the first to shatter the original stone of the first level of the Sea of Consciousness Palace, activating the Heavenly Heart technique and wildly absorbing the violent energy. 5 days later, the true qi in his dantian was fully replenished. Break! Long Qianying roared, his true qi swirling as it surged towards the 2nd layer of the Nine Suns realm. The breakthrough to a minor realm was relatively easier. Without the need for combat, Long Qianying successfully advanced to the 2nd layer of the Nine Suns realm. To be prudent, Long Qianying decided to stabilize his newly acquired strength before pushing for the next realm. Thus, after another 2 days, he continued to break apart the original stones and fervently cultivate. This time, the quantity of original stones required increased significantly. Long Qianying had lost count of how many he had shattered. Only aware that the original stones in the palace had diminished by nearly half, Long Qianying barely managed to break through to the 3rd layer of the Nine Suns realm. The 3rd layer of the Nine Suns realm still belongs to the lower tier. And while the increase in Long Qianying's strength was substantial, it still fell short of his requirements. At present, on the surface, the Flying Sword Mountain manor appeared peaceful, yet Long Qianying suspected that once Chu Yuntian broke through to the duality realm, the landscape of the Honghuang continent would be irrevocably altered. The ensuing turmoil seemed all but certain. Therefore, to secure a foothold in this chaotic era, strength is the ultimate key. Long Qianying continued his cultivation, persistently solidifying his foundation. 3 months later, the raw stone vanished without a trace, and even the Tuzin Yuan Buddy and Dan obtained from Chu Yuntian, along with the resources amassed from slaying over 1,000 martial artists within the secret realm, were completely exhausted. Long Qianying's cultivation had only just barely crossed the sixth layer of the Jiuyang realm. To outsiders, this breakthrough seemed quite remarkable. However, only Long Qianying understood the immense price he had paid. Not to mention, the 2 pills earned from Chu Yunfei were meant for breaking through to the Wushuang realm, containing energy beyond imagination, yet, even such pills could only facilitate a minor breakthrough. This left Long Qianying in tears. As he pondered where to procure future cultivation resources. Of course, the benefits of breaking through to the 6th layer of Jiuyang were quite evident. His combat power, naturally, needed no elaboration, and the golden Shi sword within his sea of consciousness had grown increasingly solid. With its blade beginning to manifest, more importantly, Long Qianying found it much easier to control. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his strength and the breakthrough in his cultivation, the technique of the 9 turns visualization method for soul cultivation became more agile and fluid in operation. If the previous Tianqin Divine Eye had innate soul power, then the 9 turns visualization method served as a specialized technique for soul cultivation, complementing the capabilities of the Tianqin Divine Eye. In the future, as the 9 turns visualization method continued to advance, the functionality of the Tianqin Divine Eye would also grow stronger. With all his resources depleted, Long Qianying was unable to pursue further breakthroughs. Although people continued to seek him out for healing, the resources acquired through such means were insufficient to meet his needs for advancing his cultivation, unless he could obtain materials of the same caliber as those used to concoct Xingyuan Buddy and Dan. Nevertheless, adhering to a mindset of gathering whatever he could, Long Qianying still had to toil for resources. With his cultivation having progressed, he was now able to ascend to the 8th level of the Sword Tower. However, attempts to enter the 9th level had all ended in failure, as the raging sword chi could nearly pierce through Long Qianying's body. After sustaining several injuries, he decided to abandon his attempts. However, there was a silver lining. During the process of contending against the numerous sword chi, the golden chi sword within his sea of consciousness continued to evolve, ultimately leading to the creation of the Tianqin sword technique's 8th form. Tianqin illuminates the divine. Upon successfully creating this technique, when Long Qianying ascended to the 9th level of the sword tower, he was astonished to find that he felt no sword chi at all. This was because the sword chi within the tower could not run rampant in the presence of such a powerful technique. Standing at the 9th level, Long Qianying beheld a long sword resembling his Tianqin sword. With a hum, the Tianqin sword flew uncontrollably from his hand, hovering in mid-air. In no time, the long sword before him was drawn to the Tianqin sword and ascended, merging directly with it. The fusion process was swift. Taking less than an hour, the immense vibration startled all the high-ranking members of Feijian Mountain Manor. Shadows flew in from all directions. Before long, dozens of individuals surrounded Long Qianying, each exuding a formidable presence. Once the fusion was complete, the long sword automatically fell into Long Qianying's grasp. Young Master Long, the treasured sword has recognized its master. We have nothing more to say. However, this is ultimately the manor's supreme treasure, and its ownership must be determined by the manor lord. An elder stepped forward, his voice resolute. Indeed, the disappearance of the sect's treasure is a responsibility we cannot bear. It would be best for you to hand it over. Young friend Long. Although Long Qianying was merely an ordinary disciple, his status within the sect rivaled that of core disciples. Thus, these individuals endeavored to speak kindly. This is rather inappropriate. The sword merely fused with my treasured sword. Why then must you take away my sword as well? What shall I use to defend myself in the future? The group of dozens seemed to have never encountered a situation like this, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. If they were to use force, Long Qianying would certainly resist, inevitably leading to conflict. How about this? The fused treasured sword will be temporarily placed on the 9th level. After all, young friend Long is responsible for guarding the sword tower, and you can access the sword at any time without issue. Once the manor lord emerges from seclusion, we will report the matter truthfully, and everything will be determined by him. How does that sound? An esteemed elder proposed. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Although Long Qianying was somewhat reluctant, it was indeed the only viable option at present. After all, he was responsible for guarding the sword tower, and the item would remain close at hand. A little time would not matter. Since you all say so, I shall comply. However, let me make it clear, if anyone from the sect harbors ill intentions toward this sword, I will pursue them relentlessly, both in heaven and on earth. Long Qianying emphasized firmly. The group fell silent and gradually retreated. However, among these dozens of individuals, their thoughts likely varied. How could it be so simple that the supreme treasure fused with Long Qianying's sword and actively acknowledged him as its master? There was more to this than met the eye. There had already been individuals coveting the 9th level of the sword tower, and now, with a more powerful sword under their noses, who could tell what might transpire? Long Qianying observed the expressions of these individuals, understanding that he could not best any one of them. If they intended to seize it, he would indeed be unable to protect it. However, there was one advantage, since the Tianqin sword had already acknowledged Long Qianying as its master. He would be able to sense any disturbances immediately. It seemed he needed to take some precautions with the Tianqin sword, otherwise, should the treasured sword be lost, not only would he suffer a loss, but the sect would also seize the opportunity to trouble him. Long Qianying gazed determinedly at the Tianqin sword, his mind racing. Chapter 44. The sect's elder, Long Qianying, infused a strand of golden Qi sword energy into the Tianqin sword. The compatibility of the golden Qi sword energy with Long Qianying was exceedingly high, akin to a second soul. The slightest disturbance, he would be able to detect it instantly and prompt the Tianqin sword to unleash an attack. As night fell, just as Long Qianying had anticipated, a ripple in the void heralded the arrival of a masked figure clad in black. The sword Qi at the 9th level of the sword tower remained fierce. But each individual had their own secrets in cultivation, everyone had different methods to resist the sword Qi. Moreover, in the face of a treasured item, taking some risks was only natural. The black-clad figure wielded a long sword. Contending against the sword tower. In no time, they penetrated the sealed sword Qi hidden in the shadows. Long Qianying watched this unfold, feeling a mix of emotions. Indeed, one could not underestimate the talents of the world. One could not afford to overlook the greed inherent in human nature. The masked figure grasped the Tianqin sword in one hand, a glint of madness flashing in their eyes, just as they reveled in their success. A flash of golden light surged from the Tianqin sword, piercing the figure's brow, followed by a cry of anguish as the Tianqin sword returned to its rightful place. The black-clad figure vanished into the night sky. Over the course of one night, 3 groups of individuals appeared in succession, and the results were consistently the same. Long Qianying had initially planned to contact Dan Shangwu to jointly defend against the increasing pressure and protect the Tianqin sword. However, it seemed that such measures were no longer necessary, and nevertheless, Long Qianying could surmise that these individuals would not easily relent. As time went on, their actions might become increasingly frenzied. He had to step up his defenses gradually. In addition to imbuing the sword with golden Qi sword energy, Long Qianying felt he could also infuse it with soul attack capabilities. The primary function of the golden sword Qi was to breach the sword Qi defenses of others, whereas soul attacks would directly damage the sea of consciousness. If a martial artist possessed weak soul power, there was a real possibility of their demise. Resolute in his decision, Long Qianying prepared for this Tianqin sword defense operation as a test for himself. He took out several jade slips, sealing strands of his soul within, placing them beside the Tianqin sword. If anyone attempted to move the Tianqin sword, the slips would automatically shatter, ensuring that they would be injured. If not killed. With both contingencies in place, Long Qianying could finally rest easy. For several consecutive nights, intruders continued to breach the sword tower, resulting in injuries to several. Among them, a younger martial artist was killed outright. Long Qianying handed the body of the deceased to Dan Shangwu, who looked grave as he surveyed the lifeless form. Young friend Long, this cannot continue. Elder Dan, looking at it from another perspective, this could be a blessing in disguise. This is a prime opportunity to eliminate the unworthy. Long Qianying replied with a smile. Dan Shangwu nodded in agreement, deeply impressed by Long Qianying's insight. In such situations, most would only think of safeguarding their own sword, with few considering the sect's welfare. This young man's vision was admirable. His future accomplishments would be limitless. Contemplating this, Dan Shangwu fell into thought, formulating some ideas. After bidding farewell to Long Qianying, he soared to the back mountain of the sect. Entering an inconspicuous cave. Elder, I have matters to report. Oh, it's little Dan. What is it? An aged voice resonated from within the cave. The sect's supreme treasure, the Linglong sword, has automatically fused with a disciple's treasured sword. After the fusion, the sword's power has significantly increased, stirring the interest of many within the sect. Several individuals have already been injured in their attempts to seize it. I seek your guidance. Elder, how have you handled this? The sword is temporarily secured in the sword tower. Young friend Long, the one wielding the sword, suggested using the treasure as bait to eliminate those disloyal to the sect. Good, this young man possesses great foresight. The elder replied. I too believe his strategy is commendable. Unfortunately, his personal cultivation is not high, and he may not achieve his goal. Your concerns are valid. Very well, I shall take charge of this matter. You may return. Thank you, Elder. I am uneasy. No need for concern. This is a significant issue for the sect. I shall attempt this just once. Dan Shangwu withdrew. The old ancestor gazed into the void. Can it truly devour other weapons? Quite remarkable indeed. He chuckled, eager to witness it. With that, he vanished in a flash. Long Qianying continued his training as usual. As night fell, the void trembled once more, and this time a formidable presence emerged. The golden energy sword nearly forced the opponent back. And the soul attack failed to inflict immediate harm. With this individual grasped the Tianqin sword and was about to depart when suddenly his body stiffened for a moment, then, with a loud bang, he exploded, his soul extinguished. Long Qianying, hiding in the shadows, was momentarily taken aback. The assailant was surely not Xu Yuntian. Even if he had broken through his cultivation, his power could not reach such heights. The Feijian Villa, one of the 3 sacred places of cultivation in the Honghuang continent, was indeed more complex than met the eye. The Tianqin divine eye spread out, revealing only a faint shadow in the void, gradually fading away. What profound cultivation, Long Qianying marveled. Meanwhile, the old ancestor in the shadows was entirely astonished. To think he could detect my presence. This little fellow is quite intriguing. A talent like him has emerged from the sect. And Xu Yuntian didn't report this to me. How foolish. He contemplated returning to seek out Long Qianying but decided it was not the right time, better to observe for a while longer. If it truly is as Xiaodan said, then focusing on nurturing him would be prudent. Perhaps he could accomplish that task. Speaking of which, that matter also requires finding someone soon. It cannot be allowed to drag on indefinitely. The old ancestor vanished. Long Qianying fell silent. The following days, the sword tower remained quiet. The assassination of several elders within the sect was not something that could be concealed. However, everyone was tacitly aware of it without explicitly stating it. As a result, Long Qianying was afforded a brief respite, yet, he understood that this was far from the end of the matter. It could very well be the darkness before dawn, since no one within the sect could seize the treasure. Some might turn their attention outward. In other words, there was a possibility that someone might ally with outsiders to snatch the precious sword. After all, the Feijian Villa possessed such treasures, posing a threat to other sections. Those within the sect might harbor a sense of luck. Even if their strength was lacking, they might attempt to act. However, those coming from outside would be different. If they dared to approach, it signified a lack of fear. This was precisely what Long Qianying feared the most. He initially intended to report this situation to Dan Changwu, but after some thought, he decided against it, because even if Dan Changwu were to learn of it, what could be done? Lacking strength rendered everything futile. Long Qianying fell into contemplation. He never anticipated that matters would evolve into their current state. All of this was due to the foolishness of the Feijian Villa. Insisting on seizing his treasured sword sight, Long Qianying let out a long sigh. At present, with his strength, he could only take one step at a time. Hopefully, the sect's elders could hold their ground. Chapter 45, The Transformation of Tianqin. Long Qianying's concerns, unfortunately, proved prescient. After the old ancestor annihilated several prominent figures within the sect, sensing the situation was dire, someone contemplated an alternative path. On a deep night a few days later, as Long Qianying was meditating, he suddenly sensed the void beginning to ripple. Ascending into the sky, he discovered 2 old men engaged in fierce battle. One of them was the old ancestor of the Feijian Villa, whose aura Long Qianying could distinctly feel. The other man was unfamiliar to him, yet, witnessing their fierce exchanges, Long Qianying discerned that both were undoubtedly masters of the same caliber. While the precious sword was important, it was ultimately an external object. The duel between the 2 contemporary masters was a rare opportunity that Long Qianying could not afford to miss. They clashed for several hundred rounds, with no clear victor. Mo Lao Gue, not bad, it's been decades. And your strength has greatly improved. The old ancestor of the Feijian Villa spoke with a tone full of mockery. You brother Beifeng, you flatter me. Compared to you, I still fall short. Our generation is dwindling. So do you also covet the Linglong sword? We both know its caliber. If such a treasure can be devoured, it speaks volumes about the prowess of the fused sword. How about you lend it to me for a few days? Long Qianying did not fully comprehend their dialogue. His focus lay on their sword techniques. After several hundred exchanges, he felt a spark of understanding, yet, he could not immediately articulate what he had gained. Due to the vast disparity in cultivation levels, he found many aspects of their techniques beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from projecting their techniques into his sea of consciousness and the energy sword within it. The 2 battled throughout the night, with neither side gaining the upper hand. As dawn broke, the one known as Mo Lao Gue vanished in a flash, while the old ancestor of the Feijian Villa also dissipated into nothingness. Long Qianying returned to the sword tower and immediately immersed himself in training. The clash between Mo Lao Gue and Beifeng had provided him with invaluable insights. So this is how sword techniques can be applied? So this is how power can be controlled. Within his sea of consciousness, the techniques of the two masters evolved repeatedly. Time passed, and suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted from Long Qianying, the eighth form of the Tianqin sword technique. Tianqin Divine Transformation was successfully created. This technique drew from the essence of the swordsmanship of the two contemporary elders and perfectly aligned with Long Qianying's own situation. Once executed, its power was boundless. Long Qianying exhaled deeply. For some time, he had been attempting to create a sword technique that encapsulated his insights into swordsmanship and the formidable power of the soul, yet he always felt something was lacking. By a stroke of fortune, he witnessed the battle between the two masters. From their strikes, applications of power, and shifts in thought, he grasped the essence of the sword path. Finally, he succeeded in creating this technique. Tianqin Divine Transformation. Long Qianying's combat prowess ascended to a new level. Advancement in cultivation requires abundant resources, which Long Qianying lacked. However, he could not afford to interrupt his training, now that he had just created the Tianqin Divine Transformation. It was improbable for him to forge another formidable sword technique in the short term. The only remaining path to enhance his strength lay in cultivating the 9 transformations contemplation technique. As long as his soul power was sufficiently strong, he could still engage in battles with masters. In fact, if Long Qianying wished to progress further in the sword path, he could not afford to neglect the cultivation of his soul power. For any sword master who reached a certain level, control over the flying sword relied on intent. This intent is none other than soul power. The 9 transformations contemplation technique is undoubtedly an extraordinary method for cultivating soul power. In the past, he only understood that special techniques could enhance mental strength, but he was unaware of the classification of mental power levels. Through recent studies and research, he finally grasped the hierarchy. In the Honghuang continent, the levels of mental power are primarily Soul Awakening Realm, Gathering Soul Realm, Soul Body Realm, Soul Confusion Realm, Infant Soul Realm, and Infant Spirit Realm. Beyond that, Long Qianying was uncertain. This was due to the fact that soul cultivators have been exceedingly rare since ancient times. On one hand, mainstream martial arts view soul cultivation as peculiar and an unorthodox path. On the other hand, soul cultivation demands exceptionally high mental power, which most martial artists simply do not possess. Superficially, many high-level martial artists appear to have formidable soul power. However, this power is relative. Before true soul cultivators, they are akin to ants. Often, a single thought from a soul cultivator can send a martial artist into despair. Long Qianying, being compelled by the lack of cultivation resources, found himself at a crossroads, contemplating soul cultivation. Even he was uncertain whether this choice was wise or not. As Long Qianying himself remarked, once soul cultivation is deemed heretical, it is all too easy for practitioners of the martial world to unite against one. Moreover, whether he is truly suited for cultivating soul power remains a difficult question. If he expends effort without achieving his goal, it would be a significant loss. With a calm mind, Long Qianying repeatedly recited the 9 transformations contemplation technique, cleansing his soul again and again. A night passed, yielding only modest results. Long Qianying sighed. It seemed he truly was not suited for soul cultivation. After careful consideration, he felt it was better to abandon the endeavor. Just as this thought emerged, the golden energy sword within his sea of consciousness began to tremble. Could it be that the soul could enter the energy sword for cultivation? Long Qianying was startled by his own audacity. If the soul were to enter the energy sword and face rejection, he could potentially perish, yet, the reluctance to leave it untried lingered in his heart. Let us do it, Long Qianying resolved and immediately released his divine sense, inching closer to the golden energy sword. To his astonishment, the energy sword did not repel his soul, instead it radiated a sense of joy and exuberance. Before long, Long Qianying's soul fully entered the energy sword. The 9 transformations contemplation technique activated automatically, and soon a wave of unparalleled comfort enveloped him. His mind was exceptionally clear. Many concepts that had previously eluded him suddenly became coherent within the golden energy sword. This sensation resembled the enlightenment experienced during cultivation. In other words, as long as Long Qianying's soul entered the golden energy sword for cultivation, it was akin to being in a perpetual state of enlightenment. This was truly terrifying. If this were the case, Long Qianying's strength would skyrocket. Before long, he would undoubtedly surpass many others. Long Qianying could not conceal his inner elation and immediately immersed himself in training. In less than a day, his soul underwent a breakthrough. Previously, Long Qianying's soul realm could barely be classified as the soul awakening realm, but after an overnight epiphany, he reached the gathering soul realm. His thoughts became increasingly clear, and his reactions swifter. Despite occasionally rising to confront intruders attempting to steal the Tianqin sword, Long Qianying's soul cultivation progressed rapidly. Within a month, he astonishingly reached the soul body realm. With his soul power combined with the Tianqin Divine Eye, Long Qianying could now easily detect the presence of the old ancestor of the Feijian Villa. 2 months had passed once more, and Long Qianying's soul power realm had broken through to the bewildering soul realm. The route of the ancestor's movements in the void was vividly imprinted in Long Qianying's sea of consciousness. Chapter 46. The enraged Long Qianying, being able to perceive the ancestor's flight path was immensely advantageous. At the very least, even if Long Qianying were to be outmatched in the future, he could evade the other's pursuit. The ancestor of the Flying Sword Manor was at least 2 major realms above Long Qianying. To escape with his life from such a formidable individual was nothing short of miraculous. After breaking through to the bewildering soul realm, Long Qianying's cultivation began to slow significantly. He sensed that continuing to cultivate would yield diminishing returns, so he decided to halt his efforts. At that moment, a wave of potent energy fluctuated from the manor's main hall. Long Qianying surmised that the manor master, Chu Yuntian, had broken through to the unmatched realm. Indeed, half a day later, Chu Yuntian appeared before Long Qianying. Long Qianying, hand over my daughter. It was evident that Chu Yuntian was privy to quite a bit of information. Sienna is injured and is not with me. Injured? Where is she now? I do not know. I only know that she was rescued by a powerful individual, and I am unaware of her whereabouts for recuperation. How was she injured? Did you inflict harm upon her? Yes, Long Qianying replied, unwilling to elaborate. It was not inaccurate to say that Sienna was injured for his sake. Even if he claimed that he had harmed Sienna, it was still not entirely untrue. The implications of the 2 injuries were simply different. You seek death. Chu Yuntian's expression shifted, revealing his quick temper. I seek death. Do you believe a man who has repeatedly driven his daughter to the brink of despair deserves to be called a father? Do you think a person who disregards the feelings of others, forcibly binding 2 unwilling individuals together, is a good person? Do you believe it is a joyous circumstance for a young girl to wander the world, being bullied and neglected? Master Chu, were it not for your daughter, I would truly consider tampering with the elixir to ensure your demise. Long Qianying's fury was palpable. He had long wished to express these sentiments. Unfortunately, he had not had the opportunity until now, and he would not let it slip away, even if the other was Sienna's father. You know it was me. For a martial artist, what use is a mask? If one cannot even perceive such a trivial matter, what qualifications do I possess to be Sienna's friend? What reason do I have to cultivate further, out of respect for your status as an elder? I have remained silent, however. That does not equate to infinite patience. Everything you have done is worlds apart from what a father should embody. I have reason to suspect that Sienna is not your biological daughter. After saying these words, Long Qianying felt a weight lift from his heart, and he was instantly relieved. Chu Yuntian was momentarily stunned by Long Qianying's reprimands. However, a top-tier expert like him, accustomed to arrogance, could not genuinely reflect upon himself. Regaining his composure, he wore an expression of indignation. My affairs do not require your concern. Sienna is my daughter. This is a matter of my family. Who are you to meddle in my family matters? I tell you, if you cannot retrieve Sienna, your only fate is death. Long Qianying was profoundly disappointed. Chu Yuntian was utterly detestable. He could hardly fathom how such a man had come to be the master of the manor. I have no desire to involve myself in your family matters. I simply seek an explanation for Sienna. I have been at the Flying Sword Manor for several years, contemplating how to mend the relationship between you and your daughter. After all, you are family and should be happy together. However, I have now abandoned the notion. You deserve to die. Long Qianying's words thoroughly enraged Chu Yuntian. Very well, let this deserving person send you to your demise. Chu Yuntian's face twisted into a snarl. With a flick of his hand, a long sword appeared in his grasp. The deadly strike surged toward Long Qianying. Long Qianying's expression turned cold with a mere thought. The Heaven's Heart sword from the 9th layer of the sword tower flew into his hand. The boundless power of Heaven's Heart, infused with the formidable soul energy of the bewildering soul realm, met the attack head-on. A thunderous explosion resounded, and Long Qianying vanished without a trace. Just as Chu Yuntian was about to pursue, he suddenly felt a jolt in his consciousness, a heaviness in his chest, and blood spurted from his mouth. After a brief moment of adjustment, he prepared to chase again, only to find that Long Qianying had completely evaded him. A soul attack. This young man is indeed enigmatic. Chu Yuntian muttered, his expression grave. Besides seeking information about Sienna, he had intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate Long Qianying. He did not wish for anyone else to learn of his breakthrough through the elixir and certainly did not want Long Qianying assisting others in their own breakthroughs. Such was his nature, or perhaps this was simply the reality of the cultivation world. Meanwhile, Long Qianying, having discreetly departed from the Flying Sword Manor, exerted considerable effort to evade Chu Yuntian's spiritual probing. The disparity in their cultivation levels was too great. His fortunate escape this time was entirely due to the prowess of his bewildering soul realm soul energy. If his soul power advanced further, he might stand a chance against Chu Yuntian, yet for now, he was far from capable. He could not rely on hiding in the domain of another's arduous soul cultivation, for such endeavors bore little fruit without sufficient opportunity. It seemed he must find a way to break through in martial arts cultivation. Only martial arts cultivation was fundamental, everything else could only be viewed as auxiliary, much like now, although the Heaven's Heart Sword had birthed the Earth Eighth Sword's Heaven's Heart transformation. What good did it do? Even if Long Qianying unleashed this move, it would still be ineffective against Chu Yuntian, and it may even expose his hidden cards, resulting in a net loss. However, where could he seek out cultivation resources? Long Qianying found himself at a loss. After nearly 3 years of enduring at the Flying Sword Manor, the outcome had turned out this way, which he had not anticipated, since answers could not be found at the Flying Sword Manor. He resolved to visit the Nangong family. Long Qianying promptly calibrated the celestial map and set off toward the Nangong family. The Nangong family was situated no less than 100,000 miles from the Flying Sword Manor. At his current pace, it would take merely 10 days to arrive. However, at this moment, Long Qianying still had some matters to ponder. He was not in a rush to reach the Nangong family. Even contemplating the necessity of such a visit, this trip to the Flying Sword Manor had imparted a crucial lesson. Without sufficient strength, one could accomplish nothing. As he flew toward the Nangong family for several days, Long Qianying remained preoccupied with his thoughts. Over the years, this was one of the few moments he had experienced a downturn. Don't run, if you do, I'll kill you. Suddenly, Long Qianying heard a voice ahead. Upon closer inspection, he saw a burly man pursuing a woman. He initially intended to bypass the scene, but the woman being chased darted directly toward him, calling for help before Long Qianying could respond. The burly man pointed his sword at him, declaring, "Get lost, or I'll chop you down as well." His demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. "Oh, what have I done? Why do you wish to kill me?" Long Qianying inquired. Perplexed. No reason. I simply want to kill. Oh, how unfortunate. I happen to share the same sentiment today, Long Qianying replied, an amused expression gracing his features. Chapter 47, The Remains of the Starry Behemoth. The burly man clearly did not regard Long Qianying as a threat. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a punch. Long Qianying, wielding his sword, effortlessly flicked it aside, causing the man's hand to fall to the ground. A scream erupted as the man clutched his severed arm. His face contorted in rage. "You little bastard, you're dead." With a sickening sound, the man's other arm also fell to the ground. Only then did he realize that the youth before him was no ordinary foe and promptly fell silent. His eyes brimming with malice. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life," came the voice of the woman behind him. Long Qianying did not turn around or respond. He had no desire to engage with anyone. Though he had inadvertently rescued the woman by dealing with the burly man, that was not his intention. He had merely clashed with the man. As Long Qianying began to depart, the woman caught up to him once more. "Young hero, this man has some accomplices just ahead. If you leave, I will inevitably fall into their hands. Please, I implore you to take me with you. Why should I save you? What benefit is there for me in doing so?" Long Qianying replied calmly. The woman was clearly taken aback by his response, stammering for a moment without finding the right words. Finally, as if recalling something, she spoke. "I know of a secret realm. I intended to explore it, but I stumbled upon this group of ruffians. A secret realm." Long Qianying's interest was piqued. "If that is the case, assisting you may not be a burden. However, if the secret realm yields nothing, you will still owe me a protection fee." "Agreed," the woman replied readily. Just as they were about to leave, Long Qianying suddenly recalled something and asked, "You said they are ruffians?" "Indeed, before I encountered them, I saw them capture other women. The reason they had not pursued me earlier was that they were too busy bullying others." "Oh," Long Qianying replied, flicking his sword, and the burly man's neck was swiftly severed by a thin line. Shortly after the two departed, the line snapped, and the man met his demise, following the woman's directions. Long Qianying rushed forward and soon saw a group of men assaulting a woman. His eyes blazed with fury as he drew his sword, swiftly dispatching the assailants in the blink of an eye. The violated woman, tears streaming down her face and her hair disheveled, looked at the fallen men around her, a sorrowful smile breaking through her despair as she picked up a sword from the ground and drew it across her neck. Long Qianying was unable to intervene in time, nor had he anticipated the woman's fiercely resolute character. Upon witnessing her demise, he let out a faint sigh. He casually dug a shallow grave in the ground and hastily buried her. Feeling that the presence of the brutish corpses was an affront to her dignity, Long Qianying unleashed flames from his palm, instantly reducing the bodies to ashes. He turned to the girl who had accompanied him. "Let us depart. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, human life is as trivial as grass. You should not find this peculiar. You possess the means. Why not act as a hero? Why not strive to diminish such tragedies in this world?" The girl's voice was laced with hysteria. "I have tried, and I have done much, yet my abilities are limited, and I cannot alter this world. Do not blame me. If you wish to act, then do so. Do not impose your expectations upon others." Long Qianying's tone was frigid. "We must go. If you do not, I shall leave without you." He showed no sign of yielding. "You are truly cold-hearted, devoid of compassion." Long Qianying strode away decisively. The woman paused, then hurried to catch up. "Have you always been this way? With such a demeanor, how can you expect to have friends?" she inquired. "Have you always been so fond of idle chatter? If so, your days may be numbered." "How tedious. My name is Yan Linlin. What is yours?" "A rather enchanting name," Yan Linlin complimented. "It is merely a moniker," Long Qianying replied, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. After traveling for some time, they finally arrived at the secret realm Yan Linlin had mentioned. Long Qianying surveyed the area, only to find a chaotic rocky expanse deep within the mountains. "This does not resemble a secret realm." "Have you made an error?" Long Qianying inquired patiently. "During the day, nothing extraordinary is apparent, yet at night, it emits a green glow. Many have explored it without discovering anything unusual. However, I refuse to believe that and have resolved to investigate further. After several days of observation, I noted that the green light fluctuates in intensity and intermittently appears. It is clear that it does not emanate from these rocks. I suspect that beneath this land lies something extraordinary. Of course, my abilities are limited. Should you uncover any treasures, do share some with me. No need for formality." Long Qianying was disinclined to engage in banter with Yan Linlin. He promptly sat cross-legged upon a large stone and began to cultivate. Awaiting the arrival of nightfall. "How dull," Yan Linlin muttered, yet seeing that Long Qianying had no intention of acknowledging her, she found a spot and sat down to meditate as well. In truth, Long Qianying was merely going through the motions. With his Tianqin Divine Eye and the 9 transformations visualization technique, he did not require the cover of night. Before long, the Tianqin Divine Eye activated, his consciousness enveloping the area. Long Qianying overlooked no detail. Yan Linlin was correct. The green light at night could not possibly originate from these stones, but rather was likely sourced from below. However, what lay beneath remained a mystery. Furthermore, even if something were hidden below, how could one access it, and if one did, what dangers might await? All of these questions must be taken into account. If one were to recklessly descend and perish within, what significance would the treasures hold? While risks may be taken, safety must always be paramount. After a thorough investigation, Long Qianying ultimately discerned that this vast area was, in fact, the site of a fallen celestial beast. Perhaps the celestial beast had been so colossal that its impact had stirred up endless storms and debris. The creature had burrowed deep into the earth, its remains now buried under a cascade of rocks. After years of evolution, its bones began to release energy, which was the green light Yan Linlin had observed. In truth, this energy was also present in forms not visible to the naked eye. Currently, it was at the peak of its energy release. Long Qianying felt a surge of elation. This incessant chatter from Yan Linlin had indeed led him to a fortuitous discovery. He estimated that if he could absorb all the energy from the celestial beast, his cultivation would surely break through several minor realms. Long Qianying kept his composure and began to channel the Tianqin technique, drawing the surrounding energy into his dantian. Initially, the absorption was slow. His dantian was unaccustomed to such overwhelming energy. Gradually, the rate of absorption increased. However, given the immense size of the celestial beast, which spanned hundreds of kilometers, the energy contained within was nearly incalculable, making it difficult for Long Qianying to fully absorb it all at once. Just as he encountered this dilemma, he suddenly recalled the mysterious Qi sword in his sea of consciousness. With a mental command, the enigmatic Qi sword was activated, surging forth to consume the energy released by the celestial beast in a frenzy of absorption. Chapter 48. Breaking through. The emergence of the mysterious Qi sword was indeed extraordinary. In less than half a day, Long Qianying's dantian was filled with concentrated true energy. He could choose to break through, but that would create considerable noise and inevitably attract attention. With a flicker of thought, the energy from the celestial beast's remains began to flow into his sea of consciousness palace. Long Qianying remained in a meditative state, while Yan Linlin beside him dared not inquire. Even amidst the night, with the green light swirling, Yan Linlin could only maintain her silence. 3 days later, the first and second tiers of Long Qianying's sea of consciousness palace had been saturated with mysterious energy. He had no further capacity to store energy. Noticing that approximately 80% of the celestial beast's energy had been absorbed, Long Qianying felt a shift in his heart and ceased his cultivation. He decided to leave the remaining energy for those fated to discover it. It would not be fair to monopolize it all. Long Qianying pondered silently. You are awake, I thought you might never come to. Yan Lilin's mournful voice broke the silence. In an unprecedented manner, Long Qianying refrained from retorting and instead replied patiently, I have thoroughly investigated. Beneath lies the corpse of the celestial beast. The energy has nearly dissipated. If you seek it, you must find a way to collect it. Additionally, the bones of the celestial beast have their uses. The energy produced by such skeletal remains does little for me. I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave. With that, Long Qianying leaped away, appearing 1,000 miles distant in an instant. Having received a tremendous opportunity, he certainly had no intention of divulging the truth to Yan Linlin, even if he were to share it. She might not believe him. The existence of the mysterious Qi sword was Long Qianying's greatest secret. He would never reveal it unless to those closest to him. The reason he could so swiftly absorb the energy from the celestial beast was entirely due to the Qi sword. Long Qianying's departure left Yan Linlin seething with frustration. However, reflecting on their lack of kinship, she pondered why she should impose demands upon him. Fortunately, Long Qianying had mentioned that the bones of the celestial beast lay buried below. Although the energy was dissipating, there remained a substantial amount. Yan Linlin immediately produced a communication stone to report to her family's faction. Unfortunately, the news leaked, and countless factions and martial artists converged, leading to escalating conflicts and relentless slaughter. This turmoil persisted for years, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands. Such an outcome was entirely unforeseen by Long Qianying. It also highlighted the fierce competition for cultivation resources. Long Qianying was acutely aware of the dangers of possessing riches and, after ensuring he was not being pursued, took a series of turns before descending into a remote wilderness, seeking a concealed cave to prepare for his breakthrough. Sitting cross-legged within the cave, Long Qianying rapidly channeled the integrated Tianqing technique, causing his true energy to surge. A month later, he felt his cultivation had reached a suitable level. With a mighty roar, all the true energy within his dantian surged forth, crashing against the barrier of the third layer of the Nine-Yang realm. The energy within the celestial beast was of exceptionally high grade. With just one impact, the barrier of the third layer shattered with a resounding break. He continued to immerse himself in cultivation. This time, the energy Long Qianying obtained was astonishing. In previous years, his focus had been on resolving matters concerning Xian'er, and his cultivation had seen little progress. This time, however, Long Qianying was determined to devote himself fully to his training. Time passed without concern in the mountains as he immersed himself in cultivation. Remarkably, Long Qianying remained in that hidden cave for a decade. With the super energy left by the celestial beast, he managed to break through to the Xianin realm. A decade to achieve such a significant breakthrough was indeed formidable. As one progresses, the difficulty of breaking through increases exponentially. After his breakthrough, the Tianqing Divine Eye underwent an evolution, becoming increasingly attuned to the 9 transformations visualization technique. The golden Qi sword in his sea of consciousness continued to condense. Its edges now glimmered with a sharp radiance. In the sea of consciousness, the third tier of the had now opened. Due to his previous busyness, Long Qianying had yet to explore even the second tier of the palace. And now, with the third tier unlocked, he took the opportunity to investigate thoroughly. The second tier, aside from being richer in spiritual energy, contained various cultivation resources. There were several cultivation rooms filled with raw stones and elixirs, alongside some divine weapons and martial arts texts. These were resources left by the sect, presumably in hopes that future successors would carry on their legacy. The third tier was similar to the second but contained even more resources of a higher grade. Additionally, it harbored a cache of gold coins, amounting to several hundred million. The original owner likely intended for this wealth to be used for the reconstruction of the sect. From this, it seemed the master of this palace had some foreboding of his impending demise and had prepared accordingly. Long Qianying let out a long sigh, realizing that the would require significant attention, otherwise it would be a disservice to the former owner's efforts. The guardian of the had mentioned that Xian'er could recover in a few years. Now, over a decade had passed without a word. Long Qianying found himself unable to contact the guardian, so he could only wait, with time on his hands and no worries regarding cultivation resources. He resolved to continue his training. Long Qianying resumed his closed-door cultivation. A cascade of dark hair, having been weathered by the passage of time, begins to turn white after 2 decades of steadfast meditation. Long Qianying has advanced his cultivation from the Xianin realm to the 6th layer of the Kongling realm. A significant breakthrough achieved in just 20 years, Long Qianying's strength has undergone a profound transformation. The golden energy sword within his sea of consciousness, entwined with the rusted remnants of the Tianqin realm, has seamlessly merged in an instant, suspended within the sea of consciousness, at the mere flicker of Long Qianying's thought. The Tianqin sword can autonomously fly forth to engage in battle. The golden energy sword has vanished within the palace of his sea of consciousness. The 4th layer has now been unlocked, and ample training resources are available. Yet, after 30 years of solitary meditation, Long Qianying feels a certain weariness. He resolves to depart from this place and embark on a journey into the outside world. The Tianqin Divine Eye has completed its fusion with the 9 transformations visualization technique. Forming a unique eye, after observing it for some time, Long Qianying names it the Tianqin Divine Eye. Within the sea of consciousness, the Tianqin chart of all heavens expands infinitely, even extending beyond the heavens. The recorded locations within it are now more detailed and precise. Rising to his feet, the bones in Long Qianying's body crack and pop with a thought. He appears a myriad of miles away. A brief glance at the Tianqin chart reveals the location of the Qianlong Hall. He wonders how Nangong Jin and the others are faring. After 30 years of separation, he truly misses them. Meanwhile, within the Qianlong Hall, Nangong Jin wears a calm expression. Master Nangong, the Qingyang sect is being exceedingly overbearing. They have already pushed to our mountain gate. Must we endure this? Gu Jiyan's voice booms. Nangong Jin's gaze flickers momentarily, but he quickly suppresses it. The Hall Master Long Qianying has yet to appear. This matter concerns the survival of our sect, and I cannot make a decision lightly. If we exhaust our forces, how shall I explain to the Hall Master, or rather, to Lady Xianer? He issues orders for strict defense. Unless absolutely necessary, we shall not leave the mountain gate to confront the enemy. I believe we should charge out directly. Nangong Jin is about to finish his thought when a booming voice resonates through the hall. Simultaneously, a tall figure appears. Long Qianying, Chapter 49. The Extreme West. The emergence of Long Qianying instills a sense of confidence among the martial artists present. Speak, what has transpired? Long Qianying commands. Master, primarily, it is because you have not been at the Qianlong Hall these years. Master Nangong instructed us to remain low-keyed. However, the nearby Qingyang sect believes us to be easy prey and has made attempts to reclaim us. After several skirmishes, both sides have suffered losses. Long Qianying quickly grasps the situation. To make an example of them, we shall eradicate the Qingyang sect. Come, follow me into battle. With a single step, Long Qianying strides forth, followed closely by Nangong Jin, Gu Jiyan Dihua, and the others. Outside the mountain gate, the martial artists of the Qingyang sect continue to taunt. The turtles of the Qianlong Hall come out to meet your demise. Ha ha! Just as they revel in their mockery, a flash of golden light erupts, and one man's head soars high into the air. Instantly, the crowd falls silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. What happened to your laughter? Were you not the great heroes? Long Qianying stands tall in the void, a mocking expression adorning his face. Damn it, the turtles of the Qianlong Hall dare to slay our people. Kill them, slaughter them. With that, thousands surge forward. The pent-up frustration of the Qianlong Hall's martial artists ignited as they clash with the Qingyang sect. Long Qianying, hovering in the void, spins the Tianqin sword, claiming the lives of hundreds of martial artists in an instant. Nangong Jin, taken aback, realizes that this young man, having not been seen for decades, has reached such a level of cultivation. It seems he may be on par with himself, yet this battle prowess could very well surpass his own. Xianer truly has an eye for talent. The sudden slaughter of hundreds causes the enemy's momentum to falter. In this brief respite, the martial artists of the Qianlong Hall go on a rampage, transforming the battlefield into a scene of chaos where the sun and moon lose their light and the heavens change color. Long Qianying executes a single technique, standing in the void, directing the fray. Within half a day, tens of thousands of Qingyang sect disciples have been annihilated. With Long Qianying, a sole cultivator of unparalleled might, present, these lower-tier martial artists are akin to mere ants. Senior Nangong, shall we destroy the Qingyang sect's stronghold? Shall you go or shall I? Allow me to go. I have endured enough in these past years. It is time to vent my frustrations. Select your own troops. Nangong Jin, unhesitating, assembles thousands of soldiers and marches towards the Qingyang sect's stronghold. 5 days later, he returns victorious, leading his troops back to the Qianlong Hall. A 3-day celebration ensues atop a towering mountain. Long Qianying and Nangong Jin stand proudly. Senior Nangong, shall we engage in a friendly spar? What, are you afraid? A bit, but not of losing, rather, of winning. Spare me the words, no need for pretense. Strike. Long Qianying smiles silently. With the Tianqin sword in hand, the energy surges forth, utilizing less than 60% of his internal power to suppress Nangong Jin's imposing aura. With gritted teeth, Nangong Jin thrusts forward with his sword crack. The moment their blades meet, Nangong Jin's sword shatters, fragments raining down to the ground. At this juncture, if Nangong Jin still cannot discern strength from weakness, he would be a fool. A bitter smile escapes him. You truly are a monster. Long Qianying flicks his finger, imparting the Tianqin sword technique into Nangong Jin's sea of consciousness before turning to leave. Leaving Nangong Jin seated atop the mountain, Long Qianying soon seeks out Dihua, transmitting a high-level technique to him. Finally, he spends some time instructing Gu Jian before departing gracefully to in the southern mountains. A middle-aged woman of enduring grace gazes skyward. Brother, after all these years, where are you? Sister has missed you dearly. How dearly? Suddenly, a voice from behind startles the contemplative woman. Turning, she sees a tall figure standing proudly, and her heart leaps with joy. Brother, Fengjie, this middle-aged woman is, of course, Bai Yanfeng, and the towering figure is Long Qianying. Martial artists abide by their own customs, cultivators adhere to their own principles. Bai Yanfeng unsheathes her sword, as does Long Qianying. In no time, they find themselves suspended in the void, their figures entwined in a dance that blurs the lines between combat and playful chase. For 3 days and nights, they remain immersed in this joyful reunion. Brother, there are rumors that you perished in a place where a colossal beast fell from the starry skies, yet I refuse to believe it. I knew you would return, thus I have waited all these years. Fengjie, why so melancholic? It seems as if we are lovers. Indeed, as siblings, it is perplexing why I feel this way, Bai Yanfeng thinks. A tinge of bitterness settling in her heart. Life seldom unfolds as we wish. Fengjie, do not dwell on it, unless you find me unworthy as a brother. Bai Yanfeng ponders for a moment before replying. Very well, I shall say no more. Your cultivation surpasses mine by a considerable margin. What say you? Assist your sister? Otherwise, should someone bully me, I would be left to await my demise. Would you truly allow that? Long Qianying flicks his finger once more, and the Tianqin technique enters Bai Yanfeng's sea of consciousness. She promptly sits cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation as Long Qianying gracefully departs. No sooner has Long Qianying left than Bai Yanfeng opens her eyes. Brother, I miss you. With that, a tear rolls down her cheek. Long Qianying is not oblivious to Bai Yanfeng's feelings, yet he finds himself unable to delve deeply into such matters, with Xian'er's fate still uncertain. He has been tormented for decades. He has pursued arduous cultivation, yet none of his predetermined goals have been resolved. Personal matters, perhaps it is best to let them be. It is precisely because he cannot articulate his feelings that he chooses to leave decisively. He believes that with the Tianqin technique, Bai Yanfeng's strength will surely rise swiftly, and she should be able to protect herself in due course, following the battle against the Qingyang sect. No forces dare challenge the Qianlong Hall in its vicinity. Long Qianying, however, has no desire to dominate a region, thus, once matters are adequately resolved, he begins to contemplate a journey to enhance his own strength. The Nangong family no longer presents a necessity for allegiance. Long Qianying's current power places him among the upper echelons of the entire Honghuan continent. If he were to unleash his full might, he could certainly survive even against the most formidable opponents. In other words, those capable of slaying him have likely ceased to exist. As for the matter of Xian'er, he must elevate his strength to contend with the world's most elite experts. Only then will his words hold weight, and he can pursue his aspirations. Long Qianying has perused various texts that describe the extreme west of the Honghuan continent as a forbidden land for martial artists. The accounts detail a protracted war that claimed countless lives. Thus, while the extreme west may harbor numerous opportunities, it is fraught with peril. Over the years, countless adventurers have ventured forth, never to return. Long Qianying requires cultivation resources, and despite the inherent dangers, he resolves to undertake this journey. Even if it leads to his demise, he feels compelled to proceed. The cultivation resources of a continent are finite, barring the fall of a superpower that replenishes the world. The existing balance is difficult to disrupt. This is especially true in terms of top-tier combat power. Chapter 50. The Power of Thunder. With this in mind, Long Qianying gazes into the void, resolutely calibrating his direction as he strides forth, soaring towards the extreme west. The extreme west is vast and boundless, its terrain complex. Some areas stretch endlessly, devoid of human presence for miles, while others are riddled with ravines. Treacherous and perilous, the climate is equally variable, shifting from dense fog to clear skies, and at times to snowstorms sweeping across the land. Moreover, the fluctuations grow increasingly severe, and the situation deteriorates further. The causes of this extreme weather remain unclear. However, ancient texts indicate that such conditions were not the norm in the past. Previously, climate variations were regular and stable. Upon grasping all this, Long Qianying wore a solemn expression. Extreme weather often heralds extreme events. The uncertainties of this journey seem to have increased significantly. The far western lands are distant. At Long Qianying's current pace, he would require approximately a month to reach his destination. A rough calculation suggests that he is at least 1,000,000 miles away from his current location. Such a vast distance cannot be traversed in one go. Long Qianying must travel while resting intermittently. After more than 20 days, he found himself increasingly closer to the far west. As the sun began its slow descent, the last rays of sunlight faded, and the world fell silent. Long Qianying arrived at a desolate wilderness. During the day, it was relatively calm, but at night, the tranquil world erupted into chaos with the sounds of various demonic beasts echoing in succession. This scene stood in stark contrast to the daytime serenity. Fortunately, over the years, Long Qianying had gained considerable experience. Sometimes, he even preferred the night, for the beasts that roamed the darkness posed a tangible danger. Unlike the people by day, whose intentions remained shrouded in mystery, creatures such as wolves and leopards posed no threat to a warrior like Long Qianying. Instead, he needed to be wary of energy whirlpools, supercharged energy clusters, spatial rifts, and the formidable beasts that inhabit them. Activating his Tianqin divine eye, Long Qianying could detect even the slightest changes within several dozen miles. As he ventured forth, suddenly the Tianqin sword began to tremble. A sense of excitement surged within Long Qianying. The guidance of the Tianqin sword rarely led him astray. Following its direction, he soared forward at great speed, the sword's tremors intensifying with each passing moment. Long Qianying's velocity increased correspondingly, and astonishingly, he flew for nearly half a day. Eventually, the Tianqin sword ceased its quivering, leading him to a thunderous region. Surrounding him were dark, swirling clouds and crackling lightning. The ground beneath was a vast swamp, stretching as far as the eye could see. What treasures could possibly lie here? Was the Tianqin sword mistaken this time? Standing on the marsh, Long Qianying observed and contemplated. The sword could guide him to this location but could not specify what treasures awaited him. He decided to venture in for a closer look. With a leap, he headed toward the heart of the storm. As he flew, the true energy within his dantian began to stir restlessly, employing the Tianqin technique. He gradually suppressed the chaotic energy within. Something felt amiss. The air here was saturated with peculiar energy. Long Qianying, ever observant, finally recognized the anomaly. He halted amidst the most violent lightning strikes, engaging the Tianqin technique at high speed. Lightning energy, he realized. This area was teeming with an immense quantity of energy. Long Qianying's heart soared with joy. The power of lightning was extraordinary. If he could absorb it, the benefits to his cultivation would be remarkable. He had already observed that the lightning energy conflicted slightly with his true energy. Without a balance point, most would dare not absorb such power, if they could even manage to do so. It seemed he would need to employ the Tianqin sword once more. The Tianqin sword, a fusion of mysterious energy and blade, should still possess the ability to temper the lightning energy. With a thought, he positioned the sword above his head. With his true energy activated, the lightning energy was refined through the Tianqin sword, gradually merging into Long Qianying's dantian. He exhaled deeply, fully activating the Tianqin technique as the lightning energy poured in unceasingly. Long Qianying settled into a meditative state, cross-legged in the void. The raging lightning could not harm him in the slightest. Instead, a vast amount of lightning energy was transformed through the Tianqin sword into pure true energy, slowly filling his dantian. For 2 entire months, Long Qianying remained bathed in the lightning, immobile. Suddenly, a flash of golden light enveloped him. He successfully broke through to the 7th layer of the void realm. Long Qianying advanced several dozen miles closer to the storm's core. Another 3 months swiftly passed. This time, however, Long Qianying encountered difficulties in his breakthrough. His face contorted, his body trembled, and blood seemed to spill from the corner of his mouth. It appeared he was in trouble. The prolonged exposure to lightning was cleansing his body, pushing it toward a breakthrough, yet he lacked the requisite techniques for physical cultivation. He was uncertain how to proceed. Compounding his predicament, it seemed his cultivation was also on the verge of breaking through. What to do? Long Qianying's face was indistinguishable from sweat or rain. As both forces tugged at him, he finally succumbed. Spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. The lightning continued its relentless assault, and the air was thick with a mournful wail. After an indeterminate period, Long Qianying slowly regained consciousness. "I am not dead," he felt astonished. He recalled that in his final moments, his soul seemed to have been torn asunder. Upon inspecting his body, he found it completely unharmed, his skin and bones even stronger than before. He suddenly remembered that during his absorption of the energy from the cosmic behemoth, he had refined his physical form. Had it not been for that prior foundation, he might have faced true peril this time. Checking his cultivation, he realized he had successfully broken through to the 9th layer of the Void Realm. Though he had narrowly escaped death, he had fortuitously turned misfortune into fortune. However, Long Qianying reflected that such occurrences should be avoided in the future. When elevating his cultivation, especially as a swordsman, he must ensure that his physical strength meets the breakthrough requirements, otherwise his body might truly shatter, leading to his demise on the spot, with a powerful leap. Long Qianying landed at the core of the lightning energy. His body made contact with the lightning, emitting a sizzling sound accompanied by the scent of charred flesh. The lightning's strength here was overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, Long Qianying pushed the Tianqing technique to its limits. After a considerable time, the pain gradually subsided. Long Qianying plunged into deep meditation. This time, within the eye of the lightning storm, he remained for an entire year before finally breaking through to the unparalleled realm. His cultivation level now matched that of Chu Yuntian. He believed that, with his rapid advancement, it would not be long before he surpassed the majority of the top experts in the Honghuang continent. Chu Yuntian, just you wait. Chapter 51, The Return of Xian Er. After more than a year of cultivating in the Thunder Swamp, Long Qianying reaped substantial rewards, following his breakthrough to the unparalleled realm. The Tianqing sword also underwent a transformation. Firstly, its blade had grown slightly longer. Secondly, its radiance had intensified. And most importantly, its resonance with Long Qianying's mind had deepened. Almost with a mere thought, the sword could soar forth, ensuring that any enemy within Long Qianying's spiritual awareness would meet their demise without fail. The Tianqing Divine Eye also acquired a new ability. With just a glance, it could not only perceive changes in an opponent's body but also discern their thoughts. This new function was terrifying, startling even Long Qianying. The palace within his sea of consciousness, the Hall of the Hidden Dragon, successfully unlocked its 4th layer. Long Qianying took a moment to inspect it. Aside from having access to more and higher quality cultivation resources, the space had also become more stable. Although Long Qianying remained within the far western lands, he had yet to enter the core area. Based on his current gains, this journey had already proven worthwhile. Despite the near-fatal incident in the swamp, he had ultimately persevered. The far west was indeed perilous, Long Qianying mused. Continuing westward, he entered a vast sea of sand. Initially, he noticed nothing amiss, but as he walked further, he soon realized something was wrong. Long Qianying discovered that he was merely going in circles, opening the Tianqing map within his sea of consciousness. He found that the red dot marking his location provided no special indications. Clearly, this area had once been a normal region. Its current state was likely a consequence of postnatal factors. Utilizing the Tianqing Divine Eye, he observed that the sky above was swirling with unique energy. This energy was undoubtedly not man-made. If it wasn't artificial, it must have formed naturally. What kind of energy could create such illusions in the expansive desert? Since he could not escape this sand sea, Long Qianying decided to close his eyes and directly use the Tianqing Divine Eye to probe the area, covering several thousand miles with his spiritual awareness. He scrutinized every inch of land. After several days of investigation, 2 characters gradually emerged in his mind. Ghost Domain. The origins of the Ghost Domain remain unknown. According to ancient records, after death, some unwilling souls may drift toward a common place instead of being reincarnated in the underworld. As these souls accumulate, they eventually form a ghost domain. The intelligence of a ghost domain is low, and it lacks strong self-awareness. In other words, the areas where ghosts gather are filled with wandering souls. When too many wandering souls converge, they can influence human judgment, creating illusions. This explained why Long Qianying felt as though he had entered a mirage. Furthermore, there was unfortunate news. Those who entered a ghost domain found it exceedingly difficult to escape unaided. Long Qianying tested this theory and confirmed its validity. Although the Tianqing Divine Eye could pierce through illusions, it seemed powerless against the vast number of souls in the ghost domain. Helpless, Long Qianying entered the Hall of the Hidden Dragon within his sea of consciousness. Retrieving the text stored there, fervently researching methods to break the ghost domain, for 3 days and nights, he pored over hundreds of thousands of pages, yet found no relevant records. As Long Qianying stood on the brink of surrender, he stumbled upon a passage in an ancient tome entitled Records of the Unusual, which spoke of heretical notions. The essence of the text suggested that certain souls flourished by consuming the essence of others. At first glance, this seemed only tangentially related to Long Qianying's plight within the realm of spirits. However, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him, igniting a most unwelcome thought. By merging the Heavenly Heart Divine Eye with the 9 Revolutions visualization technique, the potency of his soul cultivation could only be amplified. Thus, might it be possible to refine these wandering souls to enhance his own spiritual essence? The thought seized him, and he decided to give it a try. Activating the Heavenly Heart Divine, Long Qianying initiated the 9 revolutions visualization. In a short time, a stream of wandering souls was ensnared by the Heavenly Heart Divine after a brief struggle. These souls transformed into wisps of soul energy, nourishing Long Qianying's spirit. Overjoyed, he immediately settled into a meditative posture. One by one, the wandering souls were refined, gradually elevating his soul energy, though the process was slow. Any increase in soul power was significant, even a gradual ascent was a cause for celebration. Thus, Long Qianying remained in this state for 3 years. One fateful day, a verdant glow enveloped Long Qianying. Suddenly, clarity washed over him, and he realized that his soul had ascended to the infant soul realm. At that moment, a faint silhouette manifested within his sea of consciousness, bearing a resemblance to Long Qianying himself. This represented the nascent form of the infant soul. Achieving such a level of soul cultivation indicated that Long Qianying now possessed 2 souls. Henceforth, even if one were to dissipate, he would not face true demise. At this juncture, Long Qianying's mastery over the Heavenly Heart Sword became even more refined. His ability to learn martial techniques and cultivation methods surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, with his soul's elevation equating to an enhancement of innate talent and wisdom. Long Qianying's speed in capturing wandering souls increased significantly after breaking into the infant soul realm, immersing himself in further cultivation. 3 years later, he experienced another breakthrough, reaching the divine infant realm. The soul power at this stage had become so formidable that it eluded Long Qianying's estimation. The ethereal visage within his sea of consciousness had noticeably solidified, even displaying the motion of eyes. The number of wandering souls began to dwindle, yet they still met Long Qianying's cultivation needs, albeit necessitating his active pursuit of them. Consequently, his progress in cultivation began to slow. When the last wandering soul in this region was refined, the illusion before Long Qianying shattered, consuming nearly another decade in the process. Although this duration was considerable, Long Qianying's soul level ultimately ascended to the Transcendence realm. The hallmark of this realm was the ability of the ethereal visage within his sea of consciousness to detach from his corporeal body and materialize in the void. From henceforth, Long Qianying could command this visage to undertake reconnaissance tasks while his main body remained potentially thousands of miles away. This ability and technique were, in Long Qianying's belief, unparalleled across the vast expanse of the primitive continent. At present, while Long Qianying was not the most powerful, he was no longer vulnerable to death. Moreover, if he unleashed his full might, even the most elite martial artists and cultivators would find themselves in dire straits. With his strength having reached such heights, Long Qianying deemed it unnecessary to delve deeper into the heart of the extreme west. After more than a decade in this realm, it was time to return. Just then, a stir emerged from the palace of his sea of consciousness. Upon entering, Long Qianying beheld a guard, whose expression was a curious blend of mirth and restraint. Beside him stood an enchanting woman. And who else could it be but Chu Xian'er, Brother Qianying? Chu Xian'er exclaimed, as Long Qianying opened his arms to embrace her warmly. The guard discreetly withdrew. After a prolonged moment, they parted ways. I missed you so much. She confessed, I missed you too, he replied, and they embraced once more. After some time on the 4th level of the palace, Chu Xian'er inquired, Brother Qianying, did you say my father has broken through to the peerless realm? Indeed. I crafted a pill for him, and he achieved the breakthrough 6 months later. Long Qianying answered, if he has reached the peerless realm, perhaps he will not overly interfere with my marriage, she mused. How so? The reason he was so adamant about marrying me off to someone from the Nangong family was, in fact, a ploy to infiltrate their ranks and seize a certain treasure. What that treasure is, I cannot say. However, it is rumored to aid in his cultivation breakthrough. Meanwhile, the Nangong family is scheming against my Feijian mountain manor. The situation between our families arises from mutual ambition. Long Qianying nodded, somewhat understanding. After a while, he turned to Chu Xian'er. Regardless, I will never allow you to be coerced into doing something against your will. Your father, after all, is an elder. He nearly took my life. I cannot truly retaliate against him. As long as he does not overstep, I shall pretend none of this ever occurred. Thank you, Chu Xian'er murmured softly, leaning against Long Qianying's shoulder. She understood his nature. If someone were to push him to such an extent, he would undoubtedly demand recompense. Yet now, for her sake, Long Qianying was willing to relinquish this grudge. Shall we spar? Long Qianying had already discerned that during the decades of her absence, Xian'er had attained the peerless realm. However, he was uncertain of her combat prowess. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce duel within the palace. Their sword shadows danced, and their garments billowed, yet despite the ferocity of their techniques, there was no trace of malice. The sounds of clashing swords resembled whispers exchanged in intimacy. Thus, they battled through thousands and tens of thousands of exchanges. When fatigue set in, they would rest. Once rejuvenated, they would entangle once more, and neither Long Qianying could best Xian'er. Nor could she surpass him. Their sparring in the palace surprisingly spanned over a year. Brother Qianying, this heavenly heart technique of yours is remarkable. I wish to learn it, Chu Xian'er expressed. Long Qianying flicked his fingers, sending a beam of light into her brow, imparting to her the updated version of the heavenly heart technique along with his own sword techniques. He had initially considered sharing the 9 revolutions visualization technique with her but decided to postpone. The primary reason was that the 9 revolutions visualization was rather cumbersome to cultivate. Had it not been for the existence of this ghostly realm, he would have found it nearly impossible to elevate his soul power. After accompanying Chu Xian'er and practicing the heavenly heart technique and heavenly heart sword arts for a while, observing that she had grasped them sufficiently, they resolved to return. This time, Long Qianying intended to gradually address the matters concerning Nangong Jin and Chu Xian'er. He did not wish for anyone following him to harbor regrets due to familial issues. The Nangong family resided in the north, and their existence diverged from that of cultivation sanctuaries like Feijian Mountain Manor. Beyond being a sanctuary for cultivation, the Nangong family also operated as a commercial empire, dealing in weapons, pills, and more. Chu Xian'er had once mentioned that Nangong Jin had been a prodigious talent within the family. But an incident had caused him to leave. The nature of this incident remained shrouded in mystery, even to Xian'er, who had only heard fragmented tales. It was said that this matter also involved Feijian Mountain Manor. Thus, the available information was scant. Nangong Jin undoubtedly possessed more knowledge, yet Long Qianying had indirectly suggested that he was reluctant to divulge details. This left Long Qianying in a quandary. What should he do? After much contemplation, a figure began to materialize in his sea of consciousness. Yan Linlin, once the closest friend of Xian'er. Despite her limited knowledge, she would surely know whom to consult for further insights. However, Yan Linlin might only possess information pertaining to Feijian Mountain Manor, leaving the Nangong family still shrouded in ambiguity. Thankfully, this provided a semblance of direction, having spent decades away from the primitive continent. Chu Xian'er found many matters somewhat unfamiliar. Coupled with her inherently gentle disposition, she was reluctant to invest effort into various issues, thus she tended to defer to Long Qianying's lead. The two traversed the vast expanse of the primitive continent towards the east, aiming directly for Feijian Mountain Manor. The journey was termed crossing as Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er were situated in the extreme west, while their destination lay almost at the far eastern edge of the continent. Consequently, the travel time would not be brief. Long Qianying estimated it would take several months to reach Feijian Mountain Manor. As they soared through the skies, a month later, they arrived at the heart of the primitive continent. Xian'er, why is it that the most prosperous areas of the primitive continent are not in the center but rather in the east and north? I once heard an elder from Feijian Mountain Manor mention this. Long ago, the central region was quite unsettled, plagued by bizarre celestial phenomena, such as lightning strikes and meteorite falls. Such occurrences often resulted in significant property damage and loss of life, prompting many factions to relocate. Over time, this led to the central region's relative desolation. Long Qianying listened intently, lost in thought. However, his musings diverged from the norm. His gaze remained fixed on the distant void. Lightning, meteorites? What origins lay behind these celestial anomalies? His contemplations deepened. Let us descend and take a closer look. Since they had arrived, it would be remiss to overlook such an opportunity. Chu Xian'er, ever compliant, descended alongside him beside a massive crater, a mere one among millions scattered across the central region. With a diameter exceeding several kilometers, the meteorite plunged into the depths of the earth, disappearing into an unfathomable abyss. The two individuals leapt into the deep pit, descending for an extended period before finally landing upon the meteorite. This celestial body was entirely crimson, and due to its immense size, Long Qianying could not immediately ascertain its weight. Upon extending his divine sense, he discovered that there were no energy fluctuations emanating from within the meteorite. The Tianqin sword, when brought to bear upon the surface of the meteorite, merely managed to etch a shallow scratch. So remarkably hard. Intrigued, Long Qianying exerted greater force with the Tianqin sword, cleaving off fragments of the meteorite. These shards were then collected into the palace of his sea of consciousness, whereupon they immediately descended to the fourth layer of the palace. Subsequently, they erupted in a cascade of energy orbs. Let us first gather a portion of these meteorite fragments. Although Long Qianying could not yet perceive the utility of this meteorite, he instinctively felt it possessed significant potential. The mere fact that it could be decomposed in the fourth layer of the palace led him to believe that it was no ordinary object. Chapter 53, Wu Ziyu's offering. Next, Long Qianying unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the meteorite. Xian'er, without inquiring as to the reason, joined him immediately. Initially, Long Qianying swung his sword aimlessly, but as time passed, He finally discerned that the meteorite bore intricate patterns. By mining along these patterns, the effectiveness of their efforts increased exponentially. Days later, the fourth layer of the Sea of Consciousness palace was enveloped in a mysterious aura. After more than a month, the fourth layer was finally saturated with the enigmatic mist of the meteorite buzz. The palace began to undergo a transformation. First, the fourth layer, followed by the previous three layers. Were all in a state of flux. No, it would be more accurate to say they were evolving. Before long, what appeared before Long Qianying was no longer a palace, but rather a small world. Under the influence of the mysterious meteorite, the palace evolved, ultimately forming a small world that could only be possessed by a supreme being. Long Qianying brought Chu Xian'er into this small world. This realm was at least 10 times larger than the palace. Chu Xian'er was astonished. Such a phenomenon was beyond anything she had ever heard of, let alone witnessed. Brother Ing, this matter concerning the small world must not be disclosed. Otherwise, it may incite a frenzy of competition within the realm of cultivation. Xian'er expressed her concerns. Long Qianying nodded in agreement. A small world, a transcendent realm of soul power, such things were unique to the Honghuang continent. He certainly would not speak carelessly. The two exited the small world and continued to decompose the meteorite. 6 months later, this meteorite, spanning dozens of miles, was completely dismantled by Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er. Naturally, the changes within the small world were even more pronounced, with vague traces of mountains and valleys beginning to take shape. As they continued to explore this area, they discovered that only the originally encountered entirely crimson meteorite proved useful. The rest were not only difficult to break apart, but even when they were, could not evolve into any valuable substances. After several days of repetitive testing, the results remained the same. Long Qianying was thoroughly disheartened. Perhaps their ability to find the entirely crimson meteorite was merely a guiding influence of the Tianqin sword. Since all of this seems to be fate, let us yield to it. Just as they were about to depart, Long Qianying suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, entering a state of profound realization. It turned out that after months of repeatedly wielding the sword, the 9th technique of the Tianqin sword had made progress. At that moment, his sea of consciousness was filled with various sword techniques whirling about. These techniques were not part of any sect but were rather the fundamental motions Long Qianying employed while cleaving the meteorite. Yet, it was precisely these basic sword moves that could unleash the greatest power. What Long Qianying needed to do now was to merge these techniques into one that possessed the utmost might. This process lasted approximately 3 days and nights. In an instant, a golden light flashed from Long Qianying's body. The Tianqin sword soared forth, directly colliding with a massive boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered into countless pieces. Debris flying in all directions. Is this the new Tianqin sword 9th technique? What shall I name it? With the golden light shimmering, the flying sword struck forth, annihilating all in its path. Let it be called Tianqin Flash Strike. Long Qianying immediately reached this conclusion and casually transmitted the technique to Chu Xian'er. The two then departed from this area. During this exploration, Long Qianying sensed that he had yet to uncover the answers he sought. However, there was no rush. He intended to complete his pressing tasks before conducting a thorough investigation. 2 months later, the two found themselves in the vicinity of Feijian Manor. Considering Chu Yuntian's emotional state, Long Qianying refrained from disturbing him. Chu Xian'er also showed no inclination to visit her father. Thus, Long Qianying decided to let her enter the small world, preferring not to see her troubled. At this moment, Yan Linlin was in a room, feeling abandoned as everyone had left. What nonsense is this, Saintess? Who cares about it? She grumbled, visibly agitated. Who has offended our esteemed Saintess? Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Isn't it Long Gu? After decades without seeing him, Yan Linlin showed little change, such as the benefit of cultivation. The higher one's level, the fainter the marks of time. Upon seeing Long Qianying, the irritation in Yan Linlin's heart instantly dissipated. How dare you show your face again? The sect claims you stole the treasured artifact and is pursuing you with all their might. Fear not, they cannot kill me. I have come at Xian'er's behest to find you. Xian'er, where is she? But close your eyes and do not resist. Remarkably, Yan Linlin complied with Long Qianying's words, closing her eyes and relaxing her guard. In an instant, she vanished, appearing in the small world. Long Qianying exited Feijian Manor, when suddenly, a large hand descended from the void aiming to strike him. Without needing to think, Long Qianying knew it was Chu Yuntian. Tianqin Flash Strike, though hastily executed, resulted in two powerful forces colliding in the void. Long Qianying stood firm, not yielding an inch. You little rascal, how dare you show your face again? What wrongs have I committed that necessitate hiding from you? As for the sect's treasured artifact, the sect can explain. The sword automatically fused. Can I not wield it? Must I seek your permission? The two faced off, sharp words exchanged. I take my leave, after waiting for a considerable time without seeing the other make a move. Long Qianying understood. With a swift movement, he departed from Feijian Manor. Behind him, Chu Yuntian indeed did not pursue. Instead, an ancient figure appeared beside him. How about that? Did I not tell you so, after just a few decades? You cannot contend with him, old ancestor. Can a person truly cultivate at such a speed? There are always exceptions. I had planned to take him as my disciple to handle that matter. It seems that is no longer a possibility. Old ancestor, is it truly impossible for me to accomplish the task? Of course, you are well aware of the prowess of the previous generations, yet, without exception, they all perished within. With a long sigh, the two figures vanished into the void. As Long Qianying flew through the air, he pondered. Although he had only exchanged one move with Chu Yuntian, he understood that, at this moment, Chu Yuntian was no longer his opponent. However, the old ancestor trailing behind him still posed an uncertainty. Nevertheless, escaping was not an issue. Not being able to win is one thing, being slain is another. Long Qianying was confident that he could confront any formidable foe. After traveling thousands of miles, Long Qianying landed in a dense forest. Upon entering the small world, he found Yan Linlin and Chu Xian'er engaged in lively conversation. As soon as they saw Long Qianying, they approached eagerly. How did it go? Did my father discover you? Well, we exchanged one move, and they retreated. You mean the old ancestor? Indeed, however, the old ancestor did not take action. Impressive. To have escaped from their grasp, the two girls chattered excitedly, leaving Long Qianying at a loss for words. Fortunately, Chu Xian'er remained clear-headed and did not forget the pressing matters at hand. I just discussed things with Linlin. What she knows is quite limited. However, Linlin mentioned that if we can find Wu Ziyu of the Nangong family, we can unravel the entire situation. Wu Ziyu, who is this person? Someone who has been by the side of the Nangong patriarch for hundreds of years. He is likely the most knowledgeable about the entire affair. However, his strength should not be beneath that of the old ancestor of Feijian Manor, making it no small feat to approach him. Yan Linlin explained. Chapter 54. The method to leave the Hongwan continent. Yet he is the one privy to the inner workings. No matter how difficult, we must seize him. Indeed, you heard correctly. It is not merely to approach but to seize. Long Qianying understood very well that individuals of the caliber of the old ancestor from Feijian Manor could not be coerced into revealing the required information without proper control. However, there are various ways to exert control over a person. One could control the individual themselves, but if that proves unfeasible, then controlling those important to them is an alternative. In resolving issues, the means do not matter. The objective is what holds significance. Long Qianying led the two women toward the Nangong family while investigating Wu Ziyu's situation. As it turned out, Wu Ziyu generally remained stationed within the Nangong family and rarely left. However, he had a daughter who, for reasons unknown, did not reside with him at the Nangong family but lived over 1,000 kilometers away on the Hengduan cliff. This information was relayed to them by Yan Linlin through her contacts. 2 months later, the three arrived at the Hengduan cliff to scout the area. Indeed, they discovered an unparalleled beauty dwelling there. Long Qianying acted swiftly, quickly subduing the woman named Wu Shan. He did not intend to make things difficult for her. He merely sealed a few of her key acupoints and then brought her into the small world. Subsequently, he instructed Yan Linlin and Chu Xian'er to deliver a message to Wu Ziyu. Within half a day, the letter was successfully delivered. Long Qianying sat majestically upon the precipice, awaiting the arrival of Wu Ziyu. As night fell, the void twisted momentarily, heralding the appearance of an elderly man with hair as white as snow. Long Qianying ascended into the sky, intercepting him. Wu Gongfeng, I apologize for the offense, he said, performing a respectful gesture. Young man, is there anything you cannot speak of directly? Why resort to such extreme measures? Wu Ziyu, displaying a remarkable level of composure, did not immediately succumb to rage. Wu Gongfeng, the matter at hand is of great importance, necessitating some unconventional methods. I hope you can understand. Old Wu. Long Qianying maintained his politeness. What is it that you desire? Speak freely. I wish to know why the Nangong family is targeting the Flying Sword Manor. Furthermore, what exactly transpired with Nangong Jin that led to his expulsion from the Nangong clan? As soon as Long Qianying finished speaking, Wu Ziyu visibly trembled, though he quickly regained his composure. This subtle change, though minute, was not lost on Long Qianying, whose heavenly heart divine eyes discerned the truth. He was convinced that Wu Ziyu possessed significant insider knowledge. It appeared he had indeed chosen the right person to confront. Unfortunately, Wu Ziyu was not so easily dealt with. Youth, these matters are beyond your purview. Even if you were to slay my daughter, I would never divulge them, Wu Ziyu asserted, making his stance clear. Very well, if you choose silence, I can assure you that you shall never see your daughter again in this lifetime. I have traversed the martial world for countless years, and the number of people who have threatened me can be counted on one hand. You seem to be the first in several millennia. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. Long Qianying had no intention of engaging in a war of words. As their dialogue reached this critical juncture, only conflict remained. Armed with his heavenly heart sword, he swiftly engaged Wu Ziyu in combat. Wu Ziyu's prowess was indeed formidable. In less than 10 exchanges, he had Long Qianying retreating steadily despite employing a series of techniques: Heavenly Heart Limitless, Heavenly Heart Divine Transformation, and Heavenly Heart Flash Strike. Long Qianying could only barely fend off Wu Ziyu's relentless assault. The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Ziyu was equally unsettled. In fact, it could be said that Wu Ziyu was beginning to feel a pang of fear. His combat strength ranked within the top 10 on this ancient continent, yet, what did that matter when faced with a young man before whom he had exerted all his skills to no avail? How had this youth cultivated such strength? His mind began to shift. This individual was under 50 years of age. If given more time, Wu Ziyu believed no one would stand a chance against him. Such a person, even if they could not become allies, should not be made an enemy. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Ziyu stepped out of the combat circle. Wait, what is the matter? Either tell me what I seek, or we shall continue to fight. Long Qianying feigned anger. Stop boasting. If we were to continue this battle, it might take years to determine a victor. The cessation was primarily due to a belief that there was no need to prolong the confrontation. Oh, what wisdom does Senior Wu have? Let me see my daughter first. Wu Ziyu did not respond to Long Qianying's inquiry. With a flicker of his consciousness, Wu Shan appeared. Wu Ziyu cast a casual glance and remarked, "At least you possess some sense. If my daughter had been mistreated, our dialogue would cease to exist." Wu Ziyu snorted disdainfully. "I am here to resolve issues, not to create them. I have never wished to be an enemy of Senior Wu." Long Qianying praised, granting Wu Ziyu the respect he deserved. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, Wu Ziyu understood the intentions of others. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stated, "It is impossible for me to disclose the events of that time. However, due to my advanced age and the lengthy battle we have engaged in, I am nearing exhaustion. I shall rest here for a while, but remember, I will only rest for one day. Thereafter, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Long Qianying's consent, he sat down and fell into a deep slumber. This action momentarily stunned Long Qianying. Before he realized something, he too entered a meditative state. His consciousness enveloped the area. And indeed, Wu Ziyu made no attempt to defend himself, completely relinquishing his guard. This was a remarkable display of trust in Long Qianying. Long Qianying could comprehend this, having spent thousands of years in the Nangong family. Wu Ziyu would not easily betray them, or he would have been expelled long ago. This time, it was partly because Wu Ziyu held a favorable opinion of Long Qianying, and partly due to Wu Shan being in peril, compelling him to lower his head. A day's time, Long Qianying felt no such duration was necessary. If he could penetrate Wu Ziyu's sea of consciousness, he believed he could extract all pertinent information in the span of a tea ceremony. To avoid causing undue astonishment, Long Qianying deliberately slowed his approach. Gradually, he entered Wu Ziyu's sea of consciousness. Initially, Wu Ziyu offered some resistance, a mere subconscious reaction. However, under the overwhelming force of Long Qianying's soul power, all barriers crumbled effortlessly. Indeed, this ancient being had accumulated a wealth of knowledge over his long life. Many secrets were fundamental to this continent's highest echelon. As Long Qianying traversed through Wu Ziyu's consciousness, he absorbed all the information within an hour. Just as he was about to withdraw, he inadvertently sensed a segment of information deep within Wu Ziyu's sea of consciousness, shrouded in layers of encryption. Long Qianying intended to leave, as this was clearly something Wu Ziyu had deliberately sealed away, and he did not wish to force the issue. In truth, Long Qianying was already quite surprised and grateful for Wu Ziyu's cooperation. Yet, despite his reluctance, the Heavenly Heart Sword would not relent, releasing a strand of sword intent that swiftly tore through the seals. A piece of information emerged in Long Qianying's consciousness, revealing a method to leave this ancient continent. Chapter 55, The Winds of Change, a method to escape the ancient continent. Upon encountering this revelation, Long Qianying was rendered utterly astounded. He had speculated more than once that the ancient continent could not be the only land, and that it might even be a relatively primitive realm. His current understanding was far from low, whether it concerned his small world, the Heavenly Heart Sword, the Heavenly Heart Divine Eyes, or the vast array of texts and techniques he had encountered. It was highly probable that they originated from realms beyond this one. Yet, this had merely been conjecture until now, within Wu Ziyu's sea of consciousness, such a piece of information lay concealed. How could this not astonish Long Qianying? Once he completely absorbed the information, he withdrew from Wu Ziyu's sea of consciousness and simultaneously released Wu Shan, taking Xian'er and Lin Lin with him as they hastily departed, just as they left. Wu Ziyu opened his eyes. What an impressive young man, possessing such capabilities. After a moment of shock, he seemed to ponder something before closing his eyes once more. It was not until a day later that he departed with Wu Shan. Meanwhile, Long Qianying was racing forward, yet to exit the jurisdiction of the Nangong family when he felt someone pursuing him from behind. Who could it be, since Wu Ziyu had chosen to cooperate? He would not be in pursuit. Moreover, Long Qianying keenly sensed that the strength of the pursuer seemed to surpass that of Wu Ziyu. With his heavenly heart divine eyes, he could predict the flight trajectories of powerful beings. So even if the pursuer was immensely strong, they would find no success against him. Long Qianying had no desire to become entangled with this individual. With a few deft maneuvers, he evaded the pursuit and vanished into the vast expanse. The pursuer stood bewildered, gazing into the void, murmuring, "When did such a figure emerge from the ancient continent? A person I cannot catch, yet there are hardly any in number. Who could this individual be?" With Long Qianying's presence now absent, the pursuer had no choice but to return in disappointment. Days later, Long Qianying, accompanied by Xian'er and Lin Lin, arrived on a small island. "Ladies, I must share my unease. I sense that something significant is about to transpire in the ancient continent. However, I cannot precisely discern what it is. I believe we must strive to enhance our strength to increase our chances of survival." Though the two women were somewhat skeptical, they could only nod in agreement. Recognizing Long Qianying's earnestness, Long Qianying understood their sentiments, yet he could only take this step. After all, without a tangible event having occurred, being overly sensitive would transform his warnings into mere paranoia, allowing the two women to enjoy themselves on the island. Long Qianying sat cross-legged, entering his small world to begin organizing the information gleaned from Wu Ziyu's consciousness. It turned out that Nangong Jin's expulsion from the family stemmed from his theft of secrets from the Flying Sword Manor. The Nangong family had tasked him with this mission, which he could not refuse. As a result, he devised a strategy to get close to Xian'er's aunt. During their interactions, feelings blossomed between them. And Nangong Jin, initially motivated by ulterior motives, found himself genuinely in love. Xian'er's aunt had also started with sincere intentions, but upon being informed by Chu Yuntian, she pretended to comply with Nangong Jin to exploit him and steal the Nangong family's secrets. A pair of star-crossed lovers found themselves ensnared by the machinations of their families, leading to a tragic tale. Initially, Xian'er's aunt refused to consent, ultimately choosing to end her own life in despair. Nangong Jin, heartbroken, departed from his family, severing all ties. Upon discovering this, Long Qianying was filled with sorrow. No wonder Nangong Jin was so deferential to Xian'er. It was not out of fear but rather love. It was clear why Xian'er and Lin Lin hesitated to discuss these matters. This was indeed a tragic tale of human suffering. As for Chu Yuntian, he truly seemed to be a villain. Long Qianying wondered if he would act decisively to eliminate him upon their next encounter. He cast a glance at Chu Xian'er, his emotions a tangled web. Sensing the emotional turmoil of Long Qianying, Chu Xian'er lifted her gaze and addressed him. "Qianying go, in truth, there are others behind my father. From a certain interpretation, he is merely an executor, not the mastermind." Upon hearing this, Long Qianying was jolted from his reverie. "Of course, my father bears some responsibility, Xian'er. He is, after all, your father, and I shall not take any drastic measures against him." "Thank you." Chu Xian'er, feeling somewhat dejected and even a bit forlorn, did not wish to burden Long Qianying in any way, yet reality often plays its own cruel tricks. Long Qianying continued to analyze the spiritual information of Wu Ziyu, only to realize that the so-called method to leave the Honghuang continent was merely something he had heard the head of the Nangong family mention. However, the specific means of departure remained a mystery to him. Long Qianying's brow furrowed deeply. After a long while, he relaxed his expression, envisioning two figures, Nangong Yaotian, the head of the Nangong family, and Yin Beifeng, the ancestral elder of the Flying Sword Manor. These two individuals must surely know the way to leave this world. However, neither seemed confident in their ability to escape, or perhaps the key to unlocking the outside world lies in the unification of the treasures they possess. All events transpiring within the Honghuang continent should be intricately linked to this artifact. With this realization, Long Qianying began to comprehend why Chu Yuntian had exhibited such twisted behavior, devoid of familial affection. To escape this world is a lifelong aspiration for all martial artists. In the pursuit of martial arts, what do relationships and friendships truly matter? They are sometimes merely tools for betrayal. With a sigh, Long Qianying lamented. He yearned to transcend this continent, yet he firmly believed that there are undoubtedly multiple paths to do so. The reason many are fixated on the treasures held by the superpowers is that they find themselves with no alternative. Long Qianying summoned Xian'er and Linlin, imparting all that he knew to them. Are you suggesting that the treasures of both families must be unified to discover a way to leave the Honghuang continent? That is my estimation, however, it is likely to be quite accurate. These individuals, possessing such secrets, have astonishingly remained silent. It is truly baffling. Naturally, such matters cannot be disclosed, otherwise chaos would ensue. The trio expressed their views. It now appeared that this balance might soon be disrupted. I suspect that many hidden forces are gathering strength. Awaiting a moment of reckoning, in the eyes of the Nangong family in the Flying Sword manner, my emergence is also perceived as a threat. We shall wait and see. Soon, the Honghuang continent will undoubtedly be engulfed in turmoil. This time, Chu Xian'er and Yan Linlin did not object but instead nodded in agreement. The reason I urged you to focus on your training is to ensure you possess the strength for self-preservation when the grand upheaval arrives. Very well. We shall heed your advice and enter the small world for our cultivation. Long Qianying said no more and directly transported them into the small world. This time, the Honghuang continent was destined to plunge into madness. He could not help but wonder what the outcome would ultimately be. Long Qianying wore a worried expression. Chapter 56. The Three Saints of the Underworld. As expected, events unfolded closely to Long Qianying's predictions. First, Wu Ziyu's venerable elder from the Nangong family, who had served for several millennia, died unexpectedly under mysterious circumstances. The assailant was decisive. Wu Ziyu had no time to react before his soul was extinguished. Alongside him perished his daughter, Wu Shan. This incident may not have caused significant shock to others, but it was anything but simple for Long Qianying. Perhaps the enemy had already sensed that Wu Ziyu might have leaked information. This was undoubtedly a case of silencing witnesses. Furthermore, reports emerged from various regions of the Honghuang continent about the appearance of hidden masters, seemingly under some unseen influence. Moreover, the locations of their appearances predominantly centered around the Flying Sword manor and the Nangong family. This was indeed intriguing. Long Qianying, not belonging to any faction, found himself in the position of an outsider. Moreover, while his current strength may allow him to remain undefeated, it certainly did not enable him to overpower anyone. The urgency of the impending conflict grew stronger. It seemed imperative to find a way to break through his current cultivation level. Over the past 2 years, Long Qianying had been accompanying Chu Xian'er while simultaneously honing his own abilities. Now, everything was nearing completion, and the time had come for him to advance further. Long Qianying felt that venturing to the extreme west would be a more prudent choice. During his previous exploration of the extreme west, he had been unable to delve deep into the core area for various reasons. This time, he planned to take the risk of entering. Naturally, he could also continue exploring the central regions of the Honghuang continent, where mysteries surrounding meteorites and lightning remained unsolved. Nevertheless, Long Qianying preferred to head towards the extreme west. With a swift motion, he set off, covering a vast distance in mere moments. 3 months later, Long Qianying found himself by a lake in the extreme west. Drawn there by the Heavenly Heartsword, however, upon his arrival, he detected no signs of treasure, which puzzled him. The Heavenly Heartsword had never failed him before, utilizing the Heavenly Heart Divine Eye to probe beneath the lake's surface. He found nothing of note. The water appeared ordinary, devoid of any anomalies. With no other options available, Long Qianying sat cross-legged on the ground, simultaneously cultivating and pondering. Several days later, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the void. When he activated the Heavenly Heart Divine Eye to investigate, everything fell back into calm. Undeterred, Long Qianying began to monitor the void with a sliver of his soul power while immersed in his cultivation. After a few days, he finally made a discovery. Someone had entered the lake from the void and then vanished beneath its surface. It seemed that this lake held secrets, possibly concealed by a powerful individual. This was the first time Long Qianying had witnessed the Heavenly Heart Divine Eye's failure. He had previously speculated that no technique was invincible. It merely depended on whether one encountered an opponent. This time, an opponent had indeed emerged. The extreme west was sparsely populated, and those capable of traversing and surviving here were certainly not ordinary individuals. It was difficult to gauge the opponent's strength from the disturbances in the void. But one thing was certain, they were formidable. Long Qianying continued to wait. A few days later, the lake's surface rippled slightly as someone emerged from the water and vanished into the void. Unfortunately, Long Qianying was well prepared and immediately followed, appearing behind an old man in a few swift movements. "Elder, where are you headed?" His voice was soft, yet it startled the old man, causing him to tremble. Turning around, the elder asked, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" The old man's voice quivered, clearly indicating that their movements had been shrouded in secrecy. Being pursued by Long Qianying had taken them by surprise. Elder, do not panic. I merely wish to inquire about your situation. Not if you tell me what I seek, I shall let you go. Let me go. Who do you think you are? The old man was astonished. However, upon seeing that Long Qianying was merely a young lad, his fear dissipated, the elder's eyes shifted, and he said to Long Qianying, "Boy, let me take a good look at you." The elder's gaze remained fixed on Long Qianying. Suddenly Long Qianying felt a tremendous suction force binding his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he experienced a brief disorientation. A soul attack. Long Qianying was momentarily speechless. Engaging in a soul attack with him was remarkably foolish. At present, Long Qianying's soul was at the transcendence level. He was uncertain what this level equated to in the realm of martial arts, but it was no exaggeration to say that no one in the Honghuan continent surpassed him in terms of soul power. The old man was utterly amusing, attempting to engage him in a soul contest. "Very well, let us play for a while." Long Qianying feigned compliance. "Who are you?" The old man, filled with self-satisfaction, inquired with a smug smile. "I am called Gui Jianshou," Long Qianying replied. "Gui Jianshou," the elder repeated, perplexed. He could only continue to ask, "What brings you to the extreme west?" "I have been hired by an assassin organization to track down a few rogues." "Rogues? What rogues could possibly be here? Are you here to kill us?" The elder's expression turned to one of confusion. "Who is your employer?" It is Nide. Li Deyi, you dare to deceive me?" At this point, the elder finally realized he had been tricked. Ha ha! Seeing the old man's comical demeanor, Long Qianying couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was the first prank he had played in all his years of cultivation. Primarily because the old man was simply too endearing. "I will kill you," the elder roared in fury. He struck out with a palm, which, despite its ferocity, met Long Qianying, who was no ordinary opponent, with a swift draw of his sword. Long Qianying executed the void annihilation technique. Pa! The elder was sent flying by a single strike, instantly losing his ability to resist. Long Qianying activated the Heavenly Heart Divine Eye, effortlessly penetrating the elder's sea of consciousness defense and extracting all the information within. The three saints of the underworld. This elder was the third among the three saints, named Tuo Hong, while the other two were Tuo Jia and Tuo Chang. Long Qianying had never heard of the three saints of the underworld. But it was evident that anyone capable of cultivating soul power in this world was formidable. It seemed that the three saints of the underworld held some significance. Casually, Long Qianying tossed Tuo Hong into the lower realm. Without Long Qianying's permission, Tuo Hong would never escape. Based on the information gleaned from Tuo Hong's sea of consciousness, Long Qianying discovered the method to access the lair of the three saints of the underworld. Without further hesitation, he descended directly onto the surface of the lake, where a folded space awaited, following a series of steps dictated by a specific incantation, advancing a few steps, retreating a few steps, moving left a few steps, and right a few steps. Long Qianying soon found himself within a lavish underground palace at the lake's bottom. Boss Tuo Chang and second Tuo Jia are both present. As for the third, "Why did you leave only to return shortly? Is the situation difficult to manage?" "Indeed, it seems troublesome." When Long Qianying took over the conversation, he simultaneously swept his sword in a decisive arc. Chapter 57, The So-Called Boss. Upon detecting an unusual tone, the two saints immediately reacted. After all, they were ancient beings who had lived for countless years, exhibiting remarkable reflexes and formidable power. The sword light from Long Qianying struck second Tuo Jia, rendering him incapable of resistance. With a mere thought, Long Qianying effortlessly absorbed Tuo Jia into his small world. However, Tuo Chang executed a swift maneuver, evading Long Qianying's fierce strike and leaving a palm imprint on his back. Long Qianying stumbled, nearly losing his balance. This was the first time in decades of cultivation that he had been struck by another's palm force. Fortunately, Tuo Chang was caught off guard, his strength not fully unleashed. Long Qianying estimated that Tuo Chang had exerted at most half of his power fueled by anger. Long Qianying retaliated with his strongest move, Heavenly Heart Flash Strike. Boom! No matter how formidable Tuo Chang was, he could not withstand this lethal technique. He was immediately engulfed by the sword light, sustaining hundreds of cuts across his body. Thud! Like a lifeless pig, Tuo Chang fell to the ground, stirring up countless clouds of dust. Unceremoniously, Long Qianying also absorbed this so-called boss into the small world. The small world was entirely under Long Qianying's control, regardless of the opponent's methods, unless they could shatter the small world. They would have no choice but to comply with his commands. Surveying the underground palace, Long Qianying was utterly astonished by the wealth before him. The raw stones were all of superior quality, numbering at least in the billions. For Long Qianying, who was impoverished to the core, this fortune was akin to a timely gift in the midst of a snowstorm. Without further hesitation, Long Qianying sat cross-legged and commenced his cultivation. After being struck by Tuo Chang, his chest still felt somewhat heavy. It took him 3 days to adjust his state to its optimal condition, exploding countless raw stones. A rich sea of spiritual energy enveloped Long Qianying. After a full month of cultivation, the true energy in his dantian finally flourished. With a thunderous roar, Long Qianying mobilized all his energy and surged toward the second layer of the unparalleled realm. Crack, something within him emitted a crisp sound. He effortlessly broke through to the second layer of the unparalleled realm. The true energy within him found its outlet, flooding every corner of his body. Once again, Long Qianying's dantian felt empty. With a thought, countless raw stones erupted again. Long Qianying greedily absorbed the energy from the stones, his aura gradually increasing. At this time, Long Qianying remained in seclusion for an astonishing 5 years. Even after consuming tens of billions of raw stones, his cultivation only ascended to the 6th layer of the unparalleled realm. Long Qianying felt a pang of regret. Had he managed to break through to the 9th layer, he believed he could slay anyone on the Honghuang continent. Nevertheless, with his current strength, even super experts of the 9th layer posed no threat to him. Upon releasing the 3 saints of the underworld, they contemplated resistance, yet Long Qianying need not lift a finger. His mere aura was enough to subdue them utterly. The 3 appeared despondent, their faces reflecting a profound sense of despair, observing the countless raw stones accumulated over the ages. Now depleted by Long Qianying, they were nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed. In fury, however, they found it perplexing that one individual could truly exhaust such an immense wealth in just a few years. Do not be disheartened, my dear 3. Having utilized your raw stones, I naturally feel reluctant to slay you. If you refrain from opposing me in the future, I shall not trouble you. I can grant you your freedom. However, 2 points must be clarified. First, the matter of the small world must remain confidential, otherwise, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Second, abandon your wicked ways, should I hear of any misdeeds on your part. Trust me, you will meet a most gruesome end. After delivering these words, Long Qianying paid them no further mind. The 3 saints of the underworld exchanged glances before kneeling before Long Qianying. We humbly beseech you, young hero, to accept us. We are willing to traverse the mountains of blades and the seas of fire at your command. Long Qianying felt no surprise. Given the power he had displayed, it was entirely plausible for him to conquer the 3 saints of the underworld. Though I have confined you for years, I am still not well acquainted with you. Should you truly wish to follow me, I may leave a strand of my divine will in your consciousness. If, after a century, you remain steadfast, I shall assist in its removal. If you agree to follow me, if not, you are free to depart. The 3 did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Long Qianying snapped his fingers, and 3 strands of divine will penetrated the foreheads of the 3 saints. From this moment on, you shall remain by my side. I have established a sect named the Hidden Dragon Hall, and you shall serve as its guardians. And now, please report to the Hidden Dragon Hall immediately. Here is your guardian token. Long Qianying handed each of them a token, and the 3 received it before swiftly departing. This arrangement was made because Long Qianying sensed that the turmoil in the Honghuang continent was likely to escalate. He was uneasy about the Hidden Dragon Hall, hence dispatching 3 experts to oversee it. Given that the eldest had managed to wound him, their true combat prowess might indeed rival that of Chu Yuntian. Together, the 3 could likely overpower even the most formidable opponents. Long Qianying continued his travels in the extreme west. After several more years, the situation on the Honghuang continent grew increasingly dire. Many secondary forces were annihilated. After integration, numerous factions began to subtly rival Feijian Mountain Villa and the Nangong family. However, Long Qianying estimated that a major conflict was still some time away. For now, it was merely a brewing phase. The Nangong family was particularly impacted, as their considerable worldly business suffered during the onset of chaos, rendering them the first to be affected. Perhaps this was a turning point. The impediment to their family business affected the interests of certain individuals, leading to discord within the Nangong family. Fortresses are most vulnerable from within. As time passed, the situation within the Nangong family deteriorated further, gradually giving rise to 2 factions. One faction believed they should expand their business to accumulate wealth, while the other contended that they should conserve their strength for self-preservation in these turbulent times. The 2 factions became increasingly contentious, ultimately leading to a schism. The Nangong family sustained heavy losses, and the secondary forces, which had been biding their time, united to challenge the Nangong family. The battles raged on for many years. One day, while Long Qianying was exploring the extreme west, he suddenly received an urgent distress signal from Nangong Jin. Could an all-out war be imminent? According to Long Qianying's estimations, a major conflict should still be decades away. Unexpectedly, it had arrived ahead of schedule. Since Nangong Jin was seeking aid, he decided to return, having nearly completed his explorations in the extreme west. With a leap, Long Qianying hurried back toward the hidden Dragon Hall. Chapter 58, The League of Heroes. After elevating his strength, Long Qianying moved with remarkable speed. What would normally take over a month, he accomplished in less than 10 days as he returned to the hidden Dragon Hall. At this moment, a crowd surrounded Dihua, who lay gravely injured, his bones shattered and barely clinging to life. Upon Long Qianying's arrival, the high-ranking officials of the hidden Dragon Hall immediately stood up. With a swift glance, Long Qianying activated his heavenly heart divine Yi. In an instant, he discerned Dihua's condition. What has transpired? It is the work of the newly emerged League of Heroes. They aim to target the Nangong family. And since I am also affiliated with them, they sought to reclaim us, Elder D argued fiercely, and as a result, he was gravely injured. Were it not for your dispatching the 3 saints of the underworld, our hidden Dragon Hall would likely have perished. Nangong Jin replied with a hint of self-reproach, the League of Heroes, what manner of organization is this? It is a force composed of rogue cultivators. They have amalgamated several small factions in the vicinity, forming a power capable of contending with the Nangong family, with the intent of seizing treasures from them. Who leads them? His subordinates refer to him as Venerable Qi Yang. We have yet to uncover his origins or true name. After a moment's contemplation, Long Qianying chose not to inquire further. The members of the hidden Dragon Hall lacked the capability to uncover such matters, and even the 3 saints of the underworld would find it exceedingly challenging. Anyone capable of challenging the Nangong family was undoubtedly formidable. After a brief reflection, Long Qianying turned to Nangong Jin. Your call for my return suggests an indirect intention to bind the Nangong family. Does it not, Master of the Hall? That is my family. After all, I may harbor resentment, yet I do not wish to witness its destruction. Nangong Jin knelt on one knee. I implore you to take action. Rest assured, I will not stand idly by in these matters. Moreover, now that you have spoken, how could I not exert my utmost efforts? Thank you, Master of the Hall. Nangong Jin was thoroughly humbled before Long Qianying. He felt a profound respect, realizing that he could never hope to command the 3 saints of the underworld, yet Long Qianying not only achieved this but also brought them under his complete control. This spoke volumes. With a wave of his hand, Long Qianying summoned the 3 saints of the underworld before him. You have performed admirably in protecting the hall. I shall lend you my strength. Upon finishing this sentence, 3 beams of light entered the foreheads of the 3 saints. Of the 3 experienced an intense revelation, their hearts shaken. Rising to their feet, they bowed in gratitude and swiftly returned to the training chamber within the hidden Dragon Hall. What Long Qianying imparted to them was the 9-turn visualization technique, a method far superior to the soul cultivation techniques they had been practicing, rendering them virtually incomparable. This was the nature of Long Qianying. He was always generous in rewarding those who performed well. As for the transgressions, Long Qianying could indeed show some leniency, allowing for some forgiveness when possible. This is because ordinary individuals often face an abundance of helplessness in their endeavors. As long as no lives are endangered, such actions seem to be comprehensible. However, this time, those who dared to harm him under the guise of a so-called alliance are utterly beyond forgiveness. Qi Yan Zunjia? What sort of scoundrel dares to claim the title of Zunjia? A fierce glint flickered in Long Qianying's eyes. Although Dihua was gravely injured, it was still not too daunting for Long Qianying. With his current cultivation level, as long as he had even a breath left, he could essentially bring him back to life. He decided to take Dihua into the small world, allowing him to recuperate in its favorable environment for a time. Such enmity could not be allowed to linger overnight. Long Qianying took Nangong Jin with him and directly soared toward the direction of the Heroic Alliance. A day later, the two appeared above the Heroic Alliance's stronghold. Without uttering a word, Long Qianying wielded the Tianqin sword, unleashing a transcendent strike that cascaded downward. The roar of sword energy echoed ominously. The Heroic Alliance's stronghold was filled with cries of despair. As this single strike obliterated thousands of martial artists in an instant, before long, the higher-ups of the Heroic Alliance emerged, one clad in black robes and veiled. You are Long Qianying? The masked figure inquired. Since you know it is me, why not surrender? He replied with a chuckle. Indeed, how youthful and impetuous you are. Just because you utter a single sentence, do you think I would surrender? How could I lead the scattered cultivators otherwise? You have harmed my people. Today, there will be no mercy for you. Long Qianying was not one to indulge in idle chatter with his enemies. He unleashed 3 formidable sword techniques, Tianqin Wujin, Tianqin Shenbian, and Tianqin Shanjiji. The so-called Qi Yan Zunjia staggered back with each step, ultimately sustaining injuries from the might of the Tianqin Shanjiji, just as Long Qianying was about to deliver the final blow. He sensed a disturbance in the small world. It was Yen Linlin, wishing to emerge. Long Qianying halted his attack on the masked figure and released Yen Linlin. Yen Linlin gazed at the masked figure, tears streaming down her face. "Father, is that you, father?" Long Qianying was taken aback. This man was Yen Linlin's father. The figure in black remained silent. Yen Linlin lamented, "Father, you left without a word, and mother has passed away. Must I also be left without a father?" Woo woo woo. The once strong Yen Linlin now appeared as fragile as a solitary goose. "Father, all things are predestined. You will not succeed. This is fate." The black-clad man was visibly moved. "All is fate. It cannot be forced." Alas, his sword fell into the void. "Child, it is I who am sorry for you, and for your mother." The black-clad man had surrendered to despair. "Father," Yen Linlin leaped toward the man, burying her head in his chest and weeping for a long time. No one knew the immense pressure she had endured, the hardships she had overcome, and the grievances she had suffered throughout the years. After a lengthy silence, the black-clad man pushed Yen Linlin away and turned to Long Qianying. "The prowess of the Dragon Hallmaster is rarely seen throughout the ages. I, Yen Jingtian, admit defeat. Please dispose of me as you will, whether it be death or dismemberment. I leave it to your discretion." Long Good. Yen Linlin was about to speak, but Long Qianying raised his hand to stop her. "Let us speak privately for a moment." "Very well." Long Qianying and Yen Jingtian flew to the summit of a nearby mountain. "Senior Yen, why did you target the Nangong family? You know the reason without me having to say it." Long Qianying nodded. "Some matters are simply beyond our control. Do you believe this? I do. For many years I have strived for this, yet the results have been less than ideal. Today, seeing a youthful hero like you, I am completely convinced. Indeed, the methods of leaving the Honghuan continent are not limited to just one. However, for ordinary people, once they become aware of such methods, it is only natural that they would wish to take the risk. I promise you, should there be an opportunity to leave, I will consider taking both you and Linlin with me. In exchange, you must submit and bring your subordinates under my Qianlong Hall. What do you think?" Long Qianying was quite straightforward. "I have no objections. However, the Heroic Alliance comprises hundreds of thousands of individuals who have gathered temporarily. Complete submission may pose some difficulty." Surprisingly, Yen Jingtian was equally forthright. Chapter 59, The Silver-Haired Elder. "Senior Yen, you are also a regional overlord. Upon arriving at Qianlong Hall, how do you envision your position?" "No need for formality. An elder position would suffice. Do you know why I agreed to submit to you? Is it so that I would have a path forward? Dealing with intelligent individuals is indeed less taxing." Yen Jingtian chuckled softly. "Here's the plan. You and Yen Linlin will primarily be responsible for the resource management of Qianlong Hall. During your spare time, you may also cultivate disciples. After all, with so many people, their daily needs must be addressed." Long Qianying stated. Yen Jingtian pondered for a moment and replied, "Resource management is not my forte. If you trust me, allow me to specialize in recruiting and training disciples instead. The matters of resources and finances can be entrusted to Linlin. I will simply inform her of this arrangement." Agreed. Long Qianying did not hesitate and immediately consented. The two returned, and Yen Jingtian went about his work for the Heroic Alliance. Meanwhile, Long Qianying informed Yen Linlin and Nangong Jin of the developments. Up until that moment, Nangong Jin still appeared bewildered. He had not intended to return alive after infiltrating the Heroic Alliance headquarters with Long Qianying, yet, not only had he emerged unscathed, but he might also bring back 100,000 martial artists. What sort of operation was this? Simultaneously, he marveled at the fact that this Qi Yen Zunja, a figure of considerable might, had been overwhelmed by Long Qianying in less than 3 moves. The youth he had always looked down upon had now become an awe-inspiring prodigy. It is worth noting that in the realm of cultivation, decades, centuries, or even millennia are but a fleeting moment. Can a mere few decades truly enable an ordinary person to rise to become an unparalleled hero? Nangong Jin was skeptical, yet the evidence lay before him, leaving him at a loss for explanation. "Alas, it seems I have truly aged." Contemplating these matters, Nangong Jin could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Sensing Nangong Jin's despondency, Long Qianying remarked, "Senior Nangong, when there is time, let us spar. If possible, one's strength can still be enhanced. You are aware of the situation with Dihua. He too has not made progress, yet once the appropriate technique was found, his strength surged." Upon hearing Long Qianying's words, Nangong Jin's eyes brightened, and he felt a great sense of relief. At that moment, Yen Jingtian had already resolved the matters of the Heroic Alliance and was approaching Long Qianying and the others. "Brother Yen, I never expected it to be you." "Brother Nangong, I feel quite ashamed." "What is there to be ashamed of? Honestly, having a goal makes you a hero in your own right. For many years I have drifted aimlessly, thank goodness for the tasks bestowed upon me by the Dragon Hall Master, or these years would have been unbearably dull. The exchange between the two surprised Long Qianying. You two know each other, ha, we are more than just acquaintances, we grew up together, both being prodigies of our era. It is simply surprising that after so many centuries, we have squandered such precious time. Nangong Jin sighed. Yen Jingtian shared the sentiment. Well, since you are acquainted, that simplifies matters. I had been worried about whether you two could collaborate effectively, Long Qianying stated. Yen Jingtian and Nangong Jin exchanged glances before bursting into hearty laughter. Their robust voices echoing through the skies. Even Yen Linlin, standing nearby, wore a blissful smile as she joined in the laughter. This time, they had achieved a resounding victory. Following Yen Jingtian's explanation, the majority of the martial artists from the Heroic Alliance expressed their willingness to submit to Qianlong Hall. Numbering over 200,000. With the original forces of Qianlong Hall included, the total number of disciples surpassed 400,000. Such strength was no longer inferior to that of Feijian Mountain Manor. Meanwhile, the Nangong family had nearly collapsed from internal strife and was on the verge of extinction. As everyone reached a consensus and prepared to return, Yen Jingtian suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh no! I almost forgot something important to Dragon Hall Master. During our operation, another force that had coordinated to besiege Feijian Mountain Manor had informed me that they too have begun to act." Besiege Feijian Mountain Manor? Which force possesses such strength, Master? It is as follows. To seize Feijian Mountain Manor, this force has been preparing for a long time, having developed many insiders within the manor. If they strike from both inside and out, no matter how strong Feijian Mountain Manor is, it will be difficult for them to withstand. With this explanation, Long Qianying understood the situation. However, he held no interest in that Chu Yuntian. His life or death was of no concern to him. In fact, even if Chu Yuntian were to perish, Long Qianying would find it inconsequential. Master, we cannot view this matter lightly. If they obtain the treasures of Feijian Mountain Manor, we will be at a disadvantage. Long Qianying remained unmoved. Even so, he felt it necessary to seek Xian'er's opinion. Long Qianying roused Chu Xian'er and recounted the situation to her. Brother Qianying, while I truly do not wish to involve myself with them, he is ultimately my father. Though he has treated me poorly, I still do not wish for him to be killed. After Chu Xian'er spoke, she gazed at Long Qianying with a complex expression. I understand, let us go and take a look. Long Qianying instructed Nangong Jin, Yen Jingtian, and Yen Linlin to lead the way back to Qianlong Hall while he and Chu Xian'er hastily made their way to Feijian Mountain Manor. At this moment, Feijian Mountain Manor lay in utter disarray. The main gate had been breached, and blood flowed like rivers across hundreds of kilometers from the entrance. Countless fallen warriors littered the ground, numbering no less than several tens of thousands. Chu Yuntian, your time has come. Surrender and accept your fate. The things that hide their heads and reveal their tails. Even if I were to perish, I shall never allow your schemes to succeed. You might as well abandon all hope, Chu Yuntian declared loudly as he gazed at the silver-haired elder before him. Afade of strength hides a hollow core. What good is it to hold out a few more days? It is merely a one-way path to doom. Kill them. Under the elder's command, a massive purge of the Flying Sword Manor commenced, involving hundreds of thousands of martial artists. In an instant, the cries of battle echoed across hundreds of square kilometers. Every minute, countless lives were extinguished. Chu Yuntian closed his eyes. He was indeed formidable, yet it was merely a reflection of his character. He believed he had done his utmost for these ordinary disciples. This was the reason he could uphold such a vast sect. As for his attitude towards his daughter, it was dictated by the larger framework of the Honghuang continent. Although cruel, he had no choice. Suppressing his inner rage, he thought, you all deserve to die. With that, Chu Yuntian charged forth. Unfortunately, after multiple assaults, his vital energy had been nearly depleted. His strength was already somewhat inferior to that of the silver-haired elder. And now, to act recklessly would only worsen his predicament. After several exchanges, Chu Yuntian was sent flying by the elder's sword, suffering even greater injuries. The elder, emboldened by his advantage, unleashed a fierce strike aimed directly at Chu Yuntian. Should this blow land, it would surely result in death or grave injury. At the critical moment, a long sword came soaring from the horizon. The blade moved with astonishing speed before the silver-haired elder could react. His sword was severed in an instant. A man and a woman, one after the other, approached swiftly. Who else but Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er, the elder, clearly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Staggered back in shock, Long Qianying remained on high alert, his gaze fixed intently on the elder, while Chu Xian'er rushed to support Chu Yuntian. Who are you? This matter does not concern you. Leave at once. The elder bellowed, his face contorted with rage. Are you blind? Can't you see the situation? Long Qianying retorted without reservation. Only then did the elder take notice of Chu Xian'er standing beside Chu Yuntian. Father and daughter share some resemblance, and he immediately grasped the situation. What of reinforcements? Merely two insignificant insects. Today, no one can save the Flying Sword Manor. The elder remained obstinately defiant, after years of meticulous planning. He was on the verge of achieving his grand design, only to be interrupted by unforeseen complications. Such an opportunity may not come again for many years, if at all. He had spent thousands of years laying the groundwork. Finally infiltrating the Flying Sword Manor with a cadre of pawns, the success of this operation was largely due to the contributions of these insiders. As an elder, he felt deep resentment towards Long Qianying's interference. Should the chance arise, he would not hesitate to inflict severe retribution. To take Long Qianying's soul and use it as a beacon for retribution would surely provide him some solace. I will kill you, roared the elder in a fit of rage, brandishing a silver long sword once more. It seems the lesson was insufficient. I shall give you more, Long Qianying said calmly, summoning the Tianqin sword into his grip. Tianqin Wujin, Tianqin Divine Transformation. The clash of metal rang out as the elder was forced back repeatedly with a piercing strike. The long sword penetrated the elder's chest. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he would fall at the hands of a mere youth after just a few exchanges. I am not willing to accept this. With a final exhalation, the elder's head slumped. His life extinguished, Long Qianying reached out, and the elder's storage ring flew into his small world. The silver-haired elder appeared to possess status and wealth. Such treasures could not be left unclaimed. With swift strokes, he dispatched thousands nearby. Long Qianying then flew to Chu Xian'er's side. How is it? Is Manor Master Chu unharmed? No. Suddenly, Chu Xian'er screamed, pushing Long Qianying away. With a thrust, a dagger sunk deep into her abdomen. The other end was held by a bewildered Chu Yuntian. Long Qianying, having been pushed aside, narrowly escaped disaster. Gritting his teeth, Long Qianying chose not to assist Chu Xian'er but instead approached Chu Yuntian directly. After risking everything to save Chu Yuntian, he never expected the man would harbor intentions to kill him. This enmity must be avenged. Injured and weakened, Chu Yuntian was no match for Long Qianying. With a single punch, he rendered Chu Yuntian unconscious. Grasping Chu Yuntian by the collar, Long Qianying was ready to deliver the fatal blow. No, brother Qianying, if you kill him, there will be no possibility for us. The faint voice of Chu Xian'er reached his ears. Long Qianying was taken aback. Indeed, if he wished to unite with Chu Xian'er's family, he could not slay Chu Yuntian, otherwise, he would bear the stigma of patricide for all eternity. No matter how detestable the man was, he was still Xian'er's father. Long Qianying's hand trembled, his veins nearly bursting. After a moment of struggle, he gradually loosened his grip. However, in the end, he still gently placed a palm upon Chu Yuntian's crown. Since killing him was not an option, he had to vent his frustration somehow. Thus, he resolved to cripple Chu Yuntian's cultivation. Chu Yuntian collapsed weakly, and Long Qianying carelessly tossed him aside as if he were a dead dog. Naturally, with Chu Yuntian's cultivation gone, there was no need to preserve his storage ring or any such items. Unbeknownst to him, Long Qianying had also collected these into his small world, swiftly sealing Chu Xian'er's acupoints. He tearfully extracted the dagger from her chest. With a flick of his consciousness, he transported Chu Xian'er into his small world. Having completed these tasks, Long Qianying shouted, 3 breaths time. If you have not left the Flying Sword Manor by then, you shall die. As his voice fell, countless figures vanished into thin air. Those who fled did so with such swiftness that even the inhabitants of the Flying Sword Manor found it surreal. Yet some still clung to foolish hopes. Activating his Tianqin divine eyes, Long Qianying unleashed a barrage of blood mist across the void, akin to fireworks during a festival. Before long, several thousand more martial artists who lingered for an opportunity were slain. At this point, no one dared to gamble any longer. In the Flying Sword Manor, aside from the surviving disciples, there was but one outsider, Long Qianying, who holds the highest position here. Long Qianying inquired, I am an elder of the sect. A burly man with a full beard approached. Restore order here. The Flying Sword Manor is to be entrusted to Miss Chu Xian'er. In a few days, once she has recovered, we shall discuss further matters. Understood. Naturally, this elder recognized Long Qianying, the legendary figure from the Sword Tower. How could he not? Long Qianying took to the skies, pondering why the ancestor of the Flying Sword Manor had not made an appearance. It was only when he crippled Chu Yuntian's cultivation that he sensed two figures locked in confrontation in the void. Preoccupied with rescuing Yuntian, he had neglected to scrutinize his surroundings, which was a grave oversight. With his formidable perception, Long Qianying discerned that the two figures in the void were nearly equal in strength. Perhaps this was the reason the silver-haired elder had acted so brazenly. To attack the Flying Sword Manor, he had naturally sought out a powerful opponent to distract the manor's ancestor, otherwise all would have been in vain. What no one anticipated was Long Qianying's arrival and his decisive slaying of the silver-haired elder. The entire sequence of events transpired so abruptly that the two powerful figures in the void had no time to react. Only when Long Qianying, consumed by fury, nearly took Chu Yuntian's life in a fit of rage did they finally stir. Sensing an air of peculiarity around the Flying Sword manor, Long Qianying chose to temporarily depart after making some arrangements that he did not trust the manor to treat Qian'er's injuries, traveling swiftly. A few days later, Long Qianying arrived at the Qianlong Hall. He did not greet anyone but directly entered his small world to tend to Chu Qian'er, upon seeing her faint and fragile state. Long Qianying was overcome with sorrow. The last time Qian'er had separated from him for decades to heal, this time, had it not been for his significant power increase, the outcome might have been dire. Long Qianying pressed his palms against Chu Qian'er's back, silently channeling the Tianqin technique, synchronizing her breath with his own. Before long, Long Qianying nearly merged with Qian'er, becoming one entity. This method of healing was, in fact, the most effective one he knew. The small world is vast beyond comprehension, and within it, the two individuals are completely undisturbed. Qianying Gu, I wish to become your bride. You must not bully me. Very well, once this period has passed, we shall wed. Thank you, Qianying Gu. Upon finishing her words, Chu Qian'er closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Although he had already healed, his body still bore a hint of frailty. Observing Chu Qian'er in peaceful repose, Long Qianying chose not to disturb her, allowing her to rest in tranquility. Taking advantage of this free moment, Long Qianying also attended to the condition of the esteemed Dihua. Despite his severe injuries, Dihua's condition had stabilized significantly, thanks to the nurturing of the small world over time. The reason Long Qianying had not treated him sooner was that he was contemplating a more reasonable treatment plan. He intended to utilize this opportunity to completely overhaul Dihua's bodily functions. Currently, among those by his side, Dihua was the first to follow him, yet he was also the weakest, without a significant fortuity. Dihua's achievements would inevitably be limited, making it unlikely for him to continue following Long Qianying in the future. Presently, his soul level is transcendent. At this level, self-preservation poses no issue, yet helping others with their transformations remains beyond his capabilities. Long Qianying estimated that if his soul could ascend a few more levels, perhaps this dream would not remain elusive. After much contemplation before Dihua, Long Qianying ultimately resolved to first stabilize his condition and await the opportune moment for his transformation, thereby honoring Dihua's unwavering protection throughout his journey. Days later, Qian'er awoke once more, this time devoid of the frail demeanor she had previously exhibited. Instead, she radiated vitality. Upon closer inspection, Long Qianying was astonished to discover that her cultivation had indeed broken through. Now matching his own at the 6th layer of the Wushuang realm, Long Qianying marveled silently that he had endured countless trials and tribulations to attain his current cultivation level, while Chu Qian'er had merely undergone a seclusion and sustained some injuries. Yet her advancement was remarkable. The speed of her breakthrough was astonishing. It seemed that Qian'er harbored secrets of her own, though he remained unaware of their nature. The two soared out of the small world, and Long Qianying wore a relaxed expression. With Qian'er's cultivation now reaching the pinnacle of this continent, the likelihood of anyone inflicting harm upon her had nearly vanished, with no concerns for Chu Qian'er's safety. Long Qianying felt a sense of joy. Just as they emerged, they encountered Yan Linlin, who appeared anxious. Seeing her worried expression, Long Qianying initially feared something was amiss. Qian'er, I heard you were injured, and I was worried. How are you? Are you better? Yan Linlin expressed her concern for Qian'er. Thankfully, with Qianying Ji's presence, this ordeal could have been perilous. Chu Qian'er looked at Long Qianying with a beaming expression, feeling genuinely happy. Although she had suffered some injuries, her relationship with Long Qianying had progressed significantly. He had promised that at the appropriate time, they would wed. For a woman, what could be more blissful than this? Moreover, she was not oblivious. She could see that Yan Linlin also harbored feelings for Long Qianying. Emotions are inherently selfish. With her close relationship with Long Qianying, Yan Linlin's chances naturally diminished. Of course, in the realm of cultivation, having multiple wives is not uncommon, yet, if Long Qianying's heart were to belong solely to her, it would indeed be her pride. Noticing the silent exchange between Chu Qian'er and Long Qianying, Yan Linlin felt indifferent. Instead stating, Deputy Palace Master Nangong Jin has sent me to summon you for a council. There are significant matters that require the Palace Master's decision. Very well. We shall attend, Long Qianying replied solemnly. Admittedly, he had been somewhat remiss in his duties as Palace Master, having not attended a formal meeting in many years. Some matters truly warranted discussion. He had long wished to clarify certain issues, but had been too preoccupied to find the opportunity. Upon arriving at the council hall of the Qianlong Palace, Long Qianying observed a jade stone seat at the center, flanked by Nangong Jin and Gu Jiyan. The three saints of the underworld stood at the back, before the seat. 2 rows of individuals, numbering approximately 200, comprised the high-ranking members of the sect, some Long Qianying recognized, while others were newcomers. Unfamiliar to him, greetings, Palace Master. The martial artists collectively knelt in tribute as Long Qianying entered. No need for such formality, he said, striding directly toward the jade seat. He gestured for Chu Xian'er and Yen Linlin to join him. And the two promptly positioned themselves at his sides. This instinctive action, intended to bring them closer, was perceived differently by the assembled martial artists. Among them, Yen Jingtian first paused in surprise, then smiled broadly. Today, it is a rare occasion for us all to gather. We shall decide on as many matters as we can. Those we cannot resolve will be set aside for the time being. If anyone has questions, please present them, and we shall discuss them one by one. Long Qianying presided over the meeting with composure, exuding an air of authority. Nangong Jin glanced up and noticed golden light enveloping Long Qianying's form. Realizing within that this individual was the true sovereign of the continent. I am fortunate today, he thought. Subsequently, department heads presented their reports, and several elders offered suggestions for the sect's development. Long Qianying's extraordinary perception allowed him to remember everything spoken. Most impressively, he could discern solutions amidst complex issues. Once all had spoken, Long Qianying cleared his throat and stated, taking into account the contributions of all esteemed predecessors, I have formulated a few points for consideration. First, as the sect gradually expands, the establishment of various institutions and staff allocations must keep pace. For this, Deputy Palace Master Nangong Jin shall organize the relevant personnel for discussion and determination, requiring no consent from me. Second, the general division of responsibilities within the sect is that I shall oversee external matters, while Deputy Palace Master Nangong Jin will manage internal affairs. In my absence, he shall preside over all sect matters. Third, the current situation in the Honghuang continent is far from stable. The fierce competition for treasures between the Nangong family and the Feijian Mountain Manor has resulted in numerous casualties. It is well known that the efficacy of these treasures is merely legendary and unverified. Even if we venture beyond the Honghuang continent, it is uncertain whether we will obtain these so-called treasures. I assure everyone that, conditions permitting, I shall lead you to a broader world. Fourth, at all times, the strength of the sect must take precedence. Therefore, all must diligently cultivate. The resources of the sect cannot be acquired without effort. Henceforth, cultivation resources will be allocated based on contributions to the sect. A task overseen by Elder Yen Jingtian. For now, that is all. If there are further inquiries, please direct them to Deputy Palace Master Nangong Jin. Having concluded his address, Long Qianying took his leave. Chapter 62. The Heart of Heaven's Illumination. Long Qianying's meeting was of utmost significance, solidifying Nangong Jin's core status while resolving the various disarray within the Qianlong Palace. It can be said that this had an immeasurable impact on the development of the Qianlong Palace. Upon returning to his palace, Long Qianying immersed himself in cultivation. As he had stated in the sect meeting, strength is paramount at all times. How many troops, how much wealth, in the face of absolute strength? These hold no value. Currently, he was at the 6th layer of the Wushuang realm, and in the short term, further advancement was impossible. On one hand, his realm required time to settle and refine. On the other, the acquisition of cultivation resources was a pressing concern. Thus, Long Qianying recognized two potential paths for enhancing his strength. The first was to cultivate his soul, the second was to devise more formidable sword techniques. The enhancement of soul power relied on fortuity, leaving only the latter path open, creating new sword techniques. It had been quite some time since his sword techniques had progressed. This was not due to a decline in the Tianqin sword's effectiveness, but rather because he had been preoccupied with various matters, unable to focus on refining them. According to the records of the Honghuang continent and ancient texts, Long Qianying's current cultivation level corresponded to that of a sword deity. However, this title felt somewhat misleading. Many times, he had relied on the Tianqin sword's power in battle. A true sword deity, in contrast, would wield the sword as an aid, with intention being the essence. Therefore, this time, Long Qianying resolved to delve deeply into his swordsmanship and explore the possibility of further advancement in the sword path. In the Honghuang continent, the sword deity epitomized the pinnacle of martial prowess. In fact, it could be said that there was no true sword deity within the Honghuang continent. Nevertheless, Long Qianying possessed the Tianqin divine eyes, the Tianqin art, and the Tianqin sword, each an unparalleled and extraordinary technique in the Honghuang continent. He held confidence that he could forge a new path in swordsmanship. Moreover, Long Qianying had long been perplexed as to why the Honghuang continent had descended into chaos, with the Feijian Mountain Manor nearly vanishing and the Nangong family on the brink of collapse. As one of the three great powers of the Honghuang continent, the Wujidao Academy seemed to be devoid of activity. Perhaps the Wujidao Academy was the true ruler of this land, who could say for certain? Long Qianying's style was one of foresight and preparation. The Wujidao Academy, the Zhangjian Pavilion. He murmured these two names, plunging into a profound state of cultivation. In the far northern reaches, 1,000 miles of ice lay frozen, seldom traversed by human feet, yet, within the underground palace of a glacial expanse, a scene of fervent activity unfolded. The palace was vast, seemingly boundless. At its heart sat an elderly man, his face flushed, exuding an extraordinary presence. With silver hair billowing around him. He was Meng Chuanxin, the head of the Wujidao Academy. Below him stood hundreds of spirited martial artists, elders of the Wujidao Academy and the sect's elite combatants. Ladies and gentlemen, the Flying Sword Manor and the Nangong clan have essentially been vanquished, and the remaining temporary organization, the Hero Alliance, has also ceased to exist. Our opportunity has arrived. Dean, your strategy of killing two birds with one stone appears to be successful. An elder seized the moment to flatter. Indeed, after years of planning, we have finally made progress. As long as chaos reigns in the primordial continent, we can seize the chance to dominate it, and at that time, we shall refine the heart of the world. We are one step closer to leaving this place. The Dean is invincible. Not only did the elder raise his arm in proclamation, but even the countless disciples on guard outside the hall were profoundly influenced, chanting praises for the Dean's invincibility. Meanwhile, Long Qianying found himself amidst a flurry of blades and shadows within his sea of consciousness. During this time, he had participated in numerous battles. Anyone who had exchanged blows with him would leave an indelible mark in his mind. Each person possesses their own strengths. By amalgamating the best of many, one can forge their own path. This concept is not difficult to grasp. Long Qianying's sea of consciousness tirelessly analyzed and evolved various techniques. This state had persisted for quite some time. Suddenly, an array of sword moves converged, a flash of golden light coalescing into a new sword technique. Remarkably, this move bore a resemblance to the techniques wielded by Yin Jingtian. With a single strike, Long Qianying unleashed a sword move that soared towards the heavens, piercing the void, only to blossom suddenly, akin to the sun. This was the 10th move of the Heaven's Heart Sword, which he decided to name Heaven's Heart Divine Radiance. Long Qianying mused quietly. Creating this move left him somewhat fatigued, as it was entirely the result of his spiritual force. Prolonged utilization of spiritual energy, even for a master like Long Qianying, could become overwhelming. Upon exiting the small world, Long Qianying noticed Chu Xian'er and Yan Linlin engaged in hushed conversation within the grand hall. As they caught sight of him, they fell silent. Brother Qianying, we were just speaking of you, Xian'er said candidly, while Yan Linlin's cheeks flushed. Oh, what were you saying about me? Not telling you, Xian'er replied, feigning mystery. Long Qianying shook his head, knowing better than to pursue the question. After a moment's thought, he said, I have just created a new technique of the Heaven's Heart Sword to share with you. With that, he flicked his fingers, and two beams of light entered the brows of the two women, seizing the opportunity while the two were absorbed in their study of the sword techniques. Long Qianying swiftly departed the palace. Shortly after, he arrived at Nangong Jin's training chamber. It seemed Nangong Jin had anticipated Long Qianying's visit and had already awakened in advance. Palace Master, what brings you here? Well, although I have been in seclusion for the past few days, a sense of unease has lingered in my heart. Please investigate any intelligence regarding the Wujidao Academy. The more information, the better, and the sooner. The better, understood. I will compile the information and send it to you. Long Qianying nodded and vanished once more. This time, he intended to visit Fengjie. Over the years, he had been preoccupied with cultivation and had not found the time to visit Bai Yin Feng at the Qingling sect. Unaware of how she was faring now, concerning Bai Yin Feng, Long Qianying felt deeply conflicted. He understood her feelings, yet he had already chosen Chu Xian'er, making any outcome with Bai Yin Feng impossible. Nevertheless, she had offered him so much when he was weak and in need of assistance. Thus, out of both emotional and rational obligation, he felt compelled to pay her a visit, even if only as a friend. In less than half a day, Long Qianying appeared at the Qingling sect. Bai Yin Feng remained as she always was, gazing at the void, relishing her solitude. Sister Feng. Long Qianying's figure emerged. Bai Yin Feng trembled slightly before regaining her composure. Brother, you haven't been very considerate. How long has it been since you last visited your sister? Bai Yin Feng feigned ease, her words laced with jest. Sister Feng, I have come to seek your guidance in martial arts once more. Enough, your reputation has already spread throughout the primordial continent. I am no match for you, but if you wish to impart your skills to me, then do so. Long Qianying, feeling helpless, approached Bai Yin Feng, prepared to share several techniques from the Heaven's Heart Sword. Wait, what is that on your forehead? Forehead? How could there be anything? However, unexpectedly Bai Yanfeng gently kissed his forehead. This, Sister Feng, you coming to see your sister and imparting the Heaven's Heartsword techniques as a reward for you. Chapter 63, Mutual Horns. Long Qianying did not wish to dwell on this matter and promptly transmitted the Heaven's Heartsword techniques to Bai Yanfeng. Over the years, the immense pressure she had faced had hindered her progress in cultivation. As Long Qianying reflected on their shared past, a wave of sentiment washed over him. Sister Bai, I fear there may be significant upheaval within the primordial continent. We must prepare for it. Bai Yanfeng pondered for a moment before replying. I sense it too. Recently, the presence of disciples from the Wujidao Academy has been noted in many places. Although they conceal themselves well, they ultimately cannot escape the eyes of the world's heroes. Some predict that the Wujidao Academy may be planning significant actions. Therefore, enhancing our cultivation is crucial for survival in this competition. Long Qianying advised. Sister, I understand your concerns. I will heed your words. If my strength is insufficient, I would feel unworthy to be your brother. Very well, I will take you to a place. What place? No need to resist. Bai Yanfeng immediately relinquished her defenses. With a thought, Long Qianying exerted a pulling force upon her. And in an instant, they found themselves within the small world. Bai Yanfeng understood that Long Qianying was extraordinary, yet she still failed to anticipate that he possessed treasures such as the small world. No wonder he had transformed from an ordinary warrior to the mightiest figure of this continent in just over a century, after flying around in the small world for a while. Bai Yanfeng chose a mountain peak. Brother, I have decided on this peak. From now on, it shall be known as Bai Feng Mountain. Very well, whatever sister says goes. In truth, Long Qianying found himself both amused and exasperated. He had brought Bai Yanfeng to the small world for the purpose of cultivation, yet her thoughts were entirely different. Their focus was completely misaligned. Seeing Long Qianying's agreement, Bai Yanfeng joyfully cooperated with him in cultivation. They repeatedly verified martial arts and engaged in sparring. Under the tutelage of a master like Long Qianying, Bai Yanfeng's cultivation remarkably broke through to the unmatched realm in less than 6 months. Henceforth, Long Qianying's limited collection of resources was entirely depleted. Bai Yanfeng felt a twinge of guilt. Brother, I am inept. Over the years, I have wallowed in self-pity and failed to manage the sect properly, resulting in a scarcity of cultivation resources. Look at how much of your resources I've consumed. How can I repay you? Perhaps I could offer myself in return. Long Qianying felt a headache coming on. This sister's teasing was what he dreaded most. Sister Feng, you jest. Resources can be replenished, but if strength does not improve, all is in vain. Seeing Long Qianying's flustered expression, Bai Yanfeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This silly brother. The two ceased their playful banter and exited the small world. Sister Feng, I have an idea I have long hesitated to express. Given the current dire situation, I have decided to discuss it with you. Long Qianying said earnestly. Bai Yanfeng contemplated briefly. You wish to consolidate the Qingling sect? I agree. Long Qianying was taken aback. Sister Feng, you are quite impressive. You not only guessed such a significant matter but also readily agreed? It is not difficult to deduce. You are concerned for my safety and would not place me in a perilous situation. Thus, you seek to protect me. The most effective means of doing so is to keep me by your side, which is a perfectly normal line of thought. Moreover, I cannot face the Wujidao Academy alone. Therefore, this has been a mutual consideration for both of us. At a fundamental level, our thoughts align. Impressive, Long Qianying remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Then let us prepare to depart at once. No need for preparation. I have sensed the arrival of this day and have long been ready. But what if I hadn't brought it up? Wouldn't that mean your preparations were in vain? Silly brother, your intelligence seems to be a bit off today. If you didn't bring it up, I would seek you out myself, given our sibling bond. Would you truly have the heart to turn me away? Upon hearing this, Long Qianying felt a wave of relief. Indeed, if someone wished to ally with him, he could hardly refuse, especially if it were Sister Feng. Bai Yanfeng promptly produced a communication stone and spoke into it. Shortly thereafter, an elder appeared. Elder Qishan, relay the order. The team will depart today and head to the Qianlong Hall immediately. Understood. Elder Qishan took his leave. Before long, countless warriors soared from all corners of the Qingling sect, forming ranks and vanishing into the horizon. Long Qianying and Bai Yanfeng ascended a high mountain. Bai Yanfeng drew her longsword and slashed it in 4 directions. With a resounding crash, a series of buildings and palaces collapsed. Bai Yanfeng turned to Long Qianying. Brother, I no longer have a home. From now on, I will follow you. Please do not cast me out. Bai Yanfeng spoke lightly, yet Long Qianying felt a wave of sadness wash over him. The primordial continent truly could not escape this impending calamity. Could it? The disappearance of the Qingling sect was undoubtedly not an isolated incident. Perhaps most forces within the primordial continent would soon have to make a critical decision. The two fell into silence for a moment. Suddenly Long Qianying grasped Bai Yanfeng's hand, and in an instant, they traversed thousands of miles. At this moment, in many locales across the primordial continent, the situation unfolded much like Long Qianying had predicted. Various factions, large and small, began to choose sides. They had to align themselves with the top-tier forces to have any hope of survival. More than half of the factions opted for the Qianlong Palace. Naturally, there were also some factions that aligned themselves with the Feijian Mountain Manor and the Nangong family. What struck Long Qianying as peculiar was the absence of any who sought refuge with the Wujidao Academy. This particular detail piqued his curiosity. During their flight, he could not help but inquire of Bai Yanfeng. The answer he received was that the Wujidao Academy never accepted outsiders. This revelation stirred something within Long Qianying. Perhaps the secrets of the Wujidao Academy held the key to unraveling the events at hand. Thus, he contemplated delving deeper into the Wujidao Academy for further investigation. To know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure victory in every battle. A few days later, Long Qianying and Bai Yanfeng returned to the Qianlong Palace. Upon witnessing the close rapport between the two, Chu Xian'er felt no sense of unease, having spent time in the Qingling sect. She had already formed a sisterly bond with Bai Yanfeng. She could naturally discern Bai Yanfeng's feelings. However, she harbored no jealousy. Bai Yanfeng was a benefactor, not an adversary, a fact she was well aware of. The two women, Xian'er and Bai Yanfeng, quickly clasped hands. As for Long Qianying, he had become an open book. After months of external training, his heart had settled considerably, leading him to immerse himself in cultivation. At this time, the ranks of the Qianlong Palace grew increasingly robust, with masters congregating. However, with the likes of Nangong Jin, Yan Jingtian, and Yan Linlin, as well as the three saints of the Nether, he felt no apprehension. Thus, another year passed in tranquility. The Honghuang continent was engulfed in turmoil. Under the relentless campaign of the Wujidao Academy, vast territories were devoured, and countless resources amassed within its grasp, observing the entire landscape of the Honghuang continent. Only the areas of Feijian Mountain Manor, Nangong family, and Qianlong Palace remained relatively stable, albeit encircled by the Wujidao Academy. However, there was a silver lining: the Qianlong Palace to the south, the Nangong family to the north, and the Feijian Mountain Manor to the east formed a strategic triangle. Should one faction be attacked, the other two could promptly come to its aid. This was a naturally advantageous strategic configuration. Each of the three great powers possessed its own unique strengths, and for the Wujidao Academy to assimilate them would require several years and a significant cost. Chapter 64, Elder Jiaomu. At this juncture, Long Qianying, deep in his cultivation, reached a critical moment. His primary focus was still on creating the Tianqin sword technique. He had maintained a state of complete stillness for over 6 months, within his sea of consciousness. A sword light continued to traverse the void, coalescing into a dazzling orb of light. This was the technique of the previous move, Tianqin Shinzhou. Long Qianying analyzed and evolved numerous moves, all culminating in this form. Was this the ultimate state of the Tianqin sword technique? Yet, there is a saying in swordsmanship: there is always a higher peak, there is no highest. The path of the sword cannot have a final form. So then, how should the current circumstance be interpreted? Perhaps my line of thought is flawed. What would happen if I detonated the gathered orb of light? Long Qianying was taken aback by his own idea. If he were to proceed in such a manner, it would spell ruin. Perhaps the next move would indeed have such catastrophic effects. Yes, it must be so. Long Qianying repeatedly analyzed and evolved the sword techniques, ultimately converging into a beam of golden light that condensed in the void. Moreover, as his cultivation deepened, the power of this move grew increasingly formidable, gradually merging with the preceding three techniques: chaos opening, Wuji Gangying, and ethereal annihilation. Subsequently, every few days, the sword techniques began to fuse with Tianqin Laikon, Tianqin Huanying, and Tianqin Shihun. After a month, the final move, Tianqin Shinzhou, was also assimilated. A resounding explosion reverberated through the void, compressing the air. The small world trembled. This move, resulting from the fusion of the first 10 techniques of the Tianqin sword technique, wielded power several times that of all preceding techniques combined. It could be said that this strike encapsulated the essence and might of all Long Qianying's sword techniques. First, he projected true energy into the void, then detonated it with his will. The power of this move could truly be described as apocalyptic. Long Qianying pondered for a moment and decided to name this move Tianqin Bao. After nearly a year, he finally achieved a breakthrough in his sword techniques. The situation on the Honghuang continent grew increasingly dire. Long Qianying's expedition to the Wujidao Academy was also nearing its schedule. As a fellow powerhouse of the Honghuang continent, Long Qianying sensed that the leader of the Wujidao Academy was shrouded in mystery and would likely be difficult to contend with, logically speaking. The current prestige of the Qianlong Palace had long surpassed that of the Feijin Mountain Manor and the Nangong family, yet, the head of the Wujidao Academy had never made an appearance. This situation could stem from one of two possibilities: either the Wujidao Academy held itself above all and regarded Long Qianying with disdain, or the other party was concealing some grand scheme. Regardless of the circumstances, Long Qianying felt compelled to visit the Wujidao Academy. If possible, he would eradicate this malignant tumor; if not, he would at least inflict some suffering upon them to curb the Wujidao Academy's brutal slaughter across the Honghuang continent. After wandering through the Qianlong Palace, he found no trace of Chu Xian'er. Upon inquiry, he learned that she, along with Bai Yanfeng and Yan Linlin, had been sequestered together in cultivation day and night. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Long Qianying had no choice but to depart in defeat. With a flicker, he traversed 1,000 miles. He journeyed northward, flying for half a month before finally arriving at the territory of the Wujidao Academy. A vast expanse of snow lay before him, seemingly boundless. Most would perceive only desolation upon arriving here, yet Long Qianying was no ordinary individual. As he extended his consciousness, he swiftly discerned the hidden branch of the Wujidao Academy beneath the earth. With his soul force, he could also sense the extensive underground transportation network. Observing the layout of this sect, Long Qianying immediately lost his favorable impression of the Wujidao Academy. What kind of sacred cultivation ground necessitated concealment underground? If not for some nefarious machinations, then it must be hiding something shameful, hence its furtive nature. If they could not be reasoned with, it would be best to annihilate them. After all, wherever the Wujidao Academy went in recent years, it had been synonymous with slaughter. Countless innocent lives had perished at their hands, certainly no less than hundreds of millions. As for cultivators, while not in the tens of millions, there were likely still several million. However, should they unleash a bloody rampage, it would inevitably alert the unsuspecting. If these secretive individuals were to disperse, locating them would prove exceedingly difficult. In a few years, their regrouping would surely become a destabilizing factor on the Honghuang continent. Standing amidst the desolate snowfield, Long Qianying fell into deep contemplation. To capture the thief, one must first seize the kingpin. It was imperative to eliminate the principal leaders to prevent future troubles. With this thought in mind, Long Qianying began to scour the snowy expanse for clues. He aimed to uncover all pathways and mechanisms. Remaining still was not an option, for when he did act, it would deliver a devastating blow to the Wujidao Academy. One by one, Long Qianying visited the outposts of the branch academy, using his soul power to control each individual. Initially, he sowed his soul force within the sea of consciousness of each disciple, compelling them to obey him. However, as he found this method too slow, he shifted to controlling their superiors instead. After 6 months of diligent effort, Long Qianying successfully controlled tens of thousands of lower-tier personnel within the Wujidao Academy. The next step was to concentrate on controlling the mid-level and upper-level personnel. Such individuals were fewer in number, only a few thousand, but they rarely ventured out, making them difficult to approach. He could only proceed methodically. After almost another year, he had largely completed the control of the mid to high-level personnel. With a mere thought, they would act according to Long Qianying's commands. Should they refuse to comply, he could detonate their sea of consciousness, leading them to untimely deaths. This approach was undeniably ruthless. However, compared to their actions on the Honghuang continent, it was hardly worth mentioning. Now, the plan was gradually advancing. Long Qianying began to strategize the control of the Wujidao Academy's top combatants. Such individuals were even scarcer, numbering only in the hundreds, all of whom were elders of the sect. Fortunately, he had controlled a considerable number of individuals over the years, who could provide him with intelligence. From the information of a martial artist, he learned that an elder was to lead a team deep into a dense forest for a task. Long Qianying prepared an ambush in advance. Before long, an elder, accompanied by over 10 disciples, made an appearance. Long Qianying did not conceal his identity and directly stepped forward to block their path. "Who are you, and why do you obstruct my way?" The elder inquired. To join the Wujidao Academy is a misfortune, Long Qianying replied, sidestepping the question. "What do you intend to do? Crossing the Wujidao Academy will not end well for you," with a light chuckle. Long Qianying drew his long sword. The elder, possessing a modicum of strength, barely managed to withstand 3 strikes after employing all his defensive measures. Long Qianying did not kill him. Instead, he controlled him and left a trace of his consciousness within the elder's soul. After only a brief struggle, the elder fell silent. The remaining 10 or so disciples attempted to flee, but were enveloped by Long Qianying's Tianqin divine power, exploding into a mist of blood. what is your name? I am Jiamu, my lord. Do you know who I am? You are my master. Having conducted a simple test, Long Qianying was quite satisfied. Summon your closest friends. I wish to meet them. Yes, my lord. Chapter 65. Meng Chanqing. Jiamu was obedient. Producing a communication stone and relaying a few phrases into it, shortly thereafter, three figures materialized amidst the shifting void. Jiamu, what is the urgent matter? The three figures inquired, looking puzzled. Jiamu, with a blank expression, replied, my master summoned you. Master? What master? Jiamu, have you lost your mind? He is not mad. Before long you will be like him. An incongruous voice interjected. Who is this brash young man, spouting nonsense, subduing these individuals, although they sensed something amiss? They were, after all, the three esteemed elders. Naturally, there was no need for fear. The three elders immediately lunged at Long Qianying. A smirk curled at the corner of Long Qianying's mouth, with a flick of his sword. One of the elders at the forefront felt a sharp pain in his chest. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a deep gash inflicted by the blade, blood gushing forth, just as he prepared to retaliate. A massive hand struck his chest once more, eliciting a horrendous scream. This unfortunate soul was sent flying several meters, his breath shallow. Another elder rushed to his aid, only to be struck on the head by Long Qianying's sword hilt, rendering him unconscious on the spot. The last remaining elder, realizing the peril, attempted to flee, but suddenly felt his spirit convulse, collapsing to the ground. Long Qianying repeated the process, leaving a trace of his divine consciousness in their minds before rousing them from their stupor. The three stood before Long Qianying, unwavering, proclaiming him their master. Long Qianying, undeterred, instructed them to retrieve the communication stones and summon more followers. In just a few days, he had gained control over dozens from the Wuji Academy. To his surprise, among them were two soul cultivators, their strength rivaling that of the three saints of the underworld. To avoid drawing undue attention, Long Qianying ceased his control over the remaining elders. For a widespread anomaly in their behavior would surely attract the notice of the sect leader. It was time to meet this enigmatic dean. Long Qianying gazed into the void. This meeting could indeed be deemed a momentous event in the vast wilderness of the continent, as their encounter would dictate the future trajectory of the realm. Gradually approaching the snowy expanse, the Tianqin sword soared into the sky before plummeting abruptly, its speed increasing exponentially with a resounding boom. The Tianqin sword struck the center of the snowfield, creating a massive crater. The tremendous noise reverberated throughout the snowy domain. Shortly thereafter, an elder with an ethereal demeanor and a radiant countenance, accompanied by a cadre of warriors, materialized before Long Qianying. The leader was none other than Meng Chanqing, the dean of the Wuji Academy. Ah, young man, you truly are impatient. Have you come to deliver yourself to death so swiftly? The dean wore a jovial expression. Were it not for the knowledge that countless lives had perished due to his actions on this continent, Long Qianying might have deemed him a benevolent figure. Shall we introduce ourselves? Long Qianying inquired. No need. If I do not recognize you, Long Qianying, then I truly deserve to die. Since you are familiar with me, it simplifies matters. I come with but one message: remain in this snowfield, and you shall be safe. Should you dare to harm the ordinary inhabitants of the vast wilderness again, prepare for your annihilation. Observing the dean's hypocritical demeanor, Long Qianying lost interest in further discourse. How utterly absurd! You, a leader of your faction, dare utter such mindless words. Before Meng Chanqing could finish his sentence, Long Qianying issued a command for the elders to attack. Caught off guard, it was not long before more than 10 lifeless bodies lay behind Meng Chanqing. The once composed Meng Chanqing could no longer maintain his calm. Drawing a deep breath, he warned, enough, boy, cease this, or you shall never leave the snowfield. In response to Meng Chanqing, the only answer was the sight of more than 10 corpses. You little brat, I will kill you. Meng Chanqing's composure disintegrated. Long Qianying, with a mere thought, summoned tens of thousands of warriors, all disciples of the Wuji Academy. These disciples, now under his command, surged towards Meng Chanqing. At this moment, the elder faction erupted into chaos, seizing the opportunity while Meng Chanqing was preoccupied with his own disciples. Long Qianying wielded his sword, claiming one life after another until he had dispatched the majority of the Wuji Academy's elders. The remainder would be dealt with by those he had under his control. Now, the forces were evenly matched. As for the lower-tier warriors, Long Qianying paid them no mind. They were merely cannon fodder destined for demise. When and how they perished mattered little. Meng Chanqing's emotions began to waver. He had invested millennia nurturing these elders. The loss of any one of them was a grievous blow to the sect. Now, witnessing the massacre orchestrated by Long Qianying, it was evident that his forces were on the verge of annihilation, and he could no longer remain composed. After a brief hesitation, Meng Chanqing suddenly wielded a uniquely shaped blade, the disciples charging towards him. Once his subordinates were now aligned with Long Qianying, leaving him no room for mercy. Within the span of less than an hour, Meng Chanjin decimated tens of thousands of disciples. Long Qianying, suspended in the void, extended his thumb in admiration. Indeed, Meng Chanjin, you are formidable. Your decisiveness in slaying your own is commendable. Long Qianying's eyes burned with intensity. I will not share the same sky as you. What was the use of boasting? It was far better to engage in direct combat. The Tianqin sword emitted a resonant hum, seemingly in tune with the intent of the blade in Meng Chanjin's grasp. Without hesitation, Long Qianying and Meng Chanjin clashed fiercely. When the two masters of the vast wilderness collided, they were both propelled backward, evenly matched. For the first time, Long Qianying encountered such a formidable adversary. With just a single exchange, he realized that he could not defeat Meng Chanjin. However, he did not intend to relent. His goal was to force Meng Chanjin to reveal all his abilities. The paths of Taoan swordsmanship may differ, yet many aspects could be learned from one another. Tianqin rifts the sky. Tianqin is boundless. Tianqin illuminates. Long Qianying repeatedly executed the Tianqin sword techniques. I in the void, their figures collided and swiftly separated, sometimes by mere fractions of an inch, yet it was this minuscule difference that left them at an impasse. After several thousand exchanges, Long Qianying had gleaned a substantial understanding of Meng Chanjin's techniques. With a feint, he leapt out of the fray. Dean Meng, your disciples and descendants have perished almost entirely. You are now but a solitary figure. I suggest you act wisely. With that, his form shimmered and vanished from sight. Long Qianying spoke the truth. During their confrontation, Meng Chanjin had issued commands for all those under his control to assault the Wuji Academy. Although Long Qianying's forces numbered only a few thousand, they were all influential figures. Following this purge, the Wuji Academy was left with countless dead, injured, or fleeing. Now, fewer than 10,000 remained within the academy's walls. What could 10,000 do? Previously, with hundreds of thousands, they could only maintain a stalemate. The disciples of the Wuji Academy, scattered across the vast wilderness, upon learning that the headquarters had been compromised, dared not continue their assault. They either disbanded on the spot or sought refuge in the mountains. The chaos across the vast wilderness began to dissipate. Chapter 66, a tale unbelievable unbeknownst to Long Qianying. Shortly after his departure, Meng Chanjin stood motionless above the snowfield, gazing into the void, murmuring, Master, your subordinate has failed. After years of scheming, all has come to naught. This is my sin. With those words, Meng Chanjin's body ignited in flames. A spirit emerging from within, swiftly merging with the void. Long Qianying, we shall meet again. In the midst of his flight, Long Qianying suddenly felt as though something was amiss in this world. A wave of emptiness washed over him. What was this sensation? How could such a negative feeling exist? It was perplexing, akin to losing a life's purpose or a worthy rival. Never mind, I shall return to the Qianlong Palace first, after flying alone for an extended period. Long Qianying finally returned to the Qianlong Palace. This separation had lasted nearly 2 years, and he wondered how the sect had fared in his absence. His thoughts drifted to Chu Xian'er. When he had departed, she, along with Bai Yanfeng and Yan Linlin, was in seclusion, striving to elevate their cultivation levels. The 6th level of the Wushuang realm was indeed extraordinary. Long Qianying quickened his pace, and his return journey took less than 2 months. Compared to the 3 months it had taken to depart. At last, he arrived back at the Qianlong Palace, where he found Chu Xian'er had completed her seclusion and was meditating within, awaiting his return. Upon seeing her, Long Qianying noted that Xian'er had indeed progressed further, reaching the 7th level of the Wushuang realm, surpassing even his own level. Qianying Go, why do I feel that the atmosphere of the vast wilderness has changed during my absence? Indeed, I recently visited the Wuji Academy and engaged in a battle with their dean Meng Chanjin for several days. Now, Meng Chanjin is merely a solitary figure. He should not be capable of stirring up further turmoil. You annihilated the Wuji Academy, their internal strife was already brewing. I merely fanned the flames, and who could have anticipated their downfall? Who would believe such a tale? Enough of this. Long Qianying opted not to elaborate further. Some matters were best left unsaid. Discussing violence and conflict in front of a lady was hardly wise. By the way, Xian'er, I previously mentioned at the Flying Sword Manor that you would become its master. At that time I could not find a suitable person, so I appointed an elder to handle the sect's affairs temporarily. However, a sect cannot remain leaderless for long. What are your thoughts on this matter? The Flying Sword Manor, though my father's lifelong effort, is merely a spokesperson. The true authority lies with the ancestral figure behind it. On one hand, I have little interest in management. On the other, I cannot submit to the ancestral figure. Therefore, you should oversee the flying sword manner. Given Chu Xian'er's stance, Long Qianying found himself without grounds for objection. He summoned Bai Yanfeng to seek her counsel. After careful consideration, Bai Yanfeng stated, the development of the Qianlong Palace can be described as thriving. However, after some contemplation, I have concluded that this location lies in the southern part of the Honghuan continent, where the flow of people is intricate. To be frank, while it is suitable for business endeavors, it is far from ideal for the development of sex and cultivation. My perspective is that within the Honghuan continent, we should control or support the Nangong family, as they have established business operations that are quite fitting for this purpose. Externally, we might consider establishing the headquarters of the Qianlong Palace at either the Wujidao Academy or the Feijian Mountain Manor. The specifics of this plan will depend on your inclinations. Long Qianying paced within the palace. This marked the first time in many years that he earnestly pondered such matters. After a considerable duration, he finally halted and remarked, the territory of the Wujidao Academy is situated underground, which gives it a rather clandestine impression, not aligning with the requirements of the Qianlong Palace. However, given their years of operation, it may be worth considering establishing a liaison office there to prevent others from getting a head start. The geographic conditions of the Feijian Mountain Manor are excellent and conducive for cultivation. Placing the headquarters of the Qianlong Palace there would be most suitable. I must discuss this with the elder of the Feijian Mountain Manor. If he disagrees, I will have no choice but to take coercive measures. Furthermore, you are entirely correct, the operation of a sect cannot do without resources. The situation of the Nangong family is rather unique, and I need to confer with Nangong Jin about it. Should his family be supported or controlled? After considering these matters, Long Qianying decided to appoint Bai Yanfeng to liaise with Nangong Jin. Bai Yanfeng had undeniably become the special envoy of the Qianlong Palace. After resting for a few days at the Qianlong Palace, Long Qianying took Chu Xian'er and proceeded directly to the Feijian Mountain Manor. The two descended from the skies above the manor, and shortly thereafter, the elder made his appearance. Old senior, how have you been? How have I been? It seems we have not met before, have we? The elder chuckled. Indeed, we have not. However, if it were not for your steadfast presence back in the day, I would not have been able to safeguard the treasures of the Sword Tower. Haha, truly a young hero. You have discerned that. Speak, what brings you here today, senior? Several months ago, I personally visited the Wujidao Academy, and you should have sensed the subsequent developments. Meng Chanshan has become a solitary figure, just as he voiced this. He noticed the elder wave his hand dismissively. He is not a solitary figure, he has failed in his mission and has vanished. When he returns is uncertain. Vanished? What transpired? That is a long story. His arrival is like a riddle. No one knows what he seeks on the Honghuan continent. It is clear, however, that since his arrival, this land has been in turmoil. The various entanglements you witness between the Nangong family and the Feijian Mountain Manor are orchestrated by the Wujidao Academy behind the scenes. The so-called treasures capable of leaving this world do not exist. They are merely fabrications of the Wujidao Academy to deceive people. Consequently, the Honghuan continent has been engulfed in countless bloodshed, resulting in the demise of many. Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er remained silent, patiently listening. Even Xian'er's father firmly believed in this, to the point of obsession. However, he suspected that the secret lay with me and had always heeded my words. Yearning for the chance to ascend, this fact was clear to Xian'er as well. After hearing this, Chu Xian'er nodded. Her father not only harbored doubts about the elder but also about the Nangong family. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in so many foolish acts. Elder, there is one more matter. Who was the elder that confronted you during the siege of the Feijian Mountain Manor by the various sects? Oh, you mean him? He is an elder of the Nangong family, one who rarely steps into the world. Long Qianying understood. The elder had just mentioned that Meng Chanshan of the Wujidao Academy had disappeared, leaving the meaning unspoken. It is quite literal. He has departed from this continent. When will he return? Will he ever return? No one knows. According to your words, this person's appearance must have some ulterior motive, and his reluctant departure must mean he has yet to achieve his goals. What then are his objectives? That too remains unknown. Long Qianying inquired again. Elder, we wish to relocate the Qianlong Palace to the Feijian Mountain Manor. Do you believe this is feasible? The elder smirked. If I were to say it is unfeasible, would it hold any significance? Long Qianying fell into silence. Rest assured, young man, once this matter is settled, I shall embark on a journey with that old relic of the Nangong family. Whether it be the Feijian Mountain Manor or the Qianlong Palace, you may handle it as you see fit. Senior. Long Qianying felt a tinge of sorrow. This suggested a departure that may be permanent. Do not be disheartened, young man, one must know what to pursue and what to forsake, take care of yourself. As the voice faded away, Long Qianying was left in contemplation. This elder did not even bother to leave his name. As if he were a gentle breeze, drifting in from the void and merging back into the ether, Long Qianying's consciousness suddenly became clear. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and remarkably, his cultivation broke through to the 7th layer of the Wushuang realm. This was the first time he had achieved a breakthrough through the cultivation of his mindset, and even he found it astonishing. He was a resource magnate, relying entirely on resources to enhance his cultivation. It seemed that moving forward, he must place greater emphasis on the cultivation of his mindset. Solely relying on resource accumulation can sometimes yield imperfect results. Upon his breakthrough to the 7th layer of the Wushuang realm, Long Qianying found himself momentarily dazed, gazing into the void. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if something in the emptiness was calling to him, yet, as swiftly as it came, the sensation vanished, and he could no longer find that feeling. Xianer, you have been at the Feijian Mountain Manor for many years. Is there anyone in need of care? Well, speaking of it, it would be Elder Dan Changwu, who has taken particular care of me. Sometimes, I even suspect he harbors some secrets. Oh, what do you mean? I cannot quite articulate it. It is merely a feeling. Very well, let us go and see. Before they even reached Dan Changwu's palace, the palace doors swung open. Young hero Long, Dan Changwu greeted them, followed closely by a handsome youth, who was none other than Dan Jie, whom Long Qianying had saved. Elder Dan, oh, Xianer, it is rare that you still remember this old man. Elder Dan, you have cared for me greatly in the past, how could I forget? Enough of that. Come in, I have matters to discuss with you. Elder Dan has matters to discuss. Chu Xianer felt surprised. Of course, with so many events occurring in the sect, there are many matters that need to be communicated. You may begin. What is the matter? Well, since the Manor Master has lost his cultivation, his mindset has undergone many changes. He has been residing with me during this time. He wishes to seek your forgiveness and then retreat into a path of solitude. Chu Xianer wore a complex expression. It was difficult to sever familial ties. Yet he sought to kill her husband. How could she forgive him? Moreover, when the knife had pierced deeply into her body, that father-daughter bond had been irrevocably severed. Now, Chu Yuntian had reaped what he sowed. Losing his cultivation and becoming akin to a waste. If there were any grievances, they should have been laid to rest by now. Chu Xianer was reluctant to decide, gripping Long Qianying's hand, trembling all the while. Elder Dan, I speak on behalf of Xianer. We forgive him. Please convey this to him and allow him to find peace in his path. Thank you, young Master Long. From now on, you need not seek me out. I have decided to retreat into solitude alongside the Manor Master. As the Manor Master, he cannot be without companionship. Today, I came on behalf of Jer, hoping you might look after him, having met the benefactor. Dan Jia was quite polite. No need for formality. We are of the same generation. Feel free. Long Qianying raised his gaze, but Dan Changwu had already vanished without a trace. Alas, they have all departed. Chu Xianer felt disheartened. And Long Qianying casually instructed Dan Jia on a few matters before taking Chu Xianer away from the Qianlong Palace. On the surface, Long Qianying had merely resolved the issues at the Feijian Mountain Manor. Yet in truth, he had also addressed a significant portion of the Nangong family's affairs. With the elder of the Nangong family having left, the top combat power within the family had vanished. The remaining members would likely be unable to stir up any significant waves. Seizing this opportunity, Long Qianying resolved to take Chu Xianer on a journey. After all they had experienced, it would likely take her a considerable amount of time to recover. In a picturesque fairyland, Long Qianying and Chu Xianer sat atop a mountain, watching the sun rise and set. This serene existence had persisted for over a year. During this time, Long Qianying and Chu Xianer traversed numerous places across the Honghuang continent. Ultimately arriving at this chosen spot, the reason for her choice was the stunning scenery, the melodious chirping of birds, and most importantly, the ability to witness the sunrise. Long Qianying inquired about her experiences when the guards of the Qianlong Palace had taken her away. Chu Xianer recounted that it felt as though she were in a dream, having visited many places where the spiritual energy was exceedingly rich. Living amidst it felt like bathing in an ocean of spiritual essence. Subsequently, many prominent figures took turns healing her injuries, and for decades, they painstakingly revived her from the brink of death. Unfortunately, she had been in a comatose state at the time and had no opportunity to appreciate the beauty of that world. After listening, Long Qianying fell into deep thought. He became increasingly certain that the vast universe was far deeper and broader than he had previously imagined. Years passed, and Chu Xianer had completely forgotten the unpleasant events. Through diligent cultivation, both of their powers had broken through to the 8th layer of the Wushuang realm. Chu Xian'er was fine, but Long Qianying was different. At the moment of his breakthrough, he distinctly sensed a door in the void, flickering in and out of existence, as if it might open for him at any moment. Having explored enough, Chu Xian'er expressed her longing for Bai Yanfeng and Yan Yanlin, suggesting they return to the Qianlong Palace. Long Qianying had already sent a message to Nangong Jin at the onset of his travels, instructing him to lead the forces of the Qianlong Palace to establish a presence at the Feijin Villa. Over the years, Nangong Jin had provided regular updates on the developments. Upon discovering through the Tianqin chart that their return to the Qianlong Palace coincided with their passage through the Nangong family estate, Long Qianying decided to address the matter in its entirety, as prolonging the situation was not advisable. Accompanied by Xian'er, Long Qianying descended upon the Nangong family estate. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him caused the ground beneath to tremble. To his surprise, the usually reclusive head of the Nangong family had vanished upon the departure of the ancestor. Instead, it was a temporary representative named Nangong Xian who emerged to meet Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er. Upon inquiring with Nangong Jin, Long Qianying learned that Nangong Xian was his cousin. She possessed a stable temperament and considerable wisdom. Senior, I believe you are aware of my purpose for coming. I shall not beat around the bush, Long Qianying stated. Nangong Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Lord of the palace, there is no issue with aligning with the Qianlong Palace, but we have been contemplating the potential complications of working alongside my cousin Nangong Jin. Given our previous disagreements, I mention this to gauge your decision. Senior, this should not pose a problem. The aim of unifying our directives is not to impose management upon everyone, but rather to eliminate barriers and better serve the welfare of the Honghuang continent. Everything you currently possess will remain unchanged, and should you require assistance, personnel can be dispatched from headquarters. Those members of the Nangong family who are inclined towards cultivation may go directly to headquarters, while those with a penchant for commerce will receive support. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xian exhaled deeply in relief. This is indeed excellent. From this point onward, the Nangong family shall function as a branch of the Qianlong Palace. As soon as these words were spoken, a myriad of gentle lights descended from the sky, enveloping Long Qianying, accompanied by ethereal music resonating through the air. Chapter 68. Immersed in the void, Long Qianying, inspired by the auspicious signs, promptly seated himself in a meditative posture before the gathered assembly and entered a state of cultivation. The music continued to play, and the soft light swirled around him. As Long Qianying's Tianqin technique circulated, the luminous points gradually merged into his being. Astonishingly, this continued for 3 days and nights. With a sudden burst, Long Qianying's body shimmered with golden light, effortlessly breaking through to the 9th layer of the Wushuang realm. Observing the abundance of gentle starlight still present, he signaled to Chu Xian'er to harness the energy. Days later, Chu Xian'er, too, surged with vigor, achieving her own breakthrough to the 9th layer of the Wushuang realm. Meanwhile, Long Qianying remained in his cultivation, his spirit expanding incrementally across the Honghuang continent. Everything within the reach of his consciousness fell under his perceptive grasp. Countless energies began to converge towards him. At this juncture, Long Qianying found himself no longer in need of such an influx of energy. With a mere thought, he directed all energies to coalesce into his small world, selectively choosing only those that would benefit his spirit. Employing the Tianqin Divine Eye to refine his essence repeatedly, this process persisted for an entire month. Initially, Nangong Xian had acted as a guardian for Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er, but soon after, as Chu Xian'er awakened, she assumed the role of protector. Nangong Xian departed with her subordinates, while Chu Xian'er gazed in astonishment at Long Qianying's flickering form. She recognized his enigmatic nature, yet the extraordinary phenomenon still left her in awe. After a full month, Long Qianying's transformations finally came to a halt. With a flash of blue light, his spirit successfully ascended. According to the classifications he had encountered in ancient texts, he had now attained the realm of Tianhan. This realm represented a pivotal juncture in the cultivation of the spirit. Reaching it conferred the ability to command an entire continent. Previously, Long Qianying had been oblivious to the implications of this status, but now he comprehended its significance. This realm allowed for the refinement of the continent itself, for at this moment, his consciousness enveloped every corner of the Honghuang continent. He could perceive even the faintest shifts in the environment. No one could depart from or enter this realm without his consent. The Tianhan represented the very soul of this land. It was at this moment that a portal appeared in the void, and a surge of information flooded into Long Qianying's mind. The chart of all realms expanded exponentially, revealing numerous nodes that began to illuminate. As he scrutinized the newly unveiled area on the chart, He discerned the inscription of the words, Xingyuan continent. Long Qianying understood, he had now become the sovereign of this land, poised to venture to another continent, the next being the Xingyuan continent. He felt neither joy nor sorrow. For this seemed to have been an anticipated development. What occupied his thoughts now was how to stabilize the Honghuang continent and determine the appropriate moment to depart for the Xingyuan continent. With his current strength, how many could he take with him? These questions required careful consideration. If he were to act impractically and bring too many, it could lead not to salvation but to peril. Observing Long Qianying's contemplative expression, Chu Xian'er mistakenly believed he had encountered an insurmountable challenge. Is something troubling you in your cultivation? No, I have found a method to leave the Honghuang continent, but it remains untested. If I led those lacking in strength, it could result in their demise. Then you are conflicted. Indeed, I believe there's no need for such conflict. Let us depart first, once we have established a foothold. We can return for them. For safety's sake, our cultivation must reach the pinnacle of the Honghuang continent, the 9th layer of the Wushuang realm. In this manner, no one will question our actions. After all, no one desires to court death. Chu Xian'er's reasoning was sound and unassailable. Long Qianying nodded in agreement. Continuing their flight, it was not long before they arrived at the Qianlong Palace. Upon their return, Bai Yanfeng and Yan Linlin immediately appeared. Xian'er, you didn't even inform us before leaving. Is this how you treat your sisters? Bai Yanfeng, never candid, was the first to voice her concern as sister. My father encountered some issues that I had to resolve. Oh, I was aware of this. Forgive me for forgetting momentarily. Bai Yanfeng hastily apologized. It's all in the past. There is no need for concern. Yan Linlin seized Chu Xian'er's hand and scrutinized her closely. What are you looking at? I'm checking if there are any changes in your physique. Go on. After a few years apart, you've also changed quite a bit. In light of this scene, Long Qianying discreetly slipped away to the conference hall of the Qianlong Palace, summoning Nangong Jin for a meeting of the elders. Long Qianying took his seat at the head of the table. Esteemed elders, I have observed that you have all performed admirably over the years. The Qianlong Palace is thriving and the Honghuang continent remains stable. I wish to express my gratitude for your efforts. What I am about to convey is of utmost importance. I need you all to absorb it carefully. I have discovered a method to leave the Honghuang continent and reach other realms. However, the journey is fraught with uncertainties and potential hazards. My plan is to have Chu Xian'er and myself venture ahead to establish a foothold, and once we have stabilized our position, we will return for everyone. Furthermore, to ensure a high success rate, those chosen must possess the highest cultivation levels on the Honghuang continent. How does this arrangement sound? A profound silence enveloped the room, the weight of the moment palpable. One could almost hear the heartbeat of each individual present. The prospect of leaving the Honghuang continent for the vast unknown was a dream cherished by countless cultivators, especially the older individuals whose greatest aspiration was to escape before their time ran out. Otherwise, they would be condemned to perish within these confines. Yet, Long Qianying spoke truthfully. Insufficient strength could indeed lead to obliteration in the void, an outcome no one wished to witness. After a considerable pause, it was Yen Jingtian who broke the silence. Fellow elders, the lord of the palace speaks wisely. If one lacks strength, the void may very well spell their doom. What purpose would that serve? Moreover, the Lord has assured us that once he has established a stronghold, he will return for us. Our current focus should be to diligently cultivate and reach the required standard. Indeed, after all these years of waiting, what is the rush, if we are destined to go? So be it. If not, it is merely fate. After deliberating for some time, though some felt disheartened, a glimmer of hope began to emerge. Noticing that some of the elder members remained silent, Long Qianying continued. The world beyond holds countless opportunities. I will ensure to seek out rare treasures that can enhance our physical forms, guaranteeing that everyone has a chance. This statement noticeably eased the expressions of several elderly figures. Very well, what we have discussed today must remain confidential. Remember, diligent cultivation is paramount. With these matters settled, Long Qianying finally found a moment of respite. Returning to his palace, he discovered that Bai Yanfeng and Yan Linlin had already departed, leaving only Chu Xian'er seated in meditation. Have the arrangements been made? Yes. When do we depart? This evening. I prefer to avoid the sorrowful scenes of farewell. Agreed. We shall set forth tonight. Long Qianying embraced Chu Xian'er, planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead. In an instant, their figures shimmered and ascended, vanishing into the void like shooting stars. Chapter 69. Xingyuan continent. After flying for a while, Long Qianying began to sense the mounting pressure of the void. With a mere thought, he withdrew Chu Xian'er into his small world and extended his consciousness outward. This action stemmed from his previous perception of several guiding platforms within the void when the portal had opened wide. How these platforms manifested and their purpose remained a mystery to him. However, he was certain that their existence was no mere coincidence. Perhaps they had always been present, only unnoticed due to the lack of soul cultivators and the weakness of those in the Honghuang continent. Long Qianying stands as the sovereign of the Honghuang continent. The moment he earned the continent's recognition, he acquired the qualification to preside over this realm, which is what the newly appointed President Meng Qian refers to as the heart of the world. Although he and Chu Xian'er both exist at the 9th tier of the unparalleled realm, their strengths are as disparate as heaven and earth. At the very least, within the same realm few can rival him. After several days of flight, Long Qianying descended upon the first receiving platform. At this juncture he still had some energy left, however, why not utilize the platforms in the void for assistance? Furthermore, he was accompanied by Chu Xian'er, and he needed to ensure that every step was executed flawlessly. Seated on the first receiving platform, Long Qianying engaged in repeated meditation. This platform was a cloud of special energy. He pondered whether this receiving platform was intended for everyone or exclusively prepared for him. Clarifying this was crucial, for upon testing, he discovered that this energy platform could indeed be absorbed. This implied that the platform might serve as a form of benefaction. Failing to absorb the energy here would render traversing the vast void exceedingly challenging. Yet, Long Qianying contemplated that if it was meant for all, his absorption would deprive others of their opportunity to soar. After meditating for a day, he resolved to absorb the energy, for each individual has their own fortunes. Neglecting such an opportunity might prevent him from reaching his destination. As he activated the Tianqin Zhu, pure energy flowed gently into his dantian. Within a day, the platform vanished, and Long Qianying's true qi surged within him, replenishing the energy he had expended. A weight lifted from his heart. His judgment had proven correct. As the sovereign of the Honghuang continent, perhaps such benefits were indeed warranted. Thus, Long Qianying ascended further, encountering a platform every few days just as his true qi began to wane. He absorbed the energy each time, nearly replenishing his stamina consistently. Unbeknownst to him, he had logged countless platforms, and time gradually slipped away. Long Qianying found himself devoid of hope and lost in the vastness. The celestial map in his consciousness seemed obscured after entering the boundless void. Perhaps 5 years had passed, perhaps 10. He had lost all sense of time. This was a tormenting ordeal, yet Long Qianying had no avenue of retreat. He could only press onward. Fortunately, amidst the misfortune, the receiving platforms continued to provide him with energy. Yet he silently rejoiced in his decision to absorb the platform's energy, for without it, he might have drifted into the starry abyss and perhaps turned to ashes long ago. Endlessly encountering platforms, he endlessly absorbed energy, functioning like an unthinking machine, repeating the same motions. Perhaps another decade passed, and just as Long Qianying felt utterly exhausted, he sensed a different atmosphere. This was the spiritual essence of a continent. Though exceedingly thin, it was undeniably present. Long Qianying's spirit surged. He knew he was nearing his destination, the Star Abyss continent. Like a shot of adrenaline, he unconsciously quickened his pace. Though arriving at the Star Abyss continent did not guarantee a brighter future, it at least offered a glimmer of hope. Wandering in the vast void had been a monotonous, terrifying, and helpless experience. Such days, even a master of the soul like Long Qianying, a prodigy of swordsmanship, wished never to endure again. 3 months later, Long Qianying inadvertently stepped into empty air and plummeted into a dense forest. A master of his caliber should not have fallen, yet he did it. Upon careful observation, he discovered that the spatial structure of this so-called Star Abyss continent differed from that of the Honghuang continent. While he could traverse thousands of miles in the Honghuang continent, here he could barely manage a few hundred meters. However, there was a silver lining. The spiritual energy of this realm was exceptionally rich, and even a single breath invigorated him. He released Chu Xian'er. She looked around with wide eyes, filled with wonder, just as she attempted to soar into the void. She barely flew a few dozen meters before crashing to the ground, covered in dust. Qianying Go, what is happening? Xian'er, we have succeeded. We have entered another world. The spatial structure here is different from that of the Honghuang continent. I too have just suffered a great loss. If we cannot fly, aren't we in grave danger? No worries, after a period of adaptation, it should improve. Besides, if worst comes to worst, we can enter a small world. But hearing Long Qianying's words, Chu Xian'er felt somewhat reassured. The two sought a hidden cave and began to absorb the spiritual energy of this realm. Long Qianying activated the Tianqin Zhu, and the rich spiritual essence flowed gently into his dantian, circulating through his limbs and bones. He felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, as both his body and soul underwent a profound renewal. Before long, a foul odor permeated the air, and Long Qianying expelled numerous impurities from his body. This process continued for nearly a month, during which Long Qianying's mental state underwent a significant transformation. He felt as if he had been reborn. Although his cultivation had not broken through, his personal strength had noticeably increased. Upon glancing at Chu Xian'er, her situation was quite similar. The only difference was that Long Qianying exuded an aura of transcendence, while Chu Xian'er had become even more radiant and beautiful, her cheeks flushed with color. For a fleeting moment, Long Qianying found himself entranced. Coincidentally, at that moment, Chu Xian'er opened her eyes. Seeing Long Qianying's foolish expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. Qianying Gu, hurry and check where we are. We can't possibly remain here as wildlings. Although Chu Xian'er was unaware of the celestial map, she firmly believed that Long Qianying possessed all the answers. We are on the western side of the Star Abyss continent. As for the specific locality, I cannot say. We must seek out someone for guidance. Determining a general direction, the two began to dash across various mountain peaks. With their current strength, this was the extent of their capabilities. The vastness of the deep mountains was overwhelming. And after several days of searching, they encountered not a single soul. Just as disappointment set in, a sound pierced the air. Long Qianying quickly moved to shield Chu Xian'er behind him. Upon closer inspection, he saw an arrow strike a lovely elk. Before long, a figure dressed as a hunter appeared. Seeing the newcomer, Long Qianying stepped forward and performed a respectful bow. Esteemed brother, may I inquire where we are? My sister and I have come out to explore and lost our way. The hunter scrutinized them from head to toe. You are not locals. Indeed. My sister and I have been learning the arts in the mountains with our master since childhood. We ventured out for leisure and accidentally lost our direction. Long Qianying quickly corroborated. In that case, it is quite possible. My home is not far. Let us return, and I shall prepare some elk soup for you. Long Qianying was overjoyed and hurriedly hoisted the elk onto his shoulder, accompanying the hunter home. After traversing several mountains, they finally arrived at the hunter's abode, a few wooden cabins perched on the edge of a rocky cliff. However, perhaps in anticipation of wild animal attacks, the cabins were robustly built from solid timber. Brother, your strength is impressive, carrying an elk for dozens of miles without breaking a sweat, the hunter remarked with admiration. Indeed. We mountain folk rely solely on our strength. The phrase mountain folk instantly bridged the gap between them. I am Duanziyu. May I ask your name? My name is Long Qianying, and this is my wife, Chu Xian'er. I hope for your kind assistance. No need for formality. We all come from humble beginnings. It is no trouble. Father, I am hungry. While they conversed, a childish voice emerged from another cabin. Given the tone, it seemed to belong to a young girl, albeit with a faint breath. What is it? No need to discuss it. During their initial meeting, Long Qianying refrained from prying too much. Duanziyu busied himself in the kitchen for a while, bringing a bowl of deer meat to his daughter. He also prepared some for Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er. Typically, individuals at Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er's cultivation level did not require sustenance. However, moved by Duanziyu's sincerity, they lifted their bowls and took a sip of the soup. To their surprise, once they started, they could not stop. The rich aroma awakened their appetites. After a few mouthfuls, they gazed at Duanziyu with eager eyes. Sensing the outcome, Duanziyu had already set a large pot of soup in front of them. Long Qianying ate heartily, finishing 5 or 6 bowls in one go. Chu Xian'er, initially maintaining some decorum, soon followed suit. The two took turns until the pot was nearly empty. With flushed faces, Long Qianying remarked, Duan Gu, you see us. No need to be modest. We mountain folk value sincerity and honesty. Had you been hesitant, it would have been less pleasing. This elk soup is excellent for the body. We do not indulge in it often. Today, it is your good fortune. After consuming a large pot of soup and sharing many words, the three of them became quite familiar. Duan Gu, is your daughter unwell? Yes, she has been ailing for over a year. I have tried many remedies, yet there has been no improvement. To be frank, I have some knowledge of healing arts since childhood. May I take a look at your daughter's condition? Of course, that would be wonderful. I appreciate your efforts. The three entered the cabin, and Long Qianying beheld a charming little girl, her wide eyes fixed upon them. Quickly call uncle and aunt. Father, they are so young. Can we call them elder brother and elder sister instead? You child are truly spoiled. Long Qianying felt indifferent, sensing that this child was indeed quite endearing. As she gazed at the young girl, Long Qianying's heavenly heart divine eye activated. In the Star Abyss continent, the stability of space surpassed that of the primordial continent. In the primordial continent, Long Qianying's divine eye could discern every detail within thousands of miles. However, upon arriving here, the probing range of her heavenly heart divine eye could only extend 2 to 3 meters, which left Long Qianying feeling quite helpless. Fortunately, in the Star Abyss continent, the heavenly heart divine eye was still functional. After scrutinizing twice, Long Qianying finally discovered the issue. The young girl's hands and feet, particularly her crucial acupoints, seemed to be bound and obstructed by something. This obstruction, though not life-threatening in the short term, could prevent her from growing, leaving her forever in this state. Long Qianying could tell that this was man-made. The perpetrator was sufficiently malicious, intending to ruin the young girl's life. Long Qianying pulled Duan Ziyu aside and quietly relayed the situation to him. After pondering for a moment, Duan Ziyu's eyes suddenly glimmered with cold light. It must be them. Yes, it could only be them. Duan Ziyu's grip tightened, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Long Qianying placed a hand on his shoulder. Whatever happens, we will discuss it later. I will first alleviate the child's suffering. Duan Ziyu nodded with tears in his eyes. Long Qianying secretly admired him. Duan Ziyu was indeed talented. To maintain composure in a critical moment was no small feat. Perhaps he too had a story to tell. Long Qianying channeled the heavenly heart technique, fervently directing energy to repeatedly strike the young girl's leg acupoints. This continued for an entire night. Long Qianying was drenched in sweat. Finally, the first major acupoint was cleared due to excessive energy expenditure. It took Long Qianying 3 days and nights to recover. Continuing the treatment, it took another day to open the second leg acupoint. Long Qianying concluded the session and rested. Brother Duan Xiaoying is already able to walk. You should assist her to adjust. After saying this, he closed his eyes and entered a deep state of cultivation. With tears in his eyes, Duan Ziyu helped Xiaoying up, and after a brief adjustment, she was indeed able to walk. Witnessing this scene, Duan Ziyu fell to his knees in gratitude. Chu Xian'er hurriedly helped him up. Brother Duan, there is no need for such formality. As long as the child is healthy, that is enough. Wiping his tears, Duan Ziyu stood and continued to guide Xiaoying in her walking. A few days later, after completing his recovery, Long Qianying resumed Xiaoying's treatment. His heavenly heart technique was exceptionally powerful. After more than 10 days of effort, he completely healed Xiaoying. Brother Long, if you do not mind, I wish to forge a sworn brotherhood with you. Very well. The two swore an oath to the heavens, binding themselves as sworn brothers. Brother Long, I also wish for Xiaoying to take Bai Ni as her master. What do you think? Taking a master is acceptable. However, my current strength is rather ordinary, and moreover, the people we have are not as adept at teaching female disciples. How about allowing her to take Xian'er as her master? That is agreeable. Xiaoying, understanding the situation, immediately knelt before Chu Xian'er, addressing her as master. It was Chu Xian'er's first time taking a disciple, and she was quite delighted. Brother Duan, my strength is also quite ordinary. I can barely teach her for now, but I cannot guarantee what will happen in the future, Xian'er stated directly. No matter, I refuse to believe that the three of us cannot teach a single Xiaoying. Duan Ziyu declared boldly. Following this, the three shared a hearty laugh. Chapter 71, The Flames of Revenge. Brother Duan, why is Xiaoying's mother not present? Alas, that is a long story, let us not speak of it. Seeing Duan Ziyu reluctant to delve into the past, Long Qianying refrained from pressing further. Then, who are the ones that harm Xiaoying? They are part of a bandit group from over the mountain. Years ago, when I first arrived here, I went hunting without paying my respects to them, and after some conflicts, I ended up killing several of their lackeys. Thus, they targeted Xiaoying when I was out hunting. But why not directly harm Xiaoying? Why resort to such extreme measures? Their intention is to not only spare Xiaoying but also to exact revenge. They wish to instill guilt in me for a lifetime, to burden me eternally. That is why I nearly lost control at the beginning. My current strength is still quite weak. Once I break through, I will surely seek justice for you. Thank you, Brother Long. However, after this incident, I have developed some new ideas. I plan to take revenge myself. I understand that both of you possess remarkable skills, but lack the resources for cultivation to break through. Brother Long, I hope you will lend me your support. You wish to cultivate. Indeed, choosing to live by hunting is merely an escapist attitude. In this world, without strength, one is ultimately destined to be bullied. Very well. Long Qianying ceased further discussion. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and he too had walked step by step to this day against his will. He had no regrets, for without cultivation, he would have perished countless times. With a flick of his fingers, the heavenly heart technique entered Duan Ziyu's consciousness. Long Qianying examined Duan Ziyu's cultivation level, which was not weak, roughly equivalent to the profounding realm of the primordial continent. Appearing to be two major realms lower than Long Qianying, according to Duan Ziyu, individuals like him in the Star Abyss continent were essentially at the bottom tier of martial artists, barely able to be called proficient in martial arts. As for Long Qianying and Chu Xian'er, they were roughly at the level of ordinary disciples of a third-rate force in the Star Abyss continent. Naturally, Long Qianying as a heavenly soul realm cultivator and a sword god, possessed exceptional combat ability. However, in any case, they were still akin to Ant's brother Duan. How is the martial arts realm classified in the Star Abyss continent? You don't know? My master usually only instructs us to focus on cultivation and does not discuss the realms of cultivation. Well, having lived for several hundred years, I know a bit. However, it is not extensive. Broadly speaking, the martial arts realms in the Star Abyss continent are divided into 9 major realms: Reincarnation Realm, Chaos Realm, Primordial Realm, Sovereign Realm, Divine Lord Realm, Sacred Martial Realm, Linglong Realm, Illusory Spirit Realm, and Eternal Realm. Each major realm contains 10 minor realms. Only upon reaching the 10th layer can one be considered complete and break through to the next realm. Of course, I am just an ordinary person, and this knowledge is merely what I have overheard from family elders. Everything still requires Brother Long to verify for himself. Long Qianying's eyes sparkled with insight. Armed with this knowledge, he felt reassured that he would not lack direction. Moreover, his small world was still rich in resources. Duan Ziyu immersed himself in cultivation, while Long Qianying began to review materials. Attempting to break through to the next realm, their strength was simply too weak. In this new world, they were akin to ants. A moment of carelessness could lead to their demise. They still needed to establish themselves in the Star Abyss continent and retrieve Bai Yin Feng, Yen Linlin, and attend to many unfinished matters. Suddenly, while engrossed in reviewing the materials, Long Qianying felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of unprecedented danger rising from the depths of his heart. Instinctively, he twisted his body, barely shifting a little. However, he still received a strike on his shoulder. His internal energy surged violently, churning restlessly. Yet, beside him, Duan Ziyu and Xiaoying were not so fortunate. Duan Ziyu, whose cultivation was already low, was directly sent flying by a single strike, landing several dozen meters away, bleeding from his mouth. Xiaoying, being small and not a primary target, was merely swept away by the shockwave, sustaining minor injuries. A figure emerged, a middle-aged man. Who dares to kill me seeks death. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Long Qianying sensed the situation was dire and hurriedly transported Xiaoying and Duan Ziyu into his small world. Just as he intended to alert Chu Xianer, it was already too late. What a beautiful woman! Excellent. The middle-aged man extended his hand, 5 claws manifesting before Chu Xianer, the top-tier powerhouse from the primordial continent. Chu Xianer could not withstand even a single move. As she was directly seized by the throat, the middle-aged man paid no heed to Long Qianying, whose eyes were about to burst with rage, and in a few flashes, vanished without a trace. Long Qianying felt a rush of fury, his vision darkening as he lost consciousness. It was unclear how long had passed when Long Qianying awoke amidst a heavy downpour. Gazing at the rain-soaked sky, he remained motionless. Rainwater mingled with his tears. The kind-hearted Xianer had been captured, falling into a den of wolves. Long Qianying needed no further thought to know what Xianer would face. After years of cultivation, he could not even protect his own woman. What use was cultivation? Long Qianying felt utterly helpless. The middle-aged man's strength was beyond his reach, even if he caught up to the adversary. He would not withstand even 3 punches or kicks. In the Star Abyss continent, Long Qianying was overwhelmed by conflicting emotions. Had he known such a result would occur, he would have chosen death over ascension. Memories of the primordial continent flashed through his mind. He recalled being shot through the heart by someone lured by a dragon symbol, saw Bai Yanfeng's sorrowful expression, and glimpsed Yen Linlin and familiar faces from the primordial continent. Would he ultimately betray your expectations? Long Qianying's eyes slowly closed once more. He was utterly exhausted. Upon awakening again, Long Qianying staggered away, his steps unsteady. As he walked, his gaze suddenly sharpened. If he could not kill the leader, could he not take down the lackeys? This grudge could not go unavenged. No, Xianer's fate was uncertain, but I am still alive. Those who live must do what the living do. Of the bandit group. When will one begin to fear the bandits? Following the direction in which the middle-aged man had fled, Long Qianying stealthily pursued his trail. Days later, utilizing his keen sense of smell, Long Qianying finally located the bandits' hideout. It was an imposing mountain, towering several thousand meters high. Long Qianying lay in ambush at the mountain's base, awaiting the cover of night to commence his operation. As darkness fell, the sky was adorned with countless stars, and a gentle breeze carried a hint of chill in the air. Long Qianying stealthily ascended the mountain path. At last, the first group of patrolling lackeys appeared, around 10 in number. Long Qianying sprang forth, the Tianqing sword slicing through the air, leaving a line of crimson across the necks of the foremost few. The remaining lackeys attempted to resist. With a thrust of the Tianqing sword art, several hearts were pierced. Witnessing their hopelessness, a few of the lackeys turned to flee, only to have their heads severed by Long Qianying's swift blade. He collected the lifeless bodies into a pocket dimension and resumed his concealment. Soon, the second and third patrol teams emerged, each meeting the same fate at the hands of Long Qianying. He exhibited not a trace of emotion. His eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. In the span of a single night, Long Qianying had slain over 100 members of the bandit group. His heart felt slightly more at ease. Sensing it was nearly time, he swiftly departed, seeking refuge in a secluded cave. Having eliminated more than 100 foes, he now possessed over 100 storage rings. Upon inspecting them, he discovered they were filled with high-quality elemental stones, each of which surpassed the cultivation stones of the Honghuang continent, a single one worth 1,000 in total. The storage rings yielded him over 10,000 elemental stones. However, these lowly lackeys had very limited collections. Even if they possessed elemental stones, they had long since been expended. To Long Qianying, these 10,000 stones were but a trifling resource. Without 100,000 elemental stones, he could not break through to the reincarnation realm. This realm signified not merely a physical and life-level elevation, but also a transformation of the soul. Thus, this juncture posed significant difficulty. Long Qianying had to make thorough preparations. The following day, chaos engulfed the mountain where the bandits were based. The sudden disappearance of so many members surely aroused the suspicion of the bandit leader. Inside a wooden cabin, a chief surveyed the dozens of men before him, speaking with resentment. Now that the boss is away, our stronghold has suffered an unknown attack. We must reinforce our patrols. Any signs of movement must be reported immediately. Furthermore, make every effort to locate our missing brothers. Go. As the crowd dispersed, the chief's expression was one of grim determination. He could not imagine that there was someone within 1,000 miles daring enough to assault them. With the boss absent, he held the highest position. Should he fail to defend the stronghold, he would undoubtedly face death upon the boss's return. No, I must take matters into my own hands. Perhaps I should also consider a way out for myself. Long Qianying nestled in the secret cave, occasionally sensing shadows flitting above. He surmised that the stronghold was under tight surveillance, prepared for any eventuality. As night descended, Long Qianying disregarded all caution and launched his assault once more, annihilating hundreds. This continued for several days. Despite the presence of formidable foes within the stronghold, Long Qianying's acute perception enabled him to evade capture. Repeatedly entering his pocket dimension, he gazed upon the immense pile of elemental stones before him and resolved to take a gamble. If he could not break through, not only would he fail to avenge Chu Xian'er, but even if he succeeded, he would likely be killed by the enemy. The Tianqin art surged within him, and he adjusted his state to perfection. Countless elemental stones exploded around Long Qianying. He greedily absorbed the vast energy. After enduring countless trials on the ascension platform for decades, his resolve had become as unyielding as iron. Thus, Long Qianying plunged into profound cultivation. His disheveled hair cascaded over his shoulders as he remained motionless, akin to a statue. For an entire year, Long Qianying dedicated himself to comprehending the reincarnation realm. The number of elemental stones dwindled to a mere fraction. If he could not break through, then the past year's efforts would have been in vain. White smoke occasionally swirled above him. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped Long Qianying's entire being, a terrifying aura sweeping through the cave. To avoid causing a great disturbance, he hastily concealed his presence, stabilizing himself for several more days. At last, Long Qianying slowly opened his eyes. After a year of arduous training, he had finally reaped rewards. Repeatedly assessing the changes in his body, Long Qianying's brow furrowed. He had indeed broken through, yet he found himself neither in the reincarnation realm nor the peerless realm, but rather in a state suspended between the two. Perhaps one could say, a half-step into the reincarnation realm. Alas, how difficult this is, Long Qianying lamented. Having expended so many resources and time, to only achieve a half-step into the reincarnation realm was disheartening. Unbeknownst to him, many prodigious talents who ascended to the Star Abyss continent through other paths found it a struggle merely to survive, let alone break through. Moreover, the distinctions between the peerless realm and the reincarnation realm represented entirely different levels of cultivation. Those beyond the 9th tier often found themselves trapped beneath this threshold. Even if they did manage to break through, it was the culmination of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years of relentless honing. That he could achieve such a leap within a year of arriving on the Star Abyss continent was truly unparalleled. Following his breakthrough to a half-step into the reincarnation realm, Long Qianying's strength surged tremendously. Even he struggled to gauge his true power, for he discovered that although he had only attained a half-step into the reincarnation realm, his entire life level had reached a new zenith, an experience he had never encountered before. As night fell, Long Qianying approached the bandit stronghold once more. This unfortunate bandit group had spent over a year fruitlessly searching for him, and now they were utterly exhausted. Long Qianying struck with thunderous ferocity. Disregarding all patrols, slaying any who crossed his path, the bandit group was not particularly large, comprising just over 10,000 members. A year prior, Long Qianying had already decimated nearly 1,000 of them. This time, with his enhanced strength, he obliterated more than half in a single night. Some lackeys, sensing the gravity of the situation, fled in terror. Thus, after Long Qianying's relentless onslaught, the bandit group was almost rendered incapacitated. Long Qianying adeptly exploited human psychology. After one attack, he shifted to absorbing the elemental stones he had seized, simultaneously instilling fear throughout the stronghold. As time progressed, the atmosphere of dread permeated the bandit hideout, leading to an increasing number of departures. A month later, only a few hundred individuals remained in the stronghold, those who were homeless and had nowhere else to turn, hardened bandits with a notorious reputation. Should they dare to show their faces, they would be met with certain death. Having concluded his cultivation, Long Qianying surveyed the surroundings and grasped the situation of the stronghold. A few hundred. If I cannot handle merely a few hundred, then what worth is my cultivation? Long Qianying swore to himself that he would raze this mountain to the ground. Thus began an intense battle between Long Qianying and the bandits. He always struck under the cover of night, vanishing immediately after his strikes. After more than a year of confrontation, the number of bandits dwindled to fewer than 10. At that moment, Long Qianying suddenly disappeared. Within his pocket dimension, he was surrounded by over 1 million elemental stones. This time, Long Qianying intended to break through to the reincarnation realm in one fell swoop. Countless elemental stones exploded. Long Qianying immersed himself in cultivation, his body flickering between states of illumination and darkness, completely enveloped by the ocean of spiritual energy. Thus nearly another year passed. At a certain moment, golden light radiated from Long Qianying's form. He had finally succeeded in breaking through to the reincarnation realm. To ensure everything was secure, Long Qianying continued refining and adjusting for several more days before slowly opening his eyes. At this juncture, his Tianqing divine ability surged with immense power. When he first arrived on the Star Abyss continent, the Tianqing Divine Eye could only perceive a few meters around him. Now, with a casual activation, his range of perception extended to several hundred meters, an expansion of nearly 100-fold. Simultaneously, his bond with the Tianqing sword had become even more profound, as though his very essence was on the verge of merging with the sword itself. Of course, this was merely a sensation. According to ancient texts, his current swordsmanship had transcended into the sword heart realm, a state pursued by countless individuals throughout their lifetimes. Soul power, Tianhan realm swordsmanship, sword heart realm martial arts, reincarnation realm. This encapsulated Long Qianying's entire prowess at present. Chapter 73, a solitary figure having spent several years on the Star Abyss continent. Long Qianying finally completed his transformation. He emerged from the hidden cave. It was daytime, yet he still sought to eradicate this den of vile bandits Long Qianying had endured for years. It was time for these individuals to meet their end in hell. Upon reaching the mountainside, a bandit leaped out. With a single sword strike, the adversary's head soared into the air. Long Qianying did not glance back but continued resolutely toward the mountain's peak. The ferocity of Long Qianying was beyond what the bandits had anticipated. They could not fathom how one person's strength could undergo such a drastic transformation in just a few years. Could this truly be the same assailant from before? The remaining 10 or so bandits fell before Long Qianying in swift succession. Upon reaching the summit, only a burly man with a thick beard remained. Speak, how do you wish to die? Long Qianying's voice was icy cold. Young hero, could you perhaps enlighten me as to why? If you can reveal the whereabouts of your leader, I might consider sparing your life. With a heavy sigh, the bearded man conceded, to be honest, I too have been awaiting the return of our leader all these years. What is his name? Taizhan. Beyond that, I have no further information. Very well, you may take your own life. Long Qianying turned his back. With a swift motion, the bearded man drew his sword and ended his own life. Collapsing to the ground, Long Qianying carved a deep pit in the earth, placing the bearded man within and covering him with soil. Although this bearded man was not a good person at the final moment, he revealed the name of the bandit leader, Long Qianying. Perhaps that was sufficient. In return, Long Qianying spared him from being left to rot in the wilderness. After rummaging through the mountains for a while, Long Qianying departed, his silhouette appearing profoundly solitary. The disappearance of Xian'er left him adrift, transforming him into a callous harbinger of doom in this world. Emerging from the dense forest took Long Qianying several months. On one particular day, he finally arrived at a main road. Shortly thereafter, a troop of government soldiers galloped past him, their fierce steeds kicking up clouds of dust. Long Qianying stepped aside, observing the soldiers clad in armor. Each exuding an imposing presence, they regarded him with indifference as they passed. Wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict, he turned his gaze toward the distant mountains. Suddenly, a soldier reined in his horse beside him. "Hey, have you seen an injured old man?" Long Qianying shook his head. "Didn't he see him? Or perhaps you did, but choose not to say." Anger simmered within him, yet he suppressed it fiercely. "You dumb mute. Are you?" With that, the soldier lashed out with his whip towards Long Qianying, but he narrowly dodged, preparing to draw his Tianqin sword when another soldier shouted, "Bold 5, don't meddle, hurry and pursue, consider yourself lucky. Get lost and don't let me see you again." The soldier spurred his horse and rode off. Long Qianying shook his head and continued on his way. After traveling several dozen miles, he came upon the earlier troop of soldiers, all slain by the roadside. The assailant had acted with precision, not only killing the men but also smashing the skulls of their steeds. Long Qianying bent down to examine the scene, his mind filled with questions. What had transpired here? Who was responsible for their deaths? After a moment of contemplation, he sensed a shift in his small world. Acquiring several storage rings, such wealth was too tempting to ignore. However, the murder of government soldiers was a serious matter. To avoid complications, Long Qianying forsook the main road and sped down a side path. Yet, as he traveled, he gradually sensed something amiss. Blood droplets appeared intermittently on this narrow trail. He had no intention of focusing on them, but having chosen this route, it was difficult not to notice. After some time, at a bend in the path, he suddenly felt the air twist. An immense pressure bore down upon him. "Little thief, you possess some skill to have followed me here, yet you shall still meet your demise." A voice whispered ominously in his ear. Instinctively, Long Qianying shifted aside. With a thud, a palm struck down, creating a massive crater in the ground. Looking up, he saw an elderly man, his body smeared with blood. "Senior, wait, what more is there to say? I am not one of them. I am merely a traveler who has stumbled upon this place." The elder's gaze was sharp, yet his injuries were grave. After scrutinizing Long Qianying, he perceived that he bore no malice. Gradually, his clenched hand loosened. As soon as he did, his spirit waned, and he collapsed to the ground. Long Qianying contemplated for a moment and resolved to save the old man, as he had never held much regard for government troops, even in the harsh wilderness, when a soldier had guided him to safety. He had done so with great reluctance, given his limited power. The only way to rescue the elder was to bring him into his small world, yet doing so was perilous, if ill-intentioned individuals discovered it. His situation would become dire. "Very well, I shall take the gamble." With a shift of his consciousness, the old man vanished. Just then, another squad of soldiers appeared, galloping forth. The trail of blood abruptly ended here. "Search thoroughly, leave no stone unturned." After one soldier issued the command, he approached Long Qianying. "Have you seen an injured old man?" Long Qianying shook his head vigorously. "Strange," a soldier remarked. "How could a gravely wounded man simply disappear?" "Captain, we found nothing." "No, keep pursuing, and take this lad along. I find him suspicious." Several soldiers advanced towards Long Qianying. "On what grounds are you apprehending me? What crime have I committed, you bandits?" A resounding slap landed on Long Qianying's face. With his strength, he could perhaps handle 1 or 2 men, but facing over 10 soldiers, he had no chance. Moreover, the captain was evidently not a simple opponent. Long Qianying ceased his resistance, reasoning that he bore nothing of value. Unless they were to commit wanton slaughter, he should remain safe. Shortly thereafter, he was bound securely. A soldier tossed him onto a horse, and they galloped away. Before long, the squad entered a dense mountain range. The steeds continued their frenzied pace for several days until they finally reached a clearing. Long Qianying was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, then dragged into a prisoner of war camp. There were hundreds of warriors here, all similarly bound. Some bore signs of recent torture. Leaning against a massive stone, Long Qianying awaited the arrival of night. Darkness heralded a different world for warriors of their modest caliber. Only under the cover of night could they hope for greater chances. Chapter 74, Survival Experience. The hundreds of captives merely cast a cursory glance at Long Qianying as he was thrown in. This camp was surrounded by armed soldiers, the space vast enough that even a few deaths would not raise alarm. To the soldiers, being captured meant a fate of slaughter. The only distinction was in the timing and manner of death. After Long Qianying's capture, several days passed without anyone interrogating him. It seemed he had been forgotten. "I cannot remain here. There is still much to be done." Though Sienner had been taken, there was no evidence to suggest she had met with harm. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he must strive for it. As he pondered, Long Qianying carefully observed the camp's conditions. It was a military encampment housing thousands. Many possessed formidable strength, far beyond what a lowly warrior like himself could contend with. Since brute force was not an option, he would have to rely on cunning. This led him to recall his Tianqin divine eye. Previously, in the wilds, he had utilized his spiritual power to read others' memories. Perhaps this time would be no different. Scanning his surroundings, he noted a warrior lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. If he did not act quickly, the man's time was running out. Seizing the opportunity, Long Qianying infiltrated the warrior's mind. In an instant, he extracted the entirety of the man's memories. Qin Tian, a notorious thief known as Ghost Hand, was a member of a third-rate faction from the Star Abyss continent. He had been captured by government forces during a botched heist. That was the gist of it. A mere thief, why would the government expend effort on him? Continuing to delve into his memories, Long Qianying discovered that this Qin Tian had stolen classified military documents. However, the military had found nothing on him. Long Qianying, having accessed the memories and knew precisely where the documents were hidden, it must be him. Long Qianying resolved silently. As night fell, enveloping everything in silence, he took advantage of the distraction to whisk the barely alive Qin Tian into his small world. He then contorted his body, assuming Qin Tian's appearance and collapsing on the ground. Although he had not mastered the art of disguise, his formidable spiritual power allowed him to alter his appearance with relative ease. Most importantly, in this camp, no one paid heed to anyone else. Days later, several soldiers arrived. Qin Tian, come out. After several calls, Long Qianying feigned fatigue and finally opened his eyes, swaggering over to them. What do you want? Looking to kill me? How dare you remain so arrogant here? One soldier roared, furious, who do you think you are? If I hadn't let my guard down, I could have taken you down in an instant. The soldier, about to retort, was silenced by a comrade. Enough with the chatter. We need to bring him to the higher-ups. The soldier, his face flushed, realized the gravity of the situation and swallowed his anger. Long Qianying had grasped Qin Tian's mannerisms and speech patterns through the memories he had absorbed. He understood that the bolder he appeared, the less likely others were to suspect him. The three soldiers escorted Long Qianying toward a large tent. Along the way, his mind raced with thoughts of this was his only opportunity. He had to seize it. Long Qianying turned to the soldier on his right. You were the one who killed Song Xiaosan's brother, weren't you? The soldier froze, terror washing over his face, rendered speechless. Long Qianying then turned to the soldier on his left. A few days ago, a widow near a village was brutally raped and murdered. What can you tell me about that? The soldier's reaction mirrored that of his comrade, mouth agape in shock. Such deeds had been carried out in secrecy. To them, unless one were a deity, it was inconceivable that anyone could know of these events. If you wish to keep these matters under wraps, kill the soldier in front of you and let me go. The two soldiers exchanged hesitant glances, torn between their options. Your time is running out. Upon entering the tent of the leader, even if you wish to resolve this matter, I shall not acquiesce. The two men gritted their teeth. Drawing forth their long swords, one to the left, one to the right, a blade thrust forward, instantly incapacitating the soldier before them. They then proceeded, accompanied by Long Qianying, towards the direction of the military camp's gates. Their actions aroused no suspicion, for it was commonplace for individuals to be executed after being expelled from the camp. Upon exiting the military encampment, Long Qianying offered a respectful bow to the two men. You too should depart as well. Should your actions be discovered, it would result in a death sentence. The two nodded in agreement, returning the gesture, before vanishing into the night. Long Qianying, observing their departure, dared not linger. Swiftly turning to flee in the opposite direction, this exhausting experience of being captured had finally come to an end. The lesson learned by Long Qianying was profound. He carried too much weight to take risks lightly. Should he fall into the hands of the powerful, all his plans and efforts would be rendered futile. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, it is prudent to bide one's time and develop in secrecy. Thus, Long Qianying embarked on a more low-profile existence. He lingered in the marketplace, becoming an inconspicuous merchant, wandering to the farthest corners of the earth, akin to a vagabond. Years passed swiftly, although Long Qianying's cultivation did not advance. He had become significantly more worldly wise. Moreover, he had gained a substantial understanding of the situation on the Xingyuan continent. The Xingyuan continent is divided into 5 regions, each of which receives ascenders from various lower realms. In addition to the 4 major regions of East, West, South, and North, the most developed martial arts area is the Central Region, known as the Divine Capital, a sacred place for all cultivators aside from the indigenous inhabitants. To obtain permanent residency in the Divine Capital, one must reach the Eternal Realm in their cultivation. Of course, those with lesser ranks may visit the Divine Capital, but they must pay a substantial fee in elemental stones. And their stay is severely limited. Long Qianying also learned that even if one has achieved the Eternal Realm, a guarantor is necessary to secure residency rights in the Central Capital given the current circumstances. Long Qianying was utterly unqualified. Not only was he unfit for the Divine Capital, even the second-tier forces of the East, West, South, and North were beyond his reach. This realization filled him with despair of the wealthy. To prevent the common folk from rising against them, employed numerous tactics to seal off the path to rebellion. To break through the established norms, one must possess extraordinary power and fortune. One day, Long Qianying found himself on an eastern island having accompanied a merchant caravan. Although the caravan was aware of his idle presence, merchants seek profit and do not wish to offend anyone, as long as he did not overstep. They generally did not expel him. This was one of the survival lessons Long Qianying had gleaned during his years on the Xingyuan continent. Chapter 75. Kneel before me, have you heard? Boss Jia Ming of the Donghu caravan has suddenly fallen gravely ill. Many renowned physicians have been unable to help him. While working among the caravan, Long Qianying overheard whispered discussions. He knew Jia Ming, who had always treated him quite well. Their martial arts skills were comparable, yet Jia Ming was the owner of the merchant guild, a confirmed wealthy man aware of his own status. Long Qianying would not presumptuously approach them. However, upon hearing of Jia Ming's mysterious ailment, an idea sparked within him. Perhaps this is the opportunity one had been waiting for. Seizing the moment, Long Qianying approached Jia Ming's opulent tent. Long Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Jia Ming inquired. I heard you were unwell and came to check on you. It's nothing serious, just a minor ailment. I shall recover in a few days, he replied. Although Jia Ming was somewhat cordial towards Long Qianying, it was merely the demeanor of a merchant. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he seemed inclined to dismiss him. With determination, Long Qianying persisted. Boss Jia, I have learned some healing methods from my master in the mountains. May I assist you? Jia Ming glanced at Long Qianying, noting his disheveled appearance, and replied, I have already consulted a physician. I've taken medicinal pills, and I expect to improve in a few days. Rejected. Long Qianying could only smile bitterly to himself, realizing that his status was indeed the crux of the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Long Qianying stated, your illness likely began over a year ago. If I do not intervene, you may have no more than a month to live. Long Qianying stood tall, recognizing that being timid and cautious would not lead to success. If so, why not take a gamble? Upon entering the tent, he activated his heavenly heart divine eye, instantly discerning the nature of Jia Ming's affliction. Get out. Jia Ming had not yet spoken when a dog beside him began to bark furiously. You want me to leave? In that case, you shall kneel and beg for my assistance. Otherwise, I will not treat Boss Jia's illness. Should anything untoward happen, it will be your doing, Long Qianying declared firmly. Turning to depart, behind him, he felt Jia Ming's incredulous gaze and the dog-esque growls. Master, look at the attitude of these lowly beings. In my opinion, you have been too lenient. Such an uncultured person dares to challenge you. Enough, there are many capable individuals in the world. Do not underestimate the heroes among us. Jia Ming feigned reprimand, yet he did not take Long Qianying's words seriously. This was a solitary island. The reason various merchant caravans gathered here was that it served as a port, a vital maritime trade route to the Xingyuan continent. At specific intervals, markets would convene here for the exchange of goods.